Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the graffiti upon the heavenly screen, his face full of bitter helplessness. That kid Naruto, he used to be incredibly mischievous. It's only recently, after becoming a ninja, that has improved somewhat. At the side, Tsunade let out a cold sneer. Improved. He simply hasn't had the chance yet. But once he becomes Hokage in the future, I bet his son will draw even more enthusiastically. Turning her head, she instructed Shizune. Hey, Shizune, keep a close eye on Naruto. For me, under absolutely no circumstances is he allowed to scribble all over my monument in the future. Cradling Taunton in her arms, Shizune nodded repeatedly. Yes, Lady Tsunade, because Tsunade had only just assumed the position of Hokage. Merely a single blank section had been cleared upon the Hokage rock, intended for the carving of her likeness. At present, even the outline had yet to be sculpted. But for someone as vain about her appearance as Tsunade, even a stone monument was not exempt. She would never permit future Naruto to vandalize it with graffiti, much less allow his son to do the same. Just how exactly was that brat Naruto planning to raise his child in the future? Could graffiti truly become a father Tozen inheritance? Neither father nor son seemed to have inherited a single admirable trait from Minato. Konoha, year 48. Upon a mountain cliff, somewhere within the shinobi world, a masked figure leaned against the edge of a lofty platform, gazing at the heavenly screen as he let out a mocking laugh. TSK, truly worthy of being teacher Minato's child. Even after teacher Minato's death, he still managed to become Hokage, and now, even his child may become Hokage in the future. The dream of becoming Hokage, for him, the moment he witnessed Kakashi using Chidori to pierce Rin's chest, that dream had utterly perished. And now, seeing Naruto and Boruto behaving so brazenly upon the heavenly screen, without receiving the slightest punishment, he could not help but sneer in ridicule. Nearby, Black Zetsu noticed that Obito Uchiha's mood had turned unstable and spoke to caution him. Obito, now that the heavenly screen has exposed both your existence and your future plans, we should proceed with greater caution. For the time being, you'd best stay away from Konoha. It would be far too easy to get discovered. Instantly, Obito Uchiha's expression darkened. Zetsu, you should be calling me Madara. You are nothing more than his creation. So spare me the pointless chatter. I am Madara's true successor. His plan will be carried out, however I decide. Black Zetsu's expression remained unchanged, though inwardly, he could not help complaining. Those Uchiha, every last one of them, had something wrong with their minds. Guiding them into darkness was effortless enough, but actually making them accomplish anything was the real headache, especially the fool standing before him. Obito Uchiha continued, as long as I have no desire to fight Minato Namikaze, what can he possibly do to me? Didn't I survive perfectly well in the future? I even became the second sage of 6 paths. As long as I eliminate this so-called child of prophecy, this time, there absolutely won't be any problems. Black Zetsu was so furious, he nearly wanted to kill him on the spot. Yet, he had no means to do so. He constantly had the feeling that Obito Uchiha was destined to create some catastrophic blunder for him, sooner or later. Still, with Kamui in his possession, alongside Madara's Sharingan, and once he mastered Izanagi, there truly was no one in the current shinobi world capable of threatening him. However, recalling the Fundus Satsuki clan previously mentioned by the heavenly screen, Black Zetsu's mood grew considerably heavier. Speaking of Naruto's childhood experiences, one truly cannot refrain from criticizing the villagers of Konoha. Their sheer lack of decency was practically unparalleled within the shinobi world. Every single day, the moment they opened their eyes, all they thought about was who they could bully next. When Naruto was young, he was bullied because rumors claimed he was the demon fox. Sakura Haruno was bullied because her forehead was too large. Sasuke Uchiha was bullied because his personality was too arrogant. Kakashi Hatake was bullied because his father had been driven to death through persecution. Might Guy and Rock Lee were bullied because they could only use taijutsu. Choji Akimichi was bullied for being overweight. Shino Aburame was bullied for being too strange. Iruka Umino was bullied for being an orphan. Itachi Uchiha was bullied in childhood for being excessively gifted. The Uchiha clan was bullied because they bullied others. Even Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan and Kushina Uzumaki's red hair could somehow become reasons for bullying. It truly leaves one speechless before the villagers of Konoha. Whether fat or thin, beautiful or ugly. Everyone was equal in the face of bullying. No matter one's background, appearance, or family status, someone would always find an excuse to torment you. And yet, those same people who grew up under such persecution still resolved themselves to protect Konoha. They even gave that spirit a grand name, the Will of Fire. Still, one must admit the villagers of Konoha were remarkably principled. They would not refrain from bullying Hinata simply because she was the Hyuga clan's heiress, nor would they spare an orphan out of pity. Orochimaru alone was clever enough to flee immediately. Konoha, year 60. Team 7 exchanged bewildered glances. Naruto suddenly felt that perhaps his childhood had not been all that miserable, after all. He glanced at Sakura Haruno's forehead, then at Sasuke Uchiha standing nearby with both hands tucked into his pockets, thoughtfully nodding to himself. Sakura instantly noticed his gaze, the veins upon her forehead bulging violently. Naruto, what exactly are you staring at? Naruto had yet to realize the danger. I was looking at your forehead. Before he could finish, Sakura's fist came crashing toward him. Drop dead. Naruto fled in panic, clutching his head as he ran. At the side, Sasuke watched the chaos with undisguised schadenfreude, the corners of his lips curling upward ever so slightly. After finishing her assault on Naruto, Sakura turned toward Sasuke. Having touched upon the reverse scale in her heart, even her crush momentarily ceased to matter. And you too, Sasuke, what are you laughing at? Sasuke's face instantly returned to its usual blank indifference. I wasn't laughing. You were. I saw it with my own eyes. That smug personality of yours really deserves a beating. Sasuke, how boring. The three of them promptly descended into another chaotic scuffle. Standing nearby, Kakashi Hatake could only stare with dark lines across his forehead. Only after hearing the heavenly screen spell it out did he realize that the quality of Konoha's villagers truly was somewhat lacking. He himself had once been a victim of such treatment. Ever since his father, the White Fang, took his own life, people had never stopped whispering behind his back throughout his childhood. Within the Hyuga clan compound, the moment Hiashi Hyuga heard that Hinata Hyuga herself had once been bullied by Konoha's villagers, he flew into a furious rage. What? His voice echoed throughout the compound. These insolent commoners actually dared to bully Hinata. Standing nearby, Hinata spoke softly. Father, it really wasn't anything serious. Nothing serious. Hiashi turned to look at her. Then, why didn't you tell me? Hinata lowered her head, too afraid to speak. Hiashi Hyuga drew a deep breath before instructing the guard beside him. Arrange for several men to follow the young lady. I want to know exactly who dares mistreat her. The guard nodded immediately. Yes, clan head. A cold gleam flashed through Hiashi's eyes. He fully intended to discover precisely who possessed the audacity to look down upon the Hyuga clan. They had better possess an exceptionally powerful backing. Otherwise, they would soon learn exactly why the Hyuga clan stood as Konoha's foremost great clan. At the side, Hinata felt both touched and deeply worried. Father, what exactly is he planning to do? Within a hidden underground base, somewhere in the shinobi world. Kabuto, is there something you wish to say? Sensing the strange look in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes, Orochimaru lifted a brow and inquired softly. Kabuto forced an awkward smile. It's nothing, Lord Orochimaru. Konoha, year 48, Hokage's office. Exactly. Kushina Uzumaki was indignant beyond measure. When she had first arrived in Konoha, she had suffered no shortage of discrimination from the villagers. She simply could not understand what was supposedly so strange about red hair. Wasn't Minato blonde as well? Turning toward Minato Namikaze, she asked, exactly. Aren't you blonde too? Then why didn't they discriminate against you? Minato gave a helpless smile. Could it perhaps have something to do with personality? Kushina curled her lips disdainfully. Chach. Picking on the weak and fearing the strong. Minato walked over and gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders. All right. It's all in the past now. Leaning against his shoulder, Kushina recalled those days from long ago. I still remember when I first came here. Everyone mocked me. Thankfully, you didn't. Minato smiled warmly. How could I? Back then, I only thought that this red-haired girl was incredibly beautiful. Kushina's face instantly flushed red. You idiot. Konoha, year 1. When Madara Uchiha heard that the Uchiha clan had been bullied because they bullied others, his brows furrowed deeply. He genuinely could not determine whether this was truly a problem with the Uchiha, or whether Konoha's villagers simply possessed abysmal character. And another thing Why do they only bully the Uchiha, but not the Senju? Madara turned toward Hashirama Senju. Hashirama explained that. Hashirama scratched his head, awkwardly. Well, I honestly don't know either. Madara snorted, coldly. It must be Tobirama Senju's doing. Hashirama sighed, helplessly. Madara, stop blaming everything on Tobirama. Then, explain why. The two immediately began bickering once more. In the end, Madara issued a firm demand. Hashirama, you absolutely must strengthen the moral education of Konoha's villagers. He even cast a glance toward the young Hiruzen, Sarutobi. And you too, Hiruzen. Nearly all these incidents seem to have occurred during your tenure. Do you know what that means? It means your own character is lacking, which is why the entirety of Konoha's moral standards declined. You must have picked up these terrible habits after following Tobirama in the future. But now that you're following me, you absolutely must not develop such foul tendencies. Everyone in the village must be treated equally. Young Hiruzen wore an utterly innocent expression, yet he could only nod obediently in agreement. Yes, of course. Everything you say is absolutely correct. Upon the streets of Konoha, the villagers exploded into outrage as they watched the heavenly screen. What right does it have to call us low-quality people? A middle-aged man protested indignantly. When did we ever bully anyone? An older woman beside him chimed in immediately. Exactly. Sometimes this heavenly screen is just spewing complete nonsense. We were educating them. It was for their own good. That's right. If it weren't for us, would they have grown up so resilient? Exactly. Just look at that brat Naruto. If not for us, would he have become so tough? When the Uchiha still existed, well, their conduct really was excessive. The villagers all spoke over one another in protest. Yet, the more they argued, the less confident their voices became. Meanwhile, people throughout the rest of the shinobi world listened to the heavenly screen's description and mercilessly mocked the villagers of Konoha. Land of Lightning, Kumogakur, the fourth Raikage, looked toward the heavenly screen and burst into hearty laughter. These Konoha people are truly fascinating. They've practically turned bullying into an art form. At the side, Killer B rapped cheerfully. Konoha villagers got no class, bullying everybody en masse. Yeah, Dodai smiled and nodded. Compared to them, our Kumogakur is far more united. We don't have such troublesome nonsense. Iwagakure, the third, to Tsuchikage, Onoki, had already returned to his seat. Stretching lazily, he remarked, Konoha truly is amusing. Tsunagakure, Rasa originally intended to mock them as well. But the moment he thought of Gaara's circumstances, he found himself unable to speak. After all, when everything was said and done, the 5 great shinobi villages were all more or less the same. The only difference was that Konoha's villagers actually dared provoke powerful ninja and great clans alike, which was indeed rather extraordinary. Land of Water, Kirigakure. Mei Terumi leaned back in her chair, lightly brushing her fingertip across her lips. Haha, this is far too entertaining. As expected of Konoha, it seems the villagers' moral standards have improved somewhat. No wonder Konoha's ninja are so powerful, they became experts at enduring humiliation. But in the very next instant, the smile froze upon Mei Terumi's face. Of course, while Konoha's villagers may possess poor character, at least they only use words rather than violence. Kirigakure, however, is entirely different. At a village filled with savages, at the slightest disagreement, they would even slaughter bloodline limit ninja without hesitation. Instantly, Konoha's villagers no longer felt wronged on their own behalf. Instead, they collectively erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. TSK Kirigakure truly takes the crown. An entire village of savages. We only wag our tongues, but they go straight to murder. They even kill bloodline limit ninja. That's far more impressive than us. Kirigakure truly terrifying beyond measure. Laughter echoed throughout the skies above Konoha. Kirigakure, Mizukage's office. An entire village of savages. Mei Terumi's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. Although such incidents had indeed occurred in Kirigakure in the past, they had already changed, hadn't they? Meanwhile, Konoha's villagers were probably still bullying their own people even now. So why was the heavenly screen singling out Kirigakure? Those people in Konoha were definitely laughing at them right now. How infuriating. At the same time, the other shinobi villages were even more astonished. Initially, they had thought Konoha was already excessive enough. Yet it turned out there were still greater masters beyond them. No wonder Kirigaku had earned the name, the Bloody Mist Village. Compared to that, Konoha's issues truly seemed insignificant. After all, there remained an enormous difference between using one's mouth and using one's hands.
Compared to a less fortunate childhood, Naruto's adolescence was markedly improved, gradually encountering individuals who would guide and reshape his destiny: Iruka, Team 7, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others. Although the influence of Ashura's chakra was possible, there is no doubt that these people were far more significant. Without them, Namikaze Minato would be the truer reflection of Naruto's life. In the 48th year of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze was taken aback by the words he heard. Namikaze Minato? Who is he? He was born a commoner with no clan to speak of. Moreover, there is no such thing as the Namikaze clan in the ninja world, and his child is clearly Naruto. Where does this Namikaze Minato come from? Was the implication of the celestial screen that if Naruto had never met those guiding figures, he would have become that person called Namikaze Minato? What kind of life would that be? The tone of the celestial screen suggested it was not a pleasant one. Why did the screen say that would be the truer Naruto? Could it be that, without the right guidance, Naruto would have fallen into darkness, choosing a path diametrically opposed to the one he took? In that case, was Ashura's chakra a blessing or a curse for Naruto? Minato Namikaze hesitated, a lingering worry gnawing at his heart. Among these people, the greatest influence on Naruto was Jiraiya, but the most crucial was Iruka. Had it not been for Iruka, the first to accept the ostracized, lonely, and rebellious Naruto, the boy might have succumbed to darkness when Mizuki deceived him to steal the forbidden scroll. The scene once again shifted to the Hokage Rock, where Naruto was seen holding a rag in one hand and a bucket beside him, clearly paying for a previous prank. Above him stood Iruka, wearing the Konoha forehead protector, a long horizontal scar across his nose, arms crossed, sternly admonishing him. I won't let you go back until you clean this up properly. I don't care. I'm going home anyway. There's no one there. Naruto tilted his head back, wearing a look of impatience. Such a response caught Iruka off guard. Naruto. Soon, Iruka's voice came again from above, this time with a different sentiment. What now? Naruto's tone grew even more dissatisfied. Well, once you finish cleaning, I'll treat you to ramen tonight. Iruka relaxed his posture, uncrossing his arms, resting his left hand on his foot, and tapping his chin thoughtfully with his right index finger, as if weighing whether the deal was worthwhile. Yet, his entire stance was open, mirroring his current inner feelings. Under an unknown melody, Naruto's face lit up with sudden delight. Yay! I'll do my best. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, hearing Naruto's calm words about having no one at home, were instantly filled with bittersweet emotions. With such a tone, how many nights like this had he endured before he could say such words so plainly? At this thought, Kushina Uzumaki's tears flowed uncontrollably. As a teacher, Iruka was exceedingly dedicated. Although his own parents perished during the Ninetales attack, he did not harbor resentment toward Naruto. Rather, empathizing deeply, he chose to protect him. When Mizuki deceived Naruto into stealing the forbidden scroll, Iruka not only shielded him from fatal harm but also told him, "You are an outstanding student, I acknowledge." This declaration completely transformed Naruto, which explains why he always regarded Iruka as a father figure. Since then, Iruka quietly cared for Naruto, treating him to ramen, remembering his birthday, silently accompanying him in moments of despair. When Naruto fell into lows, it was Iruka who comforted him in the simplest, most sincere manner. When Naruto became a hero celebrated by all, Iruka stood apart from the crowd, shedding tears silently on his behalf. His concern was pure and warm. While others saw Naruto as the prophesied child or a weapon, Iruka always treated him as a child in need of care. When Naruto married, he solemnly requested Iruka to attend the wedding as his father, a testament to Iruka's irreplaceable place in his heart. This invitation filled the void of parental love missing since Naruto's youth, serving as the highest reward for Iruka's years of devotion and symbolizing Iruka's official inclusion into Naruto's new family. While everyone in the ninja world should bow in gratitude to Iruka, at the very least, a sincere thank you is owed. The scene transitioned to a night in Konoha, seemingly on a bridge within the village, where the protagonist was the future short-haired Naruto and Iruka. Beneath the dazzling lights, the bridge was somewhat dim. Naruto and Iruka stood back to back, but finally, Naruto broke the silence. "Teacher Iruka, I have a request." Upon hearing this, Iruka turned around in surprise, studying Naruto with curiosity, wondering why a ninja hero would have a request for him. "Could you attend my wedding as my father?" Iruka did not answer immediately, yet, in the next moment, the celestial screen showed him dressed in a suit, standing beneath a cherry blossom tree with utmost formality. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, Iruka stood outside the classroom, tears streaming down his face as he watched the images on the celestial screen. Naruto, his voice choked with emotion. He never imagined that this mischievous, troublemaking child would one day regard him as a father and invite him to his wedding. He had never been happier. Far more so than when he first heard that Naruto would be the future savior of the ninja world. Inside the classroom, the gathered students poked their heads out, curious. Teacher Iruka, why are you crying? Wiping his tears, Iruka smiled. It's nothing. The teacher is just very happy. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Naruto gazed at the image of Iruka in a suit beneath the cherry blossoms on the celestial screen, equally moved to tears. He never expected that at his future wedding, teacher Iruka would attend as his father. This is wonderful, truly wonderful, he said, wiping his tears and grinning broadly. Back in the 48th year of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki embraced. They rejoiced that Naruto had such a good teacher in his future, yet their hearts ached for missing his wedding. In the future timeline revealed by the celestial screen, they could not witness his growth, nor see him wed and have children. Minato, Kushina's voice muffled in his embrace. We must live. We must see Naruto's wedding and the birth of his children. Within Naruto's growth arc, love was also a fascinating theme. In his youth, the romantic lines were chiefly divided between the Sakura faction and the Hinata faction, with the Sakura faction even once overshadowing the Hinata faction. However, after this battle, the Sakura faction was utterly defeated, and Hinata achieved a sweeping victory, securing her status as the princess without contest. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the village training ground, the three members of Team 7 who had just been horsing around suddenly froze. Sakura pushed Sasuke and Naruto aside, ignoring their grimaces. Her face flushed red as she pointed at the celestial screen and shouted, Hey, 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 what strange things are being said here? I never liked that guy Naruto, so where did this Sakura faction come from? I don't care about being a princess at all. Sakura stomped her foot in anger, leaving a small crater in the ground. She did not understand why the screen, having already stated that Hinata would be Naruto's wife in the future, was now teasing her. Besides, she never liked Naruto past, present, or future. She simply would not like him. Yet, Sakura was also puzzled. Given Naruto's current single-minded nature, how could he possibly come to like Hinata in the future? She could not imagine how Naruto would pursue Hinata. Soon, though, she recalled some scenes, and a chill ran through her mind. Nearby, Naruto sat directly on the ground, propping his chin with both hands, evidently very curious about what the celestial screen was saying. Beholding so many versions of his future self, it seemed that the original fate was not so repulsive after all. Sasuke sat beside Naruto yawning. Though he had never been interested in matters of romance, the involvement of Naruto piqued his curiosity somewhat. Trailing behind. Huh? Turns out you're quite popular, Sasuke remarked. Naruto scratched his head, chuckling softly. Oh, really? At the Hyuga clan estate, Hayashi Hyuga gazed up at the sky, his expression sour. Although the object of affection was the son of the 4th Hokage and potentially the 7th Hokage in the future, he remained displeased. His own precious cabbage had been taken, and no matter what, he could not be happy about it. Only Naruto Uzumaki could shatter Hinata's fate as a caged bird. Otherwise, regardless of the Hokage title, he would not necessarily consent, right? However, when he saw Hinata kneeling beside him, her face flushed almost completely red. A twitch began at the corner of his eye. Hinata's face was nearly smoking with embarrassment. She lowered her head, unsure where to place her hands, her entire being seeming thoroughly steamed. Hinata, Hayashi Hyuga called out, Yes. Father. Hinata suddenly looked up, her voice trembling. Hayashi Hyuga opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he simply sighed. It's nothing. Alas, a daughter cannot resist her father's will. In the 48th year of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Kushina Uzumaki, having overheard the scene on the screen, instantly brightened, her previous sorrow cast aside. Ho ho ho. She placed her hands on her hips, her eyes squinting with laughter. As expected of my Naruto, even when bullied, he is still so popular. Sakura? Hinata?
Utars being for his attention. Ah.
Minato Namikaze nodded with pride, sensing that Naruto still bore the spirit of his own youth. Naruto really does have my old style. Kushina's laughter abruptly ceased as she turned to Minato, her gaze becoming dangerous. Oh, your old style? Minato, you seem still lost in the past. Minato's smile stiffened. Kushina, I didn't mean it that way. Then what do you mean? I meant that Naruto inherited what of yours? The knack for attracting bees and butterflies? No, I meant he inherited my excellence. Kushina snorted coldly. He'd better have. Minato wiped the cold sweat from his brow, unwilling to say more. At that moment, the screen shifted scenes, returning to Konoha village. By the time the Ninja World's onlookers realized, it appeared to be a scene following Pain's release of the almighty push. Ruined walls and devastation stretched everywhere. In the 60th year of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been joking moments before, suddenly straightened, their eyes fixed on the screen. Tsunade's expression darkened. Is that when Pain attacked Konoha? Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe and nodded slowly. Seems so. The screen showed a brief moment before. In the land of rain, atop a tall tower, Nagato, who had previously felt no sentiment toward Naruto's childhood, now narrowed his eyes. He had not expected that, although the screen was speaking of Naruto Uzumaki's romantic story, it would suddenly shift to the scene of his own future arrival in Konoha after he had released the almighty push. But had his plan to personally capture the Ninetales succeeded? Nagato stared at the screen, awaiting the answer. As the crowd's eyes cleared, they saw Naruto dressed in a red cloak, struck down by Painus Devapath, black rods piercing his body. His hands were impaled through, blood flowing freely. Yet even so, Naruto refused to yield, staring defiantly at Painus Devapath. In the 48th year of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Kushina Uzumaki's smile vanished instantly. She stared intently at the bloodied Naruto on the screen, her hands clenched tightly. My Naruto, why must your fate always be so cruel? Minato Namikaze's expression darkened as well. He looked at Painus Devapath standing before Naruto, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the Hyuga clan estate, Hinata's heart clenched tightly. She watched the screen where Naruto was pierced by black rods, tears welling in her eyes.
Naruto-kun.
Hayashi Hyuga noticed his daughter's emotions and gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry. The screen said earlier that Naruto will become Hokage in the future. He won't die here. Hinata nodded, but the worry in her eyes would not dissipate. It's about time to take you away. Painus Devapath spoke faintly on the screen, spreading his left hand as 5 fingers wide, preparing to unleash a follow-up jutsu to claim Naruto's life. Just as Kushina and the others' hands were almost clasped together in prayer, a figure silently appeared, swiftly rushing toward Painus Devapath. Ha! As the Ninja World's onlookers recognized the newcomer, they were stunned to see it was Hinata Hyuga. On the screen, she leapt high into the air, delivering a palm strike toward Painus Devapath. Yet, given the vast disparity in strength, Pain lightly stepped back, easily evading the attack. The ground, however, was shattered by the crater Hinata's punch left behind. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the location of Team 3, Niji Hyuga was somewhat astonished. Was the Hinata on the screen really the delicate, gentle heiress of the main family he remembered? The girl who spoke softly and blushed easily. Was she the same person who punched a huge crater in the earth and dared to strike Pain? The screen had previously introduced Pain as the leader of the Akatsuki, capable of single-handedly annihilating a village. Judging from the scene, the village seemed to have been razed to the ground. When no one else stepped forward, Hinata had been the first to stand up for Naruto. A complicated light flashed in Niji's eyes. This young lady was braver than he had imagined. On the screen, Hinata stood resolutely in front of Naruto, shielding him behind her. It's too cruel to bind Naruto's movements with iron rods. I won't let you lay a hand on Naruto anymore. Reinforcements? Painus Devapath showed no concern, for the young girl's strength was utterly insufficient. Naruto on the screen looked worried. Why did you come? Run away. You're no match for this guy. How can you come to such a dangerous place? Hinata paid no heed to Naruto's concern. Instead, she spoke with unwavering conviction. My will compels me to stand here. This time, I will help you, Naruto. The screen flashed quickly through Hinata's memories. The burden of her clan's responsibilities, her relentless training only to be easily defeated by Hanabi, a few years her junior, Hayashi Hyuga's disappointed gaze, and the memory of young Hinata fleeing the Hyuga estate, being bullied, then rescued by Naruto. Hinata's voice continued, filled with unshakable determination. It was Naruto who guided me onto the right path. I have always pursued Naruto, always wanted to walk side by side with him. It was Naruto's smile that saved me, so as long as it's to protect Naruto, I fear no death. She took a deep breath and summoned all her strength to shout the words. Because I love Naruto the most. Having spoken, Hinata assumed a fighting stance, her Byakugan activated, veins bulging on her face, ready to fight for Naruto with all her might. But Painus Devapath remained indifferent, sliding a black rod from his right sleeve, preparing to eliminate this unexpected interloper. At that moment, Hinata executed an unexpected move. With a decisive sweep of her right foot, she broke one of the black rods binding Naruto. As she prepared to continue, Pain raised his hand, and a powerful repulsive force sent Hinata flying several dozen meters away. Yet Hinata did not falter. She moved toward Naruto, ready to sever more black rods. Unfortunately, the gap in their strength was too great. The repulsive force struck again, sending her flying, blood streaking down her face. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the Hyuga clan estate, Hinata's face was as red as it could be. She covered her face with both hands, curling into a ball. I said it out loud. In front of all those people, I said it out loud. Tears are preceded by courage, and love burns redder than blood. The purest affection in the shinobi world is confessing one's feelings, as if they were a final farewell. Hinata Hyuga waited patiently for 15 long years for these words. Countless viewers, witnessing this scene, knelt before their televisions, pleading with Pain to stop the assault. On the screen, Hinata unleashed the gentle step twin lion fists, relentlessly striking at Pain's Deva path. White chakra coalesced atop her twin fists into the shape of lion heads, radiating an unstoppable momentum. Alas, no matter the angle from which she attacked, Pain effortlessly evaded each blow. Yet, just as disdain flickered across Pain's face, Hinata seized the moment and landed a solid punch. Bang! The Deva path staggered slightly backward, a hint of surprise glimmering in his eyes. Seizing the opening, Hinata darted to Naruto's side and struck with all her might. Another black rod snapped in two. However, with a mere lift of Pain's hand, Hinata was once again hurled backward by a repulsive force, soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! Hinata! Naruto's anguished roar tore through the scene, heart-wrenching beyond measure. In the 48th year of Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Kushina Uzumaki clenched her fists tightly, tears streaming down her face in overwhelming emotion. This was too much. Nagato was unbearable. Wiping away her tears, she thought, Hinata is such a wonderful child, truly exceptional. At that moment, Kushina had wholeheartedly accepted Hinata as her future daughter-in-law. Hinata hasn't even been born yet, has she? I so want to see her. When she is born, she must grow up alongside Naruto. Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow, equally furious at Nagato. Were it not for the looming threat of Obito, he might have journeyed to the land of rain to confront Nagato himself. How despicable! Despite being a fellow disciple of Jiraiya-sensei, why treat Naruto and Hinata this way? In the 60th year of Konoha, within the Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds, Hisashi Hyuga's eyes brimmed with sorrow. He had never imagined Hinata could possess such courage. Facing the Akatsuki's leader, a threat beyond the ANBU's highest echelon, he himself would not dare step forward. And yet, the daughter he once deemed delicate, talentless, and unfit to inherit the clan's legacy dared to charge repeatedly toward death for the sake of the one she loved. Though he wished to utter harsh words, recognizing his own limitations left him without the confidence to do so. Silently, he pondered. Since Hinata was the most qualified, why not find a way to awaken her Byakugan's evolved form? Otherwise, against the extraordinary foes awaiting in the future, the Hyuga clan would seem powerless. Perhaps, by doing so, the entire shinobi world might witness the awe-inspiring might of the evolved Byakugan, and maybe Hinata could rise to become a six-paths-level warrior. At the training grounds, Naruto watched utterly stunned, as the figure on the screen was repeatedly struck down, only to rise again and again. Was this still the peculiar Hinata he remembered? His hands clenched involuntarily, a pang of sorrow preventing him from looking away, yet his gaze remained fixed. Could a person truly go to such lengths for someone they cherished? In the 83rd year of Konoha, within the Hokage household, Boruto and Himawari were on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with frustration. They watched their mother repeatedly thrown across the screen, blood streaming down her face, unable to stem their tears. Mom, Himawari sobbed into Hinata's embrace. It must have hurt so much back then. Boruto growled fiercely. Dad, your senpai is so cruel. If I could go back in time, I'd teach him a lesson. Anyway, future me is strong. If I get the chance, I'll beat him just like on the screen. Naruto listened to Boruto's words, a dark line flashing across his forehead, before gently stroking the heads of both children. Though these were his own memories, watching them unfold on the screen still pained his heart. Hinata sat quietly nearby, gazing at the two children with tenderness. All right, those days are long past. Isn't Mom fine now? Himawari lifted her tear-streaked face and looked at her mother with adoration. Mom, you're so brave. Hinata smiled, for that was the person Mom loved most. Naruto was instantly moved, pulling his family tightly into his embrace. Accompanied by the melancholic strains of the melody longing across time and space, the hearts of many in the shinobi world tightened, especially among the common folk. Watching as mere television viewers, tears welled up uncontrollably. When a young boy, helpless against an invincible foe, is saved by someone who risks death to stand by his side, confessing love and a willingness to die together. Truthfully, who does not long to meet a girl like Hinata in this lifetime? Moreover, Hinata never placed importance on Naruto's future status. Even if he always languished at the bottom, never rose to prominence, never gained universal recognition, never became Hokage, she would likely still love him. What Hinata cherished was always that passionate youth who, despite adversity, persevered and never gave up. On the screen, under Naruto's nearly voiceless cries, the unconscious Hinata gradually regained awareness, slowly opening her eyes as the world before her came into focus. Opposite her, the Deva Path Pain stood before the fallen Naruto, motionless, his purple Rinnegan betraying no emotion, merely watching Hinata silently. In the scene, Hinata struggled to rise, but barely halfway up, agonizing pain coursing through her body caused her to collapse once more. Yet she did not despair. Bracing herself with both hands, she forced herself upright, swaying unsteadily. Despite this, she still clutched her abdomen with one hand, the other hanging limply, as she staggered toward Naruto. At this moment, the music slowed, and the screen flickered through a series of images, Naruto from Hinata's perspective. When young Sasuke and Naruto faced off, all the girls cheered for Sasuke, but only Hinata silently cheered for Naruto, raising a single finger in support. During the Ninja Academy graduation exam, when Naruto was doubted but stepped forward to demonstrate his clone technique, it was still Hinata who quietly encouraged him. During the Chunin exams, sitting beside Naruto, Hinata summoned the courage to softly say, "This is my answer, for you to see." Each frame concealed the little girl's unspoken secret feelings. Then, the scene shifted to Naruto's youth. Beneath the radiant sunlight, he carried a backpack, walking away from Konoha. Suddenly, he turned with a smile and spoke to Hinata, who was hiding behind a tree. "Hinata, I used to think you were a shy, awkward weirdo." Hearing this, the young Hinata's head drooped in disappointment. Yet, Naruto turned away, shielding his expression from her gaze. "But I kind of like girls like you. By the way, I'll kick Niji away, so you must come watch the match. Okay?" In the 60th year of Konoha, within the Hyuga clan's ancestral grounds, Hisashi Hyuga sighed with emotion. After all this, it was still their own Hinata who took the initiative. Nevertheless, the fact that she could eventually marry the one she loved was truly wonderful. And there were two adorable children, too. At the thought of Baruto and Himawari, Hisashi's face gradually softened into a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, at the location of the third squad, Niji Hyuga's expression was grim. "If Hinata and Naruto want to be a couple, fine. But why kick me? What did I ever do to them?" Soon, these memories faded, and the image returned to the battlefield in Konoha, focusing on Hinata's staggering figure. "Stop! Hinata! Don't come closer!" Naruto could no longer bear to watch her fall and rise repeatedly, only to crawl weakly toward him. He lowered his head and slowly closed his eyes. He could not comprehend it. Even Nagato, behind the scenes, could not understand. The voice of the Deva Path Pain echoed. "With your strength, why throw yourself against the stone? Why fight knowing it is a death sentence?" His tone brimmed with confusion, growing almost fierce by the end. Yes, why? Knowing defeat was certain, knowing death awaited, why still come forth? Does love truly possess such an overwhelming power? However, Hinata did not respond to him directly. Instead, she conveyed her answer through her actions. She extended her hands and firmly grasped the black rod that had pierced through Naruto's hands. Pressing forward with unwavering resolve, she declared, "I act with conviction because this is my ninja way." Hinata Hyuga lifted her blood-streaked face, revealing a pale smile and eyes brimming with steadfast determination. Regrettably, before she could make her next move, Pain of the Deva Path impatiently raised his hand. Hinata's body was once again hurled into the sky before crashing down with a heavy thud. Thud! In Naruto's despairing gaze, another black rod materialized in Pain's hand. He raised his right arm high and forcefully drove the rod into Hinata's body. Across the various ninja worlds and timelines, the final image witnessed was Naruto's blood-red pupils and a towering pillar of dark crimson energy soaring skyward. The Nine Tails had gone berserk. Konoha Year 60 Training Grounds. Naruto abruptly rose to his feet, burning with fury. "Hinata, that Nagato. It's beyond intolerable. If I ever encounter that guy again in the future, I will make sure to deal with him properly." Sasuke cast him a sidelong glance. "Do you think you can win?" Naruto faltered. I am sure I can win in the future. Still, the ninja way Hinata mentioned resonated with him deeply. Meanwhile, Jiraiya exchanged a glance with Kakashi, sensing the same unease in each other's eyes. Clearly, Naruto had once again lost control over the Nine Tails on the big screen and had gone berserk. The Nine Tails was indeed a troublesome force. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. Nagato watched the images on the screen, his heart sinking gradually. Although the broadcast had not revealed the final outcome of the battle, it had declared Naruto Uzumaki as the so-called savior of the ninja world and mentioned that he eventually had 2 children with Hinata Hyuga. Thus, Nagato's defeat seemed inevitable. No wonder the Akatsuki organization had been completely wiped out. It seemed Konoha was the place where fate had fulfilled itself. Konan stood silently behind him, her mind still lingering on Hinata's resolute figure. From Hinata, she saw a reflection of Yahiko, someone who never gave up and marched forward with courage. Nagato, Konan whispered softly. Nagato turned to look at her. That girl resembles Yahiko very much. I know, Nagato replied, his gaze shifting to the now empty screen. But Yahiko is no longer here. In the past, within the Land of Rain, at the original Akatsuki base, Yahiko was sternly admonishing Nagato. Nagato, even if I die, you must never become so heartless in the future. Look at how pitiful that girl is. How could you bring yourself to harm her? Nagato sat silently without refuting him. Only after Yahiko finished speaking did he respond. You will not die, Yahiko. Yahiko was momentarily taken aback. Nagato looked at him with eyes full of resolve. I have already become more adept at wielding the Rinnegan. In the future, I will protect you and Konan. Yahiko scratched his head. That's not important. We have now strengthened our defenses against Hanzo, and strangely enough, they have not troubled us recently. Konan added from the side, perhaps the big screen exposed their conspiracy, and they dare not act recklessly. Yahiko nodded. In any case, this is good. He glanced at the screen and then back at Nagato. But Nagato, you must promise me that you will never become like that. Nagato was silent for a few seconds before saying, I will try. Yahiko glared at him. What do you mean by try? It's a must. Nagato resignedly replied, all right, it's a must. Only then was Yahiko satisfied and nodded. Konan watched the two of them, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. As the broadcast ended, the various ninja worlds and timelines returned to normal. The content shown this time was not extensive. Besides the Nine Tails rampage, it mainly covered the early life stories of the so-called savior Naruto Uzumaki. From what was seen, it held little value for the other ninja villages. However, for Konoha village it was a different matter altogether. Konoha, year 60. After exchanging greetings with Jiraiya, Kakashi immediately allowed the 3 young genin to roam free, decisively ending the day's activities. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were somewhat puzzled but remained silent when they noticed Kakashi's unusual mood. Clearly, they sensed their mentor's unrest. Nonetheless, the hierarchy among ninja was strict. Although Kakashi was usually easygoing, it did not mean they could casually probe his thoughts. Only after Kakashi walked away did the 3 begin to discuss. What's wrong with Kakashi-sensei? Naruto scratched his head. Sasuke shot him a glance. Idiot, don't ask. Sakura whispered. Maybe it's because of what happened on the big screen. The 3 exchanged glances and tacitly decided not to pursue the matter further. Jiraiya shook his head as he watched Kakashi's retreating figure. He too noticed Kakashi's uncharacteristic mood but did not make a big deal of it. After all, Kakashi's fate was more thrilling than any novel, and he believed Kakashi would soon regain his composure. Under the blazing sun, Kakashi's shadow stretched long. He soon passed through the bustling streets, where Konoha villagers were chattering excitedly about the big screen, still fuming over the Nine Tails rampage and discussing the 4th Hokage's son, remarking that Naruto was not truly the demon fox. Yet Kakashi paid no heed. Before long, he returned to the somewhat desolate estate of the Hatake clan. The Hatake clan was a minor family in Konoha. Although it had produced a formidable figure like Hatake Tsukuyomi, the clan's numbers remained small. Since Tsukuyomi's death, Kakashi had lived alone. Pushing open the door, the familiar emptiness washed over him. Kakashi strode to the mirror, took a deep breath, and cautiously lowered his forehead protector. His long-concealed left eye slowly opened, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. The 3-tomo in the mirror slowly spun, as if scrutinizing Kakashi. Kakashi exhaled in relief, inwardly grateful. The image in the mirror confirmed that the Sharingan left by Obito was still the 3-tomo type, not the Mangekyo form. The big screen had mentioned that although Kenji controlled the Nine Tails using the 3-tomo Sharingan, he also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Though it was unclear which Mangekyo pattern revealed previously belonged to Kenji, It was certainly not the three-tomo Sharingan. In any case, Kakashi refused to believe that Kenji was Obito. Otherwise, it would not explain why Obito would turn against Kushina Uzumaki and Konoha. Obito was someone who aspired to become Hokage and was willing to sacrifice his life for his comrades. He was the one who entrusted his eye to Kakashi beneath the Canopy Bridge, allowing Kakashi to continue seeing the world through his eyes. This lingering doubt was both a relief and a torment to Kakashi. So who exactly was Kenji? Kakashi silently speculated. From the big screen S implication, this Uchiha was someone known to Minato Namikaze. He closed his eyes, and countless images flashed through his mind. Obito's smiling face, Rin's gentle demeanor, his teacher's trust. You're definitely not, he murmured, his voice echoing in the empty room. Konoha, year 48. Life passed quietly for several days. Kurozetsu remained anxious, fearing that Obito might act rashly again. It was not that he begrudged him, but Obito's current strength was not particularly impressive in the ninja world. Moreover, with the big screen S revelations, everyone now knew he was not Uchiha Madara and could no longer use Madara's name as a banner, which complicated matters further. Kurozetsu was somewhat frightened that Madara's plan might be jeopardized. As long as Obito behaved and waited until the birth of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his Kamui ability would still provide a high chance of success according to the original plan. Byakuya's reconnaissance abilities had not been exposed, so locating Kushina Uzumaki's place and time of delivery would be effortless. If necessary, they could even summon Nagato. No one doubted they could defeat the fourth Hokage and his wife. All that was required was for Obito not to act recklessly now. However, after observing Obito for several consecutive days without any abnormalities, Kurozetsu relaxed his vigilance and left Byakuya to keep watch over him. Until one night, White Zetsu came running in a panic to Black Zetsu's side, exclaiming, "Bad news! Bad news! That guy Obito has gone missing while playing hide and seek." Black Zetsu's temper flared instantly. "What do you mean? Wasn't it your duty to watch over him?" White Zetsu shrugged helplessly. "His space-time abilities are so formidable. How could I possibly keep an eye on him?" Black Zetsu gritted his teeth in frustration at this unreliable companion. His form sank into the earth as he began the search for that disobedient pawn. Konoha Village. The moon shone brightly in a sparse starry sky, and a gentle evening breeze swept through, casting an unparalleled stillness over the entire village. Before the memorial monument, countless gravestones were densely arranged. Each stone bore the name of the buried shinobi and a symbol representing Konoha. The moonlight bathed these silent stones, rendering them especially cold and austere. Among these gravestones, one inscribed with the name Rin no Era stood out distinctly. Before it lay a large bouquet of fresh flowers, their vivid colors clearly indicating they had been placed within the last day or two. At that moment, a spatial vortex abruptly materialized, and a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a yellow tiger-striped mask, stepped forth. Obito Uchiha. He had suppressed his urge to visit Rin for some time. The revelations from the Celestial Dome weighed heavily on his mind. Upon seeing the flowers at the memorial, fury surged within him instantly. "You again," he snapped, striding forward swiftly, tearing the flowers from the grave and tossing them aside. Petals scattered across the ground, scattered by the night wind. "What right do you have to come here?" He crouched down, his trembling hand caressing the cold gravestone. Suddenly, a glint of cold light shot from behind. It was a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God Technique-S seal. Obito Uchiha appeared oblivious, continuing to stroke the stone. Yet, just as the kunai was about to touch him, it passed straight through his body and lodged itself into the earth before the gravestone with a metallic clang. The sound of metal striking stone rang piercingly in the silent night. Obito Uchiha slowly rose to his feet. He did not turn around but stared intently at the kunai embedded in the ground and the familiar Flying Thunder God seal upon it. At that moment, a voice filled with grave solemnity echoed from behind. "So it is you, Obito." Minato Namikaze, clad in his Hokage cloak, emerged from the dim forest behind the memorial, accompanied by the ever-masked Kakashi Hatake, Shikaku Nara, Uchiha Fugaku, and other elite shinobi under their command. Though intelligence indicated that Obito Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan wielded space-time ninjutsu, their effectiveness was uncertain. Still, Shikaku Nara believed that numbers could tip the scales, at the very least, making it easier to seize him in a moment of vulnerability. Moreover, he glanced at the fiercely enraged Uchiha Fugaku. This man also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku's reluctance to strike his son in the future did not imply mercy toward the mastermind behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. Mangekyo Sharingan against Mangekyo Sharingan. Combined with the fourth Hokage's presence and the intelligence they had gathered, The outcome of this battle seemed already decided. Meanwhile, the recently retired 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had not come. He led a group of Umbu elite, tasked with defending Kushina Uzumaki's position and monitoring Orochimaru to prevent any sudden moves. Obito, a voice tinged with pain and hesitation softly sounded. Kakashi stared at the man who now towered over him, disbelief in his eyes. After the Celestial Dome incident, when their teacher summoned him and voiced his suspicions, Kakashi had grudgingly agreed, sharing the same foreboding. He wanted to know if this conspirator who sought to harm Konoha's future was truly the Obito who was thought long dead. Minato Namikaze and his group had been stationed here for days, watching vigilantly. After all, if this truly was Obito, it was likely he still held feelings for Rin. Several fruitless days passed, and just as Kakashi felt a secret hope rising in his heart, Obito finally appeared uninvited tonight. Kakashi harbored no doubt that no one else in the shinobi world would disdainfully discard the flowers left at Rin's grave as Obito had. Indeed, Obito blamed him for failing to protect Rin. At that moment, Obito Uchiha slowly turned away from them, revealing in the moonlight a tiger-striped mask and one crimson eye. Could the notorious yellow flash be unrecognizable? Your disciple Obito Uchiha is long dead. My name is Uchiha Madara. Watching Obito stubbornly deny it, Minato's face twisted in a strange expression. After opening his mouth, he finally said, "But the Celestial Dome clearly revealed you aren't Madara, right? Let me call you Kenji for now. Why attack Konoha?" The Obito who died once said he wanted to become Hokage and protect this village. His voice was filled with suppressed emotion. Because this world is flawed. Obito interrupted coldly, his voice turning icy. He raised his hand, pointing toward the brightly lit Konoha village in the distance. This shinobi world is rotten to its core. So-called peace is just the pause between wars. Hatred passed down generation after generation. Suffering endless and unceasing. Look at the Konoha behind you. The Celestial Dome revealed the strong oppressing the weak, clans ostracizing clans. The Uchiha will face annihilation in the future. The will of fire is merely a beautiful excuse crafted by those in power to justify the sacrifices. Minato Namikaze, you should understand this better than anyone. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened at these words. He considered speaking but refrained, mindful that this was a conversation between master and disciple. Minato frowned deeply, puzzled. So you want to destroy it? No, I want to change it. Obito's voice was laced with an almost obsessive determination. Kakashi, that useless fool, cannot even protect his comrades. As Hokage, you have watched wars erupt again and again. The 3rd Hokage turned a blind eye while Danzo Shimura schemed in the shadows. Your Konoha is rotten from top to bottom. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only by establishing a new order can true peace be achieved. Therefore, I will create a world without war, without pain, without loss. A world where Rin will not die and everyone will be happy. Kakashi stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. So that's why, Obito, you despise me and even our teacher so much? Obito. Minato gazed at the Uchiha before him, his eyes filled with growing sorrow. So you allied with the Akatsuki, preparing to forge a so-called new world? Do you realize how many lives must be sacrificed? That is merely a necessary price. Obito no longer cared to conceal his identity, his voice unwavering. Compared to this world where children die on the battlefield every day, that price is insignificant. Besides, they will all be resurrected in the end. Obito. Kakashi's voice exploded from the darkness. He rushed from the forest, standing beside Minato, eyes fixed fiercely on the Sharingan beneath Obito's mask. You're insane. You've truly lost your mind. Obito regarded him silently for a moment before emitting a beast-like growl. Kakashi, you're still the same, useless and unable to protect anything. Kakashi's body trembled violently. Obito, come back. Minato stepped forward, a kunai hanging by his side. It's not too late yet. You are still Konoha's hero. Let us find a way together. Too late, teacher Minato. At that moment, behind Minato, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes swirled rapidly as the Mangekyo Sharingan flashed open unexpectedly, glaring fiercely at Obito Uchiha. Unfortunately for him, Obito, well prepared, closed his eyes and instantly became intangible, evading even the Jinjutsu. Soon, Obito reappeared from the spatial void, suddenly raising his hand as iron chains lashed out like venomous snakes toward Fugaku and the others. Seizing the opportunity, Minato swiftly fired a kunai, aiming to strike while Obito was occupied. Regrettably, the kunai once again passed through his body without inflicting any harm. Only Uchiha Fugaku and the others swiftly evaded the iron chains. Flying Thunder God was indeed swift. Uchiha Obito sneered, but my Kamui is a dimension you will never be able to reach. Minato Namikaze's gaze sharpened abruptly. He did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward. The kunai danced between his fingers, yet each strike merely passed through the intangible body. Give up, teacher. Your attacks are ineffective against me. Uchiha Obito stood motionless. However, the vigilant stares of Uchiha Fugaku and the others prevented Obito from activating Kamui to pull Minato Namikaze into the Kamui dimension. If that happened, Minato might not necessarily be caught, but he certainly would not evade the concentrated assault of the Konoha shinobi. And what about you? Minato Namikaze remained terrifyingly composed. Can your attacks even reach me? Obito stretched lazily, indifferent as he surveyed the group of shinobi before him, enough to engage in a small-scale ninja battle. Teacher Minato, since you are interested, I shall indulge you for a while. Let me show you the price I paid descending into hell. Would release. Hellas rampage. With Obito's words, the ground suddenly sprouted a multitude of sharp wooden spikes. Caught off guard, a considerable number of Konoha shinobi who had not yet reacted were struck. More astonishing than the damage itself was the wood release technique, which left the Konoha shinobi present utterly speechless. Wood release. The first Hokage's Kekkei Genkai. How can this be? Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, and others were stunned into silence. And Uchiha had actually mastered the wood release of the Senju clan. This information, if revealed to the ninja world, would undoubtedly cause an earth-shattering upheaval. No wonder this guy is destined to become the second sage of the Six Paths. The secret must lie within his body. It remained unknown what extraordinary encounter Uchiha Obito had experienced in such a short time. Only Minato Namikaze, undeterred, continued to close the distance, determined to seize Uchiha Obito and get some answers. Obito, although I don't know how you gained the wood release, you cannot remain intangible forever. You must materialize when attacking. This flaw you know better than anyone. Then let us test it. Uchiha Obito raised his hand again. The iron chains whipped out once more, slicing through the air toward Minato Namikaze's throat. But Minato vanished in an instant. Obito's chains only swept through a fading afterimage. Humph, worthy of the yellow flash. Flying Thunder God is used well, but still not fast enough, always one step behind. Before he finished speaking, Minato's kunai attacked from the side. Uchiha Obito's body dissolved once more.
Shadow clone technique.
At that moment, Minato flipped backward sharply, landing while forming hand seals. Three figures simultaneously lunged at Uchiha Obito. Kunai, taijutsu, and Rasengan sealed off all his escape routes from three different angles. Obito snorted coldly, activating Kamui again. The three attacks simultaneously pierced through his body. He lifted his foot and kicked the closest Minato firmly. The kick struck a tangible form solidly, but the Minato before him dissolved into smoke and vanished. Obito's pupils constricted slightly. The true original was not here. Flying Thunder God. Second stage. Minato's voice exploded above him. Obito looked up to see the Azure Rasengan already within striking distance. The same move 1T work on me, teacher. Prepared in advance. Uchiha Obito made no attempt to outpace Minato's reaction speed. Instead, he retracted his next offensive, and at extreme velocity, his figure dissolved again. The Rasengan passed straight through his body. Seeing this, Minato quickly retreated to a safe distance. He was not surprised by Obito's reaction. As his disciple, especially after witnessing the reaction time revealed by the overhead Flying Thunder God, Obito would not be foolish enough to be caught off guard. Minato frowned. Obito's ability was truly a headache. As long as he did not attack, no one else could do anything to him. No wonder he had the confidence to come to Konoha. Minato had to admit, his disciple had grown to a terrifying degree. Uchiha Obito grasped the iron chains and laughed loudly. Teacher Minato, it seems this is all you have? Then allow me to properly weigh you. His figure dissolved again. But this time, Uchiha Obito did not retreat. Instead, he charged at Minato, swinging the iron chains in a wide arc. Under the moonlight, Minato lightly stepped back, with Obito pressing forward relentlessly. The two consciously moved away from Rin Noara's stone monument, chasing and colliding through the forest. Each clash rang with the grating sound of metal striking metal. Obito abandoned some defenses, opting for a life-for-life fighting style. Teacher, you always protect others. Obito shouted as he threw a punch. Minato sidestepped, protecting the village, protecting comrades, protecting those who don't deserve protection. So what? Minato countered with a kunai strike, but Obito phased through. That's why you ended up losing everything. Obito roared, the iron chains whipping toward Minato's face. You will die. Your wife will die. Even the Konoha you desperately protect will ultimately treat your son like a monster. In the end, nothing will change. Minato's movements faltered for a moment. In that instant, Uchiha Obito seized the opening. He accelerated suddenly, striking Minato's chest with the chain. Minato blocked with a kunai, using the momentum to retreat. However, as he stepped back, the kunai flew from his hand, heading straight for Obito's throat. Obito phased through to avoid it but saw a gleam flash in Minato's eyes. The kunai landed behind him. Flying Thunder God. Too slow. Obito spun sharply, punching toward Minato's position. Minato vanished instantly. Obito's fist struck only empty air. His strength wasted and he staggered. Rasengan. Minato appeared at Obito's side, slamming the Rasengan hard into his ribs. Obito gritted his teeth and phased again. The Rasengan passed through his body, and he prepared to counterattack. But Minato did not pause. His other hand already held a second Rasengan. A double Rasengan strike. Obito phased through the first but was struck solidly on the shoulder by the second during the gap. Bang! Obito was blasted away, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Yet, when the dust settled, Obito stood steadily. Apart from some torn clothing, he had suffered no serious injuries. Look at you all, full of the will of fire, mouths dripping with comradeship. And in the end, you protect nothing. He raised his hand, brushing the dust from his clothes. This world does not need shinobi, does not need Hokage, does not need those hypocritical bonds. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can grant true peace to all. Obito. Minato's voice suddenly rose sharply. That is merely escapism. Then let me escape. At that moment, shadow imitation technique. Under the moonlight, the long-hidden Nara Shikaku shot from the shadows, aiming straight at Uchiha Obito. Caught unprepared, Obito could not even activate Kamui and was bound in place. Crackle. Amidst the chirping birds, a flash of lightning appeared. A sickening sound of flesh being pierced echoed. Uchiha Obito slowly lowered his head, staring at the arm that had pierced his chest from behind. Blood seeped out, quickly soaking the large expanse of his robe. At this time, Obito's labored voice echoed through the forest, now filled only with cicada cries. Kakashi, was it with this hand that you pierced Rin's heart? Kakashi's face turned pale, but he did not answer, only exerted more force as the lightning in his hand flared brilliantly. Coughing up blood, Uchiha Obito swung his elbow backward, knocking Kakashi back about 30 feet. Kakashi rolled twice on the ground, barely steadying himself. The lightning cutter in his hand had already dissipated. What a useless fool. He lifted his gaze toward Minato Namikaze, who stood not far ahead. Teacher Namikaze, it seems you can no longer leave the flying thunder god seal upon me. Remember this, I shall change this world. Until we meet again. Teacher. Having spoken, before Minato and the others could reply, the scent of burning paper talismans emanated from Obito Uchiha. Minato's expression shifted abruptly, his nerves taut. This is bad. Everyone, get out of the way. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Explosions erupted violently within several meters around Obito's position. In an instant, towering flames soared skyward. Stones scattered in all directions, and shockwaves uprooted countless trees. A dense cloud of smoke and dust engulfed everything, obscuring everyone's vision. Minato and the others swiftly retreated, all waiting for the dust to settle. When the smoke finally cleared, only a massive crater remained where the explosion had occurred. The bottom was scorched black, wisps of blue smoke still curling from the edges. Yet Obito Uchiha's figure had long since vanished. Izanagi, was it? Minato, already aware of this forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha, shook his head. He did not understand the true purpose of Obito's visit this time. To waste a 3-tomo Sharingan merely to declare his intentions to Konoha? However, though they had fortuitously caught Obito this once, his elusive space-time abilities were truly troublesome. He had already arranged for the sealing squad to renew the barriers, yet they still could not keep Obito out. This would be a constant headache going forward. Moreover, they still had no clue where Obito's intelligence came from. If they continued to guard against him indefinitely, there would inevitably be a lapse. And was the reason for Obito's drastic change in temperament after activating the Mangekyo Sharingan because he witnessed Kakashi kill Rin? But why would he happen to be present at that scene? Why did the hidden mist seal the Three Tails within Rin's captive body? As for using the Three Tails to destroy Konoha, unlike the Nine Tails, the village was on the highest alert during wartime. It was utterly impossible for the Three Tails alone to annihilate Konoha. Wasn't the hidden mist afraid the Three Tails might fall into Konoha's hands? Everything that had happened back then was now fraught with too many suspicions. And where did Obito's would release come from? Sigh. Just as Minato withdrew his thoughts, he saw Kakashi, who had been blasted some dozen meters away by Obito's self-detonation. Kakashi sat slumped on the ground, his eyes fixed on the spot where Obito had vanished, utterly despondent and drained of spirit, clearly needing time to recover. Sigh. Minato's heart grew heavier with sorrow. What on earth was happening to the lineage of Hokage? The heavens had revealed that Orochimaru would kill the third Hokage, and now Obito sought to kill him. Where had their education gone so wrong? He could not comprehend it. He looked up to the sky, but only the moon hung silently above. Not far outside Konoha, Black Zetsu dragged Obito's body, still pierced through the chest by a hole swiftly tunneling underground. The earth parted before him and closed behind without a trace. Black Zetsu cursed inwardly 100 times. Was this how Obito used Izanagi? To put on a show, wasting a Sharingan and blowing himself up like this? What troubled him more was whether the wound on Obito's chest was intentional or not. Fortunately, the Hashirama cells contained potent regenerative power. Otherwise, with such injuries, Obito could never have pulled this off. Even Madara could have miscalculated once in a while. No, it must be that Madara correctly judged Obito after all. Those Uchiha really were troublesome. Dragging Obito through the underground, Black Zetsu cursed as he quickened his pace. In the following days, the great powers of the ninja world continued along their respective paths, though only a few were privy to subtle changes. For example, Hisashi Hyuga was delighted to discover that since he ceased restricting Hinata's diet, her strength had increased rapidly, much to his joy. Meanwhile, during Konoha's 60th year, several hidden villages secretly dispatched agents to target Naruto Uzumaki. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the prophesied savior of the ninja world, his power was terrifying without question, and other villages certainly did not wish for him to grow safely and become another Hashirama Senju. However, these attempts were easily repelled by Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Kakashi, and others who constantly watched over Naruto. The strongest assailants were at most Jonin level, unable to last even one round against Jiraiya. As for dispatching Kage-level warriors, the great villages were not foolish enough to do so. Naruto's intelligence was extraordinarily difficult to obtain, and what if it was false information, leading to an ambush by Konoha? Konoha now possessed many Kage-level fighters, and its overall strength remained the greatest in the ninja world. Someone as foolish as Gaara probably would not appear again. It was said Gaara now earned a living by digging sand every day. Time again arrived for the unveiling of the heavenly projection. Amidst the watchful eyes of all, images and music suddenly appeared. This time, we shall review the power comparison between Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, friends and rivals since childhood, the announcement declared. At these words, many instantly grew interested. Among shinobi, strength always spoke the loudest. The various ninja worlds of different eras were especially curious about how powerful Naruto, the so-called savior of the ninja world, would become in the future. As for Sasuke Uchiha, the heavenly projection had previously mentioned that besides being the last scion of the Uchiha clan, he was destined to surpass even Madara Uchiha. Witnessing a battle between these two would surely be fascinating. In Konoha's 60th year, in a flat valley near the village, Jiraiya and Team 7 were leisurely roasting fish. With so many enemies seeking Naruto recently, they had to conceal their whereabouts to avoid constant disturbances. The campfire crackled as several fish skewered on branches sizzled and dripped oil. Naruto stared at the fish, his mouth watering. Listening to the heavenly projection, Naruto pointed to the sky. Sasuke, look, this time they're talking about us. Sasuke had already narrowed his eyes. Naruto was undoubtedly the underdog at present, bearing that notorious reputation. He was equally curious about how his future self would compare to Naruto. Sasuke did not believe he would be weaker. If only he could learn how he would grow stronger in the future. He had recently hit a training plateau. His great fireball technique was nearly perfected, but something still felt lacking. Jiraiya and Kakashi were also very interested. The recent assassination attempts had left them weary, and they were preparing to help Naruto and Sasuke improve their skills. If the heavenly projection could provide guidance on how they should develop, it would be invaluable. Jiraiya took a bite of the roasted fish and mumbled, "Watch closely, learn well." Beside them, Sakura Haruno appeared disinterested. She had recently been accepted as Tsunade's apprentice and was studying relevant ninjutsu, her palm wrapped in bandages from a training injury. She believed that, with Tsunade's tutelage, she would never be weaker than Naruto or Sasuke. In fact, she was already stronger than Naruto and would soon surpass Sasuke. "Humph, you two just watch," Sakura said, crossing her arms with a proud expression. In Konoha's 52nd year, at the Uchiha clan's territory, Fugaku Uchiha was also in high spirits. Teaching Sasuke had nearly driven him to despair. If the heavenly projection had not revealed Sasuke's future achievements, forcing him to doubt himself, he would have dismissed Sasuke as an ordinary Uchiha. Surely, They would not have to resort to the historical path of self-destruction for Sasuke to grow stronger. First, regarding potential, one is the contemporary Ashura, the other Indra, as direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and in a ninja world that greatly values bloodline, both unquestionably belong to the top tier. Therefore, their potential is roughly equal. Moreover, examining the progression of their power, the two exhibited clear differences at various periods. Engaging in a neck-and-neck race, unlike the previous generation Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, where the Indra heir was completely dominated by the Ashura heir throughout. No matter how many ninjutsu techniques Madara Uchiha developed, he was always outclassed by Hashirama Senju, as if Hashirama were merely toying with Madara, devoid of any element of surprise. The first year of Konoha, inside the Senju residence. This time, Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, along with others, chose not to stand on the elevated platform but instead watched the celestial screen from Hashirama's home. Present were Tobirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, the youthful Hiruzen Sarutobi, and others. Hearing the words from the celestial screen, young Sarutobi instantly adopted a focused, almost reverent demeanor, as if shrinking into himself, fearing to provoke the displeasure of his stern teacher. Sure enough, Madara's expression darkened as he turned to Hashirama. Hashirama, what do you mean by this? Are you telling me you're playing games with me every time we fight? Hashirama awkwardly waved his hand, his smile somewhat strained. Madara, that's impossible. Every time I fight, I give it my all. I don't even dare to be distracted when facing you. Your strength, I barely manage to win by a narrow margin every time. Madara's face remained grim. He recalled the future image of himself being stabbed in the back by Hashirama and, reflecting on what the celestial screen had said, admitted to himself that indeed, his strength was somewhat inferior to Hashirama's. No, I must find a way to close this gap, he thought, glancing at Hashirama beside him, quietly plotting. Tobirama Senju sat in the corner, expressionless as he sipped his tea, but the subtle upward curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Mito Uzumaki glanced at her husband and then at Madara, covering her mouth to stifle a soft laugh. Young Sarutobi sneaked a glance at Madara's expression before quickly lowering his head again. The atmosphere here felt somewhat off. Somewhere in the ninja world, an underground base. An aged Madara Uchiha sat upon a stone chair, a flicker of nostalgia gleaming in his eyes. Hashirama. His hoarse voice carried an indescribable emotion. Alas, now that I possess the Rinnegan, my body has aged, and Hashirama has long since passed away. It's a pity we can no longer battle once more. Otherwise, I would certainly make Hashirama face the reality. Hashirama, you were still too naive. Since their time at the Ninja Academy, Naruto had been the lowest-ranked student. Poor in studies, weak in ninjutsu, average in taijutsu, but with extraordinary stamina. He harbored half of the Nine Tails within him, though had never tapped into its chakra. Meanwhile, Sasuke was the Academy's top prodigy, having awakened his Sharingan but not yet mastered it, and possessed the highest overall aptitude among his peers. Undoubtedly, in practical exercises at the Academy, Sasuke was far stronger. The 60th year of Konoha. Upon hearing the celestial screen's content, Sasuke scoffed arrogantly, hands thrust into his pockets, chin raised slightly. Beside him, Naruto fumed, "Show off, Sasuke. What's there to be so proud of? That celestial screen is lying. If you're so confident, let us fight right now and see who is stronger." Sasuke glanced at him. "Fine, let us fight. I'm not afraid of you." The two rolled up their sleeves, ready to clash. Kakashi seized both by the collars with one hand each, holding them back calmly as they continued watching the celestial screen. Naruto struggled briefly, unable to break free, and reluctantly sat back down, pouting. Sasuke also lowered his stance, though the triumphant smirk on his face was impossible to suppress. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, their first battle likely took place on the hospital rooftop following the Chunin exams. By then, Naruto had mastered the multi-shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan, his signature techniques, and had begun to grasp chakra control, even able to summon Gamabunta. His utilization of the Nine Tails chakra had improved somewhat. At this time, Sasuke had also learned his signature Chidori, enhanced his taijutsu and speed considerably. Although Kakashi ultimately intervened to stop the fight, Naruto's Rasengan demonstrated greater impact than Sasuke's Chidori in practice, but real combat still favored Sasuke. According to the standard data from the official ninja manual, Naruto's stats were Ninjutsu 4, Taijutsu 3, Genjutsu 2, Intelligence 2, Strength 4, Speed 4, Stamina 8, Seals 2 totaling 29. Sasuke's were Ninjutsu 5, Taijutsu 5, Genjutsu 3, Intelligence 4, Strength 4, Speed 6, Stamina 4, Seals 6, totaling 37. Sasuke's overall strength remained far superior. The celestial screen flickered images. On the hospital rooftop, amidst Sakura's shouts, Sasuke's hand gathered a crackling Chidori, electricity buzzing. Naruto's hand formed a glowing blue Rasengan, light swirling. One leapt from the ground, the other dived from above, both charging at each other. Just as Sakura rushed forward heedlessly, Kakashi's figure interposed, grabbing each by the wrist, forcibly halting the two. That's enough. The scene shifted to their attacks hitting the same bucket. Naruto's Rasengan blasted a hole through the bucket, water trickling out quietly. Sasuke's Chidori made a larger hole, water pouring more rapidly. Sasuke observed the bucket, seemingly judging which technique was stronger. However, when the camera panned to the bucket's rear, Naruto's hit revealed a large rupture behind it. The 60th year of Konoha. A moment of silence fell over the canyon. Naruto blinked, then leapt up excitedly. See that, Sasuke? I'm stronger than you. This Rasengan is better than your Chidori. I beat you. He pointed at the celestial screen, pride nearly lifting his tail. Sasuke's face darkened. He stared at the large hole in the bucket on the screen, lips pressed into a thin line. Kakashi calmly interjected. Naruto, Rasengan, and Chidori are fundamentally different ninjutsu types. Naruto crossed his arms. Anyway, I won. What win? The celestial screen said in actual combat, I'm still stronger. Sasuke retorted coldly. That's just what the screen says. It's not real. What the screen says is true. The two were about to quarrel again. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly stood. He raised his right hand to shoulder height, a brilliant blue glow gathering in his palm. The air stirred with a low hum as a blue sphere spun into existence, spinning faster and faster, its radiance intensifying. Is this the Rasengan? Naruto, seeing this, abandoned his argument with Sasuke and hurried over in eager strides, eyes fixed intently on the spinning blue orb, pupils reflecting its glow, mouth slightly agape as if captivated. Want to learn? Jiraiya smiled warmly at Naruto's unwavering gaze and dispersed the Rasengan. This was the A-rank ninjutsu pioneered by your father, Minato, and it's perfect for you to inherit. I admit I never thought you'd take to it so well. Jiraiya felt a pang of guilt. Recently, he had only taught Naruto basic knowledge and chakra control, forgetting to teach him Minato's signature Rasengan. But now it was not too late. Since the celestial screen acknowledged Naruto's proficiency, he would surely master it soon. Jiraiya suddenly recalled another matter. As Minato's son, Naruto undoubtedly inherited his excellent aptitude. Might the Flying Thunder God technique also suit Naruto? Unfortunately, as a high-level space-time ninjutsu, very few in the ninja world had mastered it. Jiraiya could only ask Tsunade for the scroll containing the Flying Thunder God technique, and see if Naruto could learn it on his own like Minato did. While Jiraiya pondered, Naruto nodded eagerly, afraid Jiraiya might change his mind. The celestial screen had already declared the Rasengan his signature technique, and having seen its greater destructive power compared to Sasuke's ninjutsu in the footage, Naruto was overjoyed. I want to learn. I want to learn now. Meanwhile, Sasuke's expression grew somewhat somber. Naruto was already learning the Rasengan so swiftly. Where did he learn the Chidori? Noticing Sasuke's thoughts, Kakashi's mouth curved into a subtle smile beneath his mask. Shrock! The exact sound of chirping birds from the celestial screen exploded in Sasuke's ears. Startled, he looked over to see Kakashi's right hand shimmering with a ring of dazzling lightning, countless electric currents buzzing like a chorus of Chidori. Kakashi? Sasuke's voice trembled with disbelief, yet Kakashi smiled and nodded knowingly. Simply by mastering Chidori in the future, Sasuke was undoubtedly his rightful successor, so Kakashi no longer felt the need to conceal anything. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon the crackling sphere of lightning, his Sharingan instinctively activating. Naruto possessed the Rasengan. He wielded the Chidori. Who should fear whom? As for combat, only by fighting could one truly discern the outcome. Sakura watched the two from the side, sighing deeply. Those two, even when learning a single ninjutsu, had to compete fiercely. She glanced down at her own hands, still wrapped in bandages. The medical ninjutsu taught by Lady Tsunade was still in its infancy for her. Well, different paths demanded different approaches. Elsewhere, at the Akatsuki's base, Deidara scanned the area but found no sign of Tobi. Ah, so that's what they mean by Sasuke, he exclaimed with derision, his tone dripping with mockery, the final syllable drawn out. Unexpectedly, Tobi wasn't pretending at all. It seemed his intellect truly was somewhat lacking, less than even a genin from Konoha. However, this so-called savior was no better. Also as Sasuke. Having spoken, Deidara turned his gaze toward the depths where Pain, the leader, awaited. Boss, where is Toby? Why isn't he attending this gathering? I'd love to ask him face to face. Pain's eyes flickered with scorn. Toby had other crucial duties and had excused himself from this meeting. Deidara clicked his tongue. What a pity. In a cliffside cave somewhere within the shinobi world, Uchiha Obito, hiding there, leaned against the rock face, staring up at the canopy of stars and quietly feeling relieved. Fortunately, after being harassed by those Akatsuki members last time, he had resolved not to participate in this collective event, sparing himself much trouble. Otherwise, he would again be chased and mocked by Deidara's foul mouth. In Konoha's 48th year, another Uchiha Obito, whose wounds had mostly healed thanks to the miraculous effects of Hashirama's cells, curled his lips in disdain. Me? A Sasuke?
Impossible.
Just look at how clever I was this time, solving the last stratagem left behind by Madara. He flexed his shoulders, feeling a lingering ache in his chest. The wound inflicted by Kakashi's stab to his heart, though healed, still brought discomfort when recalled. Incidentally, the skirmish on the hospital rooftop between Naruto and Sasuke was but a mere taste. In terms of the expressive power of their ninjutsu, the Rasengan emphasized surface damage. Akin to a powerful flying brick, the Chidori focused on piercing single strikes. Naturally, the destructive spectacle each technique produced differed. Thus, only a genuine battle could comprehensively reveal their true strength. Such an opportunity quietly arrived shortly after the rooftop confrontation. Driven by his thirst for vengeance and convinced that remaining in Konoha would not swiftly enhance his abilities, coupled with Naruto's pressing pursuit, Sasuke resolved to seek Orochimaru, pursuing the path to greater power. In other words, Sasuke was poised to embark on his journey of defection. At the training ground, Sasuke's expression darkened. Sakura looked at him, her eyes filled with concern. Naruto said nothing, merely staring at the sky, his fists slowly clenching. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Indeed, ever since the early days of Team 7 and Sasuke's battle against Danzo, he had suspected that Sasuke would eventually leave the village. Yet, if the final outcome was favorable, it mattered little. Upon learning the news, Naruto, bound by an unbreakable bond, prepared to incapacitate Sasuke and bring him back to Konoha. Thus, their fateful first battle erupted. And the battleground, naturally, was the Valley of the End, the very place where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had once dueled. This setting perfectly suited Naruto and Sasuke's identities. The scene showed the roaring waterfall at the Valley of the End, two colossal statues standing opposite each other. One figure stood atop the statue of Uchiha Madara, the other atop Senju Hashirama's. Beneath the moonlight, their gazes clashed across the cascading waters. In Konoha's first year, inside Senju Hashirama's residence, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama simultaneously froze, their mouths twitching. Madara's face darkened instantly. What do you mean by the Valley of the End? That S where we will fight in the future. What does it have to do with those two brats? Don't they have their own battleground? Hashirama scratched his head with a helpless tone. True. Why should the next generation Indra and Ashura fight anywhere but our battlefield? The place where we fought might become a tourist attraction someday. Elderly Uchiha Madara gazed silently at the two youths etched against the night sky, pondering deeply. Is this fate? Everything feels so eerily similar. In Konoha's 60th year, outside the village in a valley, Naruto looked thoughtfully at the sky, then turned to Sasuke. Their eyes met. Sasuke. I want to let you go. Sasuke turned away, scoffing. Idiot. The Valley of the End, this battlefield that shaped Konoha's rise and fall, had witnessed countless conflicts since Hashirama and Madara's time. From Naruto and Sasuke's initial clash to the earth-shattering battle of Six Paths Naruto and Sasuke, every inch of this land bore the scars of history's blade and shadow. At the Valley of the End, the waterfall thundered, mist swirling fiercely. The two giant statues gazed silently across the riverbank, the silhouettes of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara standing in solemn opposition, silently watching over this restless land beneath their feet. Beneath the statues, two youths fought for their very lives. Naruto was drenched in blood, his clothes tattered, cloaked in a scarlet cloak of Nine Tails chakra. The Nine Tails cloak writhed like a living entity, constantly surging and expanding around him. His pupils had transformed. His nails had lengthened and sharpened. His teeth had grown more jagged. The roars emerging from his mouth were nearly bestial. Sasuke's half-body was covered in the black markings of the curse seal, extending to his neck and cheek. His three Tomo Sharingan spun like wheels, capturing every subtle movement Naruto made. Chidori. The thunderous crack of lightning rent the air, blue-white electricity illuminating their faces. Sasuke. Naruto's hoarse roar echoed in response. They were hurled from the ground into the water, then burst through the raging currents, sending towering columns of water soaring. Droplets splashing tens of meters high. Fists and feet collided. Chakra clashed. And the roar of the waterfall amplified the spectacle, making the scene utterly captivating. Alas, there were no spectators here originally. Yet now, people from various shinobi worlds and timelines bore witness. They tumbled in the water. One landed a punch on the other's face, the other retaliated with a kick to the chest. Neither would yield. At the final moment, Sasuke activated the second stage of the cursed seal, black wings of flesh unfurling from his back. Naruto was completely enveloped in the Nine Tails chakra, the crimson aura almost solidifying into a tangible form. Yet still, no murderous intent lingered between them. Exhausting every ounce of strength, one shaped a Rasengan in his hand, the other gathered Chidori, both unleashing their final strike upon each other. At the moment of collision, their chakra converged into a pitch-black sphere at the point of contact. The next instant, boom! A blinding white light engulfed everything. When the radiance faded, Naruto lay unconscious in the water's embrace. Sasuke staggered to his feet. One arm hung uselessly at his side, limp and swaying. His forehead protector slipped off, striking the ground with a crisp sound. He glanced down at the unconscious Naruto, his expression cold but without looking back. Limping, dragging his nearly incapacitated arm, he limped toward the dense forest's depths. Behind him, only Naruto's faint murmured voice remained. Sasuke. The voice was soft, yet Sasuke heard it. His footsteps faltered briefly, then he continued onward. In truth, both had held back at the end. Sasuke ceased his strike just before hitting Naruto's chest, and Naruto's blow landed on Sasuke's forehead protector. The image froze at the forest's edge, the figure receding into the distance. Naruto, for the first time, in dire straits, unleashed the One Tail, wielding the crimson Rasengan suffused with Nine Tails chakra. Sasuke, having adapted to the cursed seal, mastered State 2, and unleashed the black weeping Chidori. Battle record. Sasuke triumphs over Naruto. The score between them reaches 20. From the outcome, it appears that Sasuke in his normal state slightly surpasses Naruto's normal state. Sasuke in State 1 outmatches Naruto's normal state. Before activating the 3-Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke is inferior to Naruto with the red eye, but after awakening the 3-Tomo, his combat ability generally exceeds Naruto's. The power levels of the Nine Tails and State 2 are roughly equivalent, yet in the end, Sasuke holds a slight edge. Of course, if Naruto had summoned Bunpaku at the Valley of the End, the Shippuden series might never have been made. As of this stage, the official data from the Book of Formal Combat in normal conditions is as follows. Naruto, Ninjutsu 6, Stamina 4, Genjutsu 2, Wisdom 3, Strength 6, Speed 6, Spirit 8, Seals 2, totaling 37. Sasuke, Ninjutsu 7, Stamina 5, Genjutsu 3, Wisdom 5, Strength 6, Speed 7, Spirit 6, Seals 6, totaling 45. Sasuke remains stronger than Naruto, though the gap between them is evidently narrowing. Konoha, Year 60, the Village Valley. The 7th Squad's location is enveloped in silence. Even critical information such as the 6 paths Naruto and Sasuke fails to sway their emotions in the slightest. Naruto stares blankly at the screen showing himself collapsed in the rain, then turns his head to glance at Sasuke beside him. Sasuke gazes toward the canopy, his eyes complex, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Sakura's gaze flickers between the two, her eyes brimming with worry. Naruto's lips move slightly. Am I really that far behind Sasuke? He forces a smile, but it looks strained no matter how one sees it. But Sasuke, you're not exactly in great shape either. Your clothes are all torn up. Sasuke says nothing. Silence spreads between them, broken only by the crackling of the campfire. Sasuke, Naruto calls out again. I want to let you leave. Sasuke finally turns to look at him. Naruto's face lacks his usual foolish grin. His gaze fixes intently on Sasuke, the campfire's glow reflected in his pupils. Idiot. I already said that essay matter for the future. I certainly want to be leaving now. I still have things to settle with you in the future. Naruto's tone is earnest, repeating important matters several times. Whether future or present, I want to let you go. Sasuke, you are my friend. Friend. The word passes from Naruto's lips without hesitation. Friend. Sasuke softly repeats the word, then turns his head away, the back of his head facing Naruto. You're really annoying. Kakashi stands aside, watching these two subordinates, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He recalls the silhouette dragging a severed arm toward the dense forest on the screen, then looks at the boy turning his head away now, his ears slightly flushed. Kakashi feels somewhat certain that Naruto and Sasuke will most likely not follow that path. Unlike himself and Obito, Jiraiya leans against a tree, somewhat surprised. The two on the screen have changed little from now, and considering the boy's growth rate, it's evident these events will occur only within the next year or two. The two appear to be at Chunin level under normal conditions, and the last moment even reach Jonin rank. Their rate of power increase is truly astonishing. However, Sasuke ultimately defected. How did Naruto manage to bring him back? Jiraiya recalls his own time with Orochimaru and those irretrievable days. Kids, he suddenly speaks, his voice deeper than usual. Don't pick up the bad habits of your predecessors. Fight properly if you must, but after fighting, come home for dinner. Naruto grins widely. Jiraiya-sensei is right. Sasuke says nothing but the corner of his mouth twitches. Sakura looks back and forth, finally exhaling in relief. She places her hands on her hips. Exactly. You two, if you want to fight in the future, do it in the training ground. No more going to the Valley of the End. Why? Naruto looks puzzled. Because it's too far, and I'm too lazy to collect the bodies. Sakura, you're so heartless. Naruto's wails echo through the valley. Akatsuki base. Uchiha Itachi watches the screen, his left face covered in the cursed seal, and Sasuke's half-face strikingly resembling Orochimaru's. The black markings extend from Sasuke's neck to his cheeks, winding like serpents, rendering that youthful face strange and terrifying. He silently contemplates. Although Sasuke's strength on the screen is unimpressive compared to his current self, and still much weaker than Itachi was at the same age, this seems an indispensable part of Sasuke's growth path, and the road he might take in the future. Though Sasuke is still in Konoha, and by contacting the third Hokage Itachi learned that Sasuke has been sparring with Naruto daily at the training ground, noisy and quarrelsome, showing no signs of defection. Yet, to prepare for the worst, he must keep some contingency to punish Orochimaru. He subtly glances toward a certain direction deep inside the base. After Orochimaru's defection, his position remains vacant. The other Akatsuki members show little interest in the battle on the screen. For most in the shinobi world, such fights are thrilling, but this group is among the few exceptions. At most, it's just Jonin-level sparring. They don't even bother to lift their eyelids, even if the protagonists are so-called saviors. Deidara yawns. Two kids fighting, what's so interesting? At their age, I could blow up a mountain with clay. Haiden, carrying his scythe, looks bored. Exactly. No blood spilled, what's the point? If you want to fight, do it with real weapons. This fake fight is meaningless. Kakuzu remains expressionless. Waste of time. He is already planning where to take bounty missions after this broadcast ends. Only Sasori expresses intense disgust upon seeing Sasuke's cursed seal state, prompting Uchiha Itachi to narrow his eyes. Konoha, Year 52, Uchiha clan territory. Uchiha Makoto embraces Sasuke close, gently touching his forehead, whispering softly, Sasuke, you mustn't learn those things anymore. Your father is teaching you now. Our Uchiha heritage is so profound. There's no need to make yourself look so strange. Her fingers lightly brush Sasuke's cheek, as if wiping away some non-existent dust. The Sasuke on the screen pains her deeply. Young Sasuke looks at his mother, acting spoiled as he expresses his thoughts. Mom, I don't want to become like the one in the sky, but I want to learn that lightning release. It looks so cool. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto instantly smiles with satisfaction. Yes, Sasuke has good taste. That Jonin Kakashi's signature technique. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku nearby takes over the conversation. Sasuke, I will find a way to contact Kakashi. You must practice hard during this period and not disgrace the Uchiha name. Uchiha Fugaku feels he has finally found the reason for Sasuke's slow progress. It's a matter of approach. Sasuke is actually more suited to lightning release. No wonder teaching him fire release has been such a struggle, with Sasuke taking so long to learn the great fireball technique. But Sasuke clearly has a talent for fire release, truly baffling. As for Kakashi, he is not worried. First, Kakashi currently owes the Uchiha clan a favor because of Uchiha Obito Si. Second, since the future Kakashi is willing to teach Sasuke the Chidori, he must hold Sasuke in high regard. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku is very pleased. Regardless, Kakashi is a genuine Hokage disciple, the fourth Hokage's student and the third Hokage's grand student. If Sasuke can be accepted as his disciple, it would truly demonstrate a harmonious relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. At the same time, according to the screen, the Hokage position has always been produced within the Hokage lineage. The Uchiha clan's long-cherished dream of the Hokage seat might indeed have a chance to come true. As for Orochimaru, there's no need to even consider it. To be honest, he somewhat admired Hiruzen Sarutobi's thick skin. Despite the celestial screen clearly stating that Orochimaru intended to defect, the third Hokage stubbornly refrained from taking action, allowing Orochimaru to cause trouble right under his nose. Reflecting on the treatment of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha felt a pang of frustration. Moreover, there was another reason. He feared that Sasuke might transform into a being neither fully human nor fully demon. "Father, I will train diligently." Sasuke's voice pulled him back to reality. Fugaku Uchiha gazed into his son's sparkling eyes and, for once, revealed a rare smile. "Yes, father believes in you." Mikoto Uchiha watched the father and son with gentle affection, feeling how precious these moments were. As for Itachi Uchiha, he sat alongside Shisui Uchiha on the opposite side of the clan's territory, surrounded by a cleared space where only the two of them observed the celestial screen. No one dared approach them nor wished to. The first year of Konoha. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha exchanged a glance, instantly perceiving the shock reflected in each other's eyes. No wonder the celestial screen claimed that the next generation Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki surpassed them both. It turned out that these two had attained the power level of the Six Paths. Six Paths Naruto and Sasuke. Madara Uchiha murmured the phrase, a level neither he nor Hashirama had ever reached. Indeed, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon often boasted warriors at the Six Paths level. Without such power, how could one protect the shinobi world? Here arises a question. During the first Valley of the End battle, if Sasuke had succumbed to the temptation of power and killed the unconscious Naruto, could he have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan on the spot? 60 years after Konoha's founding, Team 7 and others were utterly perplexed. What strange nonsense was the celestial screen spouting? Sasuke was particularly displeased, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. Who would kill that fool just to awaken his eyes? In truth, this is a paradox. If Sasuke were to kill Naruto, it would mean Naruto did not hold a sufficiently high place in his heart, thus lacking the emotional value needed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Conversely, if Naruto held a sufficiently high place in Sasuke's heart, Sasuke would not kill him to awaken the Mangekyo. Evidently, Naruto's position in Sasuke's heart is significant, and Sasuke is arguably the most normal among the Uchiha, steadfastly acquiring power in his own way to defeat Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi Hatake and Jiraiya simultaneously exhaled in relief. Thank goodness this logic holds. Naruto scratched his head, turned to Sasuke, and grinned broadly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Sasuke, so it turns out I hold a very high place in your heart. Sasuke turned his head away. Shut up. What are you shy about? Naruto leaned closer, wearing a mischievous smile. I'm not shy. Then why won't you look at me? Because looking at your face makes me want to hit you. You! The two erupted into bickering once more, while Sakura Haruno sighed, holding her forehead. Jiraiya chuckled and shook his head, and Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask. The first year of Konoha. Madara Uchiha looked at the discussion on the celestial screen about the paradox of awakening the eyes and spoke calmly. The Uchiha would never choose to kill their own kin to awaken the Mangekyo. They truly cannot bring themselves to do it, nor can they awaken it that way. Hashirama Senju was momentarily stunned, then nodded pensively. Tobirama Senju sneered. Madara, this is something you're only realizing now. After Sasuke's defection, both Naruto and Sasuke began to rapidly advance along their respective growth paths. Starting with Naruto, under Jiraiya's tutelage, his fundamentals strengthened swiftly. He mastered the Great Ball Rasengan and even managed to make the Nine Tails start paying rent, able to unleash the power of 4 tails. On the celestial screen, a scene flashed showing Jiraiya training Naruto. Today we will take your usual training up a notch. Jiraiya's voice quietly resounded. They appeared together in the sky, standing opposite each other above an empty plaza. This is an experimental attempt. I don't know what will happen. Are you mentally prepared? Naruto nodded, his eyes tinged with apprehension. Jiraiya clapped his hands, and a toad over 1 meter tall was spat out from his mouth. It landed steadily between them, scrutinizing Naruto. Through the dialogue between Jiraiya and the toad, the shinobi world learned that Jiraiya intended to partially unseal the Nine Tails, seeking to understand the limits of Naruto's control over its chakra. The toad leapt onto Naruto's stomach, its forepaws pressing on the sealing formula. 48 years after Konoha's founding, Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki's hearts leapt. Kushina's voice wavered. Jiraiya-sensei is going too far. Is the Nine Tails seal something he can just lift at will? Yes, not even from our Uzumaki clan. Even though she, as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, could wield its power, she dared not loosen the seal lightly. Any mishap would surely ignite the Nine Tails' chaos prematurely. Minato Namikaze soothed her. Relax, Kushina. If Jiraiya-sensei dares to experiment, he must have a way to control it. Kushina stared skeptically at the celestial screen, her hands clenched tightly. Others in the shinobi world shared this belief. After all, one of the legendary Sannin surely wouldn't fail to watch over a child. 60 years after Konoha's founding Hokage's office, Tsunade watched the scene of Jiraiya spitting out a toad on the celestial screen, wearing a look of disdain. Old man, look at the other two students you taught. One spits toads, the other like spitting snakes. It's disgusting. Why don't you teach them something proper? Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed helplessly. Mount Mayaboku was Jiraiya's destiny. Snake-style ninjutsu was Orochimaru's preference. Neither was taught by him. What they learn depends on themselves. Sarutobi found a way to excuse himself, his voice tinged with guilt. Tsunade rolled her eyes. So what exactly did you teach them? Sarutobi decided to remain silent, quietly drawing on his pipe and pretending to watch the celestial screen. On the screen, as the toad pressed on Naruto's stomach, a sudden burst of red chakra enveloped him. 3 tails sprouted behind him, thrashing wildly in the air. As Naruto struggled to control the 9 tails chakra, the scene shifted to his inner consciousness. Within a vast yellow cage was sealed the giant beast, the 9 tails. It lay there, its golden eyes glowing like lanterns in the darkness. I'll help you. The 9 tails voice emerged. Don't be shy. You want power, right? But honestly, you're both pitiful and laughable. The man you desperately want to save abandoned the village himself. He has probably forgotten you by now and found a partner of equal strength. With that, the 9 tails stirred a massive wave within Naruto's consciousness, knocking him to the ground. He tumbled helplessly in the water, unable to stand firm. The 9 tails extended a beastly claw through the cage and gripped him like an insect. Clearly, Naruto suffered a crushing defeat in this struggle. The celestial screen then displayed Naruto in his 4-tailed form, completely shrouded in red chakra, his human shape obscured, for tails flailing wildly behind him, the very air trembling. Jiraiya leapt high, holding a sealing talisman inscribed with the symbol for seal, ready to subdue the 4-tailed Naruto. Kushina, I told you, Jiraiya-sensei must have a way. Minato's words were cut short as the scene showed Naruto's uncontrolled form charging forward and striking Jiraiya with a tailed beast ball. The blast carved a hole several meters in circumference, extending into the forest beyond the building, flattening everything in its path. Kushina's face turned pale. Is that what you call having a way? Minato's words caught in his throat. He cleared his throat. Jiraiya-sensei should have a backup plan. But when the scene returned, it was already inside the hospital. Naruto lay upon the infirmary bed, his upper body swathed in bandages, clearly bearing grievous wounds. As he awoke and rose in bewilderment, the assembly of shinobi from the ninja world was taken aback to discover that beside him lay Jiraiya, entirely wrapped in dense layers of bandages, resembling a tightly bound rice dumpling. In Jiraiya's lifetime, he had twice felt the threat of death. Once when he secretly observed Tsunade bathing, and the other when confronting Naruto in his 4-tails form. The 60th year of Konoha, a valley beyond the village. Naruto scrutinized Jiraiya from head to toe, suspicion evident in his eyes. Perverted sage, you're really pathetic, aren't you? With such skills you still dare to teach me? Jiraiya's fury erupted. You brat. It was certainly to protect you. Otherwise, with my strength, I could have subdued you effortlessly. He placed his hands on his hips, attempting to regain composure. However, this also serves as a reminder. Your training must proceed step by step. No reckless actions allowed. You're the one being reckless, Naruto retorted with righteous indignation. Jiraiya chose to shift the topic. Well, since the projection has been revealed, at least I now know the extent of your control over the coming period. That's crucial. He truly owed gratitude to the projection. Knowing Naruto's limits allowed him to circumvent danger in advance. Otherwise, Naruto might have trained recklessly, which would have been truly perilous. Nearby, Sasuke was equally curious. Has Naruto, in his 4-tails form projected on the screen, reached the level of an Umbu? The oppressive chakra aura was palpable even through the projection. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head as well. That Jiraiya fellow is truly reckless. It seems a strict order must be issued to prevent any more foolishness. Tsunade, brimming with anger, slammed her palm onto the table, causing the teacup to leap. How can he say such things? Looks like I was too lenient when I hit him last time. Her face flushed deeply, unsure whether from anger or embarrassment. In contrast, Sasuke of the same era enjoyed a far more lavish development. Under Orochimaru's almost parasitic tutelage, his strength surged dramatically. He had mastered the dual-element lightning and fire release techniques and shuriken mastery to a dazzling degree, developed a series of Chidori derivative jutsu, wielded the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, and even possessed the S-rank lightning release Kirin, an ultimate killing technique. His prowess had reached that of an elite jonin, nearly rivaling the Hokage. Moreover, his striking white attire, paired with swordsmanship capable of overwhelming most in the ninja world, rendered him extraordinarily dashing, arguably the most handsome moment in Sasuke's life. At the same time, this was perhaps the period in which the disparity in strength between Naruto and Sasuke was the greatest. The 60th year of Konoha, a valley outside the village. The campfire crackled, and several grilled fish had turned pitch black, yet no one paid them any mind. Sasuke stood frozen, hands buried in his pockets, motionless. The projection had laid bare his entire future trajectory. Shuriken, dual lightning and fire release, swordsmanship, and that so-called Kirin, an S-rank lightning release technique. At that moment, his strength was already approaching Umbu level. He glanced down at his hands. He had yet to even commence learning Chidori, though he had mastered the great fireball technique. Yet compared to the abilities shown on the projection, the gap was vast. Umbu level. That would swiftly be enough to kill that man, wouldn't it? He glanced at Kakashi. How many of these skills had this man taught him? Or would he have to seek Orochimaru instead? No. Sasuke quickly dismissed the thought. The techniques shown on the projection were also present in Konoha. Lightning release had Kakashi. Fire release certainly existed in Konoha. Swordsmanship could be self-taught. There was absolutely no need to visit Orochimaru. That drenched, cold man. Just recalling his voice caused discomfort. The only thing that concerned him somewhat was that cursed seal form. Yet he believed that even without that state, he could certainly grow stronger. The projection had declared him the Indra of this generation, possessing talent surpassing even Uchiha Madara. These things he could cultivate on his own. Naruto's expression darkened. What is this? Why does the gap between Sasuke and me keep widening in the future? He scratched his head, utterly discontented, ruffling his hair into disorder. Only moments ago, he had been prideful for mastering the Rasengan, but now the projection was like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Jiraiya leaned against a tree, silently pondering. Orochimaru, that fellow actually instructs disciples well? The Naruto he taught can't even match Sasuke of the same era? He stroked his chin, considering whether to increase Naruto's training load. According to the projection, in 3 years Sasuke would utterly overwhelm Naruto. How could that be acceptable? Sakura cupped her face with both hands, eyes filled with adoration, practically floating with joy. So handsome. Sasuke is truly too handsome. She stared at the white-clad figure on the projection, her eyes nearly transforming into hearts. White clothing, a long sword at the waist, lightning in hand, and a piercing gaze. Simply standing there, he was more attractive than all the others combined on the projection. Naruto turned to her, displeased. Sakura, whose side are you on anyway? Of course, Sasuke-kun's side. Sakura responded confidently, without a moment's hesitation. Naruto, fuming, turned away, deciding to ignore her. He grabbed a twig and poked it into the ground repeatedly, muttering something under his breath. Sasuke glanced at him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly before suppressing it. The 83rd year of Konoha, the Hokage residence. Boruto sprang off the sofa like he had springs in his feet, eyes shining brightly. I want to dress like that too. So cool. He paced around the living room, mimicking the stance of wielding a long sword at the waist, even attempting to form hand seals single-handedly as Sasuke had in the projection. Himawari tilted her head, earnestly correcting him. Brother, that's the clothing from Dad and their generation. Very few wear that now. I don't care. I want white clothes. And a sword too. Boruto jumped in front of Naruto, tugging at his clothes. Dad, what did you wear back then? Naruto's lips twitched as he looked at the white-clad Sasuke drifting across the projection. That outfit was indeed far more handsome than his old orange tracksuit. Dad, don't ask. Naruto turned his head away, pretending to gaze at the scenery outside the window. Hinata chuckled softly beside him. Naruto's trump card was the rampaging Nine-Tails chakra of Four Tails, but the key was that at this time Sasuke's Sharingan ocular power could infiltrate Naruto's mental world, forcibly suppressing the Nine-Tails chakra, preventing Naruto's transformation into the tailed beast at its root. Even the Nine-Tails had to admit that Sasuke at this time was practically identical to Uchiha Madara of the same era. Thus, Naruto at this moment was utterly no match for the white-clad Sasuke. The white-clad Sasuke and Naruto of the same period only encountered each other once in 3 years, utterly crushing the newly formed 7th squad comprised mostly of jonin. The 60th year of Konoha. Sasuke furrowed his brow. The new 7th squad? He looked toward Kakashi. So shortly after I left, newcomers arrived? Naruto paid no attention to this detail. He was still flustered by another line from the projection. What do you mean I'm completely no match? What do you mean utterly crushing? Is my future really that miserable? He leapt up, waving his arms, face full of defiance. Jiraiya smacked the back of his head. What are you rushing for? The projection said that was when the gap between you two was the greatest. Didn't you catch up afterward? But what? You're still this weak now. Why worry about 3 years from now? Finish today's training first. Have you mastered chakra control? Naruto rubbed his head, mumbling, got it. Sasuke watched them for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Naruto. What? Naruto, still rubbing his head, replied somewhat unfriendly. What's the deal with that new 7th squad? Naruto was momentarily stunned, scratching his head. How should I know? That's in the future. Maybe after you left, they found someone even cooler to take your place. Sasuke stared at him for 2 seconds before turning away. Forget it. Kakashi suddenly spoke, his voice low yet unmistakably clear. Sasuke. No matter what, you are my student, and will always be a member of Team 7. Sasuke turned his head away. At the Akatsuki base, Itachi Uchiha sat in a corner, silently calculating as he listened to the descriptions of Sasuke's prowess displayed on the overhead screen. 3 years to become that strong. That would be wonderful. My body should hold out until then. These past years it's only gotten worse. Coughing up blood, deteriorating eyesight, worsening day by day. But if I can just endure a few more years, until Sasuke matures, how much longer can I hold on? Itachi-senpai. Deidara's voice interrupted his thoughts. Tinged with mockery, your little brother is more handsome than you. Itachi lifted his eyes to look at him, expressionless. Deidara pointed at the white-clad figure on the screen. His tone exaggerated. That outfit, TSK, truly worthy of the Uchiha. Konoha, 52nd year, Uchiha clan territory. Mikoto Uchiha gazed at the white-clad youth on the screen, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Our Sasuke is truly handsome. She held Sasuke's hand, pointing at the screen. The young Sasuke sat beside his mother, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at the future version of himself on the screen. White clothes, a long sword at his waist, lightning in his hand, eyes sharp and fierce, so cool. At that moment the screen shifted. A certain cliffside valley, bathed in blinding sunlight, the white-clad Sasuke appeared atop a high cliff, the hem of his clothes fluttering in the wind, the long sword at his waist gleaming coldly. Below in the valley stood Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sai, the 3 new members of Team 7, side by side, with Yamato flashing past not far off. Konoha, 60th year, an outer valley of the village. Team 7 and Jiraiya sat in a row on the ground, gazing upward at the screen. Upon seeing the new Team 7 members on the screen clearly, Sasuke instantly crossed his arms behind his head, a hint of disdain in his tone. I thought this was some formidable character, but it looks like my replacement. Though he said this, his eyes fixed on Sai, appraising him from head to toe. Black hair, fair skin, that smile. How fake. Sakura's eyes sparkled. He is handsome too, but nowhere near Sasuke. Naruto was dumbfounded, looking left and right. Why isn't Kakashi-sensei here? Who is that guy? Those who heard Naruto's words were momentarily stunned, only then realizing that Kakashi was truly no longer part of Team 7. Only 3 people stood at the front of the screen. Naruto, Sakura, and 2 unfamiliar men. However, Kakashi himself recognized one of the men. Yo, SNT that Tenzo? How did he end up taking my place in the future? Kakashi was somewhat uncertain of the reason, assuming he had been assigned to another mission. Kakashi-sensei, do you know that guy? Naruto asked. I do. He was a former colleague of mine and quite powerful, Kakashi replied. Naruto lowered his head, thinking. The future has rushed forward. Kakashi-sensei is gone, leaving only me and Sakura. Does Team 7 still count as Team 7? Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully, then reached out to ruffle Naruto's hair. How could it not? Don't worry, Sasuke won tea leave. Right, Sasuke? Sasuke neither answered nor denied. Kakashi paused, his voice softening. Most likely, I have some other assignment, but our bond will never change. Team 10, Ino Shika Cho Squad's location. Ino Yamanaka gazed at the screen, her finger tapping her chin. That handsome guy is pretty good looking too. Choji Akimichi munched on potato chips, mumbling indistinctly. More handsome than Sasuke? Ino pondered seriously. Different kind of handsome. Sasuke is the cold type. This one is more androgynous? Shikamaru Nara rolled his eyes. Women are really troublesome. The screen continued to play. The moment Naruto saw the white-clad Sasuke, his expression instantly grew excited, and he shouted out loud. Sasuke! attracting Sasuke's attention. He couldn't help but ask aloud, "Why didn't you kill me back then? Did you think that would sever everything between us?" Sasuke? Gazing at the slightly hysterical Naruto, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and replied calmly and deliberately, "It's not that I couldn't sever the bond between us. I just didn't want to obtain power through the method that Guy taught me. At that time, sparing you was just a whim." Under Naruto's incredulous gaze, the white-clad Sasuke flashed in an instant, arriving at the valley floor. Before Naruto could react, Sasuke's left hand was already resting on his right shoulder. The speed was so swift that even Yamato and Sakura on sight were startled. Then, Sasuke whispered in Naruto's ear, "By the way, I sent your dream to become Hokage? If you have time to chase after me relentlessly, you'd be better off training. Right, Naruto? So this time, my whim might just cost you your life." On the screen, Sasuke still had his left arm draped casually around Naruto's neck, as if chatting with an old friend. Yet his right hand reached toward the long sword at his waist. With effort, the blade was slowly drawn with a scraping sound, its cold light piercing the air. But Naruto showed no fear, standing his ground, his voice resolute. "A guy who can't even save one comrade can't become Hokage, right, Sasuke?" The white-clad Sasuke did not respond, merely raising the sword slowly and thrusting it toward Naruto's back. However, the speed was several times slower than when he had previously flashed beside Naruto. Naruto remained perfectly still, allowing the sword to come at him. At that moment, Sai moved. He swiftly slipped behind Naruto, raising his left hand high to block Sasuke's sword, while his right hand pressed down on the scabbard. The two shielded Naruto between them, creating a memorable scene. Honestly, white-clad Sasuke was incredibly cool. His first appearance was a single Chidori strike that sent the new Team 7 flying. Then with one sword he killed Yamato, who possessed would release, and easily subdued the Nine Tails single-handedly. If not for Orochimaru's intervention, Kirin would probably have been unleashed, and the new Team 7 might have been wiped out right there. White-clad Sasuke's aura was truly high-class. Fighting the new Team 7, Orochimaru, and Deidara, all with their wits about them, the scene was thrilling. Unfortunately, after fighting Itachi Uchiha, he went insane. Konoha, 60th year, an outer valley of the village. Sasuke was somewhat overjoyed, ignoring the screen's mention of his future madness. After fighting Itachi Uchiha, he really would kill that man. Yet Sasuke was also puzzled. The screen said his white-clad era strength was only that of an elite jonin, so how did he manage to kill Itachi, who was at least at the Kage level? Suddenly, Sasuke thought of the answer. The Mangekyo Sharingan. He must have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan during this period, elevating his power to the Kage level, enabling him to kill Itachi successfully. As for going mad afterward, that's a minor matter. Perhaps he was just too happy. Naruto noticed Sasuke's expression and leaned closer. "Sasuke, what are you thinking about?" "Thinking about how to kill that man." Naruto was stunned, opening his mouth but unsure what to say. Seeing his expression, Sasuke suddenly found it a little amusing. "What, scared? No way. I'm just afraid you'll take the wrong path." Sasuke's tone was calm. "I want I'll become stronger in my own way. 1T seek out Orochimaru, and 1T become like on the screen." Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Akatsuki base. Deidara watched the screen, playful tone in his voice. "Hey, Itachi Uchiha. Sounds like your brother is pretty dangerous in the future." He tilted his head. "Want us to team up and kill him together?" Itachi's eyes narrowed instantly, his voice icy beyond measure. "Before those eyes were born, if you dare make a move, I will kill you." Deidara was taken aback. "You, after I took the Mangekyo Sharingan from you, do as you please." Deidara furious. "Do you take me for a fool? In the event that he were to awaken some terrifying power, I am not." Midway through his words, he suddenly choked on them himself, for he perceived the gaze of Itachi Uchiha, a look truly laced with murderous intent. Kisame Hashigaki cradled Samahata, a knowing smile curling upon his shark-like visage. "Deidara, you'd better keep your mouth shut." Deidara snorted disdainfully, turning his head away, falling silent. Unlike Team 7 and Itachi Uchiha, the rest of the shinobi world was more profoundly shaken by the sudden revelation of the wood release technique displayed on the overhead screen. After all, it was wood release, the bloodline limit upon which the sage of the six paths, Hashirama Senju, had depended to bring peace to the Warring States era. Back in the day, he had wielded this power to suffocate the entire shinobi world beneath his might. And now, Konoha had somehow produced another who could wield wood release? Within the Hokage's office, Tsunade cast a dangerous aura as she stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Old man, you haven't told me about this wood release. Have you?" Hiruzen gave an awkward laugh. That was all something Danzo did before. Danzo? Tsunade's voice turned cold. He was just a root leader, how could he possibly have would release? Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. It was Orochimaru's experiment, cultivated from the cells of the first Hokage himself. Tsunade's fists clenched until her knuckles cracked. And you just let this slide? I dealt with it. Dealt with it? Tsunade sneered. That one called Yamato, he's the product of your dealing with it? The body of the wood release grandfather was used as an experimental subject by them, and you still managed to work alongside Danzo for so many years? Hiruzen sighed deeply. Yamato is innocent. He's just a child used as a test subject by Orochimaru and Danzo. Once I learned of his existence, I immediately rescued him from Danzo's grasp. And what about Danzo? Hiruzen froze instantly, offering no reply. Tsunade turned to face him. Even so, you still hesitate to kill him? After losing Shusui's Mangekyo Sharingan and all 10 of his own Sharingan, Danzo's power is severely diminished. Root has been utterly dismantled, and he poses no threat whatsoever. I implore you, for the sake of his past deeds, to spare him. Hiruzen's voice was tinged with melancholy. Humph. Tsunade responded with a light scoff, neither agreeing nor refusing. Meanwhile, other great ninja villages were gripped with anxiety. In the land of lightning Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage slammed his palm onto the table, which cracked upon impact. Damn Konoha. Secretly researching would release. And worse, they actually succeeded. If the overhead screen hadn't exposed this, we'd be facing another Hashirama Senju soon enough. Infuriating. We must demand an explanation from Konoha. Sukadai stood calmly beside him, speaking slowly. Raikage-sama, this is a matter for years from now. The one who possesses would release will be crushed by Uchiha Sasuke, whose strength does not even reach Jonin level. It's likely a failed experiment. Humph. The Raikage shot him a glare. That's unacceptable. We still demand an explanation from Konoha. Sukadai sighed. The current Hokage is Tsunade. I doubt she'll be very accommodating. If you want to go, then go. The Raikage snapped. Sukadai exhaled, preparing to draft a diplomatic document. Though inwardly he mused, that woman Tsunade won't give you a friendly face for sure. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, Anoki gritted his teeth. Would release, Konoha has clearly been researching it all along. Kuratsuchi questioned. Father, that one called Yamato doesn't seem very strong. Not strong. Anoki shot him a glance. Compared to Hashirama Senju, how weak could would release possibly be? Besides, if they can cultivate one, they can cultivate a second. That's Yamato now, what about the future? We must intensify surveillance of Konoha, especially that Yamato fellow. Every scrap of intelligence must be gathered. Kuratsuchi nodded. Yes, father. In the land of water, Kirigakure, Mei Terumi felt a headache coming on. Mangekyo Sharingan, Byakugan, would release one after another. Konoha was hiding secrets deep within. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, Raza finally returned to the office of the loyal Kazekage after days of digging through sand. He sank into his chair, feeling the most exhausted he had ever been in his life. Yet his gaze on the overhead screen was grim, and he uttered not a single complete word. What was there to say? If not for Konoha's merciful intervention, he'd still be behind bars. As for Chio, Ebizo, and others nearby, they simply refused to speak. With Suna's current strength, any words would be futile. In the first year of Konoha's founding, within the Senju household, Uchiha Madara's expression was dark. Would release. Humph. Who would be so foolish as to attempt to recreate would release after Hashirama's death? Sensing Madara's suspicious gaze, Tobirama Senju remained expressionless. If the future me wants to do it, then so be it. Whatever you think, it's a matter for the future, unrelated to the present. Hashirama looked at the two, their tension thick as gunpowder, and felt a headache coming on. Tobirama, I'm telling you now, you are never to research would release. Yes, elder brother. By this time, Naruto had already formally faced Sasuke in battle twice. Counting the difference in strength during the fight on the rooftop, Sasuke led 3-0. However, the moment was about to come for Naruto to unleash his full power. Indeed, the undisputed game-changer was Sage Mode. After training on MT Mayaboku, Naruto mastered Sage Mode, learned Senjutsu techniques, perfected the Rasengan, and strengthened his fundamentals. His power leapt into the realm of the Kage level, and in his berserk state, he became a force even the Kage struggled to manage. 60 years into Konoha's history, in a valley outside the village, Sage Mode. Jiraiya-sensei, I want to learn this. I want to learn this. Naruto's eyes sparkled brightly as he sprang up from the ground, circling Jiraiya in eager excitement, clamoring to learn Sage Mode. Jiraiya said nothing but assumed a thoughtful pose. He had not expected Naruto to be suited for Sage Mode. It had been a struggle even for Minato to master. Though Minato learned quickly at everything, Sage Mode had been especially arduous for him. Naruto was even stronger? Sasuke pondered silently. Sage Mode? What is that? It can elevate Naruto's strength directly to Kage level? Could I learn it too? His gaze shifted to Jiraiya. At the same time, Sakura Haruno also looked at Jiraiya with yearning eyes. Jiraiya felt his scalp tingle under the scrutiny of three people's 6 eyes. Forget it, I give in to you all. He first addressed Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke, you can try learning Sage Mode on MT Mayaboku with me. Seeing Sakura's disappointed look, he quickly added, as for you, Sakura, go directly to Tsunade. She'll send you to the Shikatsu Forest to learn. There's Sage Mode there as well. And since you're her disciple, I shouldn't overstep. Pointing at Naruto and Sasuke with a look of disdain, Jiraiya said, these two don't have the qualifications, so I'll be your instructor. Then he turned to Naruto and Sasuke with unprecedented seriousness. Naruto, although your future self successfully mastered Sage Mode, don't grow arrogant. The learning process is extremely dangerous. One careless moment might cost you your life. He paused, then looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, I tell you the same, learning Sage Mode is perilous. Are you sure you want to learn it? Sasuke did not hesitate for a single second. Yes. Naruto's voice followed. Don't worry, I'll be careful too. Hearing their answers, Jiraiya smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, though Sasuke had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had yet to wield it with mastery. Moreover, having lost the curse mark and Orochimaru's power, Sasuke's new abilities were unrefined, and his old powers gone. Essentially, he was rebuilding his strength from scratch, and his power was not necessarily greater than when he absorbed Orochimaru. This was why Sasuke was nearly beaten half to death by Killer Bee. If he hadn't been intent on sneaking out for a stroll, the mission to capture the Eight Tails might have failed outright. In the land of lightning, Kimogakure, Kairabi let out 2 awkward chuckles and took a step back. Ah, Big Brother Tenmaku must be speaking nonsense. The 4th Raikage stared at him silently. Kairabi's voice gradually diminished until he finally shrank into a corner, too afraid to utter another word. However, the 4th Raikage breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. He had initially feared that Kairabi had been captured by the Hawk Squad. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. Yet, the wooden puppets on the other side must be guarded against with utmost vigilance. Although the two had yet to confront each other directly, judging by their opponents and their demonstrated capabilities, it could no longer be confidently asserted that Sasuke's strength surpassed Naruto's. Indeed, one might even say Naruto held the advantage. After all, Sasuke faced the greatest boss of the early Shippuden era, the 6 Paths of Pain, whose power rivaled that of an advanced Kage. Once Sasuke fully masters the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities, including the powers of the Kagaya and Susanoo, then when he encounters Naruto again, their strengths will be roughly equal. However, since Sasuke had previously battled all 5 Kage separately and even faced Danzo alone, by the time he fought Kakashi, his eyes were nearly blinded. Thus, although Naruto and Sasuke met again, engaging in their familiar clash of Chidori versus Rasengan, Sasuke was extremely weakened, and Naruto held back to an unbearable degree. Therefore, no definitive comparison of strength could be drawn. 60 years into Konoha's history, in a valley outside the village, Naruto stood with his hands on his hips, his posture erect as he laughed heartily toward the sky. "Ha, did you hear that? Even back then, I was stronger than Sasuke." Sasuke sat motionless, expressionless, looking up at him. Tenmaku said we would soon be equal in strength again. And Pain is on the level of an advanced Kage. Did you defeat him? Naruto paused, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling to answer. It seemed he hadn't won. Previously, Tenmaku had broadcast footage of Pain's assault on Konoha, which leveled the entire village. Later, he showed a future scene of Hinata rescuing Naruto, but after that, it seemed Naruto had simply gone berserk. The outcome remained unclear. Watching Naruto's flustered expression, Sasuke's lips twitched slightly in a faint smirk. Besides, Tenmaku says I faced off against all 5 Kage and Danzo alone. How many Kage have you defeated? Despite his words, Sasuke's heart was unsettled. He felt that Sage Mode was simply too overpowered. Thanks to it, Naruto, once far weaker, had now surpassed him. Sasuke still needed to fully master the Mangekyo Sharingan's powers before he could reach parity. He resolved silently. No matter what, he must learn this ninjutsu from Jiraiya. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Danzo Shimura sat alone in the courtyard. Fallen leaves carpeted the ground, and no one came to sweep them away. Ever since Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, no visitors had come. When he heard that Sasuke had defeated him alone, Danzo's expression remained unshaken. Temeko had previously shown footage of his battle with Sasuke and later revealed that Sasuke's strength had surpassed even Madara Uchiha. Thus, the only possible conclusion was his death. Humph. Cursed Sarutobi. I have been weakened to the extreme. I gave up my Mangekyo, my Sharingan arm, and even my roots have been uprooted. But as long as I live, there is hope. Whenever Konoha is in peril, the Hokage's position will be mine sooner or later. The Akatsuki still threaten Konoha. Even if there is no chance, I have secretly decided to kill Sasuke Uchiha beforehand. I, Danzo Shimura, will never be humiliated by the remnants of the Uchiha. As Danzo pondered, the scene on Tenmaku's screen shifted quietly. The image showed a bridge where a grown Sasuke, now in a new attire, stood behind Sakura. A familiar bird-esque call rang out sharply to the ninja world's ears. Sasuke's left hand crackled with a sphere of lightning. Without warning, he thrust fiercely from behind at Sakura. But at that moment, a figure appeared, intercepting Sasuke's attack. Their hands clashed in midair, sparks flying. True malice. You have fallen. Sasuke. The figure was none other than Kakashi, who shielded Sakura behind him, leapt to evade Sasuke's incoming kick, then countered with a kick that sent Sasuke flying back several meters. With a flick, he unleashed chakra threads to restrain him. Yet, with a sudden thud, the captured Sasuke transformed into a wooden log, silently evading Kakashi's attack with a substitution technique. Sasuke, do not let hatred consume you. As Kakashi's words fell, Sasuke seemed to hear a joke and burst into maniacal laughter. Bring Itachi, my mother and father, all my clan here. If you can do that, I will forsake my vengeance. His face was filled with scorn, but his eyes held no humor. It is said that one who has never endured another's suffering should not advise kindness. Yet, Kakashi himself has endured much hardship, and despite this, he has not succumbed to darkness. Thus he still has the right to teach Sasuke. However, Sasuke was clearly deranged at this point, deaf to any counsel, even from his teacher and teammates. He even killed his comrades, creating one of the Uchiha clan's notorious moments of wild laughter. 60 years into Konoha's history, Naruto and Sakura were stunned, glancing at Kakashi with a hint of surprise. It seemed their guiding jonin had a remarkably complex past. Naruto only knew that Kakashi was his father's disciple. He never imagined, judging by Tenmaku's words, that Kakashi's past was equally tragic. Yet, this was at odds with Kakashi's usual demeanor. He was the man who never parted from his beloved ninja paradise. Moreover, whenever the three encountered problems, Kakashi wholeheartedly helped resolve them. Truly unexpected. But gazing at Kakashi's smiling face, no question could be uttered. Meanwhile, Sasuke fell into contemplation. Why had he shouted at Kakashi to return Itachi to him? Forget his parents and clan. They were Itachi's doing. The future version of himself was truly deranged. Frowning, Sasuke stared at the laughing figure on Tenmaku's screen. That laughter unsettled him deeply. 52 years into Konoha's history, in the Uchiha clan's territory, the assembled Uchiha exchanged bewildered glances. The four Uchiha maniacs of laughter. Who exactly were these guys? Judging by Sasuke's expression on Tenmaku's screen, it was hardly a compliment. Did this mean that to become strong, Uchiha must laugh wildly? Mikoto Uchiha looked down at the innocent little Sasuke in her arms. Her brow furrowed. How could this child become like that in the future? She gently stroked Sasuke's head. Little Sasuke looked up. Mom? It's all right. Mikoto withdrew her hand. Just don't laugh like that anymore. It looks terrible. Little Sasuke blinked in confusion. Oh. On Tenmaku's screen, facing the somewhat deranged Sasuke, Kakashi's voice remained calm. I do not wish to kill you. Sasuke suppressed his smile, disdain evident. Speak as if you could take my life at any moment. Don't always put on that teacher's act. I have been holding back the urge to kill you, Kakashi. As Sasuke finished speaking, Kakashi removed the eye patch from his left eye, revealing the 3 Tomo Sharingan belonging to Obito Uchiha. The appearance of this Sharingan only further inflamed Sasuke's frenzied emotions. You lowly ninja who do not belong to the Uchiha clan have no right to flaunt that eye. Kakashi was taken aback. He had not expected Sasuke to be so thoroughly indoctrinated by Madara. Suddenly, Sasuke charged at Kakashi, flinging a barrage of shuriken toward Sakura, who was positioned some distance behind Kakashi. The sharp, piercing sound of the shuriken slicing through the air left several streaks of cold light. For a moment, Kakashi was stunned by the depth of Sasuke's combat experience. The ability to instantly discern weaknesses in battle was not something that could be cultivated through training alone. Earth release, earth wall. once again with the familiar Earth-style jutsu as his opening move, accompanied by his perpetually unchanging dog-headed jutsu. Kakashi effortlessly blocked every shuriken Sasuke hurled at him. Fragments of stone scattered, and the dog-headed wall bore several deep scratches. To be honest, within the lineage of the Hokage starting from the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, there has been a long-standing tradition of disciples slaying their masters to prove their worth. Much like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Obito, Jiraiya and Nagato, as well as Kakashi and Sasuke. Among these, Orochimaru and Nagato succeeded in their master slaying, while Obito's success was only partial. He failed to kill Minato and was nearly slain himself. However, since his goal of unleashing the Nine Tails was achieved, indirectly causing Minato's demise, his mission can be considered a begrudging success. Boom! As this information was unveiled, it resonated thunderously within the hearts of those connected to the various timelines of the ninja world. Konoha, 60 years later, in a valley outside the village. The campfire had long since died down, leaving only wisps of pale smoke drifting faintly in the afternoon light. Upon hearing the contents of the celestial display, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. Then, with a resigned sigh, he ruffled his white hair, which had become somewhat disheveled. Am I destined to perish at Nagato's hands? No wonder when pain controlled by Nagato invaded Konoha, I was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps I was already dead by then. Huh? Uchiha Obito? Only now did Jiraiya sense something amiss and instantly realized another matter. The mysterious black-robed, masked figure responsible for causing the Nine Tails rampage on the celestial screen was none other than Uchiha Obito, the Uchiha clan disciple of Minato, the Konoha hero who fell at Canopy Bridge? No, why him? Jiraiya was deeply perplexed and turned to Kakashi beside him, hoping to glean some insight. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but upon seeing Kakashi's expression, he swallowed his words. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes were tightly shut, his demeanor withdrawn. Clearly, the information on the celestial display had shattered the last shred of hope within him. Sigh. Jiraiya lamented inwardly, knowing that no answers would be forthcoming for the time being, and turned his gaze back to the celestial screen, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Naruto's face was flushed with fury. Uchiha Obito, the one who killed my father and mother. I will find him and exact my revenge. Sakura's attention, however, was focused elsewhere. The celestial display stated that the first three succeeded in slaying their masters, which meant that Sasuke had failed. She breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke remained silent, staring irritably at the future version of himself on the screen. The Sasuke in white was so handsome. Is this vengeful and power-crazed individual truly him? Hokage's office. Tsunade squinted, her fingers lightly tapping the desk, as she began to speculate on the cause of Jiraiya's death. She had previously intended to send Jiraiya to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. If fate was orchestrated in such a way, then perhaps she was responsible for Jiraiya's death. If that were the case, then Jiraiya should not go. Presumably, more intelligence about the Akatsuki would gradually be revealed through the celestial display. Old man, look at how you taught your other disciples. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. You were killed by Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato were slain by their own disciples. Yet I taught well. Shizune and Sakura stand out among these students. Hiruzen Sarutobi could only smoke his pipe with a bitter smile. Fortunately, Orochimaru's plan was thwarted. It wasn't he that he feared death, but he wished to preserve his usefulness in confronting the Akatsuki. Akatsuki hideout. Deidara jumped up from his seat, shouting. So it turns out that Tobi's real name is Uchiha Obito. Wow, that's impressive, killing the Yellow Flash as a disciple. He usually acts so foolish, but he's actually ruthless? So that's why Tobi always wears a mask. Not because he's ugly, but to hide his identity. A few low chuckles echoed through the hideout. Deidara's anger grew as he thought about it. He had always treated Tobi well, even treating him to dumplings and undertaking missions together. Yet, in the end, he realized he had been the fool. That guy had been pretending to be clueless and cute right before his eyes, and Deidara had actually found him endearing. Uchiha Itachi remained unmoved in his heart. What did it matter to him to know Madara's true name? Whether that person was Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara made no difference. His mission remained unchanged, and the people he needed to protect remained the same. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. Konan looked anxiously at Nagato, who sat in a wheelchair before her. Nagato gazed out at the endless rain. If Teacher Jiraiya should become an enemy blocking my path in the future, I will not hesitate to kill him. Such is a shinobi's destiny. His tone bore no hesitation or sorrow, as if stating the simplest of facts. Konan's lips moved silently. And what about that Madara Uchiha Obito? It doesn't matter. Whether he is Uchiha Madara, Gengo, or Uchiha Obito, as long as he does not disrupt our plans, he remains a member of Akatsuki. Elsewhere, hidden upon a cliff somewhere in the ninja world, Uchiha Obito sat alone atop a high platform, trembling with rage as he stared at the celestial display. Aha! Damn that celestial screen for revealing my identity. Whenever he recalled how he had feigned mysticism and played the fool in front of Nagato, Uchiha Itachi, and the other Akatsuki members, his face burned with embarrassment. How would he ever face those people again? Konoha, 52 years later, Uchiha clan territory. The Uchiha present exchanged bewildered glances. The celestial display had openly revealed Uchiha Obito's identity as Gengo, leaving them incredulous. Some stood with mouths agape, forgetting to close them, while others turned to their companions, seeking confirmation that they had not misheard. This name, nearly forgotten within the clan, now struck like a bomb in the midst of the crowd. As the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze's disciple, Uchiha Obito was naturally well known within the Uchiha clan, accompanied by the widely known fact of his kind-hearted nature, helping elderly ladies cross the street. Everyone had regarded Obito as an outlier among the Uchiha. Only for this reason had Minato taken him as a disciple. But now it seemed they had been mistaken. Obito's personality was quintessentially Uchiha. No, he was an Uchiha among the Uchiha. No wonder he became the second sage of the Six Paths. It was likely a direct bloodline reversion. Considering this, their ancestor Indra was probably of a similar disposition. Konoha, 48 years later, Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze wore a bitter smile. Forget the third Hokage, Jiraiya also died at Nagato's hands. Now Kakashi was following the same path, forced to turn against his own disciple. Fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke had at least failed. Why was their lineage so tragically fated? From Jiraiya to Nagato, from himself to Obito, from Kakashi to Sasuke. Every master-disciple pair seemed to be replaying the same script. He wondered what the future held for Naruto. Beside him, Kushina Uzumaki softly comforted him. Minato, it's all right. Perhaps the celestial display will also reveal the reasons behind Obito's fall. Once we find the cause, we will surely be able to resolve it. Minato gently clasped his wife's soft hand, nodding gravely. He had not told the pregnant Kushina that during his last conversation with Obito, the reason for Obito's descent into darkness was most likely related to Rin. But she was already dead, and could not be resurrected. Unless he could find the resurrection jutsu mentioned earlier on the celestial display. Edo Tensei, Rinne Tensei, self-reincarnation. These names circled through his mind before sinking into silence. Konoha, the very first year. Uchiha Madara wore a look of confusion. Why was there information about him on the celestial screen? Was it about him training Uchiha Sasuke? This Uchiha Obito, why did he always sully his reputation in public? Did he not have his own name? Not far away, Senju Tobarama perceived his confusion and immediately delivered a cutting remark. Madara, perhaps Uchiha Obito is acting under your orders. Otherwise, although your name alone is enough to stop a child's night cries, there would be no reason for him to constantly impersonate you. Uchiha Madara was taken aback, sensing a certain truth in those words. Yet his expression grew even grimmer. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, the tragic spectacle of master and disciple battling to the death continued to unfold upon the celestial screen. After Kakashi nimbly dodged Sasuke's Chidori, he leapt down from the great bridge. Sasuke followed closely behind, and the two faced each other upon the water's surface. Ripples radiated from beneath their feet, spreading outward in concentric circles. I will show you the vast gulf between your Sharingan and mine, Sasuke declared. Ignoring the blood still fresh on his left eye, he once again activated Susanoo. As his left eye transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan adorned with 3 tomo, a violet skeletal frame instantly enveloped his entire body. His veins and flesh emerged beneath the aura, and the skeleton was swiftly cloaked in a cloak-like chakra. Sasuke immediately unleashed the second form of Susanoo. Then, drawing a bow, he shot an arrow of purple chakra hurtling toward Kakashi at lightning speed, so swift that it left no time for reaction. Even Kakashi could not help but employ Kamui, redirecting the purple arrow into the Kamui dimension. The arrow twisted in midair and vanished, as if swallowed by some unseen force. Regrettably, at this moment, Uchiha Obito had yet to grant Kakashi the experience card. Otherwise, Kakashi would have activated Susanoo as well, staging an epic Gundam-style battle with Sasuke. That would have been truly captivating. Though Kakashi continually discarded debris into the Kamui dimension, one wonders how Obito's mood was affected. Hearing this narration, many astute listeners stirred in their hearts. In the 48th year of Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze's heart pounded swiftly. Kakashi's left eye shared certain abilities with Obito's, capable of absorbing objects into that Kamui dimension. Moreover, it could absorb objects from a distance. Indeed, that was Obito's very own eye. It was reasonable for it to possess some of his powers. Crucially, their eyes could jointly access that so-called Kamui dimension. Could this be proof that the alternate space Obito habitually evaded was none other than the Kamui dimension? And that Kakashi's eye was also a key capable of unlocking it? If so, then Kakashi might be Obito's true nemesis. At this realization, Minato Namikaze shook his head with some vexation. Obito's current strength was formidable. Though Kakashi possessed the prowess of an elite ninja, he was undoubtedly inferior to Obito. Sending him to confront Obito would be futile. Moreover, such a task would unfairly burden his student with the responsibilities of the teacher. Rin's death had already plunged Kakashi into isolation. He must never be subjected to such a trial again. This was the teacher's duty. Minato Namikaze himself must bear it. Yet he wondered whether it might be possible to restrain Obito through Kakashi's eye. His fingers tapped lightly upon the desk as countless thoughts swirled through his mind. In the 60th year of Konoha, in a valley outside the village, Kakashi was stunned into immobility by the narration from the celestial screen, unable even to focus on the battle between himself and Sasuke above. What did this mean? The eye Obito had given him could connect to Obito's Kamui dimension? Could this imply that he could enter the Kamui dimension to find Obito? Wonderful. He must enter that space and question the boy who once aspired to become Hokage. Why had he done all this? Why had he slain their teacher? Why had he joined the Akatsuki? Why had he become what he was now? Celestial screen. Reveal the method of using Obito's eye. Kakashi silently pleaded, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the screen. Elsewhere, upon a cliff in the ninja world, Uchiha Obito's face beneath his mask was sullen. What nonsense was that? How could it be true? He would never reveal the ability to activate Susanoo to Kakashi. He himself had yet to try it. Why should he teach Kakashi in the future? The activation of Susanoo required the simultaneous unlocking of 2 Mangekyo Sharingan eyes at the start. Once connected, even a single 3-tomo eye could sustain Susanoo. The quintessential example was Uchiha Madara. But the awkward truth was that when Obito awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, one eye was not on his person, so he had never managed to use Susanoo. What infuriated Obito further was that his weakness had been so blatantly exposed. Imagining Kakashi seeking him through the Kamui dimension and casually discarding things within it stirred a wave of irritation within Obito. Nonetheless, Obito harbored no intention of reclaiming the left eye from Kakashi. That eye was a gift he had bestowed upon Kakashi. How could Uchiha Obito ever take back what he had given? He believed that his future self had likewise never retrieved that eye and had become the second sage of 6 paths just the same. That was the confidence of Uchiha Obito. Back on the celestial screen, Sasuke, having missed his strike, prepared to attack once more. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame him. Kakashi's figure blurred into afterimages before his eyes. Overexerted, Sasuke swayed unsteadily, his footing faltering. He was instantly unable to use his Mangekyo Sharingan, and his Susanoo vanished in an instant. In that moment of disorientation, a figure swiftly approached, leaping high just before reaching him. The members of Team 7 recognized the figure as Sakura Haruno, who had been hiding in the rear. I cannot allow Kakashi-sensei to bear this burden alone. Her face was resolute. In the scene, Sakura landed behind Sasuke, clutching a kunai that she hesitated to thrust into his body. The kunai gleamed coldly in the sunlight but never pierced. Just as she hesitated, Sasuke reacted, seizing her by the throat and snatching the kunai, prepared to end her life. Stop, Sasuke! Kakashi shouted anxiously from afar. The sound of kunai slicing through flesh rang out, not from Sakura's wound, but from Naruto's timely arrival as he leapt forward to shield her, his face cut by the kunai. Blood trickled down his cheek, dripping onto the ground. At this point, Sasuke was truly unhinged, not mere exaggeration. Had Kakashi and Naruto not arrived in time, Sakura would likely have been slain. One must say, the Uchiha clan's madness only strengthens their power. However, Sakura's hesitation here was equally frustrating. Either strike decisively or avoid engagement altogether. Her indecision left both her fans and detractors speechless. Yet, reflecting on Sasuke's threat to attack Sakura at this moment, his later claim of having no time for romantic games, and ultimately marrying and fathering children with her, it is indeed difficult to reconcile. In the 60th year of Konoha, outside the village in the valley, Sakura, who had been saddened by future Sasuke's coldness, suddenly broke into joyous laughter. Ah ha ha! Indeed, I ended up marrying Sasuke in the end. Ha ha ha! She placed her hands on her hips, laughing heartily, brimming with pride. Sasuke scowled in disgust, shifting aside. That's just some future version. I will never marry you. Naruto lowered his head in disappointment. So Sakura really did marry Sasuke in the end. Sakura turned to him, matter-of-factly. What else? Marry you? Go marry your Hinata, Naruto. Naruto opened his mouth but found no retort. Scratching his head, he mumbled, Hinata is just a bit strange. At the location of Team 3, Ino Yamanaka stared at the celestial screen, leaping up in frustration. There is no way Wide Forehead married Sasuke.
Absolutely impossible.
She gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. How am I any less than her? Choji munched on chips, mumbling indistinctly. If the celestial screen says so, it's probably true. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and lay back with his hands behind his head. She's getting married, what's the big deal? Sasuke, after all. Ino's voice faltered. Why on earth did Sakura get the better end of that deal? Shikamaru paid her no mind, closing his eyes to bask in the sunlight. At the Akatsuki hideout, Itachi Uchiha gazed at the screen, his heart settling with understanding. So, this girl named Sakura was destined to marry Sasuke and bear Sarada. Silently, he committed Sakura's appearance and name to memory. Pink hair, green eyes, a somewhat broad forehead, details to avoid mistaking her in the future and prevent any accidental harm. Deidara sidled up and asked, Itachi Uchiha, your brother wants to kill that girl and then marry her? Are all of you Uchiha so complicated? Itachi replied coolly, what business is that of yours? Deidara smirked and wisely chose not to press further. In the year 83 of Konoha, inside the Uchiha household, Sarada Uchiha sat on the sofa, staring at the images on the screen, utterly stunned. So, Dad really is my father? But why was the relationship between Dad and Mom like that back then? Dad actually tried to kill Mom, and yet, despite all that, they still got married. It was simply unimaginable. She glanced around the empty home. But where is Dad now? She had never seen him. Young Dad was really handsome. No wonder Mom forgave him. In the year 52 of Konoha, on Uchiha clan lands, Makoto Uchiha turned to admonish her young son. Sasuke, you mustn't treat girls this way. No matter the reason, it is wrong to lay hands on them. Young Sasuke, hands in his pockets, shrugged disdainfully. That's an opponent, not a girl. Makoto lightly tapped his head. She's your future teammate, after all. Sasuke rubbed his head, mumbling, Okay, I get it. On the screen, the furious battle between Kakashi and Sasuke raged on. A back-and-forth exchange of punches and kicks. Their figures moved from the water's surface to the bridge, then from above the bridge to below. Ultimately, the scene concluded with Sasuke's Chidori clashing against Naruto's Rasengan. One stood bathed in light, the other sinking into darkness. Yet both charged recklessly toward each other. A profoundly symbolic moment. In this battle, both Naruto and Sasuke held back, and Sasuke was nearly blind, making it impossible to determine who was stronger at their peak. Had it not been for Obito and White Zetsu's interference, the fight surely would have ended with Naruto's victory in prime condition. Thus, the score stood at Sasuke 31, Naruto. Afterwards, Sasuke entered a recovery phase, while Naruto overcame the Nine Tails within his inner world and mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode. Undoubtedly, Naruto was stronger at that time. At that moment, Naruto's image appeared on the screen. He was enveloped in golden chakra, his hair spiking into two horn-like shapes, and 6 Magatama adorned his collar, marking him as a formidable force. In the year 60 of Konoha, the Nine Tails nestled inside Naruto's body yawned lazily upon seeing the radiant golden Naruto on the screen and stretched back out. That brat got some luck. Naruto stared intently at his image on the screen, eyes shining. Wow, I look so powerful in that state. But what exactly is the Nine Tails chakra mode? How do I defeat the Nine Tails within my mind? At present, Naruto only knew the Nine Tails resided within him. He had no means to enter the spiritual realm and communicate with it. Jiraiya also found this troublesome. The Nine Tails chakra mode touched upon his knowledge blind spot. Beside him, Sasuke grew increasingly agitated. His future self was blind. How would that even be healed? By the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, both Naruto and Sasuke's powers soared exponentially. From Naruto's perspective, during battle, he fully reconciled with Kurama, becoming the perfect Jinchuriki and mastering the complete tailed beast mode, known as the Nine Tails mode. The first time Naruto activated this mode, a single strike sent 5 tailed beast orbs flying. His glowing form made Kakashi believe their teacher had been resurrected. Moreover, Naruto could transform into the tailed beast and wield the tailed beast orbs, suppressing five-tailed beasts at once in nine-tails form. It must be said, the Sage of Six Paths was indeed biased. Half of the nine-tails chakra could hold its own against five-tailed beasts. It was truly absurd. The screen shifted scenes once more. This time, it was the spiritual world of Naruto previously shown. Compared to the earlier dim tones, it was noticeably brighter. On the screen, the nine-tails stretched out a massive paw, clenched it into a fist, and hovered in midair, separated from Naruto by a barrier. Naruto, kneeling on the ground, extended his left hand. One man, one beast. Across the barrier, their fists gently met. Ha! Hoo! As stirring music swelled, the spirals on Naruto's stomach began to fade one by one. When the final seal dissolved, the crimson barrier imprisoning the nine-tails instantly parted. But unlike the nine-tails' usual ferocious demeanor, it made no move and merely crouched behind Naruto. At that moment, Naruto spread his arms wide, and together they radiated overwhelming power. Marks appeared on Naruto's hands. His chakra cloak transformed into a flowing cape, and the nine-tails chakra that overflowed from his body burned like flames. Suddenly, the scene shifted outdoors. The sky was dark and thick with smoke. Approaching them were five massive tailed beasts, each with dark-tailed beast orbs forming in their mouths. These spheres spun larger and larger, sucking in the surrounding air with a humming roar. Facing them were future Kakashi and Might Guy, appearing as tiny as ants before the five-tailed beasts. Guy was startled. This is bad. Kakashi instantly transformed the three Magatama of his left eye into the Mangekyo Sharingan and said calmly, Guy, don't act rashly. I'll use the Kamui of my left eye to blast them away. There are too many. My ocular power alone won't suffice. Guy hurriedly responded, in that case, I'll open the 8 gates. Kakashi was aghast. Fool, you'll die if you do that. Guy replied, but, as they spoke rapidly, the five-tailed beast orbs had already transformed into golden spheres, trailing long fiery tails and hurtling toward the two with devastating force. At that moment, a golden figure appeared in an instant, standing before them and effortlessly deflecting the five-tailed beast orbs. The orbs, capable of annihilating everything, bounced off like marbles without even pausing. The powerful gust nearly blinded Kakashi. Through the wind, he glimpsed the figure's back, emblazoned with the words Fourth Hokage. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan widened to its fullest as his pupils contracted fiercely. Old teacher. As the stirring music reached its peak, the gust gradually dissipated. Only then did Guy clearly see the newcomer. Is that Naruto? At that moment, the five deflected-tailed beast orbs exploded violently in different locations. In the year 60 of Konoha, outside the village in a valley, Kakashi watched the scene in astonishment, barely blinking. It wasn't his presbyopia. It was just that the Naruto on the screen looked exactly like Minato Namikaze. Golden hair, a similar silhouette, even the stance was identical. Apart from the absence of the Fourth Hokage inscription, they were nearly indistinguishable. It was only natural that his future self might mistake them. Wow! Naruto beside him wore an entranced expression. So cool. This mode is seriously awesome. He rubbed his belly and stared at his navel through his clothes. Sigh. How do I communicate with the Nine-Tails? I really want it to give me chakra soon. Inside Naruto, the Nine-Tails shivered with a chill. What was wrong with its future self? Had it really reconciled with this brat? Watching them bump fists, the Nine-Tails felt as if its fur was about to ignite.
Impossible.
It growled lowly. How could I possibly reconcile with a mere child?
Absolutely impossible.
Jiraiya rested his chin in his hands, even more troubled. The knowledge he had gathered about tailed beasts mostly revolved around suppressing them to harness their power. The so-called reconciliation with a tailed beast, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, that was something even Kushina Uzumaki had never achieved, and Jiraiya himself had no clue how to accomplish it. Originally, Jiraiya had intended for Naruto to gradually master portions of the Nine-Tails chakra, but now he discovered a way to leap straight to the pinnacle, which stirred his heart immensely. Alas! He glanced at Naruto beside him, still grinning foolishly, and thought that for now, he could only receive the Nine-Tails power tail by tail. Reconciliation was not something that could be forced. In the 48th year of Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki gazed at the golden figure in the sky, smiling so broadly her mouth could hardly close. Truly, my son is even more formidable than I am. She said this, closed her eyes, and let her consciousness sink inward. Within the mental realm, the environment had improved considerably. The Nine-Tails lay behind a massive barrier, its golden vertical pupils fixed on the woman who had suddenly appeared. Nine-Tails, I never expected you to possess such a mode. How about opening one for me as well? Kushina Uzumaki said, hands on hips, grinning cheerfully. The Nine-Tails glanced at her, narrowing its eyes and leisurely replied, very well, But as you have seen, in the future your son must first unseal me. If you break my sealing jutsu, I shall grant you power. Kushina rolled her eyes. You must be dreaming. The Nine-Tails snorted coldly, closed its eyes, and ignored her henceforth. Kushina teased it a few more times, and upon receiving no response, reluctantly withdrew from the mental space. After she left, the Nine-Tails slowly opened its eyes. Naruto Uzumaki. Its voice was faint, so soft that only it could hear. The mental space once again fell into silence. Kushina Uzumaki opened her eyes, tugging at Minato Namikaze's arm coquettishly. Minato, the Nine-Tails is so annoying. It won't open that Nine-Tails mode for me either. Minato Namikaze smiled indulgently. You see, that is something Naruto will achieve in the future on his own. If the Nine-Tails could freely grant power to anyone, it wouldn't be in its current state. Then I want it too. Alright, once Naruto learns it, have him teach you. Kushina was momentarily stunned. So Naruto still has to become the Jinchuriki in the future? Minato comforted her softly. Kushina, you must believe in Naruto. It seems the Nine-Tails will be an indispensable partner to him in the future. Moreover, as long as the two of us are here, Naruto will only grow stronger. Kushina pondered for a moment, then smiled again. Yes, that is true. In the first year of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama, and others were astonished. The tailed beasts were indeed creations of the Sage of Six Paths. Their chakra was actually bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths. Then, if interrogated, could they yield information about the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama exchanged glances and nodded quietly. At this time, Naruto's achievements were even more splendid. Effortlessly evading the full-strength strike of the fourth Raikage, defeating Edo Tensei Nagato alongside Killer Bee and Edo Tensei Itachi, engaging in fierce battles against 6 Edo Tensei Jinchuriki and emerging victorious, thereby making significant contributions to the early stages of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Elsewhere, he dispatched shadow clones to defeat the Edo Tensei Third Raikage, supporting various battlefronts against the Edo Tensei army, his performance reaching peak brilliance. In the 60th year of Konoha, in the land of Lightning's hidden cloud village, the Fourth Raikage was instantly enraged upon hearing this, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet the table had already been broken earlier. Looking around for a suitable object, he grabbed Killer Bee and landed a solid punch on his shoulder. Orochimaru! Killer Bee winced in pain, gritting his teeth. Big brother? Hit him. Why are you hitting me? The Raikage paid no heed to his brother's complaints, his fury nearly bursting from his eyes. Why did Naruto clash with him regardless? How could the father, hailed as the strongest spear and shield, be resurrected as Edo Tensei by Orochimaru, and used in the Fourth Great Ninja War? It was utterly unforgivable. The Fourth Raikage took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Issue orders to intensify surveillance on Orochimaru. Once we locate that bastard's information, we must kill him with all our might. Dotai nodded, recording the command, hesitating before asking, Raikage-sama? What about Konoha's side? Konoha? The Fourth Raikage snorted coldly. Let them be for now. But Orochimaru is still their man. That debt will be settled sooner or later. In the 20th year of Konoha, the Third Raikage was similarly stunned. Could he not even rest peacefully after death? That fellow named Orochimaru in the future had dragged him back from the Pure Land to be used as a weapon? By the way, how did he die in the future? Meanwhile, Sasuke was also far from idle. He had already awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, with no side effects from the dojutsu, and could wield the complete form of Susanoo. However, his achievements lagged behind Naruto's considerably. He had slain the White Zetsu's original body and numerous White Zetsu minions, and alongside Edo Tensei Itachi, suppressed Sage Kabuto. At this moment, both had reached beyond Kage-level strength, but Naruto was clearly superior. Although Sasuke's combat ability neared Naruto's, Naruto could fight, endure, and enhance buffs, possessed extreme speed, could unleash area attacks, and wielded senjutsu enabling him to confront the Six Paths Obito alone, making him more versatile. When Sasuke fought the Six Paths Obito, he needed help from Jugo to inject senjutsu chakra. In the 60th year of Konoha, Sasuke gazed at the sky, somewhat puzzled. The celestial display had mentioned that, in the future, he awakened the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But how exactly did he awaken it? Did he lose his sight rapidly after defeating that man in successive battles, and was forced to transplant his eyes? Otherwise, he would never have transplanted Itachi's eyes. He recalled that man's cold gaze, the silhouette standing beneath the street lamp on the night of the clan's annihilation. Transplant his eyes? Just the thought made him feel sick. It seemed this was a curse for him as well. Sasuke felt a twinge of irritation. Moreover, the importance of senjutsu had risen further. If he couldn't master senjutsu, the future him would have to rely on others to confront Six Paths Obito, whereas Naruto could face him alone. It must be known that Uchiha Obito was also part of the Akatsuki. This meant he was one of the enemies Sasuke had to face. He glanced at Jiraiya. Perverted hermit, when exactly will you start teaching senjutsu? At the Akatsuki stronghold, more intelligence and clues strengthened Uchiha Itachi's conviction that his plan was sound. As long as Sasuke followed his arrangement step by step, he would surely grow stronger and attain a happy future. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, complete Susanoo, strength reaching Kage level or even Six Paths tier, all of these told him that his sacrifice was worthwhile. Sasuke, do not blame me. The future you will be grateful. He leaned against the wall, his gaze calm as still water. Yet the other Akatsuki members were somewhat subdued, even the lively Deidara and Haiden. The Six Paths Obito, the second sage of Six Paths, the celestial display had mentioned him multiple times. Without knowing relevant information, they did not know when Uchiha Obito would become the Six Paths Obito. Merely observing the pressure exerted by this Kage level leader on them made it clear that the difference between Six Paths level and Kage level was a dimensional disparity, unlikely to be compensated by numbers. Though confident, they were not foolish. In the land of Rain's hidden rain village, Nagato's heart grew increasingly urgent, fingers tapping faster and faster on the wheelchair's armrest. He was determined to become a Six Paths level warrior before Uchiha Obito. Although sharing the same goal, there remained a struggle for dominance. The Moon Eye plan, who would execute it, who would control it, was not a matter for negotiation. Moreover, the celestial display had said that Six Paths Obito would lack resolve and be defeated by Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. Such a worthless being might as well relinquish the opportunity to become a sage of the Six Paths to me. He is certainly not one to waver in resolve. Somewhere in an underground base within the shinobi world, Orochimaru gazed intently at the ever-smiling man before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Kabuto, I never expected you to possess the talent for sage mode, a capability even I have yet to master. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, somewhat nervous. Lord Orochimaru, do not be anxious, Orochimaru interrupted, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Since you have this gift, I shall grant you this chance. Kabuto froze, his mouth slightly agape. Lord Orochimaru, go forth and train. Orochimaru turned his back to him. I need you to become stronger. Lowering his head, Kabuto's voice trembled with gratitude. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a complex light as he looked at the pale form within the cultivation tank. Sage mode, something even I have failed to grasp, yet Kabuto can wield it. Fate is truly intriguing. On a cliffside somewhere in the shinobi world, Uchiha Obito sat atop a high platform, the wind billowing his black cloak. He was deeply troubled. How could it be that, despite ascending to the level of a sage of the Six Paths, he still could not defeat the future Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? Why? Now, with Kakashi, Jiraiya, and others constantly by those two children's sides, there was no opening to strike. Moreover, the truth had already been revealed. Kakashi's left I could counter him. He was confident Kakashi would soon figure out how to utilize this advantage. What a troublesome matter. The wind swept across the platform, but no one responded to his thoughts. In the first year of Konoha, Uchiha Madara's expression was grim. He had never imagined that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would prove ineffective in battles of the Sage of the Six Paths level. The future Sasuke Uchiha, who had also awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and was regarded as the incarnation of Indra, possessed a strength roughly equal to his own. If anything, Madara was slightly superior in combat capability. Yet, despite this comparable might, they could not intervene in battles at the Six Paths level. To face Six Paths Obito, others had to infuse him with Sage Chakra. As for Hashirama, that fellow had ties to the Valley of the End and might also possess Sage Mode. What if they now confronted the Otsutsuki clan residing on the moon? Hashirama Senju sat opposite Madara, sensing his displeasure and guessing his thoughts. He smiled and said, Madara, have no worries. We shall fight side by side in the future. Madara lifted his eyes to meet his gaze. Hashirama patted his chest, showing a sincere smile. I can even teach you Sage Mode. Madara stroked his chin without replying. Sage Mode sounded promising. With it, perhaps he could participate in battles at the Six Paths level. Tobirama Senju deadpanned, delivering a cutting remark. Big brother, once he masters Sage Mode, the first to face his wrath will be you. Instantly, Hashirama's smile froze upon his face. Furthermore, as the savior, Naruto possesses a fusion mode beyond the Nine-Tails form, known as the Nine-Tails Sage Mode or simply Sage Fox Mode. This state is easy to comprehend. It allows Naruto to maintain the Ninetales form while concurrently utilizing Sage Mode, combining numerous advantages. Under this mode, Naruto's potential ceiling and floor are extraordinarily high. Even upon first mastering this form, he could battle Sasuke against Six Paths Obito. During the Boruto era, it remained one of his strongest forms, as demonstrated by Momoshiki Otsutsuki. The shinobi world was instantly astounded. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon was truly formidable. Beyond Momoshiki Otsutsuki and Kinshiki Otsutsuki, another named Otsutsuki had emerged. Moreover, this Otsutsuki Momoshiki was at least of the Six Paths caliber. He was even far stronger than Six Paths Obito. The future Naruto's baseline strength nearly matched Six Paths Obito. Only by surpassing that level could he contend with Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Does this mean Otsutsuki Momoshiki's power vastly exceeds that of Six Paths Obito? According to the truth revealed, Otsutsuki Momoshiki might very well be the strongest among the Otsutsuki clan to have appeared thus far. An Otsutsuki like Kinshiki, capable of cleaving the moon, was already terrifying enough. Now, an even stronger one has surfaced? How many secrets does the shinobi world still conceal? Across various eras of the shinobi world, the moods of Madara Uchiha Hashirama Senju, Obito Uchiha, Nagato, and others were exceedingly heavy, shrouded in a profound shadow. They did not comprehend the true intentions of the Otsutsuki clan. Could it be that their sole objective was the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Don't be absurd. In their era, the savior had not yet matured. If the Otsutsuki clan intended merely to evolve the Byakugan into the Rinnegan, no one could stop them. The Hyuga, with their pitiful numbers, would not even require a Six Paths level Otsutsuki to be annihilated. Any one of their subordinates at the shadow level could effortlessly reduce the Hyuga to rubble. Even Obito Uchiha was supremely confident. His Kamui was impervious even to the mightier Uchiha clan, let alone the Hyuga. Those Hyuga lacked even the shadow level. What could they possibly use to resist? The most plausible explanation was that the named Otsutsuki warriors who appeared later attained Six Paths power through other means, thus requiring no Byakugan. Yet it was indeed puzzling why would the future Otsutsuki clan launch attacks against Naruto and the others. If it was for the Byakugan, they could have simply seized it directly. Why wait several decades? What secrets lay hidden here? Or perhaps, from the very beginning, their target was not the Byakugan at all, but something else entirely? If the truth were to unveil itself now and the Otsutsuki clan struck the shinobi world, could they be stopped? Or, if the shinobi world united its strength, would it suffice to hold them back? 60 years since the founding of Konoha, atop the moon, within an expansive and desolate palace, only two figures remained. A tall man standing silently with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the truth screen, brows furrowed deeply. Kinshiki Otsutsuki stood beside him, his youthful face clouded with confusion. Occasionally, he glanced up at his father, then back at the truth screen, his mouth opening slightly but ultimately remaining silent. He was too young to comprehend much, but he could sense his father's unease. The tall man was deeply perplexed. Now, only he and Kinshiki of the Otsutsuki clan remained. He had once thought he misheard about the previous Kinshiki Otsutsuki, but now another named Momoshiki Otsutsuki had appeared. Where on earth had they emerged from? Surely, there could not have been survivors from the previous massacre of the clan's main branch?
Impossible.
For a millennium, the Otsutsuki clan had dwelled on the moon, their genealogies meticulously recorded without omission. Could it be that the sage of the Six Paths had clandestinely left other branches and legacies behind? Or perhaps, beyond the heavens, there were Otsutsuki unknown to them? Those names, those existences, where had they come from? If there truly were Otsutsuki beyond the skies, what did that make them? The tall man remained silent, uttering not a word. Kinshiki's gaze locked onto the truth screen as well, his silence mirroring his father's. Meanwhile, on a cliff somewhere in the shinobi world, beneath his mask, Obito Uchiha's face twitched with bulging veins. He felt his patience with the truth screen was nearing its limit. They kept mentioning Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Why always him? He knew those two could defeat Six Paths Obito. Fine, but they could not defeat him. Pushed to the edge, he was prepared to vigilantly guard those two day and night. He was confident that even with a random strike every 24 hours, he could not be killed. Even Jiraiya and Kakashi had moments of carelessness. Moving forward, Naruto and Sasuke would gain the power of the Six Paths, elevating their strength to the Six Paths level. After unlocking this power, their overall strength truly stood on equal footing. However, from their performance on the battlefield, Six Paths Naruto still held a slight edge over Six Paths Sasuke. During their battle against Kaguya, her 8 trigrams vacuum palm alone was capable of shattering Sasuke's perfected Susanoo, yet Naruto astonishingly withstood it with his bare body. a disparity that was undeniably vast. Naturally, this was partly due to Sasuke having just awakened his Rinnegan and possessing a relatively limited mastery of it. By the time of their second confrontation at the Valley of the End, Sasuke's performance had markedly improved. When he fought wielding chakra near perfectly controlled from nine-tailed beasts, even Kurama acknowledged that Sasuke's strength had approached that of the Sage of Six Paths. In their final clash, Sasuke was clearly driven by a murderous intent, while Naruto sought only to persuade him throughout. Although the outcome was a stalemate, Sasuke ultimately succumbed to Naruto's relentless verbal onslaught and chose to concede. It must be said, the prince's tongue was truly invincible. On the celestial screen, two figures suddenly appeared. On the left stood Sasuke, clad in a simple robe, his upper garment tucked neatly into his belt. His right hand rested on his waist, while his left hung naturally at his side. The hem of his robe fluttered in the wind, giving him an exceptionally austere appearance. Most striking was his left eye, no longer bearing the shape of a Mangekyo Sharingan, but transformed into concentric rings of purple swirls, adorned with several tomo. To the right stood Naruto, dressed in black beneath a golden cloak. He held a black staff in each hand, with several seeking balls floating behind him, and clenched a kunai between his teeth. The keen-eyed Minato Namikaze instantly recognized the kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Positioned on either side, their robes billowing in the wind, they radiated an overwhelming presence merely by standing there, as if the entire world had narrowed down to these two silhouettes, and even the wind seemed to circle around them. Those across the ninja world watching the celestial screen knew immediately, these were the future Six Paths Sasuke and Six Paths Naruto. For a moment silence reigned. Only after a long while did the people of the ninja world seem to regain their senses, swallowing hard. 60 years had passed since the founding of Konoha. The leaders of the four great hidden villages, Cloud, Stone, Sand, and Mist, were all contemplating the same question. How should they now regard Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha? The moon bore witness to the Otsutsuki clan's covetous gaze upon the ninja world, while Naruto and Sasuke were destined to reach the Six Paths level. Unlike the neurotic Uchiha Obito, should the Otsutsuki clan strike these two, what would become of the ninja world? Yet, if these two were allowed to grow unimpeded, how could the interests of their villages be safeguarded? In the Cloud Village, within the 4th Raikage's office, the Raikage stood with arms crossed, his expression grim. One after another, Six Paths level monsters emerged on the celestial screen. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon was watching intently, yet the only ones capable of standing against them were the two troublemakers from Konoha. Raikage-sama, Tsuchikage cautiously asked, "What shall we do about Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha?" The 4th Raikage remained silent for a long moment before replying, "Do nothing for now. The future still needs them." Tsuchikage sighed in relief, though that did not mean they would remain idle. Keep a close watch on them. Gather all intelligence. When the Otsutsuki threat is confirmed, we will make our move. The Raikage nodded. In the Stone Village, within the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki floated midair, his expression equally conflicted. Six Paths level. Is Konoha about to produce two Hashirama Senjus? Two Sage of Six Paths. Kuratsuchi stood nearby. "Father, what shall we do?" "Nothing," Inoki's voice was heavy. "The Otsutsuki threat is likely real. We dare not gamble against those two kids. They must grow stronger. But that does not mean we remain passive. Kuratsuchi, focus on intelligence gathering, especially on the Otsutsuki clan. Share information with the other villages. The enemy ahead is beyond any one of us alone." "Yes, father." In the Mist Village, within the office, Mei Terumi spoke with a hint of helplessness. "Konoha is truly fortunate to have Six Paths level shinobi." Genjutsu nodded in agreement beside her.
Mei Terumi.
"Let Konoha handle that for now. Our priority is to reform our village policy. Otherwise, Mist will soon face extinction." He sighed deeply. "Understood," Mei Terumi sighed in turn. At that moment, Aoba, unable to contain himself, ventured a question. "Water Shadow-sama, should what?"
Mei Terumi interrupted sharply.
"Kill them? Who will fight the Otsutsuki? You?" Oba fell silent. Mei Terumi sighed again. "Just watch them. Don't provoke them and don't let others provoke them. Until the Otsutsuki threat is neutralized, no one may touch those two kids." In the Sand Village, within the Kazakage's office, Raza sat with a sullen face. His voice gritted through clenched teeth. "Six Paths level again, it's Konoha." Chio, sitting nearby, responded calmly, "And? What do you plan to do?" Raza remained silent. What else could he do? Was the Sand Village not already humiliated enough, provoking two future Six Paths level shinobi? Strengthen ties with Konoha. At least, do not become their enemy. Chio nodded without objection. In the Rain Country, Rain Village. Upon seeing Sasuke Uchiha's Rinnegan on the celestial screen, Nagato felt his mind thrown into turmoil, countless questions swirling within. Why had Sasuke's left eye become a Rinnegan? And why did Sasuke's Rinnegan differ from his own? His own Rinnegan bore concentric purple rings, while Sasuke's bore 6 tomo. More importantly, Sasuke had only one Rinnegan in his left eye, his right eye still a Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet his power had already reached 6 paths level. Nagato, with both eyes as Rinnegan, had only reached the Super Shadow threshold as described by the celestial screen. Furthermore, how exactly was the Rinnegan awakened? Sasuke had apparently awakened his Rinnegan from a single Mangekyo Sharingan. Reflecting on his own awakening, when he fell unconscious, he believed it was the activation of latent bloodline power. Even Jiraiya had thought so, regarding him as the prophesied child who would bring peace. But now, that seemed somewhat suspicious. According to the information previously revealed by the celestial screen, Nagato felt that Sasuke's Rinnegan awakening was more plausible. After all, Sasuke was the contemporary Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of 6 Paths, though its precise significance remained unclear. Yet it was entirely reasonable for the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths' eldest son to awaken the Sage's eyes. But what of himself? Was the Uzumaki clan descended from other offspring of the Sage besides Indra and Ashura? Was he Nagato then some contemporary incarnation of a different lineage? Nagato. Conan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Nagato came back to himself. Yes. Are you all right? Iemme fine. He closed his eyes, though his heart could not find peace. At the Akatsuki hideout, Deidara stared at the figures on the celestial screen, unusually silent. Haiden, wielding his scythe, spoke without his usual arrogance. 6 paths Obito, 6 paths Naruto, 6 paths Sasuke, and now some Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Is there any room left in this world for people to live? Kakuzu's face remained impassive. So our target is to oppose these monsters. Sasori's puppet eyes twitched slightly. How many Otsutsuki are there? Really? Uchiha Itachi remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on 6 paths Sasuke, finally settling on that Rinnegan. After a moment, Deidara turned to Pain, teasing, "Boss, that one Rinnegan alone is 6 paths level, while you with 2 have only reached Super Shadow level. Are your eyes fake?" The hideout fell silent for a moment. Pain glanced at him expressionlessly. Deidara shrank his neck and wisely fell silent. Yet the others' gazes toward Pain carried a hint of something strange. In the past, I believed that the Choodama level was already immensely powerful. Yet now, when compared to the 6 paths level, it undeniably falls short. Could it be that the leader's Rinnegan is merely a disappointment? Or perhaps, much like the Sharingan and Byakugan, the Rinnegan itself possesses gradations of strength, which would explain why the leader's prowess appears as it does. Somewhere deep beneath the shinobi world, Black Zetsu felt a chilling cold enveloping his entire being. When the celestial curtain spoke of a highly intelligent Kagaya, an ominous premonition flickered through his mind. Now, it seemed that the highly intelligent Kagaya the curtain mentioned and the one he had envisioned were indeed one and the same. His plan for the future appeared to have succeeded, yet simultaneously it seemed to have failed. It seemed his mother had been released, only to be defeated by Indra and Ashura, 2 unfilial descendants. Mother, what am I to do? What am I to do? Is it still worth saving her now? After millennia of scheming, is this to be the outcome, a defeat? Black Zetsu felt an overwhelming urgency. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to calm down. The future described by the celestial curtain was not necessarily the final outcome. As long as he prepared in advance, as long as he altered his strategy, his mother would surely triumph. In the first year of Konoha's founding, within the household of Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha gazed at the image of 6 paths Naruto displayed on the celestial curtain, his face etched with astonishment. Sage Fox mode and 6 paths mode combined. Gritting his teeth, he thought, a Jinchuriki of the 9 tails can be this formidable? And what right does Uchiha Sasuke have to attain the 6 paths level? Hashirama Senju sat opposite him, his tone earnest. Madara, did you hear that just now? Otsutsuki Momoshiki is even stronger than 6 paths Obito. I heard. Madara replied with some impatience. And so, therefore, we must grow stronger. Strong enough to protect the future Konoha, even the entire shinobi world. I know that well enough. But how exactly are the 2 of us supposed to reach the 6 paths level? At Madara's question, Hashirama momentarily fell silent. As the various timelines of the shinobi world remained stunned by the revelation of 6 paths Naruto and the Otsutsuki clan's presence, the celestial curtain had already transformed into white light and quietly concluded. In the 83rd year of Konoha, within the Hokage residence, Naruto sat on the sofa, his expression heavy. Are there really other Otsutsuki in the shinobi world? No, it's likely just like Kagaya Otsutsuki, that they are beings from beyond the heavens. Atsutsuki Mamashiki. They are still my future enemies. It seemed imperative to call Sasuke back for a joint discussion on countermeasures. In the 60th year of Konoha, in a valley outside the village, Naruto was still immersed in the image of Six Paths Naruto from the celestial curtain, a faint trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. That golden chakra cloak, the floating black spheres, and the overwhelmingly oppressive aura, he was simply breathtaking. Although Sasuke was not as captivated as Naruto, the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Just then, two hands landed on their shoulders, startling the entranced pair. Turning around, they found none other than Jiraiya and Kakashi. Alright boys, stop daydreaming. This is merely some future scenario. If you don't work hard, it will never come to pass, Jiraiya said gravely. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Exactly. Both of you bear the heavy responsibility of opposing the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. You must not become complacent. Aren't you supposed to master the Rasengan, Chidori, and Sage Mode? Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes instantly brightened, nodding their heads like pecking chicks. Good then, Naruto, you come with me. Naruto immediately moved behind Jiraiya. Kakashi, Sasuke is in your hands. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi readily agreed. But Sasuke brushed off Kakashi's hand from his shoulder, then silently slipped his hands into his pockets and followed behind Kakashi. Sakura, I'll send a message to Tsunade on your side shortly. I'm sure she'll have arrangements. Yes, Lord Jiraiya, Sakura replied confidently. The future shown in the sky was only that of Naruto and Sasuke. She believed that with her own efforts, she would not lag far behind them. Time passed swiftly amidst the training of Team 7. Soon, a new week arrived. Kakashi led Sasuke to the training grounds in Konoha ahead of schedule. Due to the recent broadcast of the Celestial Curtain-esque content, the threat of the Otsutsuki clan loomed over the entire shinobi world. Consequently, the major ninja villages ceased dispatching assassins to target Naruto, Sasuke, and the others, alleviating much of the pressure on Kakashi and Jiraiya, allowing them to train with peace of mind. Because it was still early, the training grounds were quiet, with only several rows of tall wooden post targets standing silently. Fallen leaves scattered around, adding a touch of desolation. Sasuke, standing in the center of the clearing, Kakashi's gaze fixed on the youth opposite him. You have recently mastered all the knowledge points of Chidori, and after specialized training, your physical strength has basically met the practice requirements. Today, we will start practical exercises. As he spoke, Kakashi slowly raised his right palm. Sizzling, the shriek of 1,000 birds suddenly exploded in Sasuke's ears. I've already told you, Chidori is the result of combining the nature transformation and shape transformation of lightning release chakra. Observe carefully. Feel its form and the flow of chakra. Sasuke held his breath, his Sharingan wide open, the two tomos spinning rapidly, locking tightly onto the violent lightning in Kakashi's palm. When Sasuke was left wanting more, Kakashi finally dissipated the lightning. There was no choice. Because the Sharingan could not be closed, Kakashi's chakra was severely depleted. Even during demonstrations he had to time himself carefully. Now, try to summon lightning nature chakra within your body and concentrate it in your palm. Sasuke immediately closed his eyes and concentrated, mobilizing chakra with all his might. At that moment, an extremely faint, intermittent chirping, like a fledgling's first cry, escaped from between Sasuke's tightly clenched fingers. Although the sound was weak, to Kakashi's ears it was like a thunderclap. Is this the genuine article Uchiha? No, that is not right. Obito was much worse than this before. Or rather, this must be the talent the Celestial Curtain spoke of, the prodigy destined to reach 6 paths level power in the future. Although shocked, Kakashi's face remained expressionless, merely instructing Sasuke to continue practicing. Several hours passed. When Jiraiya arrived with Naruto, and Sakura arrived promptly as agreed, the training ground held only the panting Sasuke and a calm Kakashi leaning against a tree, holding Koineru Tengaku. Naruto bounced over, grinning broadly at Sasuke's sweat-drenched appearance. Ha! Sasuke, what are you doing? Exhausted like that? Sasuke glanced at him without replying. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. Sizzling, blue lightning exploded in his palm. Although not as wild as Kakashi's demonstration, it was already quite impressive. The shriek of birds echoed throughout the training ground. Naruto's mouth dropped open. Wow! Sasuke, you've learned Chidori? Sasuke dissipated the lightning, put his hands back in his pockets, and snorted coldly. How is it? Naruto laughed, hands on hips. I was just about to show off, but you beat me to it. Watch this. Forming hand seals, he shouted, multi-shadow clone technique. Boom! Boom! Sakura was startled by the sudden appearance of two Narutos and stepped back a few paces. Jiraiya stood aside, arms crossed, a profound smile on his face. Watch closely. Naruto's original body and shadow clones stood together. At that moment, he raised one hand high. One shadow clone gathered chakra, while another performed shape transformation. Spinning, compressing, condensing. A blue chakra sphere formed in Naruto's palm. Rasengan. Holding the spinning blue ball, Naruto looked proudly at Sasuke. How is that? Impressive, right? Sasuke stared at the Rasengan, the corner of his mouth twitching. He hadn't expected that this guy Naruto had also mastered the Rasengan, and judging by his proficiency, even more so than himself. Not bad. Sasuke turned his head, curling his lip. Not bad? What do you mean, not bad? Naruto, on the contrary, was dissatisfied, despite his obvious prowess. Jiraiya approached and ruffled Naruto's hair, saying, all right, stop showing off. Your Rasengan is just at the beginner stage. You're still far from mastering it. Rubbing his head, Naruto muttered, perverted sage. Can't you give me some praise for once? Sakura stood nearby, a gentle smile gracing her face. She stepped up to a large tree, took a deep breath, and clenched her fist tightly. Ha! She unleashed a punch. The tree trunk emitted a heavy, resounding crack as the entire tree shook violently. Cracks radiated from the point of impact, and with a loud snap, the tree was severed mid-trunk, crashing to the ground with a thunderous fall. The training ground fell silent for a moment. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. A Sakura? Sasuke was equally stunned, staring at the fallen tree, then glancing at Sakura's fist. Sakura brushed the wood chips from her hand and proudly lifted her chin. How about that? I'm no pushover either. Jiraiya whistled appreciatively. Tsunade has done a fine job teaching you. Kakashi descended from the tree, sheathing his friendly paradise, and cast his gaze over the three subordinates. Sasuke's Chidori was already taking shape. Naruto's Rasengan was under control, and Sakura's monstrous strength was quite formidable indeed. Not bad, he remarked, a rare compliment. Everyone has made rapid progress recently. Naruto grinned widely. Of course, we're going to become the strongest. Beneath his mask, Kakashi's mouth curved into a smile. Now that everyone's grown stronger, the disturbances from other ninja villages have ceased. Lady Tsunade has arranged an external mission. The three members of Team 7 looked toward him. Once this curtain event concludes, we'll set out. Naruto's eyes lit up. What kind of mission? Kakashi teased, you'll find out in due time. Setting aside Team 7's usual bickering, the curtain once again rose amid eager anticipation. Here it comes. People from all corners of the ninja world instantly focused their attention. Accompanied by cheerful music, the curtain's voice soon resounded. As is well known, the ninja world is not only about fighting and killing but also about everyday necessities. Although strength determines a ninja's status, money is indispensable. For ninjas, undertaking missions is not only to protect their villages but also the primary means of earning income. Take Konoha village as an example. Missions are classified into ranks A, B, C, D, and S, each with varying difficulty and corresponding rewards. D-rank missions pay approximately 5,000 ryo, while a single barbecue meal costs 300 ryo. So, when Konoha ninjas laboriously complete a D-rank mission, splitting the reward among 4 people, the share is barely enough for a few meals. In contrast, a single mission paying at least 1 million ryo, sometimes even reaching 10 million, can make someone wealthy overnight. Thus, the wealth gap among ninjas is vast. And now, let us review the 5 wealthiest ninjas in the shinobi world. 60 years after Konoha's founding. Hearing the curtain's narration, Naruto nodded in full agreement. He was currently only able to complete D-rank missions, whose rewards were far too meager. Exactly. The money from D-rank missions isn't even enough for ramen. He counted on his fingers. 1 bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs 60 ryo. A D-rank mission's reward divided among 4 people, with Kakashi-sensei taking half, leaves each person with hardly anything. Unable to calculate further, he turned to Sakura. Sakura rolled her eyes. About 800 ryo. Right, 800 ryo. That's enough for a lot of ramen. Naruto lamented. But I still want to eat the limited edition instant noodles. Working hard all day. I can't even afford much. Sasuke, however, was indifferent. If it's too little, just don't eat so much. Sasuke, what do you mean by that? Just what I said. At the Akatsuki hideout, Kakuzu's eyes suddenly gleamed, the faint light in his half-dead eyes bursting with astonishing brilliance. Wonderful. This curtain's content speaks directly to my heart. Kakuzu's voice rose an octave. Tell me who's wealthy. I'll make them my target. Haiden scoffed and shifted away disdainfully. Kakuzu, can you not get so excited? You don't understand. The bounties on the rich are far higher than on the poor. Deidara rolled his eyes. So your goal is to focus on those on the list? Of course, Kakuzu said matter-of-factly. Knowing who's wealthy means knowing whose missions to take. So, you're almost 100 years old and still so obsessed with money. Even at 100, I have to eat. Kakuzu showed no change in expression. The first year after Konoha's founding. Upon hearing this episode, Madara Uchiha immediately felt bored. He stood, exchanged a glance with Tobirama Senju, and prepared to resume his search for the tailed beasts. Strangely enough, although his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could control these tailed beasts, they were unable to recall the memories of the Sage of Six Paths. Only Tobirama could devise a solution. Meanwhile, the ordinary civilians of the ninja world were intensely interested in the curtain's content. Finally, something useful. An old farmer squatted on a ridge, watching the curtain. Compared to all the fighting, I prefer listening to this. Same here. A nearby ant agreed. An S-rank mission pays over 1 million Rio? That's like working our whole lives. That's because they risk their lives, sighed a middle-aged man. We can only envy them. True. But it's fun to hear who's the richest and indulge in a little fantasy. The civilians chatted excitedly, the atmosphere much lighter than before. However, the nobles and daimyo felt somewhat slighted. Why only review the ninjas? Exactly. Why not review the wealthiest people? That should be us. Yes, Lord Daimyo is right. No matter how rich the ninjas are, can they compare to the lords? Yes, the curtain is still not comprehensive enough. Firstly, in fifth place, we must mention the fourth Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village, Raza. As the wielder of the magnet release Kekkei Genkai, he can manipulate iron or gold particles in the natural sand through magnetism, making him exceptionally suited for generating wealth. Unlike the third Kazekage, Raza prefers to manipulate golden sand for his attacks, extracting gold particles from the desert to fight. A truly extravagant method. Naturally, golden sand is heavier than ordinary sand, so with equal quantities, the power is greater. However, for Raza, this ability has applications beyond combat. After the Wind Country Daimyo cut the Hidden Sand Village's budget, he single-handedly supplemented the village's finances through his magnet release golden sand technique, sustaining the entire village. Moreover, the underground contains more than just gold or iron. Even if magnet release cannot directly control other metals, it can manipulate sand or golden sand to excavate other mineral deposits underground. This underscores Raza's immense importance to the Hidden Sand Village. Wind Country, Hidden Sand Village, Kazekage's office. Raza's face turned green with embarrassment. He had no desire to become famous for this. The curtain had painfully stirred his memories. Currently, he relied on the curtain's broadcast and nightly rest, spending all day digging for gold. Chio remained calm and composed. Of course, just because Raza has this ability doesn't mean we want to redeem him after his last humiliation.
Kazekage-sama, maki chautiosli remarket, no teaching Raza's sour mood.
The curtain is praising you. Praising me? Raza's voice squeezed through clenched teeth. Is this praise? Yes, praising your great contribution to the Hidden Sand Village. Raza took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The curtain was right. He did sustain the Hidden Sand Village with this ability. Yet, being known throughout the shinobi world as the one who digs for gold every day was a blow to his pride. Forget it. He waved his hand. Let it be. The curtain's voice continued, tinged with teasing. So, if you come to the shinobi world and don't know how to become rich, just find Raza. Kill him, then resurrect him with the impure world reincarnation jutsu, and make him dig gold forever. Congratulations, you've obtained a perpetual golden goose. Getting rich is no longer a dream. Wind Country, Hidden Sand Village, Kazekage's office. Rosa's face had long since lost any trace of green. All he felt was a bitter taste lingering in his mouth. Hearing the broadcast, he realized he would have to be more cautious whenever he ventured outside from now on. Chio sat beside him, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. That child, truly burdened by a cruel fate. Lord Kazekage Maki felt a shiver of apprehension. Was the broadcast a joke? A joke? Rosa's voice was hoarse. Forget it, I want to go mining for a while. Better not give anyone a reason to keep an eye on me. Chio glanced at him, unusually refraining from mockery. You could assign a few more Umbu operatives to accompany you. Sighing, Rosa smiled bitterly. The village needs money. If I don't go out to earn, the village's operations will become difficult. Chio fell silent for a moment, offering no reply. She understood the financial state of Sunagakure better than anyone. Rosa was single-handedly supporting the entire village. It was no easy task. Elsewhere in the shinobi world, Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru gazed at the words on the screen, emitting a dark chuckle. It seems I made a mistake before. I really should have killed Rosa. He licked his lips. With this approach, our research funding will be even more abundant. Yakushi Kabuto stood nearby, pushing up his glasses and nodding thoughtfully. Lord Orochimaru, perhaps we should find another opportunity to lure Rosa out and eliminate him? After all, as of now, we are likely the only ones in the shinobi world who possess the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru regarded Kabuto with a playful gleam in his golden vertical pupils. Kabuto, you remind me of something. This matter is yours to handle. Keep a close watch on Rosa, and once he lowers his guard, send him on his way. Kabuto smiled faintly, bowing his head. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned toward the pale body suspended in a cultivation tank, a cold curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. That fellow Rosa is indeed far more valuable than those ninjas who only know how to fight. At the Akatsuki's hideout, Kakuzu was deep in thought. He found the broadcast quite reasonable. Day after day, he completed bounty missions, braving the elements and sometimes battling at the level of Kage-class opponents. The money he earned was just SOSO. It might be more profitable to undertake a single big score. Unfortunately, he did not understand the reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru had defected again. Simply killing Rosa would achieve nothing. Haiden noticed the look in Kakuzu's eyes and grew interested. Kakuzu, how about the two of us go kill the fourth Kazekage as a sacrifice to the great god? What good would a sacrifice do? Kakuzu interrupted. We can't let him come back to dig for gold. Haiden scratched his head. True enough. After a moment of silence, Kakuzu looked up at Pain of the Deva Path. Leader, I want to undertake the mission to hunt down the traitor Orochimaru. The Akatsuki members exchanged glances. Deidara was the first to react. Kakuzu, you want to capture Orochimaru to learn the reanimation jutsu, don't you? No. Kakuzu's expression remained unchanged. I'm doing it to purge the traitor from the organization. No one believes you, Deidara muttered. Pain of the Deva Path cast him a blank glance. We will discuss Orochimaru's matter later. Kakuzu opened his mouth but ultimately did not argue. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the training grounds, Naruto listened, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Killed and then revived? Let him keep digging for gold? That's quite an idea. Sasuke replied coldly, indeed, but it's a bit unethical. Yeah. Unethical? Naruto slapped his thigh. That Orochimaru is definitely no good. Jiraiya leaned against a tree, silent. Sakura shrank her neck. That Rosa Kazekage so pitiful. Kakashi flipped through a magazine without looking up. That's the shinobi world. Without strength, you can't even rest in peace after death. A moment of silence settled over the valley. Naruto clenched his fists. Then I have to become stronger. So strong that no one dares to mess with me. Sasuke glanced at him. If you get stronger, nobody will bother you? Naruto hesitated, then grinned. Makes sense. Jiraiya watched the two young men and shook his head. In the 60th year of Konoha, the Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze frowned as he viewed the words on the screen. Using reanimation jutsu for this kind of thing? Kushina Uzumaki leaned on his shoulder. That Orochimaru, really? She left her sentence unfinished, but Minato understood her meaning. Fortunately, Naruto would never become like that. Kushina paused. Right? Minato smiled. Yes. Our son will never become like that. 20 years ago in Konoha, Tobirama Senju's expression darkened as he read the words on the screen. The reanimation jutsu, his own invention, was meant for warfare, not for digging gold. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked beside his teacher, cautiously asking, Master, what do you think this jutsu should be used for? Tobirama was silent for a moment. In times of war, to increase combat power. In times of peace, should be sealed. Hiruzen nodded, thinking that the future Orochimaru had completely betrayed his master's original intention. Yet, he found the misuse rather impressive. In the 60th year of Konoha, the Hokage's office, Tsunade watched the broadcast, her lips twitching. That Orochimaru really does everything. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, his expression complex. He wasn't like this before. People change. Tsunade's voice grew cold, especially people like him. Hiruzen sighed, offering no rebuttal. Tsunade was silent for a moment. Should we remind Rosa? Hiruzen considered. The broadcast has aired. He must know. Whether we remind him or not makes no difference. Tsunade nodded, saying no more. The screen shifted to an image of Jiraiya. Ranked 4th is Jiraiya of Konoha Village. Although Jiraiya appears carefree and slovenly, like a middle-aged, greasy man, he completed an extraordinary number of missions in his lifetime. 158 D rank, 425 C rank, 485 B rank, 614 A rank, and 231 S rank missions. In the 60th year of Konoha, Naruto's eyes widened. Perverted sage, you've done that many missions? Jiraiya crossed his arms, proudly lifting his chin. Of course. Do you think the title of one of the legendary Sannin comes for nothing? Sakura counted on her fingers. 158 D rank, 425 C rank, 485 B rank, 614 A rank, 231 S rank. That S an awful lot. Sasuke said nothing, but a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Kakashi flipped through his magazine, not even looking up. Lord Jiraiya is an elder. Those numbers are normal. Naruto leaned close to Jiraiya. Perverted sage, how much money did you make? Jiraiya smiled mysteriously. Yes, this is Jiraiya's mission record. Now, let us calculate how much he earned solely from missions. D rank missions average 5,000 Ryo each, C rank 20,000 Ryo, B rank 100,000 Ryo, A rank 500,000 Ryo, and S rank 1 million Ryo per mission. After careful calculation, Jiraiya's earnings from missions alone approach 5.9 billion Ryo. Naruto's jaw nearly dropped. 5.9 billion. Sakura was stunned. That much? Sasuke's lips twitched slightly. Kakashi's hand paused over his magazine. Jiraiya crossed his arms, beaming with pride. Modest, modest. Naruto looked up to him with admiration. Perverted sage. You're so rich. Of course. Jiraiya laughed heartily. But that was long ago. Nowadays I don't have so many savings. Curious, Sakura asked, where did all the money go? Jiraiya's smile stiffened. Spent it. Spent on what? Food, drink, lodging, buying materials. Jiraiya's voice grew more guilty. Also, writing books is expensive. Naruto eyed him suspiciously. Don't tell me you spent it all on the bathhouse? Jiraiya smacked him on the head. You brat. What are you saying? In the 60th year of Konoha, the Hokage's office. Tsunade looked at the string of numbers on the screen, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. 5.9 billion. That guy Jiraiya really did earn a lot. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe. And he spends it just as fast. That's true. Tsunade felt a bit guilty, but at least he was not in debt. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly, offering no reply.
She's une cradle de tonton Gently, whispering, Lady Tsunade.
Does Lord Jiraiya earn more from writing books than from undertaking missions? Tsunade pondered for a moment. It should be about the same. The screen hasn't finished yet. Let us keep listening. In the 48th year of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Kushina Uzumaki counted on her fingers. 5,900,000,000 Ryo. Teacher Jiraiya is incredibly wealthy. Minato Namikaze smiled and nodded. Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei is truly formidable. Then why is he still so poor? Kushina asked curiously. Minato considered for a moment. Perhaps he spends it all on research. Kushina was momentarily stunned, then blushed deeply. Minato, you're learning bad habits. Additionally, Asuma Sarutobi, a jonin of Konoha and one of the 12 guardian ninja, as well as the son of the third Hokage, carries a bounty of 35 million Ryo. Calculations reveal that the money Jiraiya earns solely from missions would be enough to purchase the heads of 17 Asumas. Asuma himself was smoking, watching the screen. Upon hearing this, he nearly choked on his smoke. 17 of me? His lips twitched in disbelief. Ben was nearby, covering her mouth to suppress a laugh. Asuma, your value isn't very high. Asuma forced a bitter smile. That's while I'm alive. It would be different if I were dead. Even then, still 35 million. Ben, could you please stop saying that about me? Ino Yamanaka approached. Asuma-sensei, your head is so cheap. Asuma flicked her on the forehead. Is this the time to compliment me? Ino rubbed her head, muttering, it was supposed to be. Naruto, filled with curiosity, asked, Asuma-sensei is really worth that much? Kakashi flipped through a book, the son of the third Hokage, a jonin of Konoha. His status is not simple. He's worth 35 million? Naruto counted on his fingers. Then the money the lecherous sage earns from missions could buy that many of him? Jiraiya proudly lifted his chin. Of course, I am one of the legendary Sannin. The money from missions isn't your savings. You've already spent it, Naruto retorted. Jiraiya's smile stiffened. Naruto, could you not ruin the mood? Naruto grinned cheekily, just speaking the truth. Jiraiya took a deep breath, deciding to ignore the brat. Moreover, Jiraiya has other sources of income, writing. His works are bestsellers throughout the ninja world. Kakashi's fascination with Makeout Paradise alone demonstrates just how popular Jiraiya's books are. The revenue from these works must be considerable. Even considering only the income related to Makeout Paradise, it would comfortably cover the cost of 20 Asuma heads. Kakashi's hand froze mid-page. He sensed 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. Naruto leaned in, eyes sparkling. Kakashi-sensei, You like reading the lecherous sage's books? Kakashi's face beneath the mask flushed slightly. They're okay. What do you mean okay? Jiraiya swaggered over proudly. Kakashi is my devoted reader. He buys every volume and reads every one. Kakashi turned his head away. Lord Jiraiya, could you please not say that? What's there to be shy about? Loving books is a good thing. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Sasuke spoke coldly. What kind of book is Make Out Paradise? The training ground fell silent for a moment. Naruto wore an innocent expression. What kind of book? I want to read it too. Jiraiya slapped him on the head. Kids aren't allowed to read that. Why not? Because you're not an adult yet. Kakashi quietly stuffed Make Out Paradise into his pocket, pretending nothing had happened. In the Hokage's office, year 48, Tsunade read the passage on the screen, her lips twitching. Make Out Paradise, that lecherous bastard's book. Actually makes that much money? Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, his expression complex. Jiraiya does have a talent in this area. Talent? Tsunade sneered. A talent for writing smut? Hiruzen gave a wry smile but said nothing.
Shizune, holding tonton, whispered softly.
Lady Tsunade, have you read Lord Jiraiya's books? Tsunade's face flushed scarlet. Who would want to read such things? Shizune wisely fell silent. In the 48th year of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Kushina Uzumaki asked curiously, Minato, have you ever read the books Jiraiya-sensei writes? Minato's expression was subtle. I probably haven't. That's not something I can really talk about. Why not? I suppose Jiraiya-sensei has led you astray. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Jiraiya-sensei, you'd better be careful. In the 20th year of Konoha, Tobirama Senju stared expressionlessly at the passage on the screen. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked puzzled, deeply bewildered. My future disciple is really like this. Danzo Shimura's eyes flickered with disdain. As expected of Hiruzen's student, to write smutty books for profit, truly disgraceful. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the training ground, Jiraiya was pestered by Naruto about Make Out Paradise. Kakashi pretended nothing had happened. Sakura blushed as red as an apple, and Sasuke looked disgusted. Lecherous sage, just tell me. Here, credit must be given to Jiraiya. Despite his wealth, he remains exceedingly frugal and always enjoys spending Naruto South money to court young ladies. It should be noted, the money Naruto earns from half a year of missions is barely enough for Jiraiya to enjoy one lavish drinking session. Naruto's 300 Ryo could feed and entertain him for a whole street without running out, yet Jiraiya invites 2 women to breakfast and empties Naruto's wallet in no time. The screen flashed with an image of Jiraiya in a tavern, flanked by 2 young beauties, laughing triumphantly, while Naruto looked dejected beside him. In the 48th year of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Kushina Uzumaki felt her hands stiffen, her fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Ah! She sprang to her feet abruptly, her chair sliding back several inches. Jiraiya, don't show your face before me. How hateful. The future Naruto is already so pitiful, and he still cheats Naruto's money to chase after girls. He's already so rich himself. Minato Namikaze noticed Kushina didn't even address Jiraiya with the honorific sensei, clearly indicating her genuine anger. He forced a few awkward laughs. He didn't doubt Jiraiya would lack Naruto's spending money. Judging by future Naruto's achievements, the education was evidently successful. After all, the screen had also revealed Jiraiya as the greatest influence on Naruto. However, Jiraiya's perverse tastes were indeed troublesome. Minato, Kushina turned to him. You should stop learning all that nonsense from Jiraiya. Minato nodded hastily. All right, I won. Kushina snorted, sat back down, but her fists remained clenched. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the training ground, Naruto shouted angrily, Lecherous sage, are you really such a terrible person? I'm not giving you money to chase girls. After speaking, Naruto reached into his pocket, fingers clutching his wallet tightly, relieved to find nothing missing. Jiraiya leaned against a tree, wearing a nonchalant expression. That's a matter for the future. I'm not taking your money now. That's still not allowed. Naruto guarded his pocket. And I won't give you money in the future either. Jiraiya pouted, so stingy. Beside them, Sasuke resolved to be more cautious with Jiraiya in this regard. He wanted to learn Sage Mode from him but refused to let his money be swindled away. Of course, if Jiraiya required money to teach him Sage Mode, that would be understandable, but Jiraiya's current behavior was clearly just juvenile mischief and that was unacceptable. Sakura, utterly disgusted, deliberately distanced herself from Jiraiya, fanning herself as if repelled by some strange odor emanating from him. Observing the reactions of these 3 youngsters, Jiraiya rolled his eyes. What kind of expressions are those? I'm not taking anything now. You took it in the future. They chorused in unison. Kakashi stood quietly nearby, flipping through Makeout Paradise, pretending not to have heard a thing. Of course, during the 3 years Jiraiya spent instructing Naruto, he was generous financially, and Naruto never worried about money. Clothing was bought for him, meals were treated to him. They stayed at hot spring inns, perused unpublished best-selling erotic novels, traveled across the globe, and even exchanged experiences with a toad, truly the treatment befitting a beloved grandson. In this regard, Jiraiya was still far better than Kakashi. Kakashi had a good personality and was handsome, but he was excessively stingy. Even treating Naruto to a bowl of ramen was done with great reluctance. Sakura turned her head to look at Kakashi, her gaze laden with meaning. Kakashi-sensei, so you're really that stingy. Kakashi's hand paused mid-page as he flipped a book. Naruto also glanced over. Kakashi-sensei, so you're really that stingy. Sasuke remained silent but stroked his chin with one hand, evidently recalling memories of Kakashi's stinginess. Jiraiya, seeing Kakashi being mocked, burst into hearty laughter. Kakashi, as a teacher, you're not nearly as generous as I am. Kakashi replied quietly, Lord Jiraiya, you were just being accused of cheating children out of money. Jiraiya's smile froze on his face. In the Hokage's office. Hearing this, Tsunade's anger was barely quelled, her breathing gradually returning to normal. That scoundrel Jiraiya, at least he showed some semblance of being an elder. Otherwise, she was truly ready to confront him. Her eyes flicked toward Hiruzen Sarutobi sitting before her, and she silently calculated. Sensing her gaze, Sarutobi stiffened instantly, his back straightening. Tsunade, I was quite generous with you all before, don't forget that. That's only natural, you're far wealthier than we are, old man. Old man, since you're so rich, how about helping me pay off some debts? Tsunade crossed her arms, her tone mischievous. Sarutobi gave a dry laugh. Tsunade, I've helped you quite a bit. You know I have a large family to support, and Konohamaru is still young. Besides, no one dares come to Konoha to ask you for money anymore. Sarutobi was blatantly lying. Not long ago, when Tsunade had just assumed the position of the 5th Hokage, many creditors learned of it and stormed the gates of Konoha to collect debts, even camping at the village entrance and blocking the gates, causing considerable embarrassment and pressure on Konoha. It was only because Tsunade was the Hokage that these debt collectors dared not go too far. After receiving a small repayment, most gave up. Humph, if you're not willing, forget it. Tsunade turned her head away, refusing to look at him further. Sarutobi sighed in relief and discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. The third figure, Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. As a former elite jonin of Takigakure, Kakuzu was targeted by the village's high command and assigned the mission to assassinate the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. After failing, he was accused of fleeing in disgrace. And finally, driven to the brink, Kakuzu killed the Takigakure leadership and defected. Since then, Kakuzu has cared only for money, embarking on decades as a bounty hunter. Akatsuki Hideout. Hayden listened to Kakuzu's background with some surprise. Kakuzu, you actually tried to assassinate the god of shinobi? I always thought you were bluffing. Wasn't it just throwing a shuriken from afar? The other Akatsuki members were equally astonished. Even Uchiha Itachi, who rarely spoke, glanced at Kakuzu. That was the god of shinobi, the man who pacified the warring states. Surely he is stronger than Nagato, right? Nagato was said to be an S-rank level powerhouse, yet still holed up in the Land of Rain and had to develop war weapons to intimidate the shinobi world. But the god of shinobi intimidated the shinobi world purely by his own strength. The difference is clear just by thinking about it. Kakuzu was truly gutsy. Kakuzu himself was proud. Of course, I fought Hashirama Senju for dozens of rounds before finally succumbing to his wood release. Geez, Deidara shook his head, a hint of sympathy in his voice. That's rough. So strong, yet the Takigakure village treated you like a fool. Kakuzu's face instantly darkened. So what? I killed those people anyway. Deidara shrugged. Well, as long as you're happy. In the first year of Konoha, the Senju clan estate, Hashirama Senju's home. Hashirama's mouth opened wide in shock. A jonin? Sent to assassinate me? Uchiha Madara sneered, irritation in his tone. Hashirama, you must have been too soft-hearted. Otherwise, how could this guy have survived you? He paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But Takigakure should be in the land of water, right? How dare they? They must be thoroughly dealt with. Hashirama sighed and waved his hand. That Kakuzu sounds like a pitiable person, betrayed by his village and forced to survive on bounty hunting. And Madara, don't be so quick to anger. These things haven't happened yet. Tobirama Senju surprisingly agreed with Uchiha Madara. Big brother, although your strength is great, you can't guard against thieves 1,000 days in a row. Our Konoha village has just been established. If Takigakure dares to send someone to assassinate the Hokage, that precedent cannot be set. Hashirama was silent for a moment. Hasn't he that Kakuzu already killed the Takigakure leadership? That is future knowledge, Tobarama replied calmly. The present Takigakure has yet to be taught a lesson. Hashirama contemplated, then shook his head. Forget it. Kakuzu was forced into that path. A warning to Takigakure will suffice. Uchiha Madara glanced at him without speaking. He had known Hashirama would say just that. Tobarama said no more, understanding his older brother's temperament. More words were pointless. But what level of action constitutes a warning would be up to him. Kakuzu defected from Takigakure at approximately age 31, taking with him the Forbidden Earth Grudge Fear technique, granting him extended longevity. After becoming a professional bounty hunter, Kakuzu, possessing S-rank level strength, devoted himself solely to amassing wealth, accumulating vast fortunes over 6 decades. It should be noted that among his captured prey were high-value bounties, such as the Earthland with a bounty of 30 million ryo, and Asuma Sarutobi with a bounty of 35 million ryo, each equivalent to 30 S-rank missions. Konoha, 60th year Hokage's office. Sarutobi's brows furrowed sharply, a tightness in his chest. Asuma. Kakuzu will kill Asuma in the future? His wife, eldest son, and daughter-in-law had already sacrificed themselves for the village. How could even Asuma escape his fate? How many people in his lifetime must he see pass away? Sarutobi opened his mouth to speak but found his throat painfully dry. Old man, the celestial screen is speaking of the future, which has not yet come to pass. Tsunade looked at Sarutobi's expression and offered reassurance. Sarutobi nodded silently, saying nothing more. He put down his pipe and gently wiped the handle over and over. 10th Squad's quarters. Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi anxiously regarded their guiding jonin. In particular, Ino's eyes were red, tears welling and threatening to spill at any moment. Asuma-sensei. Asuma Sarutobi himself remained composed, his face betraying no emotion. He fished a cigarette from his pocket, tapped it against the pack, placed it in his mouth, and pulled out a lighter. The flame flickered a few times, igniting the tip with a faint red glow. He took a deep drag, smoke curling slowly from his nostrils. The future is uncertain. Who can say for sure? Besides, since the celestial screen says Kakuzu will kill me, then we should carefully record his information and prepare accordingly. Perhaps we can prevent those future events from unfolding. He glanced at his 3 disciples. As shinobi, dying on the battlefield or in missions is our fate. Even if you truly die for me, do not grieve too deeply. Especially you, Shikamaru. Shikamaru said nothing, only staring intently at the celestial screen, trying to glean more information from the strangely dressed man in the sky. Seeing Shikamaru's disregard, Asuma did not become angry, merely gently patting the 3 disciples. Meanwhile, in the 8th Squad's quarters, Kurenai Yuhi clenched her fists tightly, etching the figure of Kakuzu deeply into her heart. Moreover, Kakuzu, as the Akatsuki's financial director, held supreme control over the finances of this violent organization. During the decade-long silent rise of the Akatsuki organization, they never turned down any mission, regardless of its nature. Moreover, the number of members was limited, resulting in minimal expenses. For instance, Zetsu was a plant that absorbed nutrients directly from the earth. Sasori was a puppet who did not require food. Deidara subsisted merely on soil. Kisame Hashigaki could catch his own fish and even share some with Itachi Uchiha. Consequently, the daily expenditures of the Akatsuki were significantly reduced, meaning that the money the organization earned was essentially pure profit. Therefore, when calculating the total amount of money Kakuzu possessed, even he was uncertain. Perhaps only Konan truly knew. Naturally, what saddened Kakuzu the most was that when he passed away, his money remained unspent and was ultimately squandered by others. At the Akatsuki hideout, Kakuzu's expression instantly turned cold. His gaze swept across the members of the Akatsuki before finally settling on Pain, the Deva path. Leader, what does this mean, Pain? The organization's money is earned through everyone's hard work. You absolutely cannot squander it all by yourself. Deidara opened his mouth, intending to speak, but swallowed his words upon seeing Kakuzu's expression. He decided to remain silent. Haiden, unusually silent, stepped back half a pace, clutching his scythe. Kisame chose to be a quiet observer. Sasori's puppet's eyes twitched slightly but said nothing. Even Zetsu emerged halfway from the ground, watching the scene with curiosity. Itachi Uchiha, as usual, remained inscrutable, revealing no hint of his thoughts. They were all astonished. What had Nagato done in the future to have spent all the money that everyone, especially Kakuzu, had painstakingly earned? Nagato himself was perplexed. Yet, He regarded himself as a god and would never tolerate open defiance. However, when his gaze fell upon Kakuzu, who was on the verge of collapse and tears, he found himself unable to speak harshly. Forget it. No matter what, Kakuzu's heart is devoted to the organization. Controlling the body of the Deva path, Nagato slowly spoke. Kakuzu, though I am unaware of the future circumstances, I assure you the organization's money will not be misused. All funds will be allocated to our plans. Hearing Nagato's response, Kakuzu felt considerably relieved. He understood that, as the powerful leader of the organization, it was no small feat for Nagato to offer such reassurance. Moreover, Nagato was currently managing the funds, overseeing all finances obtained through bounty missions and hunts, with every transaction meticulously recorded by Kakuzu. He knew that, as of now, the organization's money had not been misappropriated or squandered. Nonetheless, Kakuzu resolved to find a successor to assist in managing both his personal wealth and the organization's funds. Although confident that he would not die in the future, thanks to the intelligence from pain, he recognized the necessity of preparing for any eventuality. What if something unforeseen happened? Would the fortune he had amassed over decades simply vanish? Surveying the peculiar members around him, Kakuzu realized few had any concept of financial responsibility. Deidara, subsisting on soil, entrusting him with money would likely result in all the bills being spent on clay for his art. His explosive art was notoriously expensive. Sasori, although puppets did not eat, he was constantly engaged in research. Giving him control of the funds would only turn the money into a mountain of puppet materials. Every one of his hundreds of puppets was a financial investment. Haiden, if he managed the money, it would probably all be donated to the so-called evil god. Kisame Hashigaki, with an animal-like mind, could he handle money? Zetsu, did a plant need money? Entrusting him with finances would likely lead to confusion about what money even was. Obito Uchiha? Recently, he rarely visited the organization. Not trustworthy. Itachi Uchiha? The most problematic of all. Kakuzu, a seasoned veteran, feared he might abscond with the funds. The only one he could entrust seemed to be Konan, a woman who appeared normal. After all, compared to these strange individuals, a young woman would undoubtedly be more suitable for managing finances. Thus, Kakuzu made certain decisions in his heart and prepared to find an opportunity to discuss this matter seriously with Konan. Of course, he also intended to adjust some of his own views. Although the organization's funds were untouchable, he must use some of his personal money. Otherwise, if others benefited in the future, it would trouble him deeply. At this thought, Kakuzu felt a faint ache in his chest. Meanwhile, Konan, who had rarely participated in collective activities, felt a sudden pang in her heart. Could it be a coincidence? She looked at Kakuzu's deeply troubled face and silently took a step back. The second individual was Tenten from Konoha village. When discussing who was the wealthiest in Konoha, the most probable answer was Tenten. 60 years into Konoha's history, at the location of Team 3, Tenten's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Pain's mention of her. Rock Lee pointed excitedly at the image of a girl dressed in traditional Chinese attire with double buns on the screen above, jumping up and down in excitement. Tenten, look, it really is you. Niji Hyuga was also shocked, staring intently at the familiar figure on the screen. Having frequently undertaken missions with Tenten, he knew she was not lacking in money. She casually discarded ninja tools, and explosive tags seemed almost free to her. Yet, he never expected Tenten to rank as the second wealthiest ninja in the entire ninja world. This was wealth surpassing even that of the Hyuga clan. Might Guy was even more thrilled, performing several somersaults on the spot and bursting into tears upon landing. This is youth at its finest. Tenten appeared on the screen as well. Initially pleased, she suddenly froze, waving her right hand gently. Teacher Guy, please don't do this. Her wealth could be attributed mainly to 3 aspects. The first was her combat style. Her fighting method centered on throwing vast quantities of high-grade ninja tools. Such a style inherently required substantial financial backing. In the ninja world, ordinary tools such as kunai and shuriken were already expensive, and the explosive tags and specially crafted shuriken Tenten used were even more consumptive, fighting as if money were no object. Previously, it was mentioned that a typical genin earned only a few hundred ryo per mission, and 2 explosive tags were essentially a loss. Yet, Tenten's soaring dragon technique unleashed 10 billion kunai equipped with explosive tags at once, instantly covering the enemy's entire body and obliterating them. Additionally, Tenten possessed the Steel Disaster, a technique that instantly hurled 20 billion kunai, demonstrating the extravagance of her battle style. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade's eyes were wide, saliva dripping at the corners of her mouth. This was the disciple she had dreamed of, Casual moves costing tens of billions. Her gambling debts were nothing by comparison. Shizun stroked her chin. How about I take Tenten as my disciple? Shizun held a piglet, unable to look away. Lady Tsunade, Tenten's fighting style is based on throwing ninja tools, not medical ninjutsu. She can learn it anyway. Tsunade waved her hand. Besides, I'm not insisting she learn medical ninjutsu. Why not learn super strength? Throwing ninja tools would be faster and more accurate. Shizun opened her mouth, wanting to say, Lady Tsunade, you just want her to help pay off your debts. But seeing Tsunade's eager expression, she swallowed her words. Back at the Akatsuki hideout, Kakuzu felt as though his life had been lived in vain. The ninja world harbored such a person. One battle cost tens of billions? After more than 60 years of braving wind and rain, killing this and that, the money he had accumulated was not enough to cover a single battle for this young girl. He might as well give all his money to her, no matter who. He would kill them himself to prove it. The second aspect was Tenten's luck. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tenten unexpectedly acquired 6 legendary tools, including the Baneful Fan, the Horo Rope, and the Crimson Gourd. These artifacts, originating from the Sage of Six Paths, were priceless strategic resources in the ninja world. Such rare ninja tools not only held immense collectible value, but could also yield enormous profits through exhibition, research, or limited transactions. 20 years into Konoha's history, in the land of lightning, the hidden cloud village, the third Raikage furrowed his brow. The Baneful Fan, the Horo Rope, the Crimson Gourd, aren't those treasures of our hidden cloud village? Previously, Qin Tsuchi and Jin Tsuchi had only managed to slay the second Raikage by wielding these Six Paths ninja tools. Yet how is it that Mirai now possesses one of them in the hands of a young girl from the Hidden Leaf Village? What is the Hidden Cloud Village scheming behind the scenes? They have always been the ones to seize others' possessions. So how is it that something belonging to the Hidden Cloud has been taken by the Hidden Leaf? As for the claim made by Amiku about finding it, third Raikage would never buy that. 60 years of Hidden Leaf history. The Akatsuki's stronghold, Kakuzu's envy only grows. And this little girl on Amiku, not only is she wealthy, but her luck is extraordinary as well. A side note here, Mirai, who plunged into the infinite Tsukuyomi every day, was the first to detect anomalies. One must admit, her abilities are truly remarkable. In an underground base somewhere in the ninja world, the aged Uchiha Madara reclined against a stone chair, a sense of bewilderment gnawing at him. According to the intelligence revealed by Amiku earlier, his infinite Tsukuyomi plan seemed to have failed. After all, the ninja world had a so-called savior who became the 7th Hokage. And even his own heir, Obito, who had attained 6 paths level, was defeated by the combined efforts of himself and Sasuke Uchiha. Yet now Amiku claims the infinite Tsukuyomi was successfully activated once more? Could it be that Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were unaffected by the activation and then managed to dispel the infinite Tsukuyomi? Meanwhile, on a cliff somewhere in the ninja world, Obito Uchiha's face beneath his mask was equally grim. The infinite Tsukuyomi was indeed successfully activated? Then why did he still fail? If the Tsukuyomi had been cast, why was he not the final victor? And that someone as unheard of as Mirai could sense the anomaly in the infinite Tsukuyomi. This implies the infinite Tsukuyomi has glaring weaknesses. How might it be perfected? Damn it, Black Zetsu's involvement is not surprising. After all, if his mother had been saved, it must mean the infinite Tsukuyomi was successfully cast. Lately, he had been reflecting on the matter of Indra and Ashura, feeling that his thoughts were too simplistic. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, entangled through countless lifetimes, were likely destined to intervene at critical moments to prevent his mother's salvation. The Sage of Six Paths, or rather Kagaya Otsutsuki, undoubtedly left contingencies behind. The third aspect is that after the Fourth Great Ninja War, Mirai opened a ninja tool shop in the Hidden Leaf Village, transforming her combat expertise into a commercial asset, completing her evolution from ninja to entrepreneur, thereby surpassing previous wealth scales. At Naruto and Hinata's wedding, she even generously gifted a blue crystal kunai inlaid with colorful diamonds, undoubtedly the most extravagant present. In the 83rd year of the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Hokage residence, Boruto and Himawari instantly showed interest. Dad, Dad. Boruto leapt from the sofa. I want to see it. The diamond-studded kunai, the one Aunt Mirai gave. Himawari joined in, eyes sparkling. I want to see it too. Naruto smiled and rose, walking to a cabinet, pulling open a drawer to retrieve an exquisite wooden box. Opening it revealed a blue crystal kunai, its handle adorned with several colorful diamonds that shimmered brilliantly under the light. Wow! Boruto and Himawari exclaimed in unison. Naruto held the kunai, twirling it in his hand. This is the wedding gift Mirai gave me and your mother. Beautiful, isn't it? Boruto reached out to touch it, but Naruto raised it high. Careful, don't break it. That is stingy. Boruto complained. It's not stinginess, it's precious, Naruto replied, placing the kunai back in the box and closing the lid. This was a gift from someone else for our wedding. Boruto pouted. I want to open a ninja tool shop someday. Naruto laughed, ruffling his hair. Then you'll have to learn how to make money first. Hearing this, the ninja world's denizens swallowed hard. If the second richest ninja was already this wealthy, what about the richest? Amiku did not disappoint. Soon, the image of the wealthiest ninja appeared on screen. She had purple hair adorned with a white flower, wearing the familiar black cloak with red clouds of the Akatsuki. Sharp-eyed observers immediately recognized her as Konan, who had appeared before. Indeed, if one were to debate who was the strongest in the ninja world, names like Naruto, Sasuke, the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya, and Boruto would come up. But when it comes to the richest, there is no doubt it is Sister Konan. 6 trillion explosive tags are no joke. In the ninja world, explosive tags are extremely expensive tools, not something ordinary ninja can casually afford. When Shikamaru Nara was newly promoted to Chunin, even after completing multiple missions, he could barely afford 2 explosive tags. 1 explosive tag costs roughly 300 ryo. 6 trillion explosive tags amount to 1 octillion 800 trillion ryo. Adding in that Sister Konan said she had practiced with them a few times, assuming at least 3 times that S180 quadrillion ryo. What does this mean? If Konan wished, she could buy out the entire ninja world. The scene shifted to an ocean somewhere. Yet, to the ninja world's inhabitants, the sea roared with an earth-shattering thunder. The ocean seemed cleaved in two by a colossal axe, violently rolling back to both sides, parting the waters. What stunned countless ninja was that upon closer inspection, this was not a sea at all. Or rather, these waters were composed of an endless, densely packed multitude of explosive tags, clustered together to create the visual illusion of an ocean, limitless and breathtaking. The ninja world's people were utterly dumbfounded. What was this thing on Amiku? Was it a jutsu conceived by man? If such a technique existed, why bother killing with one's own hands? Furthermore, Sister Konan's 6 trillion explosive tags are also called Kakuzu's tear concealment technique. As an unsolved mystery in the ninja world, whether these explosive tags contain Kakuzu's legacy, or to what extent Kakuzu contributed, only she knows. Within the Akatsuki's stronghold, my money. Hearing Amiku's words, Kakuzu's heart ached unbearably, his body twitching with pain. He watched helplessly as the mountain of gold and silver he had accumulated over a lifetime turned into towering flames, exploding utterly and completely. That bone-deep agony and despair shattered the 90-year-old veteran rogue ninja utterly. In that moment, everything else was cast to the farthest reaches of oblivion. The only thing that mattered was the priceless 6 trillion explosive tags, now being frantically ignited. What burned was not mere paper. It was Kakuzu's lifeblood of half a lifetime. Instinctively clutching his chest, his body swayed as if at any moment he might collapse. After a long while, he barely regained composure, but tears slipped uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Don't blow up, please. Sister Konan, give me this money. Give me the explosive tags. Who is that enemy? I'll deal with them for you. Just leave it to me. Don't blow them up. Please. Never blow them up again. Deidara gaped at Kakuzu's state. He had never seen this old man, who always wore a cold expression and valued money above all else, actually cry. Haiden, carrying his scythe, took a few steps aside, wary of Kakuzu's tears splashing on him. Kisame held Samahata, his shark-like face unreadable but with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Zetsu emerged halfway from the ground, glanced at Amiku, then at Kakuzu, and silently withdrew. Painful path pain remained expressionless. But Konan herself stood in a corner, her expression deeply conflicted. Those 6 trillion explosive tags were a jutsu she had envisioned. Seeing Kakuzu's tear-streaked face, Konan opened her mouth to explain but didn't he know where to begin. She turned to look at the ocean reduced to ashes on Amiku, silently calculating the cost. 6 trillion explosive tags, even at cost price, Amiku had already calculated it. There was no point in hoping. Kakuzu. At last she spoke. Kakuzu abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. Return my money. Konan remained silent for a moment. I haven't touched your money. Isn't the organization's money under your custody? Then where did these explosive tags come from? My ninjutsu created them. Kakuzu was momentarily stunned. Then his expression darkened even further. No, that's not right. Earlier, Tenmaku said that after my death, if my inheritance was squandered, it would definitely be you. Damn it. I actually wanted you to help me manage the money. Kakuzu's face turned pale, filled with deep remorse for his previous thoughts. He gritted his teeth. Who are we dealing with? Which formidable enemy is worth 600 billion explosive tags? I don't know right now, but I promise, unless absolutely necessary, I won't misuse this technique. Still, they shouldn't all have been detonated. He muttered, leaving a few would have been better. Deidara finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Haiden laughed as well. Kisame's lips curled into a smirk. Even Sasori's puppet's eyes flickered with a trace of amusement. Kakuzu shot them a glare. What are you laughing at? That's money, not just paper. Deidara shrugged. Anyway, it's not my money. Kakuzu nearly coughed up blood in anger. Konoha village training ground. Naruto stood with his mouth agape, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. 600 billion explosive tags? Sakura was dumbfounded as well. How much money is that? Sasuke said nothing, but his eyelid twitched. Jiraiya leaned against a tree, a hint of worry etched on his face. That Konan? She's Nagato's companion, one of the founders of the Akatsuki. Then how is she so rich? Naruto asked further. She must have saved it up. Jiraiya pondered, or maybe it's her ninjutsu. Kakashi flipped through Konoha hentai paradise, but his eyes never left the Tenmaku. 600 billion explosive tags, enough to level Konoha hundreds of times over. That woman is far more terrifying than Kakuzu. Naruto suddenly turned to Sakura. Sakura, you should start saving money too. Sakura glared at him. Why should I save money? To buy explosive tags. I'm not some rich lady who has money to spare every day. The two bickered while Sasuke remained expressionless. Hokage's office. Tsunade stared fixedly at the sea of explosive tags on the Tenmaku, her eyes wide. 600 billion of them. She murmured. How long would that last me gambling? Shizen held Tun quietly, whispering, Lady Tsunade, that's someone else's money. I know. Tsunade sighed, filled with envy. Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, his face complicated. 600 billion explosive tags. That Konan is richer than the 5 great nations. If she wanted to, she could buy the entire ninja world. Old man, Tsunade suddenly spoke. Do you think she needs a Hokage as her bodyguard? Sarutobi choked on his smoke and began coughing. Tsunade smirked. Just kidding. The land of lightning, hidden cloud village. The fourth Raikage gasped sharply, springing from his seat. 600 billion explosive tags? Each worth 300 Rio. 600 billion amounts to 18 trillion. Is this woman sane? He could hardly imagine how many resources that would consume. Besides, if she spent that kind of money, the entire hidden cloud village could mobilize to work for her. He had thought that the Akatsuki's leader, Nagato, was formidable enough, a one-man village annihilator. But the fourth Raikage realized that Konan was even more terrifying. Coupled with Uchiha Madara's godlike, ghostly space-time abilities, every ninja village was sitting on a powder keg. 600 billion explosive tags could wipe out all 5 great ninja villages.
Raikage-sama.
Sachikage had the same thought as the fourth Raikage. Konan's abilities were exceedingly troublesome and warranted close surveillance. Otherwise, if she silently slipped into any ninja village, that village would suffer devastating losses. I know. The fourth Raikage interrupted, waving his hand and issuing orders to strengthen monitoring of the Akatsuki, especially Konan. The origin of her explosive tags must be thoroughly investigated. Sachikage nodded, rapidly jotting notes in his notebook. Land of Earth, hidden stone village. Anoki was flying in midair, swaying slightly, nearly falling from the sky. Kuratsuchi quickly reached out to steady him. Where does Akatsuki get such deep financial reserves? They're already so rich. Why take on missions? Kuratsuchi's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, finally forcing out. They've been selling explosive tags all along to amass their wealth. Anoki was puzzled. That Konan is no ordinary figure. 600 billion explosive tags cannot be produced by money alone. It requires time and manpower. More importantly, where do her channels come from? Kuratsuchi, have the Umbu gather all intelligence on Konan. The more detailed the better. Just as Kuratsuchi was about to leave the Tsuchikage's office to arrange tasks, Anoki spoke again. Also contact Akatsuki. See if we can purchase some explosive tags from them. We've cooperated so long, and the quantity we procure is large. It's best if they're cheap. Kuratsuchi was stunned momentarily, then nodded after a while. It seemed he still had a ways to go to reach his father's level. So this is how the Tsuchikage thinks. Land of water, hidden mist village. Meiterumi's beautiful eyes were wide open, utterly shaken by Konan's terrifying wealth, speechless for a long time. Chojuro stood cautiously by her side, asking gently, Lady Mizukage, are you all right? Iem fine. Meiterumi took a deep breath, simply feeling that their hidden mist village was far too poor. Chijuro opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. Land of Wind, Hidden Sand Village. Raza was stunned, his mind occupied by the number 600 billion. How long would it take him to mine sand to make that much money? Lady Chio sat nearby, watching Raza's disheveled state, unusually refraining from mockery. Lord Kazekage. Ebizo whispered, "Are you alright?" Raza snapped back to reality, his voice hoarse. "I'm fine. Just feel like I've wasted my life." Chio sighed. "Who hasn't he?" Konoha. Year 20 Hokage's office. Tobarama Senju remained calm, maintaining his usual aloof expression. He stared at the sea of explosive tags on the Tenmaku, then suddenly spoke. "Hiruzen, what do you think would happen if that Konin learned my multiplicative explosive tags?" Hiruzen was startled. What would happen? Maybe she'd de-blow the entire ninja world to smithereens. Why bother making war weapons? Konin herself is a human weapon of war. "Teacher, I'm afraid we can't let Konin learn that jutsu." Hiruzen swallowed nervously, forcing himself to steady his mind, and answered seriously. Tobarama neither confirmed nor denied, but inwardly he resolved to gather more intelligence on Konin. Whether or not she learned the multiplicative explosive tags was irrelevant. What mattered was understanding her 600 billion explosive tags thoroughly, so Konoha could keep some reserves for the future and better handle any situation. As the Tenmaku ended, the murmurs gradually quieted, and the gathered crowd slowly dispersed, returning to their own lives. Konoha Year 60 Training Ground. Sunlight poured from the sky, bathing Konoha village in golden hues. Cough, cough. Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, then coughed heavily twice, drawing the attention of the three youngsters. "Alright, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, the Tenmaku has ended, and we're about to commence this mission." Naruto's face lit up with joy, beaming with pride as he pumped his fists vigorously. "Awesome. Finally, we get to go out. Ha ha ha. My Rasengan's been waiting for a mission." Sasuke kept his hands in his pockets, silent, but his heart was equally thrilled. He had finally mastered Chidori. It was time for real combat. Sakura smiled as well, clenching her fists until her knuckles cracked softly. "Come to think of it, we might be the first among our classmates to go on a mission outside the village." She looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded lightly, "Yes. Yahoo, that's great." Naruto excitedly jumped twice on the spot. "Where are we going, Kakashi-sensei?" "Where to this time?" Kakashi slowly uttered 3 words. "Land of Waves." Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other in confusion. Land of Waves? Never heard of it. They racked their brains but still had no recollection. Sakura, however, instantly remembered. Land of Waves? It is a small island nation, surrounded by the sea on all sides, with an underdeveloped economy. Kakashi cast her a glance and nodded approvingly. Sakura's reservoir of knowledge was indeed far superior to that of the other two. Naruto scratched his head. "So what exactly are we going there for?" "A mission," Kakashi replied, unfolding the mission scroll. "Protect a person and complete the construction of a bridge." "Sounds impressive." Naruto grew excited again. Sasuke inquired, "Mission rank?" "Rank C." Naruto was momentarily stunned. "Only rank C? My Rasengan can take down a Jonin." Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance. "First, master the Rasengan so it doesn't disperse." Naruto deflated. Suddenly, Sakura asked, "Kakashi-sensei, ISNT Jiraiya-sama coming with us?" Naruto caught on as well. "Yeah, is the pervy sage coming along too?" Jiraiya leaned against a tree, arms crossed, and chuckled heartily. "I'm not going with you. This is a mission for Team 7. What would me tagging along do? Steal your thunder?" Naruto pouted, "You just don't want to go." Jiraiya remained non-committal, waving his hand. "Enough. Prepare well. Time waits for no one. We're departing soon." In truth, for Naruto and Sasuke's safety, Jiraiya would undoubtedly tail them. He would never allow these two children to risk themselves, especially after the revelation of their future identities by the celestial screen. For their growth as well, he would not intervene lightly, acting more as their guardian. He would never take action until their lives were genuinely in danger. Hopefully, these two fellows will mature quickly. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto and Sasuke's youthful appearances and sighed silently. Although somewhat embarrassing, the future ninja world sounded fraught with troubles, requiring these two to shoulder responsibility. This old bone of his could only shield them from the storm until they grew up. When Team 7 departed from the outskirts of Konoha village and met the bridge-building expert Dazuna, quarrels erupted just as in the original story. Despite the trio's enhanced abilities, their appearances remained unchanged, and Dazuna naturally continued to look down on Naruto and the others. He might observe the celestial screen, but the so-called saviors of weak strength were useless to him. However, the trio had been sailing smoothly lately, and were extremely displeased with Dezuna's sudden hostile attitude. Especially Naruto, who, despite his growth, was still belittled by Dezuna. Naruto clamored to teach Dezuna a lesson but was restrained by Kakashi. Thus, Kakashi and the others set off. Along the way, they encountered the obstinate rogue ninja brothers from Kirigakure once more. This time, however, Naruto was not intimidated. He reacted swiftly, and together with Sasuke and Sakura, they dispatched the brothers in a very short time. Following this, Team 7's journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, reaching the Land of Waves without any obstruction. Several days later, in the Land of Waves at Dezuna's residence, Team 7 had been staying there for several days. The bridge construction was progressing smoothly, yet the anticipated enemies never appeared. Kakashi remained highly vigilant each day, nerves taut, but not even a shadow appeared, filling him with an overwhelming sense of unease. Where are the enemies? What about the others? The rogue brothers were clearly scouts, but where are the enemies lurking in the shadows? His heightened tension over the past few days was in vain. If they don't show up soon, the bridge will be completed. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion in the Land of Waves, the oily Kato was equally dissatisfied. He loudly scolded a tall man whose upper body was wrapped in bandages. "Zabuza, what exactly are you doing? If you don't act soon, Dezuna and the others will finish the bridge. I paid you a hefty sum. Is this how you treat your employer?" Hearing Kato's words, Zabuza grew impatient. "Shut up. Haven't you seen the celestial screen? Do you think these people could just recklessly come out like this? Konoha must have backup. It's just a bridge. Why not wait until they leave and then tear it down?" Kato was furious. "I don't care about that. You must kill them before Dezuna finishes the bridge. I will never allow anyone in the Land of Waves to openly defy me." Upon hearing this, Zabuza said nothing more, only a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. While Kakashi's group and Zabuza's faction tested their patience, the celestial screen opened again as promised. This time, let us review the differences between early battle hand seals and late battle hand seals in Naruto. As the screen's voice concluded, various scenes flashed across the sky showing people performing hand seals to unleash ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Flower Fire Technique,
Shadow Clone Technique.
Water Dragon Bullet. Naruto craned his neck, engrossed, muttering, "I can do this one, not that one looks so cool. Sasuke, teach me later." Sasuke ignored him. The dazzling array of ninjutsu techniques appeared in the sky, mesmerizing the onlookers. Hand seals are the most iconic gestures of a ninja. Their flying hand signs combined with the incantation of the jutsu's name make for a thrilling spectacle, don't they? Hand seals are a crucial part of the 8 ninja arts. The smoothness or speed of performing hand seals directly affects the speed of ninjutsu release and, to some extent, determines a ninja's strength. In Naruto, characters who appeared earlier suffer more from hand seal limitations. The most typical example is Zabuza Momochi. The celestial screen showed a man carrying a large decapitating sword on his back, his upper body wrapped in bandages. As the first minor boss encountered by Team 7, Zabuza certainly benefited greatly from version bonuses. He punched Indra, kicked Ashura, intimidated the 6th Hokage, and scared the pet dog Silly. His record is even more exaggerated than Kagaya's. Who else can compare? Konoha, 60 years later, Land of Waves, Dezuna's residence. Naruto looked puzzled. "Indra? Ashura? Aren't those Sasuke and me?" Sasuke's expression was blank, but his eyelid twitched. "The 6th Hokage, is that Kakashi?" Kakashi squinted, lightly tapping his fingers on the windowsill. "Indra is Sasuke, Ashura is Naruto. The 6th Hokage, is it as you think? When did he become the 6th Hokage? And what does pet dog mean? This celestial screen is sometimes inexplicably strange." Sakura quietly asked Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, is that Zabuza really that strong?" Kakashi did not answer immediately. He pondered the celestial screen's descriptions. Punching Indra, kicking Ashura, intimidating the 6th Hokage. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza was indeed formidable, but did he really defeat them all? He knew the future strength of Sasuke and Naruto 6 Paths level. No matter how strong Zabuza was, the gap between him and 6 Paths level was as vast as heaven and earth. Therefore, Zabuza could only have fought their current selves. The screen was exaggerating. He finally said, "The celestial screen is teasing." Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. I'm so powerful in the future. There is no way this bandaged man could beat me." Sasuke said nothing but visibly relaxed. In a concealed room somewhere in the Land of Waves, Zabuza was equally stunned. He stared at his image on the celestial screen, the decapitating sword resting on his knees, his bandaged hand unconsciously gripping the hilt tighter. Punch Indra? Kick Ashura? Intimidate the 6th Hokage? Is that really me? If I'm that strong, why am I hiding here? Or is that my future self? Shiro, he spoke. Here. The white-clad youth standing in the corner responded. Who are Indra and Ashura? Shiro thought for a moment. The celestial screen said before. They are the sons of the sage of 6 paths. Indra is Uchiha Sasuke. Ashura is Naruto Uzumaki. Zabuza fell silent. The sons of the sage of 6 paths, future 6 paths level warriors. He was only a jonin. Could he really fight 2 6 paths level individuals? Was the celestial screen praising him or mocking him? Shiro, who is that 6th Hokage? Shiro thought again. Probably Hitaki Kakashi. Zabuza's fingers tapped rhythmically on the hilt of his sword. The overwhelming presence of the 6th Hokage? Could he really suppress Kakashi? That copy ninja, with his Sharingan activated, could effortlessly replicate his water-style jutsu. Tenmaku's words were heavily exaggerated. Yet, in his mind, he acknowledged that despite Tenmaku's dismissal, Kakashi and the others were no easy foes. After all, though Tenmaku claimed superiority, it was Kakashi and his team who survived until the end. Staying hidden in the back was the prudent choice. Byaku continued to watch intently. If they didn't T-move, neither would we. Byaku nodded and vanished from the window's edge. Just after Tenmaku's commentary, the scene abruptly shifted to a misty landscape. On the tranquil water's surface, a bandage-wrapped, half-naked man wielding a massive beheading sword on his back and clutching a 4-edged shuriken in his left hand slammed it heavily against the protective guard on the wrist of an opposing masked man. Both their faces glistened with droplets of water. Under the blade's pressure, blood dripped from the masked man's fingertips. As the image cleared, many in the ninja world instantly recognized them as Momochi Zabuza and Kakashi Hitaki. Nearby on the shore stood the bridge builder Dazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura, while Naruto floated on the water's surface. With a forceful push of Kakashi's right hand, the shuriken pinned against his wrist was flung away, and the two opponents retreated in opposite directions, creating a safe distance between them. Then, almost simultaneously, both raised their hands and began forming hand seals.
Cheshin, Mao, Keio, I. Sai, Cecha, U, Sai, Go, Sai, Ne, Esiai, Ne, I, Cecha, Mi, I, Sai, Mi, Cecha, Ne, Yin, Shin, Y, Shin, Cecha, Go, Mi, Ne, Sai, Keio, Shin, Mao, Ne, Cecha, Mi, Ko, Cecha, Shin, Y, Yin, Ko, Ne.
On screen, Zabuza's arms flailed wildly, while Kakashi's left eye Sharingan, marked by 3 tomo, instantly enlarged. He mimicked the hand seals with precision, matching Zabuza's speed. As their faces contorted fiercely and their hands joined together, they shouted in unison. Yo! Water style. Water dragon bullet technique. From the water between them, 2 emerald-eyed water dragons surged forth, entwining and biting at each other, stirring up tremendous waves. Beneath these dragons, Zabuza and Kakashi battled fiercely. At that moment, the camera panned to a tree behind them, where a mysterious figure dressed in skirt-like attire quietly observed the skirmish. As expected of a Konoha artisan, Kakashi was the first to unleash the water style, great waterfall technique, defeating Zabuza. Immediately afterward, Byaku appeared, flinging 3 needle-like projectiles that feigned Zabuza's death, then impersonated a Kirigakure Umbu operative to whisk Zabuza away. 44 hand seals. Exactly 44. Zabuza was one of the most meticulous ninjas when it came to hand seals. I wonder if Kakashi managed to maintain composure then. If he hadn't T-copied Zabuza's technique, he might not have been able to execute the water dragon bullet requiring 44 seals. Bear in mind, after Senju Tobarama simplified it, the water dragon bullet could be executed with just 3 hand seals. As an elite jonin of Konoha, Kakashi surely knew the simplified water style techniques. Of course, although Zabuza's strength was not exceptional, his rank was of the highest caliber. The 7th team only managed to defeat 2 adversaries, one being Zabuza and the other Kagaya. He could boast about that for a lifetime in the Pure Land. Konoha, the year of the 20th Hokage's office. Senju Tobarama felt a slight pride upon hearing Tenmaku's praise. The Kirigakure shinobi were somewhat rigid. If it had been him, they would have been sliced by his flying thunder god slash within those few seconds of hand seals. Konoha, the 60th year, land of waves, Dazuna's residence. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. Wasn't he the scene in the sky none other than Dazuna and the 7th team? The demon Momochi Zabuza was the mastermind behind this mission. However, it seemed Tenmaku had previously exposed the whereabouts of the 7th team and others. Even the demon himself was intimidated and refrained from attacking. That Umbu from Kirigakure in the footage was probably Zabuza's accomplice. What a coincidence. Under such circumstances, Zabuza would hardly let those two leave alive. Most likely, they had little chakra left and couldn't continue fighting. Clearly, there was no room for complacency before the mission's completion. Naruto then voiced his curiosity, hey, isn't that Uncle Dazuna and us? Why didn't we encounter those enemies? Sakura's expression was deeply displeased. That old man was truly detestable, falsifying the mission to save money. The earlier demon brothers were one thing, but there were still enemies afterward. Sasuke was equally annoyed, not out of fear of the enemies but simply upset at being deceived. At the same time, Sasuke pondered silently. Could he now replicate the water dragon bullet technique like Kakashi? Somewhere in a concealed room in the land of waves. Zabuza exhaled in relief, grateful for his wisdom in not choosing to confront head-on this time. Boasting in the Pure Land was utterly useless. Honestly, though Zabuza's moniker was demon, he was a pitiful soul. To change the brutal reality in Kirigakure's bloody mist, he rashly slaughtered his entire graduating class. Of course, the effect was immediate. The Kirigakure graduation exam rules changed the following year. Later, to resist the tyranny of puppet master Kochu Yakura, he attempted assassination but failed and defected, becoming a mercenary ninja. He earnestly sought to earn money to return to Kirigakure and overthrow Yakura's rule. What he didn't know was that the fourth Mizukage had long been manipulated by Uchiha Obito, and the bloody mist policy's intensification was Obito's doing. From another perspective, Kirigakure's predicament was understandable. After all, Rin Noara was killed because of them, and Obito's wrath was aimed at them. Konoha, the 60th year. Kakashi, still listening to the story, suddenly turned pale and nearly lost his balance. The image of Rin colliding with his Chidori flashed before his eyes, his left eye burning slightly. At that moment, a small hand steadied him. When Kakashi came to his senses, he realized it was an irate Naruto. Sensei Kakashi, are you alright? Naruto's voice brimmed with concern. By now, he knew that Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Rin Noara were all disciples of his father, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi paused, feeling a warm surge within. He shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto released his grip, hands on hips. Sensei Kakashi. That Obito guy. I'll definitely help you take him down. Unaware of the full context, Sakura approached quietly and asked, Sensei Kakashi, Rin Noara is my comrade. Kakashi answered softly. She died in front of me many years ago. Sakura opened her mouth but found no words. Sasuke suddenly spoke. So, according to Tenmaku, Uchiha Obito's revenge targeted Kirigakure? Kakashi hesitated briefly before nodding slowly. Probably. Obito believed Rin was killed by Kirigakure, so he hated that village. Naruto clenched his fists. But that doesn't justify controlling the Mizukage and killing so many people. Kakashi remained silent. He wanted to say that Obito hadn't always been like this. He was once passionate and peace-loving, but Rin's death changed him. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to speak, for Obito had already committed many wrongs. The only thing he could do was find Obito and either kill him or be killed by him. Kirigakure, Mizukage's office. Terumi and Genji rose in fury, while Aoi, Chojuro, and others seethed with anger. As those involved in overthrowing the fourth Mizukage, they were well aware that Kochu Yakura was secretly controlled by Genjutsu and had been investigating the mastermind behind it. They never imagined that Uchiha Obito, the culprit behind the Konoha Ninetales incident and the puppeteer of the fourth Mizukage, was one and the same. Uchiha Obito. Akatsuki. Terumi gritted her teeth, instinctively associating Uchiha Obito with the Akatsuki. Just because one person died, so many in Kirigakure had to perish. Genji's voice trembled with rage. Aoi clenched his fists. Mizukage-sama. We must take the initiative and join forces with other ninja villages to hunt down Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, with his elusive and unpredictable abilities, we shall never find peace. Mei Terumi drew a deep breath. Very well. Ao, you are to immediately contact the other 4 great ninja villages, clearly outlining the stakes involved and ensuring their cooperation. We can share all our intelligence with them without fear of ridicule. After all, the sky screen has already revealed everything to the entire ninja world. Furthermore, from this moment on, Kirigakure shall enter a first-level state of combat readiness, mobilizing all intelligence networks to search relentlessly for Uchiha Obito's whereabouts. Once found, eliminate him at any cost. At that moment, Chojuro quietly inquired, Lord Mizukage, what is to be done with Zabuza? Zabuza? Mei Terumi paused briefly, then waved dismissively. Through a covert channel, she would send him a message. As long as he was willing to return to Kirigakure, his status as a rogue ninja would naturally be revoked. After all, this man still bore some loyalty to the village. Genma cast a glance at Mei Terumi but offered no objection. When Zabuza assassinated the Mizukage years ago, it was to overthrow the bloody mist policy. Though his methods were extreme, his original intentions were not corrupt. Now that the truth had been laid bare, granting him a chance was only just, somewhere in the land of waves, a concealed chamber. Zabuza stared at the sky screen, utterly stunned. The bloody mist policy he had so long sought to dismantle was the result of the fourth Mizukage being manipulated? Had his killing of his fellow examinees, the assassination attempt on the Mizukage, his defection, and his mercenary endeavors all been in vain? His hands, stained with the blood of so many, had failed even to discern who his true enemy was. Across the sky screen, other ninja villages were similarly shaken to their cores. In the land of lightning Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage abruptly rose. Obito Uchiha can control the Mizukage? That is a Kaga-level powerhouse. He can manipulate tailed beasts and wields space-time ninjutsu. How many more trump cards does this man possess? Tsuchigumo's expression grew grave. Lord Raikage, we must unite with the other villages to hunt down Uchiha Obito. This individual is far too perilous. The fourth Raikage gritted his teeth. Issue orders for Sensory Ninja to scan every inhabitant of the village. Also, contact Konohagakure and demand they take a firm stance. In the land of Earth Iwagakure, Inoki hovered in midair, his face ashen. Control the Mizukage? Uchiha Obito is far more terrifying than we imagined. Katsuchi asked, Father, shall we also? Yes. Inoki cut him off. Deploy orders at once. All intelligence networks of Iwagakure must focus fully on tracking Uchiha Obito's whereabouts. Until this man is eradicated, the 5 great nations will never find peace. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, Raza gazed at the sky screen, his hands involuntarily clenching. Uchiha Obito, a member of the Akatsuki, can control a Kaga-level shinobi. Are there any among Sunagakure's ranks under his influence? The elderly Chiyo shook her head. It is unknown, but we must remain vigilant. Raza nodded. Heighten security measures. Especially among the upper echelons, everyone must undergo regular checks for traces of genjutsu. In Konohagakure, the Hokage's office, Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged a wordless glance. That is a Kage. Do not underestimate the Mizukage. Before the sky screen revealed the Chokage and Rakudo levels, he was among the most formidable shinobi publicly known in the ninja world. For him to be secretly controlled is utterly terrifying. Combined with Uchiha Obito's horrifying ideology, we must hunt him down. At the Akatsuki hideout, Deidara whistled softly as he watched the sky screen. That Toby fellow can even control the Mizukage? Well, he sure knows how to keep his cards close. Haiden hefted his scythe. No wonder he always wears a mask. It's to avoid being recognized. Meanwhile, Pain of the Deva Path's eyes grew even more wary. Uchiha Itachi already possessed a Tatsuka blade, which was troublesome enough. Now, Uchiha Obito's Genjutsu can control the Mizukage as well. These Uchiha truly are a handful. Speaking of Zabuza, it is necessary to mention Haku. Haku, an androgynously beautiful youth, possessed the rare ice release Kekiai Genkai. Due to Kirigakure's policies, he became an orphan. Early on, Zabuza recognized Haku's Kekiai Genkai potential and took him in, training him into an exceptional ninja. Though Zabuza claimed to regard orphaned Haku merely as a tool, it was evident he cared deeply for the boy. Having no parents, no true home, Haku was rescued from despair by Zabuza, who gave him hope and became the most important person in Haku's life. Despite his cold proclamations that the ninja world consisted solely of relationships of use and being used, that ninjas were mere tools, Zabuza's icy exterior had long since been melted by Haku. When Haku sacrificed himself to save Zabuza's life, this seemingly heartless antagonist was spiritually shattered, revealing his true feelings and admitting his genuine affection for Haku. The scene shifted, showing Kakashi once more, but the battlefield had transformed into a mist-shrouded bridge. Clearly, this was the aftermath of the confrontation between Team 7 and Zabuza. Kakashi unleashed Chidori, the crackling lightning in his hand aimed at Zabuza, who was restrained by the summoned dogs. Pucci. In Zabuza's dilated eyes, Haku's body blocked the strike, pierced through the chest by Chidori, blood splattering across Zabuza's face. 60 years into Konoha's history, somewhere in the land of waves, a hidden chamber, Zabuza stared at the image on the sky screen, as if frozen in place. Haku would die? If he continued carrying out Kato's mission, Haku would perish at Kakashi's hands? His hands trembled. Was it anger or fear? He could not say. It felt like something indescribable even to himself. Meanwhile, Haku, executing Zabuza's surveillance mission, heard the sky screen's narration and slowly halted his steps, gazing upward at the images. The sky screen called him a beautiful youth. Was that a compliment? When it mentioned that Zabuza had saved Haku from despair and given him hope, becoming the most important part of Haku's life, his eyes glistened faintly with tears. Master Zabuza, he murmured. The man who had found him in the snow, asking if he wished to live. Since then, Haku's life belonged to Zabuza. As the sky screen continued to recount Haku's sacrifice to save Zabuza, Haku looked at the image of himself pierced through the chest by Chidori, eyes devoid of fear. If it could save Master Zabuza, then death was of no consequence. Yet he also knew Master Zabuza would never wish for him to die. Master Zabuza, you truly are unyielding, he thought, for all his harsh words. 48 years into Konoha's history, somewhere on a cliff in the ninja world, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth in frustration. Why did Kakashi have such a penchant for stabbing people in the chest? He could feel a dull ache beginning anew in his own chest. This mission in the Land of Waves was a crucial journey for Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, marking their first truly locked battle. Sasuke unlocked his first Magatama seal to rescue Naruto, and upon witnessing Sasuke's dire condition, Naruto unleashed the Nine-Tails power to the point of total loss of control, both unlocking their ultimate abilities. It was here that Naruto first declared his creed. Say what you mean and mean what you say. That is my ninja way. Though it sounds immature, Naruto has upheld this belief unwaveringly for over 20 years, from this broken bridge to the Hokage's office. Perhaps this steadfastness is why he surpassed Hashirama Senju in spirit and was able to bring Sasuke back. In the first year of Konoha's history, top a familiar village platform, Hashirama Senju faced Madara Uchiha, speaking solemnly, word by word, Madara, rest assured, I will no longer pursue trifles. Our ideal is peace in the ninja world and nothing else shall change. His voice carried far on the wind, imbued with unwavering resolve. Madara Uchiha showed no expression but nodded ever so slightly. Tobirama Senju stood nearby, witnessing the scene in its entirety. He sighed inwardly, sensing that war with the other ninja villages seemed inevitable. Yet, having come from the warring states period himself and having fought since childhood, he was no stranger to the horrors of war. Scenes of rivers of blood had become commonplace. One more would make no difference. As long as the elder brother has made up his mind, his sole responsibility is to ensure flawless execution. Tactics, logistics, and intelligence are all his forte. It stands to reason that as long as the Otsutsuki clan on the moon refrains from intervening, the elder brother and Madara together could effortlessly defeat these ninja villages. The only real trouble lies in the post-war division of spoils. Should the distribution of benefits falter, it is likely that the elder brother and Madara would spend their entire lives quelling rebellions, fighting here only for unrest to erupt there, never finding peace. Moreover, once they both perish, the ninja world's situation would instantly collapse into chaos, returning everything to square one. He must contemplate this earnestly and ensure that these two are properly settled. 60 years in Konoha, within the Dazuna household. Ah yes, indeed. This is exactly what I have always envisioned, but I haven't even spoken yet. Why did Tenmaku have to say it first? How vexing. Naruto felt a bit overwhelmed, clutching his head and pacing in circles within the room. His ninja way, his creed, had been usurped by Tenmaku's prior declaration, as if his lines had been stolen from him. Kakashi gently stroked Naruto's head, offering consolation. Naruto, this was always your ninja way. Now the entire ninja world knows it. But what matters is not merely proclaiming it, but embodying it unwaveringly. This child Naruto is truly remarkable. To speak plainly and follow through. Easier said than done, nearly impossible to accomplish. From Tenmaku's perspective, whether Naruto remains as he is now or ascends to become a 6 paths level powerhouse in the future, he will steadfastly uphold this conviction. This is something even the god of shinobi failed to achieve. Sasuke gazed at Naruto with a complex expression. The fool was truly a fool. Yet now he possessed the dual Mangekyo Sharingan, stronger than Tenmaku's contemporary self. These foes would no longer pose a threat. The Land of Waves mission was also the first time Naruto's silver-tongued eloquence truly shone, managing to move even the cold-blooded Haku, who kills without blinking, to tears. This was a man who had fought since childhood and never even furrowed his brow in the face of death. Yet here he was, weeping profusely, which was somewhat absurd. Of course, from another perspective, this also revealed that Haku, despite his seemingly cold and heartless exterior, was, at his core, a man of deep loyalty and emotion. Also, everyone need not agonize over whether Haku was male or female. After all, the Hokage never explicitly stated that Haku could not be a woman, right? On the screen of Tenmaku, the scene continued with Haku's heart being pierced by Kakashi. Haku did not mourn but even complimented, "Well done, Haku." Then, seizing a decapitation blade, he swung it down, cutting through the bodies of both Kakashi and Haku. However, by this time, Haku was severely wounded. His attacks were easily evaded by Kakashi. The two continued their fierce struggle, but Haku's strength was inherently inferior to Kakashi's, and in his grievously injured state, he was effortlessly overwhelmed. Kakashi's taijutsu flowed like water and clouds, each strike and kick landing precisely on Haku's weak points. Soon, Haku's arms were utterly incapacitated. His two limbs hung limply at his sides, unable even to be lifted, and the decapitation blade slipped from his grasp onto the ground. At that moment, Kato arrived on the battlefield with a group of men. Seeing Haku fallen to the ground, Kato instantly recalled the earlier scene where Haku had crushed his arm. Furious, he strode over to Haku and, in Naruto's enraged gaze, raised his foot and delivered a kick to Haku's face. Naruto, restrained by Kakashi, could not retaliate against Kato. Thus began Naruto's verbal onslaught against Haku. The screen did not reveal what Naruto said. Only his lips moved incessantly, tears streaming as he spoke passionately. "Enough!" Haku's voice rang out from the screen. When the camera shifted to him, Haku's blood-streaked face was streaming with 2 lines of hot tears. "Haku, he did not fight just for me. He fought ruthlessly for all of you as well. I understand now. That man was simply too gentle. Ninjas are humans too. Perhaps they cannot fully become unfeeling tools. I have lost. Kid, lend me your kunai." Under Kato's astonished gaze, Haku bit off the bandage covering half his face. Then, using his mouth, caught the kunai Naruto threw to him and charged recklessly toward the overwhelming numbers of Kato and his men. Accompanied by sorrowful music, Haku's movements unfolded as if in slow motion, striking down foes, taking wounds, striking again, wounded again. Each dash claimed a life, but his body bore mounting injuries. By the time he reached Kato, his back was pierced with countless blades. Even so, with his last ounce of strength, Haku bit down on the kunai and plunged it fiercely into Kato's chest, then kicked him into the sea. When Haku turned back toward Haku's corpse, Kato's subordinates, intimidated by his imposing aura, dared not make a move and yielded a path. Haku staggered toward Haku's body, each step unsteady as if he might collapse at any moment. In a daze, he saw once again that snow-white youth. The final scene showed Kakashi cradling the fading breath of Haku, laying him beside Haku's corpse amidst a swirling snowstorm. Snowflakes drifted down, blanketing the two. As Haku trembled and reached out to caress Haku's face, sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Haku's countenance. A concealed chamber in the land of waves. Tenmaku mocked his gender, but he did not care. Yet upon witnessing the scene of Haku's death and subsequent humiliation by Kato, he smiled nervously. When the scene ended, he already gripped the decapitation blade and dashed toward the grandest residence in the land of waves. From this moment forward, the mission was cancelled. The demon of Kirigakure, Momochi Haku, had returned. Meanwhile, within the Dazuna household, Kakashi, gazing at the tragic scene on Tenmaku's screen, turned to the equally moved trio and whispered, "This time, our mission is to protect Dazuna's bridge construction. As long as Haku and the others do not strike first, we shall not interfere." The three nodded vigorously. "Yes." Naruto clenched his fists, still somewhat indignant. "That Kato is despicable. Haku fought so well." Sasuke said nothing, but a flicker of approval crossed his eyes. Yet, what exactly did Naruto say to make Haku speak like that? Sakura's eyes reddened. Haku was so gentle. In the land of water, Kirigakure village, countless villagers watching Tenmaku were deeply moved. Some wiped their eyes with the backs of their hands, others openly wept. That Haku is truly admirable. No wonder he is one of ours from Kirigakure. Exactly. That Kato is utterly detestable and must be punished. Haku was a good child too. His final words, "Ninjas are people too," were so well spoken. The villagers chattered excitedly, their tone devoid of disdain for the rogue ninja, replaced instead by pride in their fellow villagers. In the Mizukage's office, Mei Terumi finally sighed softly. That Haku is indeed a man. Speaking of earnest hand seals, there is one more who must be mentioned. Kisame Hashigaki. On Tenmaku's screen flashed an image of Kisame standing in water, forming several precise hand seals, performing a summoning jutsu that called forth a gigantic shark. The shark leapt from beneath the surface, mouth agape, spraying water everywhere. Kisame's expression was stern, his hand seals textbook perfect. People across the ninja world's timelines found it peculiar. Kisame's hand seals were far more orthodox than Haku's, practically flawless, so why was he the subject of teasing? Kisame, though introduced early, was not truly depicted in combat until the late Shippuden arc. By then, powerful ninjas no longer bothered with single-handed seals, simplified seals, or no-seal ninjutsu tricks. Who among serious ninjas even bothers with hand seals? Isn't that right, Hashirama Senju? Shouldn't ninjutsu simply be summoned with a clap of the hands and a shout? The screen swiftly cut to Hashirama clapping his hands, black markings appearing on his face. Senjutsu would release. True Thousand Hands. Hashirama radiated blue light. A fierce gust whipped his hair upward. A colossal thousand-hand Buddha statue appeared in the sky, its towering figure and outstretched thousand arms seeming to fill the entire heavens. With palms outstretched, blotting out the sky, the gathered shinobi of the ninja world broke into cold sweats upon witnessing the scene. Is this truly the might of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju? The overwhelming sense of oppression was utterly suffocating. Merely gazing upon the colossal image in the heavens made one feel breathless, as if that great Buddha statue could descend and crush everything beneath it at any moment. In the land of rain, the hidden rain village, Nagato sat alone in his wheelchair outside a high platform of a building. Fine, dense raindrops pattered against his face, trickling down his cheeks, yet he remained motionless, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the Senju Buddha in the sky. The sheer scale of this jutsu, such an oppressive aura, far surpassed his own Chibaku Tensei. Even if he exerted all his strength to unleash the planetary devastation, it would likely be effortlessly shattered by this towering Buddha. The statue's thousand arms, crashing down simultaneously, would reduce any Chibaku Tensei to mere rubble. And yet, Hashirama Senju had not even been recognized by the celestial screen as a Rakuto-level warrior. For a moment, Nagato was left somewhat dazed. What was the true gulf between the threshold of the Choei class and a Choei like Hashirama Senju? In the first year of Konoha, atop a high platform outside the village, Madara Uchiha was also momentarily stunned. So this was the true count of Senju's thousand hands. The one mentioned in relation to that monk named Jirobo? That brat Jirobo's techniques? How could they possibly be compared to Senju's? He slowly turned to face Hashirama, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Senju, how many more jutsu are you hiding from me? For a moment, Hashirama was at a loss for words. Nothing left. Truly none. The celestial screen had laid bare all my secrets. Madara snorted, withholding comment. He still remembered that, in some future timeline, Senju had ultimately slain him. Of course, most could never match Hashirama Senju's ability to summon anything at will with a mere clap of his hands. So they chose the simplest and most direct approach, continuously practicing to increase their hand seal formation speed and thereby enhance their power. A typical representative of this was Itachi Uchiha. During a covert return to Konoha, in a battle against Kakashi and others, Itachi's hand seal speed was so swift that even Kakashi's Sharingan could not detect it. It can only be said that an implanted eye can never fully match the original, or rather, there exists a disparity even between Sharingans. But all that aside, Itachi Uchiha was undeniably strikingly handsome. Otherwise, how else to explain his rise as a devoted son and his enduring popularity? The notion that beauty equates to justice holds true in every corner of the ninja world. At the scene's start, a misty haze enveloped the surroundings. With the sound of footsteps, two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds slowly approached the entrance of Konoha village. The Chunin guard on duty was about to question them when the shorter of the two suddenly opened his eyes, revealing the unmistakable Sharingan. The moment the Konoha Chunin made eye contact, he was instantly ensnared in an illusion, collapsing in a daze. Accompanied by the clear chime of bells, the two figures quietly vanished into the village's thickening fog. The camera shifted to a large tree within Konoha. The two figures landed, and the straightforward Kisame Hashigaki was the first to speak. Have you found him? MHM. Itachi Uchiha responded calmly. That makes things easier, Kisame said slowly. Let us go. Itachi finished speaking, and the two leapt from the branches, disappearing into the forest. In the 60th year of Konoha, in the land of waves, at the Dazuna household, Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke nearly hissed the name through gritted teeth, springing to his feet, fists clenched so tightly they creaked. Indeed, one of the two figures in black cloaks with red clouds was none other than the rogue ninja who had annihilated the Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke never imagined that the future Itachi would be so brazen as to return to Konoha alongside members of the Akatsuki. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. His voice trembled, his expression bordering on madness. His Sharingan involuntarily activated, the two tomo spinning rapidly. Naruto was startled and hurried over. Sasuke, calm down. How can I calm down? That man is right here in Konoha. I'm going to kill him. Sasuke made a move to rush out, already stepping forward. Kakashi reached out and pressed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, his voice steady. Sasuke, that S in the future. The present Itachi Uchiha is not in Konoha. Sasuke panted, his gaze fixed on the figure on the celestial screen, the hatred in his eyes nearly overflowing. Moreover, Kakashi continued, the celestial screen said his hand seal speed was so fast that even my Sharingan could not detect it. You are not yet his match. Sasuke's body stiffened. Naruto approached, patting his shoulder. Sasuke, I will help you. We'll grow stronger together, then go find him. Sasuke gave no reply, but his breathing gradually steadied. Sakura stood nearby, watching the two with deep concern in her eyes. Kakashi withdrew his hand and looked toward the celestial screen. Itachi Uchiha's return to Konoha, is it for Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan? If so, that fight between the brothers is truly inevitable. Fortunately, Sasuke has the advantage. On the celestial screen, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, having breached Konoha's borders, walked leisurely along the riverbank. The flowing water mirrored their black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Two S-rank rogue ninjas casually strolled through the strongest village in the ninja world as if it were no more than a trivial matter. However, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi had already noticed the suspiciously dressed duo and blocked their path directly ahead. Asuma, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, softly inquired, "You're not from the village. What brings you here?" The sudden voice from across caused Asuma and Kurenai to exchange puzzled glances. Long time no see, Asuma-san, Kurenai-san. They had not expected the newcomers to recognize them, nor to speak with such courtesy. As Itachi and Kisame slowly lifted their heads and casually removed their straw hats, Asuma and Kurenai were instantly shocked upon seeing their faces. "Why you are?" Asuma's voice trembled with repressed anger. Without a doubt, Itachi Uchiha. Kurenai's hand quietly rested upon her kunai. But Kisame, maintaining a serious demeanor, introduced himself. "I have no desire to kill you." Yet Asuma's reply was cutting. That doesn't sound like something the man who slaughtered his own clan would say. After hearing this exchange, Kisame's patience snapped. He was not here to reminisce, nor to listen to snide remarks. Without a word, Kisame drew the samahata from his back and slammed it violently onto the ground. Impatiently, he said, "Enough of this chatter. Shall I just cut him down?" Itachi's tone remained indifferent. "It seems they have no intention of stepping aside quietly. But don't go overboard, your techniques are too conspicuous." At these words, Kisame seemed to be unshackled from some restraint, a feral grin spreading across his lips. Then it settled. In an instant, both sides struck almost simultaneously. Kisame hefted samahata and lunged violently, slashing toward Asuma Sarutobi. At the same time, Kurenai launched a genjutsu, preparing to strike at Itachi. The moment of contact, Asuma suddenly realized the vast chasm in strength between himself and this humanoid-tailed beast. Kisame, wielding samahata with one hand, effortlessly suppressed Asuma's dual chakra blades. More astonishingly, Kisame employed only the tip of the sword, the least advantageous position for exerting force. This single strike alone revealed the terrifying magnitude of Kisame's power. Soon, Kisame pressed the attack further. Asuma, caught off guard, suffered a wide gash torn across his shoulder by samahata. In just a brief encounter, the elite Jonin-level Asuma was already wounded. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the Dazuna household in the Land of Waves, Naruto's eyes widened. That shark-faced guy is incredible. Asuma-sensei got hurt so fast? Kakashi fixed his gaze upon the canopy above, offering no response. Kisame Hashigaki, the rogue ninja of Kirigakure, possessed a chakra reserve comparable to that of a tailed beast. It was understandable that Asuma could not overcome him. Even if it were himself, victory would not be guaranteed. Speaking of which, compared to the hardships of life, Itachi Uchiha preferred sweetness. Upon arriving at Konoha with Kisame Hashigaki, he could hardly contain himself before indulging in some sweets, indifferent to being discovered. Undoubtedly, Itachi Uchiha epitomized the archetypal Uchiha clan madman, willing to sacrifice parents and clansmen alike to achieve his ends. From this perspective, the suffering he endured was largely self-inflicted. Despite the fact that he and Obito Uchiha together could have annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, his so-called Hokage mindset never led him to seek reform. Instead, he resorted to crude, ruthless extermination. Sometimes, I utterly fail to comprehend Masashi Kishimoto's logic. Although Itachi slaughtered many, possibly including infants swaddled in their cradles, he is still considered a good man. Look at how well he treated his younger brother. Though he may have killed even babies younger than Sasuke, he pitied that child more than others. Their parents cared deeply for him. When, in the latter part of Shippuden, Sasuke actually declared Itachi the perfect brother. It was almost unbearable. Who has such a flawless sibling? It would be a blessing for the entire family. Killing one's parents and forcibly controlling one's entire life. At that moment, it seemed Sasuke must have been possessed by some otherworldly deity. Otherwise, given his normal disposition, when faced with Itachi's Edo Tensei incarnation, he would most likely have gouged out his own eyes and tossed them to Itachi, saying, "These belong to you. Now I return them." The commentary from the canopy was merciless, one remark following another, akin to a solo comedic monologue. Konoha, in the 60th year, land of waves. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, his voice squeezed through gritted teeth. What a joke! Why should I have any right to forgive that man? I will only kill him and offer his severed head as a tribute to our clan. Whether he is forgiven or not is the concern of the clan. Naruto stood silently by, opening his mouth but finding no words. Indeed, the deep-seated hatred from the massacre of parents and clansmen was not something that could be set aside with mere words. Konoha in the 52nd year Uchiha clan territory. They could only perceive the canopy's words as cold jests. Even the future demeanor of Itachi Uchiha. Does he deserve to indulge in sweets? Hokage mindset? Someone could not help but scoff. Killing one's own parents and clansmen, that is called Hokage mindset? The battle scene on screen continued unabated. Sakura Haruno and Itachi Uchiha were already engaged, with Sakura employing the demonic tree-binding death technique. "You're finished," Sakura shouted. But in the next instant, she realized she was ensnared by the tree. She had been countered by her own Genjutsu. A special Jonin specializing in Genjutsu was undone in an instant. No, perhaps from the very moment she locked eyes with those Sharingan, she had already fallen under the opponent's Genjutsu suggestion. "This level of Genjutsu is useless against me," Itachi said expressionlessly, watching Sakura. Yet Sakura remained immersed in shock. Is this a Genjutsu rebound? She had heard of the Sharingan's natural counter to Genjutsu, but only by experiencing it firsthand did she understand the crushing sense of powerlessness that could shatter a Genjutsu ninja's confidence. Just as Itachi revealed a kunai, preparing to strike Sakura, she bit her tongue hard, breaking free from the Genjutsu at the critical moment. Though she dodged Itachi's lethal blow, he still kicked her, sending her flying onto the nearby water's surface. Konoha in the 52nd year Uchiha clan territory. The Uchiha Jonin present twitched their lips in disbelief. Who is that female ninja on the canopy? So audacious, playing with Genjutsu in front of the Uchiha clan. Isn't this like showing off one's skill before a master? Not to mention the future wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi, even in front of us Jonin, she would be overwhelmed. The Sharingan's Genjutsu is simply beyond the ability of ordinary shinobi to resist. Moreover, when facing the Uchiha, the first rule is never to look into their eyes. That is basic knowledge. Only Itachi Uchiha himself, at the Akatsuki hideout, appeared somewhat surprised. Who is Kishimoto? Why does he hold me in such esteem? Sakura. Asuma Sarutobi anxiously shouted from the canopy. Do you still have the mind to worry about others? Kisame Hashigaki grinned, his tone tinged with mockery. As expected of Sakura, but just as Sakura barely regained her footing on the water, Itachi silently appeared behind her. But this is where it ends. I am speaking to you. At that critical moment, Kakashi arrived on the battlefield to lend his aid. With his arrival, Asuma's morale visibly lifted. He infused chakra into his iron fist, the metal surface shimmering with a faint blue glow. With fierce punches and agile maneuvers, he managed to slash Kisame's face with a single strike, blood trickling down the shark-like visage. Then, the straightforward Kisame's eyes flickered with surprise and excitement as he stepped back, his hands rapidly forming seals. But before he could act, Kakashi shouted first. Water release, water shark bomb technique. Two small water dragons leapt from the river, identical in form. They collided midair with a thunderous crash, neutralizing each other and dispersing into a misty spray. Clearly, Kakashi was showing Kisame a trick beyond Zabuza's. Why have you come too? Asuma, still smoking, asked Kakashi. Well, though I just entrusted you 2 moments ago, I suppose I'm still a bit worried, Kakashi replied. Meanwhile, another Kakashi stood behind Itachi, kunai pressed against his body. As Itachi turned, their 3 Tomo Sharingan locked eyes instantly. Kakashi Hatake? Itachi's tone was cold. You're a rogue ninja. Why have you returned to the village now? Kakashi inquired. At the Dazuna residence. Upon hearing this, Sasuke straightened up immediately. The earlier Jonin-level duel had dazzled him, but Kakashi's question was precisely what he most wished to know. Why had Itachi, the Uchiha clan's traitor who annihilated their entire family, returned to Konoha? On screen, The honest Kisame also recognized the ninja who had copied his techniques, scrutinizing Kakashi. Truly astonishing. No wonder you can perform the same jutsu as I do. I never expected that besides Itachi, there was indeed someone else with such eyes. You must be the copy ninja Kakashi. Then, I should be the one surprised. Kakashi retorted without yielding. I thought I had merely spotted a suspicious person in a tea house, but it turns out to be Itachi Uchiha and the Kirigakure's oddity. Kisame Hashigaki. My apologies, I did not expect you to recognize me. It is an honor. Kisame smirked. I heard that Zabuza fought you. He has someone worth my blade. Land of waves, in front of the most opulent residence. The bloodied Zabuza sat upon the steps, watching the canopy with relish. His decapitation blade stood nearby, its blade still stained with fresh blood, droplets slowly dripping down. Inside the mansion, countless corpses lay strewn haphazardly, the air thick with the stench of blood. The corpse of a rotund man dressed in lavish clothes hung conspicuously from the chandelier. His eyes wide open, mouth agape, as if in his dying moments he was still thinking, how dare you? Bah, Kisame, that guy dares to act all high and mighty in front of me, saying such grand things, yet he was countered by Kakashi's Jinjutsu? Let us see how you get dealt with next. Zabuza spat on the ground, disdain etched across his face. We're all members of the later 7 ninja swordsmen, and all rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. What is there to be so arrogant about? We're all elite jonin. What is there to boast about? On the stage, Kisame was about to make his move, his shark-like muscles tensing as he raised his jagged fin. But as he stepped forward, Itachi stopped him with a commanding voice. Kisame, don't act recklessly. If you truly engage him in combat, I fear you won't emerge unscathed. Moreover, the longer you linger, the more likely other shinobi will converge upon us. Do not forget our objective. You did not come here to get wounded, did you? Well then, I would like to hear what your purpose is, Kakashi remarked. No sooner had he spoken than his shadow clone dissolved into a wisp of white smoke. Only then did everyone present realize that the Kakashi standing behind Uchiha Itachi was the original. We have come seeking a certain item, Uchiha Itachi responded. What is it that you seek? Kakashi inquired, drawing a kunai with evident caution. Itachi did not answer directly but said indifferently, I am unlike Kisame. I will not take much time. Before anyone could react, he suddenly thrust out a hand, fingers bristling with shuriken. Kakashi, sensing imminent danger, immediately unleashed a jutsu. Water style, water wall formation. Kakashi swiftly erected a wall of water around himself. Simultaneously, countless water spikes surged forth, crashing toward Kakashi. At the brink of catastrophe, the water wall barely held them at bay. One must admit, Uchiha Itachi's prowess remains formidable. As a Kage-level shinobi in the early days, every move exuded the aura of a master. It should be noted that both Kakashi and Itachi possess flawless hand seal execution, rated 10 out of 10. Yet, Kakashi, despite his Mangekyo Sharingan with 3 tomo, failed to perceive Itachi's hand seals. Not for lack of attention, but because he simply did not see them. This ability is almost like a glitch. We must also concede that this early duel between Itachi and Kakashi was truly spectacular. Both sides engaged in intricate information warfare, earnestly performing hand seals, unlike later battles where shinobi would hesitate to appear without activating their Susanoo, reducing hand seals to mere formalities. Is that still a ninja battle? Moreover, this confrontation marked the first appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan, with the Genjutsu Tsukuyomi proving overwhelmingly powerful. Kakashi suffered a severe setback from it. Yet Kakashi's willpower is extraordinary. After enduring 3 days and nights of torment within Tsukuyomi's realm, he emerged silent, only 2 dark circles beneath his eyes betraying his ordeal. Tsukuyomi. Sasuke, at the Dasna residence, tilted his head back to the fullest extent, neck taut, eyes fixed intently on the display above, absorbing every detail about Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, fearful of missing a single piece of intelligence. His Sharingan, adorned with 2 tomo, spun rapidly, each scene reflected in his pupils as his mind raced to record everything. Tsukuyomi, the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability, can manipulate time, forcing the victim to endure days of torture in an instant. Is that the technique the man used to defeat Kakashi? If faced with it himself, could he withstand it? His breathing grew rapid, chest heaving violently. Naruto noticed Sasuke's unease and gently tapped his arm. Sasuke, are you alright? Iemme fine. Sasuke's voice was hoarse, eyes unwavering as they remained glued to the screen. On the screen, alongside commentary, the subsequent scenes of Kakashi's battle with Uchiha Itachi unfolded. Kakashi instructed Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi to close their eyes to avoid falling prey to Itachi's genjutsu. Yet he himself kept his eyes wide open, warily watching Itachi, his three-tomo Sharingan granting him considerable confidence. You both absolutely must not open your eyes. Meeting his gaze now would be fatal. The only ones who can resist that technique are those wielding the Sharingan. Itachi paid no heed to Kakashi and his companion's struggles. He even had the leisure to explain. The Sharingan can somewhat resist the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the special ocular genjutsu, Tsukuyomi, is unbreakable. The only one who can defeat me is a Sharingan user with the same bloodline limit. Under the blinding sunlight, Kakashi could not discern Itachi's expression. Suddenly, his pupils dilated wildly, his consciousness spinning as he was transported to a monochrome spiritual world. There, Kakashi found himself tightly bound to a cross, while Itachi stood opposite him, clutching a long blade, gazing coldly. You, without a bloodline limit, how long can you endure? Before the words had fully left his lips, Itachi plunged the blade into Kakashi's body. The searing pain caused Kakashi to lose consciousness immediately. Yet when he opened his eyes again, he remained unharmed, still suspended on the cross, as if the previous agony had been a mere illusion. But Itachi was merciless. The blade pierced him once more. In Tsukuyomi's realm, I control space, time, and even matter. For the next 72 hours, I will stab you again and again without pause. After countless rounds of torment, Kakashi opened his eyes once more, still bound in place. Itachi repeated his words, relentlessly wearing down Kakashi's mental fortress, the long sword continuing its ceaseless piercing. Stay calm. It is only an illusion. One must admit, Kakashi's early life had forged an incredibly resilient spirit, allowing him to think clearly even under such duress. Do not underestimate this as mere hallucination. This pain is real. It is indistinguishable from actual sensation. How much longer can your spirit hold out? Itachi spared no pity, driving the blade in once more. Even more terrifying, beneath the blood-red full moon, countless versions of Itachi appeared within Tsukuyomi's space, each wielding a long sword, stabbing at the equally numerous Kakashis bound to crosses. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. Itachi coldly intoned. How much time had passed since then? Overwhelmed by agony, Kakashi barely had the strength to think as countless blades pierced his heart. For a moment, the black and white spiritual world was dominated only by the looming full moon. After an indeterminate span, the scene faded to black before lighting up again. Tsukuyomi's genjutsu finally ended. Kakashi at last returned from the boundless nightmare to reality, gasping heavily, his eyes pitch black as though he had endured unspeakable torment. Then he collapsed weakly onto the water's surface. What's wrong, Kakashi? Can't open your eyes yet? Kurenai Yuhi hurriedly asked upon hearing the movement. Kakashi struggled to answer between breaths. No, not yet. Asuma Sarutobi also sensed something amiss. What happened? You collapsed right after speaking. Kakashi, half kneeling with great effort, thought to himself. I spent a full 3 days in that world, yet only an instant passed in reality? Why didn't he simply annihilate me? It should be easy if he wished. Questions swirled endlessly in Kakashi's mind. Oh, you survived that technique without mental collapse. But, Itachi-san, overusing those eyes must carry risks for you as well, right? Kisame inquired. Itachi's face twitched faintly, silently affirming Kisame's words. Speaking of which, Kakashi truly suffered from being caught off guard. Tsukuyomi looks formidable but has many limitations. It requires eye contact and must be within 5 meters. Had he known about the Mangekyo Sharingan then, he likely wouldn't have foolishly met Itachi's gaze. Sharingan genjutsu are notorious. Who would be so reckless as to look an Uchiha in the eyes? Armed with this intelligence, the second time Kakashi faced Itachi, he fared much better, using shadow clones to withstand Tsukuyomi. 60 years into Konoha's history, in the land of waves, Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask, but inwardly he sighed with relief. Indeed, there are no invincible jutsu, only invincible shinobi. It seems the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular abilities are not unbeatable after all. That's true. During the Nine Tails rampage, when Obito ambushed Minato, the teacher swiftly discerned the situation and dealt a devastating Rasengan in 1 round. Though I am no match for him, having obtained crucial intelligence about Uchiha Itachi in advance means I won't be so foolish as to meet his gaze head-on in the future. By this calculation, Itachi Uchiha is not without means to resolve this. Using shadow clones to resist Tsukuyomi is an excellent strategy. He made a mental note of it. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Sasuke was already laughing maniacally. He had uncovered one of Itachi Uchiha's crucial trump cards, and the hope for revenge grew even greater. Kakashi reached out and pressed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke, calm down. Knowing the information and winning the fight are two different matters. Itachi's strength is not limited to Tsukuyomi. Sasuke's laughter abruptly ceased. I know. He took a deep breath. That's why I won't be foolish enough to lock eyes with him like you do. Thank you, Kakashi. Kakashi's face beneath the mask stiffened for a moment. Speaking of which, Itachi Uchiha's return to Konoha was set against the backdrop of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's death in battle. He returned to the village to stir things up, making the Konoha leadership aware, but without causing too much commotion, yet still striking hard enough to make Danzo Shimura hesitate to act. To be honest, nobody really knew what Itachi was doing as an undercover operative within the Akatsuki. Konoha's intelligence on the Akatsuki had been virtually non-existent. The only information about Pain had been bought with Jiraiya's life. It was no wonder that the Konoha High Command later held deep distrust toward him. In the Akatsuki's stronghold after 60 years of Konoha, members such as Kakuzu, Haiden, Deidara, and Sasori, all unaware of this, turned their heads toward Itachi Uchiha, as did Kisame Hashigaki, who narrowed his eyes. Only Zetsu's reaction lagged behind by half a beat. Deidara was the first to speak. Itachi Uchiha. You're a spy? But Itachi offered no explanation, calmly gazing at the canopy above as if those dangerous stares were non-existent. Haiden hoisted his scythe. Teich, a Konoha spy? No wonder you're always so tight-lipped and brooding. You even dared to attack me before. Meanwhile, Pain's Devapath and Konan remained motionless. Amid the Akatsuki members' confusion, the voice of Pain's Devapath rang out. I said, as long as you support Goddess' plan, your other motives do not matter. And Itachi, you have done well, not leaking any information about the organization. Itachi finally spoke. I harbor no ill will toward the organization. Pain's Devapath looked at him but said nothing. Kisame quietly withdrew his hand from Samahata and grinned. Mr. Itachi, you hide your cards quite well. Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Tsunade stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi, resting her chin on one hand, her gaze sharp and unfriendly. Old man, is this really the spy you sent out? Hearing Tsunade's tone, Hiruzen grew uneasy and somewhat embarrassed. After a long pause, he waved his hand. Not at all, not at all. Itachi has still transmitted a fair amount of intelligence. Perhaps his grasp on Akatsuki's information was limited, so most of it lacked value. Tsunade tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, her tone disdainful. What good is a mountain of worthless intelligence? Suddenly, she pursed her lips and lowered her voice. The valuable intelligence still had to be bought with Jiraiya's life. Hiruzen was momentarily speechless, sighing heavily. Thankfully, with the canopy now in place, Jiraiya doesn't have to infiltrate the Akatsuki anymore. I'd rather go down fighting them alone. Hiruzen Sarutobi had few close ones left. Losing Asuma and Jiraiya would leave this old man's life meaningless. Tsunade looked at him, but the words caught in her throat. Land of Waves, the Dazuna household. Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Itachi Uchiha was actually the village's spy? Yet he transmitted no intelligence? Could he be a fake spy? A spy who sends back no information is no spy at all. Or perhaps the intelligence he obtained was so limited that what he sent back held no value. Then why did the third Hokage send him as a spy? Sasuke crossed his arms, a cold gleam in his eyes. Humph, spy or not, I will kill him. Naruto's voice, full of frustration, echoed as well. That Akatsuki member is truly despicable. That leader, Nagato, a disciple of the lecherous hermit sage, had the audacity to kill him. The canopy continued to unfold. Just as Itachi ordered Kisame Hashigaki to attack Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai, Kisame seized Samahata, thrust off the water's surface with a powerful kick, and surged toward the three. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Konoha's strong whirlwind. Faster than the sound, his figure appeared. A man dressed in a green bodysuit with a bowl cut silently emerged onto the canopy. His movements left only after images. The green silhouette arced through the air and landed a kick squarely on Kisame's side, sending him flying. Kisame's body soared like a cannonball, sliding a great distance over the water before coming to a halt. The figure landed, splashing a huge plume of water. When the spray settled, it was none other than Might Guy. Kisame, kicked back to Itachi's side, widened his eyes and flashed an excited smile. Who is that? The image of Might Guy struck a signature pose, baring his white teeth. Konoha's proud azure beast. Might Guy. His voice was loud and full of vigor. Konoha's 60th year. Team 3's location. Rock Lee was ecstatic, springing to his feet and shouting as he ran. So cool! Guy-sensei! Your entrance was absolutely awesome. This is what youthful passion looks like. Might Guy ran to embrace Rock Lee, and the two cried together, tears streaming endlessly. Two men clad in green bodysuits with bowl cuts, hugging and crying. Such a sight was truly overwhelming. Hyuga Niji and Tenten instantly shuddered, especially Hyuga Niji who, though he had recently been trained by Might Guy to open the second gate and held deep respect for him, still could not tolerate Guy and Lee's neurotic displays. A Jonin and a Genin hugging and crying at the drop of a hat. What nonsense was that? Moreover, Gaia's strength was roughly on par with Jonin Kakashi's, but Kakashi's gap with Itachi Uchiha was so glaring. Even with Might Gaia's presence, those two wouldn't be able to handle him. Just managing to protect Jonin Kakashi and the others was a blessing. Never look him in the eyes, Asuma Sarutobi hurriedly warned. Yet Might Guy responded confidently. I've known that for a long time. To counter Kakashi, I've been researching ways to combat the Sharingan. Now everyone can open their eyes. When facing a Sharingan user, all you need to do is avoid eye contact. Instead, observe their footwork and you can still anticipate their moves and respond accordingly. Might Guy shared the battle tactics he had painstakingly developed over years of rivalry with Kakashi. The reason they could barely reach a stalemate without exerting full force was precisely this specialized technique to counter the Sharingan. Although Kakashi's Sharingan might be somewhat inferior to Itachi's in power, the fundamental approach to countering it was similar. However, facing the sudden arrival of Konoha's Azure Beast, Itachi did not intend to prolong the fight, especially since the opponent had already sent word to the Umbu beforehand. Itachi stopped the restless Kisame. Kisame, stand down. We are not here to start a war. Though it is regrettable, there is no need to remain here. Let us return. Kisame glanced at Itachi, then shook off the upright Samahata behind him. Just as he was getting riled up, he had no choice. Before the words had finished, the two vanished in an instant. He is coming. He is coming. The Azure Beast of Konoha, the only true god before the Fourth Great Ninja War. A mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with deities. The man whose single kick nearly ended it all. That kick, 30 years of skill. Can you withstand it, Kakashi? Here, too, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki were fortunate enough to escape directly. Otherwise, Might Guy would not have been joking with you. Just the two of them. Opening the seventh gate would have settled the matter. One must admit, when Nagato invaded Konoha, luck was on their side as well. Might Guy was away on a mission outside the village. Otherwise, he too would have experienced the full force of Konoha's flying kicks, just like in the original story. The voice narrating from the sky screen grew inexplicably fervent, leaving the people across various ninja worlds utterly perplexed. That spiky-haired figure on the screen? Aside from his comical attire, what makes him so special? Yet, considering the information revealed by the sky screen was almost invariably accurate, even the ninja of the shinobi world found themselves uncertain. But the appraisal given by the sky screen was overly generous. Wasn't he it? The sole true god before the Fourth Great Ninja War? That didn't seem right at all. Konoha, 60 years later, Hokage's office. Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi instantly brightened, the shadow cast by the Akatsuki dissipating from their faces. Tsunade even rose from her chair, hands planted firmly on the desk, leaning forward, eyes fixed intently on the green figure on the sky screen, confirming she had heard correctly. Wonderful. They had been deeply worried about the Akatsuki recently, never expecting the solution to lie within the village itself. From now on, until the threat of the Akatsuki is neutralized, no one is to go near Might Gaia's squad. They are to remain within the village. Sarutobi spoke first. Ever since the sky screen displayed the scene of Nagato's destruction of Konoha, he had been troubled by this matter. Every night when he closed his eyes, he saw that orange-haired man standing amidst the ruins, arms outstretched, a colossal meteor looming behind him. Now, with Konoha's elders growing old and the youngsters inexperienced, even Jiraiya and Tsunade were no match for Nagato. Were other Akatsuki members to join the fray, Konoha would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Unexpectedly, a tremendous surprise arrived. Might Gaia's strength was astonishing. He had imagined Guy to be like Might D, at best reaching shadow level after opening the 8th gate, capable of dispatching several elite jonin. Yet, it turned out that not even Nagato could stand against Guy. Sarutobi stroked his chin, a thought emerging. I wonder if there is still time for me to learn the 8 gates technique. Though this old body might not withstand it, what if? Tsunade nodded in agreement, folding her arms once more. But the compensation should still follow the S-rank mission standards. She paused, then added, during this time, Gaia's squad's pay will be doubled, funded by the village. Sarutobi glanced at her, thinking she was generous but did not object. After all, What was a little expense to protect Konoha? Meanwhile, the other ninja villages were filled with grief and disbelief that Konoha had been harboring such a formidable warrior. A loud crash echoed from the Raikage office. Likely another table had met its demise. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, swayed midair, nearly falling, his expression one of utter disgust. Kazekage Raza was even more bitter. He had dug sand until his back ached, while Konoha casually produced a fighter capable of rivaling a Raikage. Only the hidden Mist S ninja quietly rejoiced. If Might Guy was that strong, then his father, Might D, could not be far behind. No longer would the 7 ninja swordsmen be mocked. Losing to such a monster was no shame. Akatsuki hideout. Itachi Uchiha gazed at Might Guy on the sky screen, a hint of confusion in his heart. Might Guy, of course he knew him. A body technique expert jonin from Konoha, Kakashi's close friend, a man who always spoke of youth and passion. He recalled seeing the green-clad figure as a child, practicing handstands on the training ground or running laps around the village, shouting slogans about youthful fervor. His strength was indeed formidable, but not to the extent that warranted genuine fear, was it? Moreover, from the sky screen's implication, neither he nor Kisame could even provoke Gaia's strongest card. Not even their leader could match him. Itachi found this hard to believe. Given his current understanding, it was difficult to accept. His own Mangekyo Sharingan and Nagato's Rinnegan harbored world-shattering power. How could a mere mortal skilled only in taijutsu surpass them? Nearby, Kisame scoffed. The sky screen's words sounded better than the actual fight. Whether he can win or not, we'll know only when we fight. That spiky-haired guy, I hope I don't run into him. Otherwise, I'll have to test his worth myself. He removed Samahata from his back, spinning the blade twice in his hands, its edge humming ominously. Deidara, ever the troublemaker, grinned wickedly and leaned in. Kisame, what if you lose? Lose? Kisame grinned dangerously on his shark-like face. I don't lose. Haiden sneered, you're confident. Huh? Kakuzu remained silent. Despite his skepticism about the sky screen's claims, having lived nearly a century, he was cautious. Besides, the bounty on this guy was minimal and the risk of killing him was high. No fool would try. His priority was to help Lord Angel sell more explosive tags. The Hidden Rock Village had just placed a large order, and other great nations, including Konoha, were inquiring about prices. It was a busy time. If the leader and Konan insisted on watching the sky screen together, he wished she would just keep working. Making money was what truly mattered. After all, ninja fights were ultimately about profit. Kakuzu calculated in his mind. Once this batch of explosive tags sold, he would make another good profit. As for some azure beast or godlike figure, what business was that of his? He had seen ninja gods before. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. Nagato stared at the sky screen, lost in thought. Was this Konoha's azure beast truly that strong? Even he wasn't a match? Doubt filled his heart. Even if he faced both Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki simultaneously, he would have to exert his full strength to win. No, he would have to be even more cautious. After all, no one knew what hidden cards Itachi still possessed, like the Kamui. Yet Might Guy did not seem to be fighting at full power. Was it just luck that his future mission to capture the Ninetales in Konoha would succeed? If the intelligence was true, capturing the Ninetales would be exceedingly difficult now. He wondered if bringing all Akatsuki members would guarantee a win over Konoha. His mind raced through calculations of the respective strengths, but no matter how he tallied, he remained uncertain. One Might Guy was troublesome enough, let alone the third Hokage Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and the burgeoning Ninetales Jinchuriki. Nagato's frown deepened. Somewhere on a cliff in the shinobi world, Tobi, unable to restrain himself, touched his face and spat disdainfully. I don't believe it. This underdog is that strong? Humph. That damn guy. He even caused me to fail my Chunin exam. If not for the sky screen mentioning him, Tobi would have nearly forgotten. He even considered seeking out Might Guy's bad luck. After all, with Kamui, the fourth Hokage in this timeline was already dead. Might Guy, a mere taijutsu user, posed no threat to him. No matter how skilled his fists and feet, if he can't hit me, what good is it? Just as he was about to stand, he sat back down. Forget it, patience is a virtue. These ninja villages are hunting me like rabid dogs lately. Better to let this one go for now. Tobi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. The Moon SI plan was the most important thing. Everything else was trivial. Konoha, 83 years later, at Naruto's home. Boruto sat on the sofa, mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. SNT, that teacher guy? He had often seen this man in a wheelchair but had never imagined him to be so powerful. Yeah. Naruto sat beside him, his tone filled with respect. Wow. Boruto and Himawari exclaimed in unison. Boruto clenched his fists. I want to be that strong too. Naruto smiled, ruffling his hair. Boruto, you have to work really hard. You are now far behind Master Might Guy. Boruto, I hope you mature swiftly. After all, it seems your future responsibilities will be quite weighty. Naruto mused silently. Yet as your father, I shall never falter. Himawari lifted her face, eyes brimming with curiosity. Daddy, why does Master Guy now use a wheelchair? Naruto paused briefly. Because he opened the final gate of the 8 inner gates. His strength surpassed countless powerful bloodline holders, and he delivered a truly formidable kick. Himawari nodded, half understanding. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the location of the 3rd class, Might Guy stood upon the training ground, tears streaming down his face. This is youth. The heavens have finally noticed me. Lee stood beside him, equally tearful. Master Guy, you are incredible. Lee, you will surely achieve the same. Guy gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming brightly. As long as we persevere, one day we too will reach such heights. Yes. Lee's tears flowed even more profusely. Now it was Hyuga Niji who could no longer smile. He no longer wished to gaze at the heavens, only to practice the technique of the 8 inner gates. The taste of freedom had never felt so near. As mentioned before, when it comes to forming hand seals, most shinobi increase their speed to release jutsu swiftly. But the shinobi world is vast, and there are always some eccentric individuals who invent unconventional ways of forming seals. Next, let us together review the various peculiar methods of hand sealing found within the shinobi world. As the people of the shinobi world across different times and spaces pondered, the screen returned to the previous content. The images changed rapidly, as if afraid the audience would grow impatient. The ninja were puzzled. A hand seal is a hand seal. What strange methods could there possibly be? The 12 basic hand seals: rat, ox, tiger, hare, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, boar are simply repeated over and over. Could there really be any room for creativity? The first type, single-handed hand seals. To be fair, single-handed hand seals are somewhat unusual but not entirely strange, and many know how to perform them. For example, White. He was the earliest character in Naruto to showcase single-handed hand seals, astonishing Sasuke and Kakashi during their mission in the Land of Waves. The screen quickly returned to the Land of Waves. On a familiar bridge amidst misty waters, Sasuke faced off against White, who held kunai and flying needles. Suddenly, White freed one hand, moving it continuously before unleashing his secret technique, thousand-killing water flight. The water pooled on the ground floated upward, transforming into countless flying needles that attacked Sasuke directly. At the Dazna household, Sasuke watched the scene on the screen with some regret. Even now, Zabuza and White had not appeared. It seemed this white fellow would not show up in this mission after all. He wanted to test himself. How would he compare against White now? Sasuke recalled the scene where he was pierced all over by long needles, lying on the ground. And then Uchiha Itachi. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Itachi was reanimated and encountered Naruto and Killer Bee. He supported Nagato with one hand while forming seals with the other to unleash fire-style jutsu. Not only was his sealing speed fast, but he could also perform single-handed seals. On the screen, alongside narration, the image of Uchiha Itachi performing fire-style jutsu appeared. In the frame, Itachi held Nagato's shoulder with one hand while rapidly forming seals with the other, his fingers flying. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. Meanwhile, his supporting hand remained steady on Nagato's shoulder, unmoving. At the Akatsuki hideout, Konan's expression changed, worry creasing her face as she glanced at the Deva Path pain, her lips trembling slightly. It was not her fault that Itachi was reanimated. And with the prior intelligence about Nagato's future death, the psychological impact was manageable. But what did it mean that the dead could find no peace? Damn Orochimaru. Paper fluttered around Konan. Nagato too could no longer suppress his anger. Fierce winds swirled around the Deva Path pain, ruffling Deidara's golden hair. Deidara hurriedly pressed his hair down, muttering, "Boss? Calm down. Calm down. Don't blow up the base." Haiden stepped back a few paces, wielding his scythe silently. Only Kakuzu sat expressionless, thinking that if the base were destroyed, repairs would cost money. Of course, there was also Minato Namikaze. During the 4th Great Ninja War, to save Naruto, he performed single-handed seals to transfer the Nine-Tails chakra into Naruto. Watching those skilled movements and elegant actions, it was no wonder Minato Namikaze was so remarkably handsome. The screen showed Naruto lying on the ground, pale. Sakura pressed her hand against his chest, desperately maintaining his vital signs. Minato stood on Naruto's left, with only one hand remaining and reanimation cracks on his body. He formed several seals single-handedly, then placed his palm on Naruto's abdomen, from which a radiant glow burst forth, golden chakra flooding into Naruto like a tide. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the location of the 8th class, Naruto and Hinata clasped their hands tightly, fingers intertwined over their chests, filled with worry. She looked at the injured Naruto lying down, feeling as if her heart was being squeezed painfully. Although the screen said Naruto would become a hero and eventually Hokage, seeing him wounded like this was unbearable. Meanwhile, in an underground base somewhere in the shinobi world, Orochimaru tilted his head, licking his lips with his long tongue. On the screen, Minato Namikaze was clearly in a reanimated state, but why was he missing one hand? He had never heard that Minato lost a hand before dying. Could there be injuries that even reanimation could not restore? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. If that were true, then reanimation was not a perfect resurrection technique and still had room for improvement. The last one is Sasuke after the Fourth Great Ninja War. After losing one arm, it was thought he could no longer form hand seals, but unexpectedly, like his brother, he had learned single-handed hand seals. True siblings indeed. On the screen, a young Sasuke draped in a cloak walked through the forest. His black hair concealed half his face and one eye. His left sleeve was empty, swaying gently in the breeze. Soon he sensed something. His footsteps halted, and he closed his eyes, sighing deeply. Alas, the young Sasuke flicked his sword behind his back. The blade sprang forth from his waist, gleaming coldly as it blocked a sneak attack from a black-robed figure who resembled Uchiha Obito. The black-robed man's weapon was also a chain scythe like Obito's. After blocking the attack, Sasuke kicked the black-robed man away, simultaneously entangling the chain with his sword and forming two seals single-handedly on the hilt. Suddenly, thunder roared. Lightning flowed through the chain into the black-robed man, his entire body tingling with electricity. When he fell to the ground, the black robe had already slipped off, revealing the red and white fan emblem, indeed the Uchiha clan's crest, prominently displayed on his back. In the 48th year of Konoha, in the Uchiha clan territory, Uchiha Makoto held young Sasuke in her arms, her eyes filled with heartache. This child, how would he lose an arm in the future? Her fingers gently stroked Sasuke's hair, her heart aching deeply. But other members of the Uchiha clan focused their attention elsewhere. The man lying on the ground was also from the Uchiha clan. Many glanced at the expressionless Uchiha Itachi with suspicion and scrutiny. How could he have spared a survivor? Impossible. Given Itachi's ruthlessness during the clan's annihilation, how could anyone have escaped? And why would the suspected Uchiha attack Sasuke? In the 60th year of Konoha, at the Akatsuki hideout, Uchiha Itachi struggled to control his expression, his face darkening. What happened to Sasuke's hand? Why does he have only one hand in the future? After the Fourth Great Ninja War, who fought Sasuke? Who could have severed his arm? In the 83rd year of Konoha, somewhere in a forest, squinting his eyes, Sasuke wandered through the ninja world dressed exactly like the figure on the canopy above. His conical hat was pulled down low, the sunlight casting shadows across his face, revealing only his chin and the corner of his mouth. It had already been 2 or 3 decades. Besides himself and Sarada, he had never heard of any other Uchiha in the ninja world. That man in the black robe. Who could he possibly be? Surely, it wasn't he the resurrection of Uchiha Obito? Having spoken, he formed a hand seal with one hand. The second special hand seal technique involved borrowing another's hand. The so-called borrowed hand seal is essentially when one's own hands are too occupied, and one cannot perform the seal single-handedly, so one must borrow another's hand to assist in forming the seal. Of course, there are those who can perform one-handed seals but borrow hands purely for showmanship. Upon hearing this, many in the ninja world displayed peculiar expressions. Borrowing another's hand to form a seal? Is that even possible? Battles among ninjas are ever-changing and unpredictable. Who would lend you their hand? The most iconic instances were during the 2 confrontations involving Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke, as well as Uchiha Obito and Kakashi Hatake, where Sasuke and Obito respectively borrowed Naruto's and Kakashi's hands to perform the Great Fireball technique, an impressive and dazzling display. At the same time, one cannot help but acknowledge that this also represents a certain inheritance of bonds within Konoha. The tone of the voice on the canopy carried a mixture of teasing and wistfulness. Konoha, in its 60th year, within the Dazuna household. Kakashi leaned against the window, arms crossed, his expression suddenly darkening. Borrowing hands to form seals, Obito borrowed his hand to perform the Great Fireball technique. That had never happened between them before. Could that be a scene from their future, when they would inevitably clash? Kakashi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The wind outside blew in, causing his silver hair to flutter gently. Elsewhere, on the edge of a cliff in the ninja world, Uchiha Obito sat atop a high platform, legs stretched out and resting against the mountainside, his posture languid. His mask concealed all expression, with only his eyes visible, fixed upon the canopy, yet seemingly lost in thought. Bored. Back at the Dazuna household, Naruto and Sasuke were relatively composed. The canopy had previously revealed multiple future battles between the two, including the so-called Second Valley of the End battle and its outcome. Thus, neither displayed surprise. Instead, they seemed quite excited about the canopy's apparent intention to reveal parts of their combat footage. Sasuke, you're actually going to use my hand to form seals in the future. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he waved his hands enthusiastically. That sounds so cool. Sasuke had yet to respond, but Sakura was already scratching her head, looking at Naruto with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Naruto, you idiot. Sasuke only borrows your hand to form seals during fights, right? In other words, he uses your hand to fight you. Ah! Realizing this, Naruto suddenly became furious, turning sharply toward Sasuke and grinding his teeth. Sasuke, that is so mean. You're going to use my hand to fight me. Sasuke had his hands shoved deep into his pockets. That S in the future. Right now, I have no reason to fight you. Right now, you're not worth my effort. Ah! Meanwhile, in another dimension of the ninja world, within a dense forest, leaves gently swayed in the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows that danced upon a group of four. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out. Kakashi, who do you think was stronger back then? I'm definitely stronger than you, right? The speaker was a boy wearing goggles, his face lit with a radiant smile. Fool, replied another white-haired boy wearing a mask, his tone tinged with helplessness and slight disdain. Just don't be fooled. Not far away, a blonde man clad in Konoha's classic ninja vest and a short-haired girl with painted markings on her face smiled warmly as they observed the two. The only notable difference was that beneath the goggles of the boy who had spoken first, his eyes revealed the unmistakable tomo of the Sharingan. In Konoha's 45th year, before any of it had transpired, the sunlight was so brilliant. It seemed as though there was still time. At that moment, the canopy suddenly split in two. On the left appeared a dimly lit space never before seen by the ninja world's inhabitants, filled with numerous stone pillars, utterly tranquil. On the right was the ninja world's well-known Valley of the End, where towering statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood silently, accompanied only by the thunderous roar of waterfall waters crashing below. Suddenly, the dim space focused on two men. They stood opposed. One's face was half distorted in a grotesque grimace, his sleeve tattered, one arm exposed and marked with patches of white patterns. Opposite him stood Kakashi, his Sharingan revealed. Clearly, these two were engaged in the Kamui space battle. Kakashi versus Uchiha Obito. In the scene, Obito's left hand gripped Kakashi's right fist, while his right hand wielded a kunai, clashing against the kunai in Kakashi's left hand. As they exerted force, their expressions grew more ferocious. Borrowing your hand. Obito suddenly revealed a faint smile, manipulating Kakashi's right hand with his left, simultaneously altering its shape. Snake, sheep, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Kakashi was caught off guard, his eyes widening in surprise, pupils contracting slightly. He hadn't expected Obito to form seals in this manner, nor that his own hand would be used as a tool. But Obito paid no heed. His right foot struck Kakashi's chin with force, his knee bent, and his lower leg snapped forward like a spring, the top of his foot crashing harshly into Kakashi's jaw. Kakashi was taken by surprise. His head jerked backward violently, his body staggering several steps back, nearly toppling over. Then Obito leapt backward, drifting like a falling leaf, creating distance. Fire style. Great fireball technique. X2. Obito inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as a massive fireball surged toward Kakashi. At the Akatsuki hideout, the Akatsuki members paid no attention to the hand-borrowing battle between Uchiha Obito and Kakashi displayed on the canopy. Instead, they were all stunned by Obito's image. After a long pause, someone swallowed audibly. Haiden pointed at the half-distorted face on the canopy, his voice trembling. Teach that S the Rinnegan just like the leader S, right? After speaking, he looked around nervously, seeking confirmation from others. Deidara was also stunned. Seems like it. Ultimately, all eyes focused on Pain, scrutinizing his eyes carefully. Pain's expression shifted unpredictably. Obito usually wore a mask. Could the other eye beneath it be the Rinnegan? Or perhaps, after his death, Pain took the Rinnegan? Or did Obito ambush him after his failure to capture the Ninetales and steal the Rinnegan? Countless possibilities swirled in Nagato's mind, leaving him in turmoil. However, he could not afford to appear weak before the Akatsuki members. Enough. I'll verify the details with Uchiha Obito myself. Let us continue watching the canopy. Konan was deeply worried. Paper sheets fluttered gently around her, as if sensing their mistress's unease. Nagato. In another dimension, somewhere underground in the ninja world, an aged Uchiha Madara leaned against a stone chair, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. My plan has no flaws. Though Nagato might have died, since Obito had acquired the Rinnegan, he himself could still be resurrected by the Rinne Tensei technique. Nagato, Obito, the Akatsuki, the tailed beasts all were mere pawns. Only he was the one holding the chessboard. Compared to the shock elicited by the left side of the canopy's image, the battle between Naruto and Sasuke on the right side was much more palatable. The only thing that truly astonished the ninja world was the sheer size of Sasuke's future great fireball technique. The fireball spewed from Sasuke's mouth, growing larger and larger until it nearly occupied half the screen. To be honest, it hardly resembled a C-rank ninjutsu in scale. They had never witnessed such an exaggerated technique before. Even typical S-rank jutsus would likely pale in comparison. Konoha, in its 60th year, within the Dazuna household. Naruto's eyes widened. Sasuke, your fire style is that massive. Sasuke was stunned as well. He stared at the enormous fireball on the canopy, swallowing hard. Is that really my great fireball technique? No, that is his future great fireball technique. Sakura covered her mouth. How impressive. In the 48th year of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Fugaku Uchiha gazed at the young Sasuke, his expression tinged with doubt and uncertainty. Is Sasuke merely imitating me? Clearly, in the future he excels in fire release techniques. The magnitude of that fireball even surpasses my own, causing me to feel inferior. Why does he learn so slowly under my tutelage? Could it be that my teaching methods are flawed? For a moment, Fugaku Uchiha could not help but question himself. In the 45th year of Konoha, the sunlight was just right, and a gentle breeze stirred the air. The young Uchiha Obito scratched his head, leaning against the trunk of a tree, hands clasped behind his head. Beneath his goggles, the double Tomo Sharingan fixed intently upon the sky, a hint of frustration stirring within him. Why are there only these few fragments? I still want to see who won between Kakashi and me. His foot kicked at the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. As if in response to young Obito's anticipation, the sky screen flickered and went dark, then revealed a new scene. People across the ninja world lifted their heads, awaiting the next broadcast. At that moment, a figure radiating golden light appeared on the screen. His hair curled upwards into two horn-like shapes. 6 Tomo markings adorned his collar, and his entire presence exuded overwhelming power. When the ninja world recognized him clearly, they were astonished to see it was Naruto Uzumaki in his Ninetales mode, previously shown during the power comparison between Naruto and Sasuke. The savior, the future 7th Hokage. So handsome. Excited exclamations rose from various timelines. But it was not over yet. Tailed Beast Bomb. On the screen, Naruto transformed into his massive golden Ninetales form, gathering a dark, ominous tailed beast bomb in his mouth. His opponent was none other than Uchiha Obito, wearing a white mask. However, this Obito differed from before. His clothes were intact, and his white mask remained unblemished. He stood calmly opposite the Ninetales Naruto, composed and unruffled. Yet, ninjas from all timelines knew this was the same Uchiha Obito who had previously fought Kakashi. Too late, a wasted effort. White Mask Obito spoke with ease and nonchalance, as if the tailed beast bomb capable of destroying a ninja village was but a trivial matter to him. Indeed, the tailed beast bomb silently passed through Obito's body and struck the mountain behind him, causing massive destruction. Rocks shattered and dust billowed, but inflicted no harm upon Obito himself. That ability again, someone exclaimed. Space, time ninjutsu. This is utterly unfair. It simply cannot hit him. How can one fight like this? The ninja world buzzed with discussion. The scene shifted. White Mask Obito had already appeared within Kamui space. Just as he narrowly evaded the attack. Zeep, zeep, zeep. A sudden sound echoed overhead in Kamui space. It was as if something was spinning at incredible speed, stirring the very air of the space. Naruto in Ninetales mode, clutching a Rasengan in his right hand, suddenly appeared within Kamui space. You are. The pupils of Obito's Rinnegan in his left eye contracted sharply, trembling slightly in shock. Naruto Uzumaki. In response, the blue orb of the Rasengan rapidly advanced toward Obito. I understand now. The Kamui transfer earlier did not move the Rasengan itself but the entire shadow clone. Kakashi is faster than a nail. This is bad. While Obito pondered, Naruto closed in with the Rasengan in hand and then slammed it forcefully into Obito's face. Who are you? A blinding white light burst forth as Obito's white mask shattered on impact. To evade the follow-up attack, Obito was forced to retreat from Kamui's space. Mask fragments scattered in the air, revealing half of a grotesque face beneath. Scarred, uneven skin marked with white Hashirama cells, presenting a chilling sight. The camera shifted outside Kamui's space. In the dim ninja world, only Kakashi and Might Gaia's faces remained, both utterly shocked. Clearly, they recognized the face beneath the mask as Uchiha Obito, whom they believed had died many years ago. Meanwhile, ninjas watching the sky screen from various timelines wore expressions of satisfaction. They had long known that this mysterious figure was Uchiha Obito. Yet Obito was truly extraordinary. Without the sky screen, hardly anyone would have discerned his identity. According to the future revealed by the sky screen, it would not be until the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Naruto shattered Obito's mask, that his identity would be known. This man truly knows how to hide. Speaking of which, Kakashi's intellect is indeed sharp. Shortly after battling the disguised Obito, he discovered the connection between Kamui's space and Obito's left eye. By sending Naruto into Kamui's space, he unveiled Obito's true identity. Might Guy, who usually struggles to remember faces, finally recalled Obito from over a decade ago. Kakashi's expression there was quite telling. Seeing Obito was no different from seeing a ghost. Of course, credit must also be given to Obito, who took a Rasengan from Minato Namikaze on his back and, over 10 years later, received another from Naruto directly to his face. Remarkably, his body sustained no serious injuries. One must admit the Hashirama cells are truly invaluable. In the 60th year of Konoha, in the land of waves within the Dazuna household, sunlight streamed through the window onto Kakashi, yet he felt no warmth. His exposed right eye was slightly vacant, unfocused. His left eye could connect to Obito's Kamui space. Moreover, in the future, Naruto's shadow clones were even sent into Kamui space. What did this imply? As long as he could discover a way to utilize the left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, he could find Obito. He would not need to wait for the Fourth Great Ninja War or for Naruto to grow up. He could personally locate the comrade who had been missing for over a decade. Unless Obito deliberately avoided him by never returning to Kamui space. At the cliffside of the ninja world, Obito's face beneath the mask was grim. He knew that soon enough, a persistent pursuer would come after him. Kakashi, once aware that Obito could be found through Kamui space, would undoubtedly frantically seek a way to wield the Mangekyo and hunt him like a mad dog. On the sky screen, Kakashi had already identified Obito. Their Mangekyo Sharingan eyes split between them. One resided in Kakashi's left eye socket, the other in Obito's right. Standing mere steps apart, they silently stared at each other. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. "You are Obito," Kakashi said, cold sweat dripping, voice trembling. Opposite him, maskless Obito officially appeared. Is it really Obito? Even after confirming his identity, Might Guy hesitated to be certain. No mistake, he is Uchiha Obito, Kakashi replied decisively. The Obito before him did not deny his identity. If you wish to call me Obito, feel free. It means nothing to me. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. So you're still alive. No sooner had he spoken than his eyes twitched, clearly restraining his emotions. Whether I am alive or not is irrelevant. Yet, if I had to give a reason, it is because you abandoned Rin to die. That is why I assent it. Obito's words struck Kakashi deeply, causing his pupils to dilate to their maximum as sweat trickled down his forehead. Uchiha Obito indeed stands as a pivotal figure in the Naruto saga. This revelation unveiling Obito's identity marked the climax of the entire story. Honestly, who would have expected two Kamui spaces to be interconnected? The sky screen's narration sounded at the perfect moment, its tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Certainly, here Uchiha Obito states that Kakashi did not save Rin, rather than accusing Kakashi of killing her, which clearly indicates that he already knows the true cause of Rin Noera's demise. Yet, he still chooses to initiate the Eye of the Moon plan, revealing that his hatred is not directed at Kakashi, but at the entire world. However, he still claims that Kakashi abandoned Rin to die, which is purely intended to manipulate Kakashi's mindset. Konoha, the 48th year Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze sat behind his desk, his hands clasped atop the table, his gaze heavy with weariness. He exhaled softly. He had once thought that Obito's descent into darkness was solely due to Rin's death, even hoping to find some means to resurrect her. The reanimation jutsu, Rin Tensei, self-reincarnation, He had pondered over these forbidden techniques countless times in his mind, even secretly dispatching people to gather intelligence on them. But now it seemed that this child, Obito, harbored hatred for the entire world. That was not a matter that could be resolved by merely bringing Rin back to life. He wondered who had influenced him. That disciple who claimed to disregard rules was a failure, but a disciple who did not cherish his comrades was even less than a failure. Why had he become like this? Since Obito fled last time, Minato had arranged for the barrier squad to guard near Rin's grave, even placing his Flying Thunder God tag there. Yet Obito seemed no longer concerned with these things, vanishing from the ninja world without a trace. Moreover, what poison had afflicted Minato's team on the predetermined line of fate? Rin died at Kakashi's hands, Minato himself was killed by Obito, and in the future, Kakashi and Obito would fight to the death. Was this a curse on his life that had been too smooth? From this perspective, Fugaku and his wife were not entirely wrong. Perhaps those who survive are the ones who suffer the most. Minato closed his eyes, rubbing his temples.
Ah, Kakashi.
He silently repeated the name in his heart, filled with sorrow. As if responding to the narration on the screen, Uchiha Obito in the footage continued, "Stop making that expression. Kakashi." Kakashi murmured softly, "Aren't you gonna scold me?" Obito shut his eyes tightly, spreading his hands as if facing a meaningless reality. What use is scolding? I have no interest in this world that is about to vanish. As the camera zoomed out to its maximum, the space-time of the ninja world before the Fourth Great Ninja War unfolded. All the ninjas watching were utterly stunned. What was going on? Why were there so many floating stones? Where was everyone else? This ninja world seemed terribly wrong. They had previously assumed it was merely an environmental issue on the screen, but now they realized something was amiss. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. The newcomer fell swiftly, crashing heavily onto the ground, sending shockwaves outward, scattering stones, and raising a massive cloud of dust. The ninjas watching the screen could not discern the figure's face, but the red and white emblem on the back of the visitor's clothing was clearly visible. "You seem to be having a lot of fun, Obito." The screen did not reveal the visitor's identity, instead returning once more to the Kamui dimension. But those who recognized the voice immediately recalled the unforgettable legendary figure etched in their memories. Konoha, the 20th year Hokage's office. Even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, known for his composure, could not help but rise to his feet. He placed his hands on the desk, leaning forward, his eyes fixed intently on the blurred figure on the screen. "Madara, I knew it. You're still alive." When the screen had previously explained the Izanagi technique of the Sharingan, he had suspected Uchiha Madara might still be alive. Yet now, with confirmation, his heart was still shaken profoundly. More importantly, it seemed the Fourth Great Ninja War was intricately connected to Madara. What exactly was the Eye of the Moon plan? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood nearby, his expression grave. If Uchiha Madara is truly still alive, no one in Konoha will be able to withstand him. Although the information revealed on the screen showed he had not personally attacked Konoha, everything was in chaos now. What if Madara really made his move? Konoha, the 60th year, Tsuchikige's office. Upon hearing that nightmare voice he would never forget, Inoki fell from the air, landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Yet he felt no pain, his voice trembling. "Uchiha Madara, he is still alive." Kuratsuchi hurried forward to support Inoki. "Father, are you all right? All right?" Inoki grasped his son's arm, his face darkened. "That man is still alive. Do you understand what that means?" Kuratsuchi shook his head. He did not understand the significance of Madara's survival, but his father's reaction seemed excessively exaggerated. Inoki gazed at his son's bewildered face and sighed inwardly. This child had never lived through the Warring States period and did not comprehend the terror of that man. He was the man who could suppress the entire ninja world single-handedly. His very name struck fear in enemies' hearts. No one could match him except the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. "Enough." Inoki waved his hand, floating back into the air. "Have someone intensify surveillance on the Akatsuki. Though we do not know Uchiha's schemes, they must be extremely dangerous." Konoha, the first year, a much younger Tobirama Senju muttered softly, his voice low but audible to those nearby. "Madara, it seems it is not someone else impersonating you, but you orchestrating all this from behind the scenes." Hashirama Senju quickly spoke up. "Madara is not that kind of person. The situation is unclear now. He must have some hidden reason." "A hidden reason?" Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, interrupting. "Hashirama, you need not speak for me." He stood, turning his back on everyone. "I will tell you this. If you dare betray our ideals, I will seek peace according to my own vision, by any means necessary." Hashirama opened his mouth, lips moving, but ultimately said nothing. Within the Kamui dimension, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito reunited after more than a decade, greeted not by the joy of reunion but by the cruel irony of fate. In order to sever Uchiha Madara's control over himself and the curse seal embedded in his heart, Obito pulled Kakashi into the Kamui dimension to engage in a life-or-death duel. This battle also served as a temporary conclusion to the reconciliation they forged in their youth. Konoha, the 48th year Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze sat behind his desk, holding a pen, its tip hovering midair but not falling. He stared at the screen. His eyes slightly narrowed as if a lightning bolt had flashed through his mind. No wonder he had found Obito's return to Konoha so bewildering last time, even seeming deliberately to reveal his whereabouts before them. It was not to announce something, but to remove the cursed seal in his heart. Minato put down the pen, folding his hands atop the desk, fingers rubbing against each other. But why did Obito deliberately provoke Kakashi? He already knew the circumstances between Kakashi and Rin at the time, yet he chose to say those things to Kakashi. Wasn't he that stabbing a knife into Kakashi's heart? On the screen, as Uchiha Madara's voice appeared, the scene shifted to Obito dragging Kakashi into the Kamui dimension. Stone pillars still stood tall in the Kamui dimension, the light dim and muted. In the image, as Obito stumbled and fell to the ground, Kakashi reacted swiftly. His right hand crackled with thunder, blue and white electric currents emitting a piercing shriek as he charged toward Obito wielding the Chidori. Obito propped himself up with both hands, half sitting on the ground, making no attempt to dodge. He looked up calmly at the rushing Kakashi, a faint, elusive smile playing on his lips. Yet Kakashi's Chidori stopped steadily before Obito, unable to pierce through. Kakashi's hand trembled, veins bulging on his forehead. Seeing Kakashi's hesitant gaze, Obito's lips curled into a mocking smile. You are indeed hesitating. Is it because of guilt? Because he failed to protect Rin and thus broke his pact with me? Did he feel remorse? Each word pierced Kakashi's heart like a needle. Gazing at Kakashi, who still stood frozen before him, Obito Uchiha suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. If you think the reason I waged war was merely because of you and Rin, then you are gravely mistaken. Here it comes, the second of the Uchiha's 4 maniacal laughers, whose laughter grows wilder and stronger with each outburst. If the laughter isn't unrestrained enough, then it's simply not powerful enough. For a proper Uchiha, maniacal laughter is the hallmark of strength. The commentator's voice from the heavens suddenly grew impassioned, tinged with a hint of mockery. Later on, Sarada Uchiha, whether obedient, rebellious, or a delinquent, utterly lacked the neurotic traits of the Uchiha clan, which is somewhat regrettable. Yet Hikaru Uchiha, the Uchiha matriarch, possessed Madara Uchiha's hairstyle, spoke Obito Uchiha's lines, wielded Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi, and unleashed Sasuke's Amaterasu, so concentrated that it was absurdly perfect. In the 48th year of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan's territory, all the Uchiha's present wore expressions of constipation. Did they mishear? The Uchiha's 4 maniacal laughers? What nonsense was this? How many Uchihas actually became stronger from laughing maniacally? From childhood, they trained in the Sharingan, fire release, and shuriken techniques, who in their family trained by laughing. Yet, as the commentator's subsequent words unfolded, their laughter faded. Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and Sasuke, that was the so-called Uchiha's 4 maniacal laughers? Any one of these men alone could exterminate the entire Uchiha clan. Madara needed no mention. Besides Hashirama Senju, no one in the ninja world could stand against him. Obito orchestrated the Ninetales rampage and was destined to become a 6 paths level powerhouse. Itachi needed no introduction. Sasuke would surpass even Madara in strength and fought alongside Naruto Uzumaki to defeat 6 paths Obito. Could it be that the Uchiha truly had to laugh maniacally to become strong? Someone swallowed nervously, seriously contemplating going home to practice laughing in front of a mirror. Fugaku Uchiha sat at the head of the table, his expression inscrutable. He glanced at the young Sasuke beside him, then at Itachi sitting in a distant corner, his heart a mixture of emotions. 2 of the Uchiha's 4 maniacal laughers were his own sons. Both children appeared quite normal now, one introverted and quiet, the other lively and energetic, no signs of madness. No, that wasn't quite right. Itachi's psyche did have some issues. Perhaps he truly fit the commentator's description. As for Sasuke, it was needless to say, they were the first to witness his future maniacal laughter. That laughter alone sent shivers down one's spine. Sighing, Fugaku wondered if his own inability to laugh much was why he was weaker than his 2 sons. He touched his face, attempted a grin, and forced a smile. The smile was more dreadful than tears. Makoto Uchiha glanced at him, hesitating to speak. And who was this Hikaru Uchiha? Fugaku's brows furrowed tighter. How could someone who combined the traits of these four be so terrifyingly strong? Was this some reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Tetsuhi Uchiha muttered quietly, his voice barely audible but heard by those nearby. Our smile enforcement hasn't gotten any stronger recently. Looks like we should learn from those guys in the heavens. Smiling can fulfill smile enforcement requirements and boost strength. As he spoke, he gave Inaho Uchiha beside him a standard eight-toothed smile. Inaho glared and hissed in a low voice, "Shut up." In the 60th year of Konoha, on a cliff somewhere in the ninja world, Obito Uchiha sat atop a high platform, trembling with rage as he watched the maniacally laughing figure of himself on the heavenly screen. What nonsense is this? This commentator is definitely fabricating falsehoods to slander me. How could I possibly laugh like that? What the hell? What is the difference between that and being an idiot? The angrier he grew, the more he kicked a small stone at his feet. The stone flew off and tumbled down the cliff, finally hitting the ground with a dull thud. And that Kakashi fellow, he is truly useless, I sentihi? Holding his Chidori but not daring to kill anyone anymore? At the Akatsuki hideout, Deidara wore a wicked grin as he looked at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha, I never expected you to be one of the Uchiha's four maniacal laughers. I'm curious, what do you look like when you laugh maniacally? Tilting his head, he imagined Itachi throwing his head back and howling, his eternally expressionless face twisting as his mouth opened wide, releasing a booming ha-ha-ha. Deidara shuddered, the image too gloriously terrifying to behold. Other Akatsuki members were equally curious, all turning their gazes toward Itachi. This man with a perpetually deadpan face. Could he really laugh so wildly? Indeed, the Uchiha must become stronger by growing more deranged. Haiden, carrying his scythe, leaned in with a crooked smile. Itachi Uchiha, come on, give us a laugh. Itachi shot him a deadpan glance. Haiden shrank back a little and hastily took 2 steps back. Fine, fine. If you want to laugh, don't glare at me. Kisame Hashigaki, clutching Samahata, grinned meaningfully. Itachi-san, when you laugh it must be terrifying. Bored. But Itachi thought to himself, when have I ever laughed maniacally? The commentator must be talking about another version of me from a different timeline. I have barely laughed in this life, let alone laughed wildly. In the 83rd year of Konoha, at Sakura Haruno's home, she held Sarada Uchiha close, patting her chest. That's good, Sarada hasn't inherited any of those strange traits. Sarada looked up at her mother, confused. What are you talking about? Nothing, Sakura replied, smiling as she ruffled Sarada's hair. I just feel relieved that you're a normal child. Sarada pouted. I've always been normal. The 4 maniacal laughers. The Hikaru Uchiha. She hadn't heard of any of it. Sakura looked at her daughter's innocent face and silently felt grateful. Thankfully, Sarada had not inherited the neurotic traits of the Uchiha clan. One Sasuke was already enough to worry about. Another one was unimaginable. On the heavenly screen, after venting his inner thoughts, Obito Uchiha's right eye, the 3-tomo Sharingan, quivered rapidly, before Kakashi's stunned gaze. Obito suddenly stood up and allowed the Chidori to pierce his chest, the blue-white lightning dissolving into his torso. I know everything. Obito's voice was eerily calm. It was Rin who threw herself onto your Chidori, choosing death. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression became dazed. In an instant, the Obito before him transformed into the young Rin Noera. At this very moment, just as back then. To the ninja watching the heavenly screen, within the Kamui space, the image shifted from Kakashi to his younger self. Back then, Kakashi had pierced Rin's chest with his Chidori in the same posture, with the same lightning in the same spot. Only this time, the person standing opposite him was Obito Uchiha. Kushina Uzumaki, Sakura, and other sentimental souls were already tearful. In the 48th year of Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Kushina Uzumaki leaned against Minato Namikaze's shoulder, tears streaming uncontrollably. How much pain must that child Kakashi carry in his heart? After the flood of tears, the Kamui space returned to the scene of Kakashi piercing Obito with his Chidori. The illusions of young Rin and Kakashi dissipated, replaced by 2 middle-aged men covered in scars. Kakashi's Chidori remained embedded in Obito's chest. Obito continued to babble. To me, you who failed to protect Rin are a fraud. Rin is only truly Rin if she lives. Look closely. Obito took a step back, pointing at his pierced chest. Strangely, there was no trace of blood on his chest, only a gaping, empty hole. He glared fiercely at Kakashi and declared, "There is nothing left inside my heart. I can't even feel pain anymore." You don't need to feel guilty, Kakashi. This void was torn open by this hellish world. Once, my heart held nothing but suffering. What meaning does that have? That's why I abandoned everything. Aren't you the same? Haven't you always been in pain? Kakashi, enough. You don't have to keep suffering. Rin is right here. At Uchiha Obito's words, the figure of Rin Noara truly appeared to Kakashi's left side. She stood with her hands clasped behind her back, smiling at Kakashi just as she had in their youth. Her chestnut short hair swayed gently, her face adorned with a warm smile. She tilted her head, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and the corners of her lips lifted faintly. I love you, Kakashi, Rin whispered, uttering words that stirred the heart. And the Rin you envision is here as well, Obito continued. Then, appearing to Kakashi's front left, the youthful figure of Obito himself emerged, goggles in place, shouting his desire to become Hokage. In this world of genjutsu you can obtain everything you desire. The hollow in your heart can be instantly filled. Obito's voice echoed in Kakashi's ear like a demoness whisper. Speaking of which, one cannot help but recall a tale of deception. The elder deceives the middle deceives the child, and the child can barely hide his tears. Compared to Naruto's verbal jabs, Uchiha Obito's words are equally sharp, and he knows how to use genjutsu to manifest the youthful Rin and himself, shaking Kakashi's resolve. To Obito, Rin Noara's death and Kakashi's guilt now hold no meaning. He has long grown weary of this false world. Kakashi who failed to protect Rin is an illusion. A world without Rin is even more so. To end the endless war and slaughter, he intends to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Everything can return to the most beautiful moment in a dream. After all, the infinite Tsukuyomi cares not for one's origin. It only offers perfection. No deceit, no unfulfilled desires, no loss of agency. Everyone lives as their heart's truest desire. It uses the ultimate falsehood to embrace the deepest exhaustion of reality. Ultimately, it's not that the infinite Tsukuyomi is too alluring, but that sometimes life itself is unbearably arduous. Only at this moment did the people of various ninja worlds before the Fourth Great Ninja War finally comprehend what Obito's so-called Eye of the Moon plan truly entailed. Across the ninja world, common folk whispered among themselves. So it's about casting genjutsu on everyone, making them drown in dreams? An elderly farmer squatted on a ridge, pondering thoughtfully. Sounds not too bad. A nearby woman shot him a glare. Not bad? That's fake. Fake's better than bitter, the farmer sighed. I've tilled the fields my whole life, never had enough to eat. My son went off to fight and died without even a body to bury. If I could eat my fill in a dream and see my son again, that'd be something. The woman opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. If she could meet her deceased son in a dream, she too would likely welcome it. Elsewhere in the ninja world, a middle-aged shinobi wearing a forehead protector declared, exactly. Everything's in the dream, why bother waking up? Struggling to become a chunin in reality is hard enough. In a dream, I can be Hokage directly. Opposite him, a young ninja retorted defiantly. That's just escaping reality. What's so good about facing reality? The older ninja countered. You could die on a mission any day. At least in a dream, you don't die. The young ninja opened his mouth but found no words to refute. After all, a comrade from his generation had died on a mission just last month. Debates spread far and wide. Some supported, some opposed, but most remained silent. Not due to lack of thought, but because they were contemplating whether, if the infinite Tsukuyomi truly existed, they would be willing to enter it. In the first year of Konoha's founding, atop a high platform outside the village, Uchiha Madara wore a disdainful expression and scoffed coldly. What a shameful fellow, to think of pursuing peace through such means. Then why not cast a genjutsu on yourself? Immersing in the dream of infinite Tsukuyomi's success forever? Dreaming that everyone embraces the Eye of the Moon plan, would that not succeed? After all, it's all a dream. If he dreams for everyone, it's the same. Hashirama Senju nodded in agreement. Peace obtained through dreams, what meaning does it hold? It's merely self-deception. True peace must be built upon reality, not upon illusory dreams. Nearby, Tobirama Senju fell into deep thought. This screen seemed to suggest infinite Tsukuyomi's effects went beyond mere dreaming. He carefully recalled every word of the narration, attempting to glean clues between the lines. Madara, Hashirama suddenly spoke. HM, do you believe dreaming truly brings peace? Why ask? Madara cast him a sharp glance, his tone resolute. Certainly not. But that idiot Uchiha Obito clearly doesn't understand this principle. Hashirama exhaled in relief. That's good. After hearing this, some might actually consider seeking peace through such means. Madara sneered. My peace is peace in reality, not hiding in dreams like a coward. Whoever wants to dream, let them do so. But if he wants to drag the entire ninja world into dreaming, he should first ask me if the sword of Susanoo is sharp. 60 years into Konoha's era. On a cliff somewhere in the ninja world, Obito stared at the screen, his heart jolting. What did that deceive? Deceive mean, the elder deceives the middle deceives the child. Who is the elder? Who is the middle? Who is the child? And Infinite Tsukuyomi does more than just make people dream? What other functions could it have? Isn't the Eye of the Moon plan Madara's scheme? Does it conceal other secrets? Could Madara have hidden something from him? What else about Infinite Tsukuyomi remains unknown to him? Meanwhile, somewhere in the ninja world, a dark figure swallowed nervously. He hid in the shadows, his body trembling as if frightened by something. He sensed the plan was changing and felt conflicted. From the previous information on the screen, he knew that Hagwa was closely watching his every move. It was even possible that every action he took, every step he made, was under Hagwa's scrutiny. Therefore, even if his mother's seal were broken, she would still face continued imprisonment. Damn Indra and Ashura. Of course, the more detestable was Hagwa himself. Black Zetsu gritted his teeth. Wishing he could chew up the sage of 6 paths, Uzumaki Himawari lay on the sofa, her chin resting on a pillow, her little legs swinging in the air. Daddy, what exactly is the Eye of the Moon plan? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Naruto sat beside her, pondering, then decided to tell the truth. The screen had already spoiled everything. There was no point in hiding it. It's a genjutsu cast on everyone, making them live in dreams. Meanwhile, those outside the dream become white monsters. Naruto's voice was calm, but Himawari jumped in fright, sitting upright on the sofa, her eyes wide as saucers. White monsters? Yes, Naruto nodded, his expression earnest. So Infinite Tsukuyomi isn't just about dreaming. Those trapped in the dream eventually become weapons. Those white things are used to fight enemies. Uzumaki Baruto shrank his neck and leaned closer to Naruto. So scary. Himawari looked up, her large eyes full of wonder. Daddy, that Uncle Obito seems so pitiful. Naruto paused briefly, then ruffled his daughter's hair. Obito is indeed quite pitiful, but what he did was wrong. 20 years into Konoha's era, Hokage's office. Tobirama Senju gazed at the passage on the celestial screen describing the Infinite Tsukuyomi, his fingers lightly tapping upon the tabletop. Old Tobirama deceived young Tobirama deceived the child, he murmured softly. Old Tobirama is Madara, young Tobirama is Obito, but who is the child? Nagato or Sasuke? On the other hand, Uchiha Obito indeed underestimated Kakashi. As a legendary man in the shinobi world whose heart remains unshaken by myriad thoughts and whose resolve cannot be broken, Kakashi's unwavering faith stems from having repeatedly endured the loss of his closest kin and friends, and inner struggles, yet still choosing to uphold his belief in protecting his comrades. This conviction is not innate but gradually forged and strengthened through pain. Having lost his father in youth, comrades during the shinobi wars, and his mentor during the Ninetales invasion of Konoha, Kakashi suffered a succession of grievous blows. Yet, he never lingered long in sorrow. He pressed onward. Such a man cannot be swayed by mere words from Uchiha Obito. Moreover, the notion that Obito would make Kakashi dream is even more unrealistic. Konoha, the 60th year, the land of waves, inside the Dazuna household. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked at Kakashi, emotions swirling within them. To keep one's heart untroubled by countless thoughts, and to hold an unyielding will, this is the evaluation of Kakashi by the celestial screen. They never imagined that the man who spent his days clutching the intimate paradise, lazy and tardy with a litany of excuses, was such a person. Naruto was the first to speak. Kakashi-sensei, you're incredible. Kakashi leaned against the window, not turning his head. I'm serious. Naruto stood up. The celestial screen says you've been through so much, and yet Naruto felt that his own hardships were considerable, but Kakashi-sensei seemed to have lost so much more. Sakura's eyes glistened with tears. Kakashi-sensei, you never told us any of this. Kakashi's voice came from behind his mask. Tell you what? How miserable I am. No need. You're not here to listen to my complaints. But Sakura still wanted to say something. Kakashi interrupted her. The celestial screen is right. Important people have passed away, but life must go on. I choose to cherish the present, and you all are the present. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then cracked a grin. Kakashi-sensei, are you complimenting us? Something like that. Suddenly, Sasuke spoke. Kakashi, do you regret it? Kakashi looked at him. Regret what? Regret not being able to do more. Regret, he said, but regret is useless. I can only carry their burden and keep living. Sasuke lowered his head, silent. Outside the window, the sea breeze of the land of waves blew in, carrying the salty tang of the ocean. Somewhere in the shinobi world, on the edge of a cliff, Uchiha Obito stared at the words on the celestial screen, a trace of disdain curling beneath his mask. To keep one's heart untroubled by myriad thoughts? To hold an unyielding will? Ah, he sneered. Kakashi, you are praised to the skies. Kakashi is indeed resilient to the point of irritation. But what use is your resilience? Uchiha Obito ground his teeth. Can you bring Rin back to life? Can you make this world better? He spread his arms as if to embrace the entire sky. No. You can only protect the few people before you and then, in the dead of night, stare blankly at the memorial stone. Is that your faith? Is that your strength? The wind swept over the high platform. No one answered him. Uchiha Obito lowered his hands and closed his eyes. Kakashi, you choose to cherish the present. I choose to create a new world. Who is right or wrong, we shall see. Konoha, the 48th year, Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze gazed at the passage on the celestial screen lauding Kakashi, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. That boy Kakashi has grown. Kushina Uzumaki leaned against his shoulder. He was always exceptional. Indeed, on the celestial screen, Uchiha Obito's verbal assault clearly had no effect on Kakashi, who even tried to pull Obito back from the brink. Kakashi used his Chidori to erase the illusions of Rin no Era and young Obito. A flash of lightning, and the two phantoms dissipated like smoke. Then he turned to face Uchiha Obito directly. Rin is gone, but you are still alive. Do you truly believe actions like these can fill the void in your heart? Don't erase the memories Rin left behind. Those are the memories Rin forged with her life to protect the village. At that moment, the Uchiha Obitos watching the celestial screen heard a voice unmistakably familiar. Those who do not cherish their comrades are worse than trash. And those who do not treasure memories with their comrades are even more despicable. These words came from Kakashi's lips, word for word, with the same tone as the young boy wearing goggles years ago. In an instant, many Uchiha Obitos faltered. Konoha, the 45th year. Minato's team gathered, watching the celestial screen with complex emotions. Young Obito's mouth slightly parted, eyes wide beneath his goggles. He never imagined that the future Kakashi would remember his words so clearly and would say them in such a setting. Rin no Era stood beside him, eyes glistening with tears as she looked at the two on the screen. She quietly said, Obito, see? Kakashi always remembers what you said. Uchiha Obito turned his head away, snorting, of course. How could anyone forget what I said? On the celestial screen, after speaking, Kakashi's Chidori flared again, the piercing cry of lightning echoing. Uchiha Obito understood Kakashi's choice. Then, their figures flickered uncertainly within Kamui's space. The surrounding pillars cracked, and light and shadow clashed against each other with every strike, accompanied by the dull thud of weapons colliding. In the next moment, Kakashi, wielding his Chidori, and Uchiha Obito, grasping kunai, became sharply defined on the celestial screen, each piercing the other's chest. Blood gushed from their wounds, splattering in the air like blooming red flowers. Each droplet of blood briefly magnified, reflecting their shared past. Konoha, the 45th year under brilliant sunlight. Seeing the future Kakashi and Obito locked in deadly combat, Minato sighed inwardly. Rin's face was puffed with anger. You two really are something. Even if I'm truly gone in the future, you can't just stab each other in the chest. Especially you, Obito. She said this while glaring specifically at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito smirked, hands behind his head, wearing an indifferent expression. But in his heart, he thought, if Rin really dies, this world will surely lose all meaning. Kakashi stood aside, hands in his pockets, expressionless as he watched the celestial screen. On the screen, the image froze on the two pressed closely together, Kakashi's head resting on Obito's shoulder, Obito's chin on Kakashi's shoulder. Without close scrutiny, one might mistake it for an embrace. For a moment, Kamui's face was silent. After a few seconds, Kakashi's voice rang out. Obito, can you please stop playing that trick? I'm already tired of it. As his words fell, the two figures pressed together slowly vanished amid the flashes of lightning. Only then did the shinobi watching the celestial screen realize that the battle they had just witnessed was an illusion woven by Uchiha Obito for Kakashi. The land of rain, Emigekure. Nagato's eyes flickered with understanding. Obito's genjutsu must have been activated the moment his gaze wavered at the start. Indeed, members of the Uchiha clan, whether Itachi or Obito, are highly skilled in genjutsu. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan should not surpass his Rinnegan, it remains exceedingly troublesome. Obito's dojutsu abilities are equally vexing. Without Kakashi's eye, no one in the shinobi world could harm him. The genjutsu ended. Within Kamui's space, Uchiha Obito and Kakashi stood facing each other several meters apart. The wounds from before had vanished. The blood disappeared. Now, as Kakashi spoke, he slowly raised his left hand, declaring, "The only thing I can do for you now is to send you to your death." Before he finished speaking, the hand in his grasp had already formed the opposing seal, issuing a challenge to Uchiha Obito for a duel. "Then so shall I," Uchiha Obito retorted without hesitation, lifting his right hand and forming the same seal as in his youth. His movements mirrored Kakashi's precisely. Even the angle at which his thumbs joined was identical. Despite the passage of over a decade, and the chasm between life and death, the two men's gestures remained perfectly synchronized. At that moment, a gentle melody began to play softly. The thorn hidden in the heart, not in vain to seek, silence sometimes finally yields to your recklessness. The scene shifted in the next instant to the era of Minato's team. There, young Obito and young Kakashi stood opposed once more. The difference was that between them stood Minato Namikaze, acting as the referee, and behind him, Rin Noara smiled warmly as she watched their contest. Then let the ninja combat exercise begin. At Minato's words, the two adversaries in the Kamui dimension seemed to receive the signal simultaneously. Their pupils dilated, and they charged at each other. Dark ink struggles to stain hidden thoughts. How can a cold night convey longing? Silence sometimes, thoughts sometimes. As always, their clash was a flurry of fists and feet. Both wielded a Sharingan, enabling them to anticipate each other's moves, resulting in a battle of countermeasures. A punch from one met a kick from the other, their pure taijutsu pitting them against each other. The scene alternated between youthful Obito and Kakashi and their counterparts in the Kamui realm. For a time, only these two figures filled the sky, their fight escalating from hand-to-hand combat to weaponry, and then to ninjutsu. Young Obito hurled a shuriken, which young Kakashi deflected with a kunai. Kamui Obito parried with a kunai, while Kamui Kakashi responded with a chidori strike. Their techniques grew swifter and more ruthless, yet neither dealt a fatal blow. The battle lacked cataclysmic devastation or dazzling jutsu. It was the straightforward combat that gripped the hearts of those familiar with their past. Kakashi, Obito. In the 48th year of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze sighed more times today than in all his past days combined. Approaching him gently, Kushina Uzumaki took his hand, urging, "Don't be too sorrowful." Minato shook his head. "I just feel that if only I had paid more attention to Obito back then, perhaps he wouldn't have come to this. That's not your fault." "Yes, I know. But the responsibility to bring Obito back cannot be passed on to the future Kakashi. As his teacher, that is a duty I must bear." In the 60th year of Konoha, at the Dasna household, unlike the sentimental Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke pondered other matters. Reflecting on the previous comparison of his and Naruto's combat strength, fleeting images showed Naruto in Kurama mode, whose power surpassed that of the Sage mode Naruto wielded against Nagato, the Akatsuki leader. Thus, Obito's strength during his confrontation with Naruto must have been at least at the Superumbu level. Kakashi's ability to hold his own against such a figure indicated that his own power was at least Chunin level or higher, perhaps even beyond. It seemed that following Kakashi was no bad choice. The battle swiftly returned to the scene where Obito, with Kakashi's aid, unleashed the Great Fireball technique. Time and space overlapped. Young Obito's sealing hand merged with the Great Fireball Obito conjured in the void. In an instant, the bright training ground was swallowed by the shadowy Kamui dimension, where a colossal fireball roared as it barreled toward its target. Earth release, earth flow wall. Young Kakashi's calm voice sounded as the scene shifted to him slamming his palm against the ground. A towering earthen wall rose but shattered instantly before the fireball. Only a small segment of the wall before Kakashi stubbornly held firm, shielding him behind it. At the moment of defense, Obito teleported behind Kakashi, clutching a kunai picked up from the ground, tying it to his own clothing corner as a feint. Kakashi's attention was drawn to the projectile flying from his right side. The next instant, the true Obito delivered a fierce kick, slamming Kakashi heavily against the earthen wall. Without pause, Obito's hand formed a sharp chakra black rod, thrusting it toward Kakashi's back. At the critical moment, Kakashi, relying on a prearranged shadow clone, snatched the kunai from Obito's hand, using the momentum to leap high. Below, Obito's cold gaze fixed on Kakashi. "This is the right move." Another black rod silently coalesced, piercing the air toward Kakashi, who had no leverage in midair. Yet, a brilliant blue lightning suddenly struck Obito's entire body. Ugh! Obito writhed in the electric storm, and before the eyes of all, transformed back into the bespectacled, astonished young Obito. Kakashi likewise reverted to his youthful form, delivering a fierce kick that sent young Obito flying. As young Obito struggled to rise, Kakashi's kunai was already pressed steadily against his throat. The scene shifted. Sunlight once again bathed the training ground. Minato stood beside them with a satisfied smile, and Rin gazed at the two tenderly. Exercise complete. The victor is Kakashi. Now, seal the reconciliation sign. Young Obito and young Kakashi exchanged a glance, their eyes holding the stubborn defiance of youth, yet slowly raised their hands, preparing to stand with Kakashi's aid. Just as their fingers were about to touch, the shadowy Kamui dimension once again engulfed the sunlight. Obito's figure appeared instantly, violently yanking his younger self away from the scene, then charging toward Kakashi. Within the Kamui dimension, Kakashi and Obito, one wielding a black rod, the other a kunai, with unyielding resolve, drove their weapons fiercely into each other. This time, both pierced through each other's chests, but Kakashi's wound was evidently graver, leaving a large hole in Obito's chest, while Obito's black rod inflicted only a minor injury. It's over, Obito. Spitting blood and gasping for breath, Obito conceded, "This battle you win, but I will not surrender the war's victory." With that, he vanished into the Kamui. In the 60th year of Konoha, on a cliff somewhere in the ninja world, Kakashi regarded Obito. "So this is the fate destined for you and me, to sever all past ties within Kamui's realm. Very well, you shall be ended by my own hand." With this resolve, Obito no longer worried about Kakashi's potential future pursuit. If Kakashi truly found him, completing their destiny, so be it. To be honest, the battle between Uchiha Obito and Kakashi was clearly a match held back. The only one more obvious was the battle at the sea. Throughout their fight, they repeatedly recalled the past and exchanged verbal jabs. Kakashi hesitated many times when using Chidori, and Obito sought opportunities for Kakashi to strike his heart, to purge the curse seal set by Madara Uchiha. Frankly, if neither had held back and fought to the death, Obito would likely have been far superior, as he would not have died even if his heart was pierced by Chidori. His Rinnegan and other abilities such as the Pretapath would have rendered such attacks useless. Indeed, if he were serious, he could have simply absorbed Kakashi's Chidori with the Pretapath. Anyway, if you tell me Obito was giving his all at this moment, I wouldn't believe it. Besides, he even mishandled a small fireball. One must admit, Obito's acting was quite convincing. From subsequent developments, it was clear that his intent was to exhaust all of Kakashi's stamina and chakra, preventing him from causing trouble after leaving. After all, no one comprehends the formidable power of Uchiha Obito's Kamui, left eye better than Obito himself. Even amidst the late Fourth Great Ninja War, when the Six Paths roamed freely, there was no one capable of withstanding its assault. In a certain ninja world timeline, deep within a dimly lit cavern, an elderly Uchiha Madara leaned against a stone chair, breathing heavily. Ha ha ha, even if Obito removes the seal, what then? The future beneath the heavens already bears my own image. As long as I can be resurrected, nothing will pose a problem. Despite the existence of a so-called savior in the future, and Uchiha Sasuke, Indra's reincarnation like himself, Madara remained unwaveringly confident. Hashirama, just watch. The peace I create is the only true peace. He lifted his gaze toward the cavernous ceiling, as if piercing through the rock to behold the sky beyond. Konoha, the 60th year, land of waves, the Dazuna household. Kakashi's expression was dazed. That battle in the sky was actually the outcome after Obito held back? How powerful is the future Obito, really? Surviving even after his heart was pierced. Instinctively, he touched his left eye. The heavens declared that even Six Paths level warriors could not block its attack. This must be the Mangekyo Sharingan capable of participating in Six Paths level combat that had been mentioned before. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough to truly face Obito in battle, rather than have Obito merely hold back and put on a show. The only difficulty was that he did not yet know when he would unlock this ability. Moreover, what was this battle more ruthless even than his and Obito's battle of the sea? At the Akatsuki stronghold, Deidara suddenly leapt up in a fury, his face flushed with anger. Feels like the heavens are mocking me. That Obito Uchiha is truly detestable. He has deceived me for so long. He then turned his gaze toward the deepest corner where Pain, the Deva Path, sat. Leader, is Uchiha Obito still a member of the organization? He has missed several gatherings. If that's the case, can we skip the next one as well? Pain's tone was calm, as if oblivious to Deidara's wrath. Next time, he will attend. That's great. I must make sure this guy gets what's coming to him. One day later, Konoha, the 60th year, land of waves. News of Kato's death spread across the small island as if it had sprouted wings. The black-hearted merchant who had prospered through exploitation and oppression now dangled from the chandelier, his corpse strung up in his own mansion's ceiling. His restless visage became the topic of conversation among the Land of Waves residents. The Land of Waves plunged into chaos. Those who had been oppressed by Kato for half their lives, upon hearing the news, did not rush to repair the bridge as planned, but instead threw down their tools and swarmed toward Kato's mansion. These people, so feeble when building bridges, suddenly moved faster than rabbits when it came to grabbing money. Naruto squatted on a stone at the Dazuna house's entrance, propping his chin in his hands, wearing a displeased expression. Sakura sighed. Well, Kato is dead, so everyone wants a piece of the pie. But if the bridge isn't repaired, when can we go back? Bored, Naruto picked up a pebble and tossed it into the distance. Kakashi leaned against the doorframe, holding a copy of Intimate Paradise, barely lifting his eyelids. What's the rush? Our mission is to protect Dazuna. When the bridge is finished, that's when we go home. Sasuke sat in a corner inside the house, eyes closed, seemingly resting. Yet the residents of the Land of Waves were destined for disappointment. In this timeline, Zabuza and Haku had not died. When they arrived at Kato's mansion, Zabuza was already standing there, wielding his execution sword. A few of the most exuberant looters were instantly terrified to the point of losing control. Zabuza spared no words for them. He simply slashed down a few of the greedy residents who dared to snatch food from him, and the rest scattered like frightened birds. After all, money was not more important than life. But to Zabuza, both Kato's life and money were his. He claimed Kato's inheritance entirely, leaving not a single cent to others. This was money earned at the cost of his reputation. However, this still delayed the bridge's construction. Much to the chagrin of Team 7's trio, Kakashi was indifferent. After all, their mission was solely to protect Dazuna. He regarded this little episode as a break. Besides, he needed time to study the mysteries of the Kamui left eye. As long as Momochi, Zabuza, and Haku refrained from causing trouble, all would be well. That seemed unlikely. After all, Zabuza had even killed his own employer. Surely, he would no longer execute Kato's orders. Thinking of this, Kakashi was somewhat speechless. He could only say that these were truly men from the bloody mist. So ruthless they would kill their own employer. Such a reputation would surely make it hard to accept future missions. Yet on second thought, having secured this fortune, Zabuza probably wouldn't need to take bounty missions anymore. For 3 consecutive days, the now unoccupied Team 7 intensified their training. The weather in the Land of Waves was neither good nor bad. The mist dispersed only to gather again. Then again dispersed and gathered. Occasionally, sunlight slipped through the cloud seams, scattering a patch of shattered gold across the river's surface. Naruto practiced basic techniques on the water. Sasuke honed the Hatake-style swordsmanship, and Sakura punched trees one by one in the forest. Kakashi leaned against a tree, pretending to read Intimate Paradise, but was in truth carefully observing the training of his 3 disciples. Though he had yet to discover how to utilize Kamui, he was satisfied with the trio's astonishing growth. Sasuke's Chidori needed no mention. His mastery of the dual Tomo Sharingan was becoming increasingly proficient, and even the Hatake-style swordsmanship Kakashi taught him was showing promise. His strength was at least that of a Chunin, limited only by his youthful chakra reserves. Otherwise, his power would be even more extraordinary. Naruto was equally impressive. Under Jiraiya's guidance, his once clumsy tree climbing, water walking, and taijutsu basics were steadily solidifying. Coupled with his far greater chakra reserves and a tailor-made Rasengan, he likely rivaled Sasuke closely. Truly, their talents were befitting of those destined to reach 6 paths level power. They were geniuses beyond compare, Kakashi mused silently. At their age, though he had been stronger, he did not possess their potential. One was the supposed reincarnation of Indra, the other of Azura, both connected to the Sage of 6 Paths, their talents existing on an entirely different plane. What pleased Kakashi even more was Sakura. He had once misjudged her, believing she was better suited to Genjutsu. But after the revelations from the heavens, and being accepted as Tsunade's apprentice, her true talent blossomed. Superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu demanded exquisite chakra control, precisely Sakura's forte. Of course, what distinguished Sakura most was her confidence. Though she rarely voiced it, Kakashi knew she had suffered immense frustration. Her 2 comrades had outshone her since graduating the Ninja Academy, and perhaps most despairing of all, she had no idea how to become stronger. But everything changed once Tsunade took her under her wing. Her progress in superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu accelerated rapidly. Though she might never quite catch up to Naruto and Sasuke, she would certainly become an extraordinary shinobi in the future. Even now, Kakashi would not dare say he could easily defeat the three of them. As for a rematch of the bell-taking exercise, they would pass effortlessly. A faint smile tugged at Kakashi's lips. These three brats were no longer the novices who could not even cooperate. Until the fifth day. Land of Waves. Outside the Dazuna residence. In the woods. The mist was thinner than in previous days, and sunlight shone directly upon the ground. Team 7 was engaged in their routine training. Kakashi, leaning against a tree, suddenly set down his intimate paradise and lifted his head, gazing toward a nearby direction. Soon, Sasuke also noticed the anomaly, casting his gaze toward the approaching figures and immediately assuming a defensive stance. Only Sakura and Naruto, slower to perceive, followed Sasuke's line of sight and discovered the newcomers. To their astonishment, they were the two figures seen days before in the Heaven's Vision, Ghost Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza carried the beheading blade upon his shoulder, revealing its broad, gleaming edge. Bai trailed behind him, clad in a pale kimono, appearing truly like an exquisitely beautiful young woman. Noticing the wary 7th squad, Zabuza casually tossed the massive blade to Bai. The sword flipped gracefully in midair before landing firmly in her hands. Zabuza advanced at a measured pace alone, coming to a halt several meters away from the group. No need to be tense. I am not here to fight. Zabuza chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping across the four of them. Besides, we are not your match, are we? Hey, browless one, then why have you come? Naruto was the first to speak, his tone laden with caution. Sasuke remained guarded, already reaching for the kunai at his waist. Sakura clenched her fists tightly, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Kakashi, however, appeared relaxed, resting the book Make-out Paradise on his lap as he leaned against a tree without moving. Zabuza, are you here to say goodbye? Zabuza nodded. Yes. I have received notification from the village. I am no longer a rogue ninja and will soon return. Although the screen shows some kind of future, I still want to say thank you. Thank you for opening my eyes to many things. Kakashi noticed the harshness had faded from Zabuza's eyes, replaced by a calmness. That's not necessary. After all, none of those things have happened. Kakashi waved a hand dismissively. Yet Zabuza shook his head silently, offering no reply. Just then, Sasuke suddenly spoke. Bai, right? I want to spar with you. His Sharingan eyes fixed on Bai, the twin Tomo spinning slowly, eager for the challenge. Bai, standing behind Zabuza, blinked slightly before shaking her head. I don't fight. Sasuke frowned. Bai was a wielder of the Ice Release Kekkai Genkai, formidable in strength, having nearly subdued both Naruto and himself alone on the screen. How could she not fight? Noticing Sasuke's doubt, Zabuza chuckled lightly. Bai speaks truthfully. She only kills, not fights. She cannot handle sparring. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, no longer pressing the matter. Then, unexpectedly, Zabuza said, however, I do want to fight you three. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh? After all, to punch Indra and kick Ashura. Such an honor must not be missed. A trace of amusement curled Zabuza's lips as he teased. A future 6 paths level warrior. If not now, then never. Kakashi scratched his head with a smile, glancing at Zabuza. But isn't there still the 6th Hokage's presence? Zabuza smiled wryly. I can't beat you, so I'll only fight those 3 young ones. He glanced at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, his eyes filled with anticipation. Kakashi considered for a moment, then nodded his agreement. He had confidence in his own abilities and in those of his 3 disciples. If things went awry, he would certainly intervene. Besides, there was also that white-haired old lecher lurking nearby. Kakashi's gaze casually swept toward the depths of the forest. Jiraiya-sama was surely hiding in some corner, spying. With him around, Zabuza would be far from unstoppable. Seeing Kakashi's consent, the 3 youngsters instantly grew excited. Zabuza was a jonin, a perfect opportunity to test their skills. Soon, Zabuza stood opposed to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. To avoid misunderstandings, I1T used silent killing techniques. Zabuza took the beheading blade back from Bai, holding it horizontally before him. Instantaneous movement, sword techniques, water release, these 3. You 3 attacked together. Naruto grinned widely, baring his white teeth. You said that. Using the shadow clone jutsu, a dozen Narutos appeared on the field, launching themselves at Zabuza from all directions. Each clone moved differently. Some charging head-on, others flanking, some encircling from behind, and others leaping down to strike. This was Naruto's favorite tactic, overwhelming with numbers. Zabuza's eyes sharpened. He teleported, sweeping the beheading blade, and 3 clones dispersed at once. But the clones were too many. As he scattered one group, another appeared. Annoying. Zabuza muttered with a low laugh, stomping his foot to shake off several clones grasping him. The blade flipped in his hand, edge outward, delivering another broad sweep that dissolved several more clones. Sasuke held back, activating his twin Tomo Sharingan, watching Zabuza's movements intently. According to Kakashi, the Kirigakure sword style emphasized a single decisive strike, requiring the perfect moment. Sakura stood at the periphery, fists clenched, seeking an opening. Zabuza fended off Naruto's clones while simultaneously observing Sasuke and Sakura's movements. These kids were definitely far stronger than their counterparts on the screen at the same age. Water release, water dragon bullet. Zabuza quickly formed hand seals. This time, Kakashi did not replicate his jutsu. A water dragon surged forth from the nearby river, roaring as it lunged at Naruto. Naruto couldn't dodge in time, struck and sent flying. All his clones vanished instantly. At that moment, a voice rang out. Rasengan. Using the clones as cover, Naruto had formed the Rasengan in his palm and charged at Zabuza again. Zabuza swung his blade to block. The Rasengan collided with the beheading sword, producing a harsh screech. Simultaneously, Sasuke moved. His figure flashed with lightning speed. His twin Tomo Sharingan caught the moment Zabuza was distracted by Naruto, revealing a gap at his ribs. His kunai stabbed towards Zabuza's side. Precise, sharp, ruthless. Zabuza had to turn the beheading blade, using the back of the sword to block Sasuke's attack. But Sasuke's assault did not relent. The kunai stabbed repeatedly, forcing Zabuza to retreat step by step. Not bad. Zabuza praised sincerely, pushing off the ground with force to leap back several meters and create distance. At that moment, Sakura rushed forward. She used no fancy techniques, just a powerful punch aimed at where Zabuza had landed. Super strength fist. Her fist smashed into the ground, sending stones flying and creating a large crater. Zabuza barely evaded, but the flying debris struck him. He steadied himself and looked at the three youngsters, a complex emotion stirring within. How much time has passed? Back on the screen, their contemporaries struggled even against my water clone. But these three can already trade blows with me. Bring it on. Naruto shouted as a dozen orange figures once again surged towards Zabuza. Sasuke moved as well, abandoning his position at the edge to charge forward. His kunai flashed, forming a pincer attack with Naruto's clones. Sakura circled to Zabuza's side, fists clenched, searching for the next chance to strike. Zabuza took a deep breath. He wanted to see just how far these kids could push themselves. The blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. One after another, Naruto's clones dissipated, only to be replaced by new ones. Sasuke's kunai stabbed from tricky angles. Zabuza blocked with the back of his blade, sparks flying. Sasuke was swift, each strike deliberate and methodical. Naruto's Rasengan came crashing from another direction. Zabuza sidestepped. It smashed into a tree behind him, blowing a hole in the trunk and scattering wood chips. Sakura's fist followed, forcing Zabuza to leap to evade. In midair, with no leverage, Zabuza was vulnerable. Sasuke seized the moment, driving his kunai towards Zabuza's back. Zabuza twisted forcefully in midair, holding the beheading blade horizontally to block the kunai. But he lost balance, staggering upon landing. Naruto seized the opportunity, rushing forward with a Rasengan aimed at Zabuza's lower back. Gritting his teeth, Zabuza twisted, striking the Rasengan aside with the hilt. The blue chakra sphere grazed his garment, tearing a small hole. Enough! Suddenly, Zabuza sheathed his blade and leapt backward out of the combat circle. The three youngsters halted as well, panting heavily as they watched him. Naruto's forehead was drenched in sweat. Sasuke's breathing had become noticeably labored, and Sakura's arms trembled ever so slightly. Zabuza, shouldering his decapitating blade, twisted the corners of his mouth into a wry smile. Enough fighting. If we keep this up, I'll ruin my reputation. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. You haven't lost yet. You'll lose if you keep going. Zabuza shook his head, his tone devoid of resentment, instead carrying a sense of resignation. You three have surpassed the versions of yourselves from the same era in the original timeline by far. True prodigies are indeed something else. His gaze swept across the trio before finally resting on Kakashi. Thank you all. This fight was truly exhilarating. Without another word, he turned and strode toward Haku. Haku stepped forward, took the massive blade from Zabuza's grasp, bowed with a gentle smile toward Naruto and the others, and followed closely behind. Hey, eyebrowless! Naruto called out once more. Zabuza halted without turning around. From now on, be a proper shinobi of Kirigakure. Don't be a rogue ninja anymore. A brief silence ensued before Zabuza raised a hand and waved it dismissively. Haku turned back, bowed again to the group, then quickened his pace to catch up with Zabuza. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the depths of the forest. Kakashi leapt down from the tree, gazing at his 3 disciples. Well fought. Naruto grinned broadly. Of course. Sasuke sheathed his kunai, expressionless, though the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. Sakura brushed the dust from her clothes and exhaled deeply. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the Sky Curtain's activation arrived once more. Akatsuki hideout. The Sky Curtain was still active. Within the dim space, several oil lamps flickered faintly on the stone walls, casting an intermittent glow on the black cloaks adorned with red clouds. The members of Akatsuki had gathered, most seated in their customary positions. Deidara sat in his seat, legs swinging back and forth, his golden hair swaying behind him as his eyes darted about restlessly. Suddenly, his gaze brightened. He sprang from his chair and strode briskly toward Uchiha Obito, who wore an orange swirl mask, grinding his teeth as he said, "Afei, you scoundrel. Finally brave enough to show your face." Huh? Uchiha Obito's visible right eye regarded Deidara with a trace of helplessness. He knew all too well that the moment he appeared, this troublemaker would be the first to provoke him. Yet his body responded faster than his thoughts. Gesticulating wildly as he spoke in a jocular tone, "Deidara-senpai, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm just an adoring high school girl of yours." Hearing Obito tease him once more, Deidara's entire face twitched uncontrollably. "You bastard! How dare you mock me? And why are you still wearing that mask? Didn't the Sky Curtain reveal your face last time? Are you afraid your hideous mug will scare people?" Uchiha Obito. As he spoke, Deidara even spat out several pieces of white clay, deftly molding them into small spider shapes with his agile tongue, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The atmosphere in the hideout instantly tensed. Haiden, wielding his scythe, watched the farce with keen interest. Kakuzu silently counted on his fingers, calculating some unknown tally. Kisame held Samahata tightly, his shark-like visage unreadable. Sasori's puppet eyes moved subtly with a clicking sound. Only Uchiha Itachi leaned against the wall with closed eyes, seemingly asleep. Obito's eyes narrowed, his expression beneath the mask darkening. At that moment, the authoritative voice of pain, the Deva Path, resonated through the spacious hideout, quelling all discord. "Enough. No member of this organization shall attack another." The Rinnegan glowed coldly in the darkness, sweeping over every person present. Upon hearing this, Deidara glared furiously at Pain but ultimately succumbed to the merciless violet eyes. Defeated, he stuffed the clay spiders back into his waist pouch, brushed the fragments from his hands, and muttered, "Fine, I'll give the leader some face. Uchiha Obito, you better watch out. I haven't forgotten. You still don't have the Rinnegan." Obito neither confirmed nor denied, strolling over to his seat, pulling out the chair and sitting quietly. Meanwhile, Nagato, who controlled the Deva Path of Pain, grew increasingly agitated. Seated deep within, he maintained a calm facade but his mind churned endlessly. Were it not for Obito's unfathomable powers and his indispensability to the Moon SI plan, Nagato would have eliminated this threat long ago. He dares to guarantee that Obito's left eye beneath the mask is definitely not a Rinnegan. In the future, the Rinnegan will surely be mine. After all, I am the only known wielder of the Rinnegan in the entire shinobi world. If Obito wants the Rinnegan, he must take it from me. No wonder Obito became the second sage of Six Paths. He had stolen Nagato's Rinnegan. It seemed the key to the Six Paths' power lay in these very eyes. No matter what, these eyes must never fall into Obito's hands. Nagato hoped the Sky Curtain would reveal to him how Obito obtained his Rinnegan. If the means were less than honorable, Nagato would not hesitate to strike ruthlessly. Taking a deep breath, Nagato suppressed his emotions deep within. Pain resumed his impassive demeanor, the violet Rinnegan betraying no hint of feeling. Amid the eager eyes of shinobi from various times and worlds, the Sky Curtain opened as scheduled. The shinobi world harbors too many regrets. If parallel universes truly exist, they must encompass countless possibilities. If Naruto Uzumaki, who has become the 7th Hokage of Konoha, could return to the past and save his parents, could he mend some of the regrets in his heart? Hearing the narration of the Sky Curtain, countless hearts stirred. Konoha, Year 48, Hokage's office. Kushina Uzumaki's expression was charged with emotion, her voice trembling. What does the Sky Curtain mean? Can Naruto really travel through time? Will he come back to save us? Does that mean we might see Naruto very soon? Although the Sky Curtain had unveiled glimpses of Naruto's future, even revealing the appearances of his grandson Boruto and granddaughter Himawari, Kushina had already witnessed them. Yet it was all merely a projection on the Sky Curtain, akin to watching television. devoid of interaction and far less fulfilling than meeting the real person. If we could truly meet Naruto, that would be wonderful. Minato Namikaze placed his hands gently on Kushina's shoulders, soothing her softly. Kushina, don't get too excited. The sky curtain likely presents a hypothesis or the notion of parallel universes, not events that will actually occur. The Ninetales attack we saw earlier is probably a more plausible future in reality. Upon hearing this, Kushina's eyes dimmed slightly, and she fell silent instantly. She knew Minato's analysis was correct. Minato gently embraced her shoulders, saying no more. He understood Kushina's yearning to see Naruto. He shared that longing himself. But if time travel were truly possible, would the Naruto who altered the past still be the same Naruto revealed by the sky curtain? Would he still be a hero? Would he still meet his comrades? Would he still marry Hinata and have Boruto and Himawari? Konoha, year 83, Naruto's home. A middle-aged Naruto sat on the sofa, cradling a cup of hot drink, his voice tinged with reflection. Could I really travel back to the past? He soon shook his head. Even if I did return to the past, I'd probably change history and cause shifts in the timeline. Naruto's tone bore the cautiousness of a mature adult, no longer the reckless impulse of his youth. Himawari Uzumaki clenched her fists, her face earnest. Dad, if you go back, you can definitely give the bad guys a good thrashing and save Grandpa and Grandma. Naruto paused briefly, then smiled, ruffling Himawari's hair. Maybe. But now I have Hinata, you all, and many comrades. Though I want to save Mom and Dad, if the cost is you, maybe Mom and Dad wouldn't want that either. At that moment, Boruto peeked out from his room. Dad, if you go back, remember to give that Obito a good beating. He caused you so much trouble. Naruto was caught between laughter and disbelief. You're quite the commander. Inside him, the Ninetales lay sprawled within the sealed space, and upon hearing Boruto's words, it emitted a somewhat embarrassed grunt. Without Obito, Naruto certainly wouldn't have come this far. But the tailed beast that was truly being manipulated was itself. Sensing the Ninetales' mood, Naruto gently patted its belly. Don't mind it, Kurama. The kids don't know the full story. They're just joking. Kurama snorted. I'm not bothered at all. Above, the soundtrack resumed once more. Aha! A high-pitched female voice suddenly emerged, as if drifting from a distant place, penetrating through the various ninja worlds across time and space, sending a shiver through the eardrums. I didn't have time to say sorry. A bit chaotic, a bit slow. On the screen, two hands met in a crisp clap against the sky, followed by a blinding white light flooding the entire canopy, causing many to instinctively squint. As the people from all ninja worlds and eras discerned the image on the screen, a pale white moon hung high in the sky. Even more astonishingly, the next moment the colossal form of the Ninetales appeared on the screen. It opened its blood-red maw, emitting a piercing roar under the moonlight. Its fur shimmered with a crimson glow beneath the moon, and Ninetales swayed behind it. This single image instantly triggered a reflexive reaction among the shinobi of Konoha. No way. Again, many instinctively took a step back, hands already on their kunai. The memory of the Ninetales rampage was too vivid. No Konoha ninja wished to endure a second time. But they quickly calmed, for the image of Kushina Uzumaki, eyes wide with fear during the Ninetales attack, reappeared on the screen. Clearly, this was a replay of the previous segment depicting the Ninetales rampage. Though somewhat unscrupulous, as long as it wasn't a repeat of the Ninetales chaos, it was bearable. Last time, the fourth Hokage died. If it happened again, who knew if the fifth Hokage might be in danger? If that were the case, the Ninetales shouldn't even be called the Ninetales anymore, it could simply be dubbed the Hokage's nemesis. Even the third Hokage might have to serve for life. Kushina. On the screen, the Ninetales had shaken off the chains of the adamantine seal, its massive claws poised to pierce through Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki's bodies just as in the previous scene. Minato held Kushina, his back to the Ninetales, still shielding her with his own body. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared midair. No one saw how he arrived, as if he had stepped directly out of the moonlight. He delivered a horizontal kick, snapping the Ninetales' claw. Instantly, the Ninetales emitted a heart-rending scream, its blood-red eyes wide open. Who are you? Minato, holding Kushina and ready to shield her from the Ninetales' assault, sensed something was amiss. Someone actually intervened to save them? But Minato had already set up a barrier here. Who could so swiftly disregard it and enter? There was absolutely no one like that in Konoha now. Who is this person? Minato's mind raced, but he could not come up with an answer. As the figure landed, Minato and Kushina's pupils dilated to their fullest. Sweat trickled down the seventh Hokage's face. The kanji on his cloak was unmistakably clear. Hokage, Kushina, scarcely able to believe it, echoed Minato's words. In their line of sight, the newcomer stood with his back to them, the cloak emblazoned with the 5 bold characters. 7th Hokage. Seemingly to conceal his identity, he wore a peculiar mask, but his short golden hair and those deep blue eyes were all too familiar. Konoha, the year 1983, at Naruto's home. Hinata instantly became excited, clapping her hands vigorously at her chest. Daddy, Daddy, it really is you. You went to save Grandpa and Grandma. Boruto was equally thrilled, clenching his fists. That's great. Beat the Ninetales hard, Dad. The Ninetales, inside Naruto, grumbled in discontent. What do you mean, beat the Ninetales hard? Naruto comforted Kurama within his mind, gently patting its paw. Don't mind it, kids don't know any better. Outside, however, Naruto's fists were tightly clenched, revealing his inner turmoil. His eyes fixed unwaveringly on the figure clad in the ceremonial cloak, his throat feeling constricted as if something blocked it. Observing these subtle changes in Naruto, Hinata approached, softly placing her hand on his shoulder, silently offering comfort. Naruto took a deep breath and laid his hand over hers. In the same temporal space, somewhere within a forest in the ninja world, a young Sasuke leaned against a large tree, watching the screen with keen interest. Were the 2 hands that first appeared his and Naruto's? But his space-time ninjutsu only allowed spatial manipulation, not time travel, right? Space-time ninjutsu could only swap positions, not traverse time. Besides, if he truly possessed that ability, besides helping Naruto alter fate, he would have first gone back to that night to prevent the tragedy. Thinking of this, young Sasuke furrowed his brow lightly. On the screen, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was blocked outside the barrier, his hands pressed against the transparent wall, unable to penetrate it. He scrutinized the mysterious newcomer with suspicion. 7th Hokage? What nonsense is this? SNT the 4th Hokage Minato now? Even if it's a disguise, it should look believable. Hiruzen's mind was a tangled mess, various thoughts flashing rapidly like a revolving lantern. That yellow hair does resemble Minato's, but Minato had long hair. This mysterious person's hair was cropped short. Yet he stopped the Ninetales, seemingly an ally, not an enemy. Could he really be Konoha's 7th Hokage? Shaking his head, Hiruzen concluded the night's events had been too overwhelming, stirring his imagination wildly. 7th Hokage? Minato is the 4th. With the 5th and 6th in between, how could it suddenly jump to the 7th? At that moment, the now-aware Minato looked at the newcomer's back and couldn't help but ask. May I ask who you are? I am the 7th Hokage. The masked Naruto turned around and answered Minato's question proactively. His voice carried a mature tone, seemingly older than Minato. Only then did Minato notice the mask was shaped like a fox, orange and black, strikingly familiar. After speaking, Naruto swiftly approached Minato and gently placed his heavily bandaged right hand on Minato's shoulder. To the astonished gazes of Minato, Kushina, Hiruzen, and others, the Shinigami, the death god, that had almost materialized fully, holding a short blade in its mouth and exuding an ominous aura, vanished into white smoke and retreated back into Minato's body with a casual pat. Hiruzen was utterly dumbfounded, standing outside the barrier, mouth agape, eyes wide as copper bells. Who on earth is this person? As a master of the Uzumaki clan's advanced sealing technique, Shiki Fujin, Hiruzen fully understood the power of the summoned Shinigami. He had seen Minato intend to use the Shinigami to seal the Ninetales. Moreover, once summoned, the caster's soul must be offered as a sacrifice. Otherwise, the Shinigami will not depart. It's a classic mutual destruction tactic, exchanging one's life to imprison the Ninetales. Yet this mysterious man merely waved his hand, and the Shinigami floated away so effortlessly.
No sacrifice?
No offering? Is the Shinigami so easily appeased? Hiruzen swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. Konoha, the year 1960, Hokage's office. Tsunade glanced at Hiruzen with a complex expression. Old man, is Shiki Fujin really so easily broken? Hiruzen smiled bitterly, of course not. But in the future, casually dismissing the Shinigami might already transcend the realm of shinobi. Tsunade sighed. So this is the power of the Sage of Six Paths level? Although its expressive power does not rival that of the Otsutsuki Shonin cleaving the moon with a single sword stroke, to the untrained eye, it is mere spectacle. Yet to the connoisseur, the subtlety is equally astonishing. What ordinary being would dare to proclaim himself a god? Having resolved the matters concerning his own father, Naruto took a step forward and gently approached the fallen Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina looked at this enigmatic figure with a hint of astonishment, her pupils reflecting the image before her. A person donning a fox mask and wearing a sacred priestess robe. At that moment, Naruto fixed his gaze upon his mother and softly spoke. Leave this to me. Do not interfere. Trust me. Got it. Upon hearing the mysterious man's final words, Kushina's pupils dilated to their fullest, her expression vacant as she stared at Naruto. In that instant, her mind seemed to short-circuit. All her thoughts were shattered by these three simple words. Naruto did not linger, extending his right hand to rest upon Kushina's shoulder. In a flash, the Vajraseal retreated entirely into Kushina's body, and the barrier isolating Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others dissipated like smoke. When the scene on the sky screen reappeared showing Sarutobi and the others, the observers realized with surprise that they were already lying on the ground, while another mysterious figure clad entirely in black robes vanished in the blink of an eye. Young Sasuke instantly recognized this as his current attire. Yet he shook his head expressionlessly. The footage on the sky screen was impressive, but Tenjirayaku truly could not traverse time and space. Could it be that the Rinnegan possesses other abilities yet undiscovered? Konoha, the 60th year. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat speechless. What was the meaning of this? He could not even watch. On the screen, Naruto gazed at his younger self for a long while without uttering a word. But at this moment, the Ninetales had long grown impatient. You bastards! It howled fiercely, its pupils blood-red. Ninetales thrashing wildly behind it. Without Kushina Uzumaki's chakra to support it, the golden chains binding the Ninetales shattered one by one. Naruto, you can handle this yourself, right? The scene shifted to Naruto's spiritual world, where another identical Ninetales lay on the ground, one eye open and one eye closed, scrutinizing Naruto with a mischievous look. I cannot give you too much chakra right now. Naruto's lips curled into a smile. That's exactly what I intended. Otherwise, my carefully crafted disguise would be exposed. He glanced down at the sacred priestess robe on his body, then touched the fox mask on his face, pride evident in his tone. Upon hearing Naruto claim his disguise was meticulous, the Ninetales gradually closed its eyes, unwilling to engage further. This guy wears a mask, but hasn't he even changed his catchphrase? What kind of disguise is that? By the way, have you looked in a mirror after putting on your disguise? What? Naruto's features instantly contorted at the Ninetales' question. Konoha, the 48th year. Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze watched Naruto on the sky screen, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This child was truly lazy. Not to mention his present self, even the Naruto on the sky screen would probably soon conceive the image of future Naruto. Take this. The Ninetales' enormous claw, accompanied by a roaring wind, swiped fiercely toward the three people. Minato and Kushina immediately tensed. Yet, to their astonishment, the Ninetales' giant claw halted less than a meter from them, unable to advance an inch. The enormous paw hovered midair, stopped by the mysterious man's gently raised right hand. What was this force? Not only were they stunned, but the Ninetales itself was dumbfounded. This being before it had stopped it by sheer physical strength alone? It was the Ninetales, the mightiest of the tailed beasts. At that moment, Naruto's eyes slowly closed, then suddenly snapped open. Around the eyes beneath his mask, a vivid orange shadow appeared, a sign of Sage Mode activation. Jiraiya, watching the sky screen, twitched his eyelids. This was the Naruto of the future, instantly activating Sage Mode, compared to himself, who still required the aid of two sages to enter Sage Mode. The gap between people was truly greater than that between man and dog. In the scene, Naruto flashed instantly and ascended into the air, delivering a punch straight to the Ninetales' tail. Minato's heart pounded wildly, and Kushina's heartbeat quickened, further confirming her suspicions, though she dared not be certain and sought answers from her husband. But to conceal his identity, Naruto refrained from using many of his powers. This punch did not affect the Ninetales at all. Instead, the Ninetales' tail swept violently, knocking Naruto back dozens of meters. Yet Naruto remained undeterred, using the momentum to reappear in midair, hands crossed in an X shape. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang! 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 Countless masked Narutos surrounded the Ninetales, all extending their hands to grasp it tightly and then exerting force simultaneously. Yuwa! In the Ninetales' astonished gaze, its entire world flipped upside down in an instant. To Minato and Kushina, the sight was even more terrifying. The colossal beast's massive body was lifted by the combined strength of the child and slammed heavily onto the ground. Bang! 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 Naruto dispelled the shadow clones. As the white smoke cleared, he stood directly before the Ninetales. Moonlight bathed him, the sacred priestess robe fluttering in the wind, the words 7th Hokage gleaming under the moon's glow. But soon, one of the Ninetales' tails twitched, and then the entire beast rose to its feet. You've really angered me now. The nine tails roared loudly once more beneath the moonlight. A massive black-tailed beast ball formed furiously in its mouth, stirring up fierce gales. Seeing the nine tails' movement, Naruto instinctively began to condense a Rasengan with his right hand. Yet he seemed to recall something swiftly, dispersing it before it could fully form. Damn it! Behind him, Minato's pupils dilated in shock. A self-created Rasengan, blonde hair, blue eyes, all evidence confirming a single conclusion. Yet Naruto was still relieved. That was close to being exposed. The Rasengan was too conspicuous. In the entire ninja world, only his father and the perverted sage used it. Once unleashed, his identity could no longer be concealed. At this moment, in his spiritual world, the otherworldly Ninetales spoke with a hint of resignation. Forget it. Looks like old man must help you out again. Before Naruto could respond, Minato had already approached and slowly extended a hand. His palm opened, placing itself beneath Naruto's hand. The Rasengan that had just dissipated in Naruto's palm reformed once more. When Naruto realized this and turned to look at Minato standing beside him, Minato smiled. This jutsu suits your vast chakra well, 7th Hokage. You should be able to master it easily. As Hokage, I want to lend a hand rather than remain a mere bystander. The camera shifted to Kushina, who held baby Naruto in her arms, staring blankly at the scene of father and son standing side by side. As Minato spoke, Naruto seemed to finally register it. His voice tinged with a nasal sound, as if suppressing something. Before he could reply, the Rasengan in his hand had grown from a small orb to an enormous sphere. Stirring, passionate music played, transporting one back to that fervent era. Konoha, the 60th year, Land of Fire, the Dazuna residence. The 7th squad, awaiting bridge repairs, did not train today but instead gathered to watch the sky screen. Naruto's eyes were already brimming with tears, repeatedly wiping them away. He had made up his mind. Starting from this moment, he would learn to condense the Rasengan with one hand. On the sky screen, the Rasengan in Naruto's hand swelled ever larger, the blue chakra sphere in his palm expanding wildly like a star in the process of birth. Ultimately, the Rasengan's radiance illuminated the entire night sky, dimming the moon's glow and rendering Naruto himself diminutive by comparison. Minato, witnessing this, revealed a look of heartfelt satisfaction in his eyes. Did you infuse wind-natured chakra into the Rasengan? You have truly become an exceptional Hokage, surpassing even me. He gazed upon the masked 7th Hokage before him, and the Rasengan in his hand, potent enough to obliterate the heavens and earth, a torrent of complex emotions swelling within his heart. This was his ninjutsu, yet his son had elevated it to unprecedented heights. The phrase "the pupil surpasses the master" could not have been more fitting. Within the awestruck eyes of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the scene unfolded. Naruto leaped high into the air, colliding the Rasengan in his hand with the nine-tailed beast ball mid-flight. A fierce gale erupted. Both Minato and Kushina were battered by the wind, unable to keep their eyes open. Instinctively, Kushina turned her head aside, shielding the infant Naruto in her arms with her forearm. Minato's long hair streamed backward, his robes billowing as his eyes narrowed to thin slits, fixated unwaveringly on the luminous point in the sky. Even the Ninetales was stunned. Its tailed beast ball had been nullified by a mysterious ninjutsu wielded by a stranger. At that moment, Naruto suddenly landed atop the Ninetales' head, gently stroking its crown. "Let us be calm for a moment, my friend," he murmured. The already shocked Ninetales was utterly bewildered, glancing sideways at Naruto. "What did you say? How could it befriend a human?" "Sorry about that," Naruto said, exerting pressure with his right hand. The Ninetales sensed something amiss. Its pupils constricted into a straight line, the mark of the Sage of Six Paths. Before it could respond, its slowly closing eyes betrayed a surrender. The colossal beast lost its support, crashing down with a thunderous impact that raised a cloud of dust. Its breathing slowed and steadied, as if it had fallen asleep. As the scene shifted, the infant Naruto's stomach was once again inscribed with a sealing jutsu. Clad in the divine god robe and cloak, Naruto stood with his back to Minato and Kushina, moonlight casting a long shadow behind him. The side effects of the seal had diminished to a minimum. A somewhat subdued voice emanated from Naruto's position. Minato looked upon his back and softly said, "7th Hokage, thank you truly. Without your help, we would have been utterly incompetent parents." Hearing this, Naruto grew momentarily emotional. "That's not true at all. Even if I hadn't his voice choked slightly, yet he turned his back to them, extending his right hand and earnestly giving a thumbs up. "You both are incredible, amazing parents. The camera shifted to Naruto's front. Although his fox mask concealed his expression, the tear-dampened collar betrayed the sorrow to all watching the celestial screen. In the 48th year of Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Kushina Uzumaki gazed at the screen, overwhelmed with tears. Minato's eyes also shimmered with moisture. His eyelids reddened. Yet he comforted Kushina gently, one hand patting her back softly, while the other clasped hers, their fingers entwined. Kushina, it's all right. This time, we will surely watch over Naruto as he grows. He paused before continuing. Even if the worst comes to pass, Naruto is truly our child. He has borne the responsibilities we could not fulfill and has become an outstanding ninja. On the screen, Naruto was delivering his final instructions to Minato and Kushina. By the way, you must temporarily retreat and avoid appearing, even to your child. Especially, do not intervene in the Uchiha affairs, just save one person. Uchiha? Minato frowned in confusion, his mind racing. The Uchiha affairs? What will happen to the Uchiha in the future? Why must I not intervene? Just save one person? Save whom? Yet, by the 52nd year of Konoha, the Uchiha clan's territory was already in upheaval. The 7th Hokage is truly heartless. An Uchiha clan member stood up, veins throbbing on his forehead. Exactly. Why does the 4th survive but ignore our plight? Just watch our clan get annihilated? Oh, why? The one saved must be Sasuke. Why did the future Itachi spare Sasuke? Why, in this parallel timeline where the 4th lives, was it only Sasuke who was saved? By the 60th year of Konoha, at the Dasna household, Sasuke regarded Naruto with a peculiar expression. This guy, even after becoming Hokage, must have some screws loose, right? He has gone. So why not let the 4th handle the Uchiha matter? Naruto felt unsettled under Sasuke's gaze, scratching his head. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you stupid? Sasuke retorted coldly. Huh? How am I stupid? He has gone, so why not finish the job? I don't know, I didn't do it. The screen said it was fake. Naruto protested. On the screen, having completed his instructions, Naruto vanished in a flash from Minato and Kushina's sight. Once at a distance, the fox mask on his face disappeared, revealing his true visage. Within his spiritual realm, the 9 tails from another world lay on the ground, puzzled. Why not reunite with them? They were his parents, with so much to say, even secretly crying bitterly. Why not tell them who he was? Naruto turned his back to the 9 tails, forcing a smile. Father is father, mother is mother, and Naruto is Naruto. They are all unique, right? He paused, his tone suddenly turning bitter. If I hadn't promised Sasuke to leave the later matters to him, I'd really want to give Obito a good beating. Hearing this, the 9 tails grew somewhat coy, tinged with inexplicable jealousy. If that is so, then am I not myself? Does this old beast need you to go easy on me? For a moment, Naruto was at a loss, gesticulating wildly at the 9 tails. What are you talking about? The two immediately launched into a quarrel within the spiritual realm. The 9 tails' tail flicked back and forth behind it, while Naruto stood before it, hands on hips, flushed and agitated. As the scene returned to Minato and Kushina, still standing where they were, the moonlight softened considerably. Minato sighed with emotion. The 7th Hokage truly is an exceptional child. Kushina held the infant Naruto, gazing down at his wrinkled little face. Yes, just like Naruto, he is remarkable. Naruto, thank you for letting me be your father. Thank you for letting me be your mother. Beneath the moonlight, the shadows of the family of 3 stretched long and far. As the celestial screen faded to black, many in the ninja world began to discuss. People from various timelines remained immersed in the tender scene of the 7th Hokage returning to the past to save his parents. Yet the focus of their conversation soon shifted elsewhere. After all, warmth and affection aside, life must go on, and enemies still await confrontation. At the Akatsuki hideout, perhaps irked by hearing that Naruto, now the 7th Hokage, still harbored intentions to beat him up, Uchiha Obito grew somewhat annoyed. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, his right eye beneath the mask narrowed slightly. Ha! Truly the savior, even the celestial screen has to broadcast more beautiful scenes for them. Obito's voice emerged from behind the mask, tinged with bitterness. He intended to praise Naruto's image, but the words caught in his throat. The Naruto on the screen had done nothing outrageous. Saving his parents, fighting the 9 tails, sealing the beast, making amends, all executed flawlessly, without attacking him. Yet he remained displeased. Haiden tilted his head, eyeing him. Faye, this is your fault. If you hadn't killed someone else's parents back then, he sighed. I just thought, if you hadn't killed the 4th Hokage, perhaps Naruto wouldn't have accomplished so much in the future? Deidara nodded in agreement. Exactly. Maybe he'd still be an ordinary ninja in Konoha, eating ramen every day. After all, as the Hokage's son, who would strive so desperately to train? So, a Fae, you might be the true maker of the savior. Obito's face twitched under the mask, unwilling to respond. These guys can twist any logic. If that's the case, should I be awarded a certificate or something? The members of the Akatsuki began a lively debate, each voicing their own opinion, making the stronghold unusually bustling. At that moment, the sky screen illuminated once more, and with just a few words, the ongoing argument among the Akatsuki members instantly fell silent. The Akatsuki was the most formidable villainous organization in the early stages, boasting average combat power at the Kage level. Each member was ruthless, possessing their own unique and diverse fighting techniques, making them exceedingly difficult to counter. Moreover, the Akatsuki's rules were stringent. Recruits had to be exceptionally powerful rogue ninjas, and after joining, they operated strictly in pairs. However, the greatest issue was that the Akatsuki never engaged in group battles. Had they mobilized en masse, capturing several Jinchuriki would have been effortless. In fact, in the early stages, they could have slaughtered anyone who stood in their way. Yet, the Akatsuki members consistently preferred to fight solo, which ultimately led to their being defeated one by one and annihilated. Therefore, this time, we shall closely examine the legendary death scenes of the Akatsuki members, whose demise leaves the deepest sense of regret. 60 years into the history of Konoha, the Kage and strategists of the 5 great nations immediately focused their attention, eyes wide and ears pricked, eager to engrave every word displayed on the sky screen into their memories. They longed for this intelligence, for battles between shinobi were as much a war of information as of strength. Knowing the details about the Akatsuki members would make countering them far easier. Otherwise, these madmen, constantly coveting their village's tailed beasts, would remain an ongoing threat. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure. The 4th Raikage abruptly straightened his posture, eyes fixed intently on the sky screen. At last, the death intelligence of the Akatsuki members. Clenching his teeth, the 4th Raikage said, "As long as we know how they died, we can discover ways to defeat them. A group of rogue ninjas, yet they dare to covet the tailed beasts. Fools seeking death. Fortunately, they seem to have some reservations and cannot mobilize collectively. This is our chance." Tsukadai nodded in agreement. Lord Raikage is right. If the Akatsuki acted as one, even the combined forces of the 5 great nations might not withstand them. But since they fight individually, they are much easier to handle, which is why they were ultimately picked off one by one. The 4th Raikage nodded approvingly. Precisely. Issue the orders. The intelligence department must operate 24 hours a day. Once the sky screen reveals critical information, immediately devise tailored combat plans for each Akatsuki member. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Anoki of the 2 scales floated in midair, arms crossed, his expression grave. Behind him, Kuratsuchi and several senior strategists of Iwagakure sat around a long table, various scrolls of records spread before them. Anoki murmured, "The Akatsuki's refusal to act collectively is reasonable. Those S-class rogue ninjas are prideful. Commanding them under a single leader is already a stretch. Coordinated combat is nearly impossible." Kuratsuchi nodded. "Father, the sky screen says they were defeated one by one, which means if we master each individual S intelligence, we can eliminate them individually." Anoki glanced at her. "Individually? Do you think Kage-level warriors are roadside cabbages? How many Kage-level fighters can Iwagakure really field?" Kuratsuchi opened her mouth but said nothing, silently counting in her mind. Dad, Old Purple Han, that S3. Then there S Deidara, but he S with the Akatsuki. His own strength hasn't reached Kage level yet. Kuratsuchi has potential, but she is still very young, so definitely not yet. Thus, 2 pairs of Akatsuki members would be more than enough for Iwagakure. Anoki sighed. Still, any intelligence is better than none. Record in detail the manner of death for each Akatsuki member as shown on the sky screen, especially their causes of death, the ninjutsu used at the time and who killed them. This information will help us find their weaknesses. A strategist raised a hand to ask, "Lord Tsuchikage, if other villages act first, should we follow suit?" Anoki considered for a moment. "Observe first. Konoha will be the most eager since the Akatsuki leader personally targets the Ninetails. It's best to let them take the lead. We'll pick up the scraps afterward." He paused, a gleam flashing in his eyes. "Remember, Iwagakure's goal is not to eradicate the Akatsuki but to protect our tailed beast. As long as they don't provoke us, we will not strike first." Kuratsuchi hesitated. "Father, might that be too passive?" Anoki sneered. "Passive? When they and Konoha wear each other down, that S when we strike. That is the true initiative. However, if the sky screen reveals sufficiently detailed intelligence, we will not rule out proactively attacking Akatsuki members who enter the Land of Earth. For now, we watch. Land of Wind. Sanagekure. Raza sat in the office of the Kazekage, fingers lightly tapping the desk. Chio sat opposite him, and Ebizo stood nearby. The senior leadership of Sanagekure gathered in a circle, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The legendary death scenes of the Akatsuki members had finally arrived. Knowing their weaknesses meant they no longer needed to fear them. Raza felt somewhat invigorated. Unlike Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure, Sanagekure possessed only one-tailed beast, Shikaku the One-Tail. If the Akatsuki captured it, it would be tantamount to the sky falling upon Sanagekure. Although Konoha also had only 1 nine-tails, even without the tailed beast, their strength far surpassed Sanagekure's. Chio looked at Raza as if he were foolish, thinking perhaps he had recently been digging sand too much and lost clarity. The Akatsuki had many Kaga-level experts. Sanagekure had only a few. Even with some intelligence, if the Akatsuki sent only 3 or 4 Kaga-level members, the villages would be overwhelmed. Chio sipped her tea, indifferent to comment. Raza sensed the disapproving glances from others and hurried to add, therefore, Gaara's protection must be strengthened. Once the sky screen reveals the death methods of the Akatsuki members, we will train Gaara specifically to counter them. Chio agreed, setting down her tea and nodding. Especially we must focus on guarding against Deidara, who will come to Sanagekure in the future. She recalled the image on the sky screen of the blonde youth descending from the sky atop a clay bird, her heart tightening. A strategist raised a hand. Lord Kazekage, should we ally with the other villages? Raza glanced at him. Alliances? Will Kimogakure sincerely cooperate with us? Iwagakure? Konoha might, but they are preoccupied. Let us first gather intelligence. Alliances can be discussed later. Land of Water Kirigakure. Tsunademi stood leaning on the table, body inclined forward, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her enchanting face. With the Akatsuki annihilated, that Kisame Hashigaki fellow should have his reckoning with us. Kisame is a treasure of the village. He cannot remain lost outside. If the sky screen reveals his manner of death, we will kill him accordingly. Ao stood nearby, nodding in agreement, eyes ablaze with vengeance. Lady Mizukage, also that Uchiha Obito, if possible, we should slay him to avenge our honor. Chojuro whispered, Lady Mizukage, should we collaborate with the other villages? Tsunademi pondered, we can negotiate, but Kirigakure will not be cannon fodder. We will only provide intelligence, not main forces. Unless other villages are willing to pay a sufficient price, she added. Aweskich, what price? A smile flickered at the corner of Tsunademi's mouth. For example, splitting the Akatsuki's assets after the war. Didn't the sky screen say Conan has 600 billion explosive tags? That's a fortune. Chojuro gasped. Lady Mizukage, you mean to covet Conan's wealth? Why not? Tsunademi raised an eyebrow. She alone is richer than the 5 great nations combined. Who wouldn't envy such wealth? Land of Fire, Konoha. Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged a glance, both seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. This is absolutely the best opportunity to deal with the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki never fight as a team, Tsunade said. That makes sense. These rogue ninjas don't respect one another. Getting them to act together without internal strife is already a challenge. Hiruzen nodded. Even so, their strength is not to be underestimated. We must not be careless. That is why we must rely on intelligence. The sky screen will reveal their death scenes. This is our chance. Knowing how they died means knowing how to kill them. Tsunade rose to her feet and walked over to the window, gazing out at the bustling streets of Konoha village. Her voice lowered to a somber tone. Old man, do you think we should take the initiative to strike, or remain on the defensive? Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment, the ember in his pipe flickering uncertainly. Defend first. Our utmost priority now is to protect Naruto. His identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has already been exposed. Although the other villages have reached a consensus with us, the Akatsuki will undoubtedly come for him. We must be fully prepared before they arrive. Suddenly recalling something, Tsunade turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, Old man, keep a close watch on Danzo. Don't let him stir up trouble. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a wry smile. Danzo is already under house arrest. He can't cause any commotion. Tsunade snorted, her tone filled with doubt. Let us hope that is true. Akatsuki hideout. After a brief moment of silence, the members of the Akatsuki erupted into renewed clamor. Haiden was the first to speak again, his voice brimming with defiance. I want to see how my immortal body meets its end. With the blessing of the sacred god. How could I possibly die? Deidara sneered. Immortality? You just haven't faced me yet. My art shatters everything. Haydn glared at him. Your art? I doubt even I could be blown up by your art. Then let us put it to the test. The two began to bicker heatedly. Kakuzu remained expressionless. Death scenes? I've survived for decades by being cautious enough. Death simply does not exist for me. Kisame, clutching Samahata, showed a hint of excitement. I want to see by whose hand I die. Anyone who can kill me must be no ordinary opponent. There was no fear in his tone, only anticipation. Sasori's puppet revealed no emotion. Itachi Uchiha sat silently in the corner, his face equally impassive. With his current body, death was inevitable sooner or later. Enduring longer would only buy a few more years. But as long as the plan succeeded, that was what mattered. Dying at Sasuke's hands was his destiny. Would the truth be revealed? He did not care. As long as Sasuke lived, it mattered not how he died. Obito Uchiha said nothing. Annihilation? He too would die? No, the Moon SI plan was not complete. He could not die yet. The truth spoken by the Celestial Canopy was but one possible future, one he could change. The members of Akatsuki held varied thoughts, but the one constant was their lack of fear toward death. Land of Rain, Hidden Rain Village. Nagato sat in his wheelchair, curiosity flickering in his eyes. According to the Celestial Canopy, his strength was among the very top in the current shinobi world. So how exactly did he die? Previous intelligence showed that not even the so-called savior of the shinobi world, Naruto Uzumaki, could prevent his fate. Even his future wife was left in a life-or-death state after fighting him. Could it be that the Otsutsuki clan from the moon suddenly appeared and killed him? That seemed unlikely. The previous Celestial Canopy data contained no such information. The scene cut off right after Naruto's tailed beast transformation went berserk. There was no way a berserk Naruto Uzumaki could kill him, right? Ridiculous. He hadn't even used his planetary devastation technique yet. Once he unleashed that, forget Naruto with just a few tails, even the 9 tails would be sealed away. Besides, how could he not want the Akatsuki to mobilize collectively? But to trust them enough to gather for a mission was another matter altogether. The Celestial Canopy itself was rife with quarrels, all kept in check only by his firm hand. The organization's members were all powerful rogue ninjas who trusted no one. How could they obey orders and fight as a team? It would inevitably devolve into everyone fighting their own battles without coordination. And if coordination failed, a mass mobilization would only hinder their strength, possibly leading to their complete annihilation. Not to mention the likes of Obito Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha, who harbored their own schemes. He feared these few might strike from behind. The first Akatsuki member to die was Sasori. Sasori, codenamed Tama within Akatsuki, hailed from the hidden sand village of the Land of Wind. He was the grandson of the advisor Chiyo and a renowned prodigy puppeteer of his village, a legacy of family heritage. Akatsuki hideout. As soon as the Celestial Canopy's voice faded, the Akatsuki base erupted into chaos. Deidara sprang up from his chair, his mouth forming a perfect O. Why Sasori? Brother Sasori, how did you die? He whirled to look at Sasori sitting beside him, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, then to a hint of sorrow. Though one was an explosion artist and the other a pursuer of eternal art, their understanding of art differed by an unfathomable gulf, often leading to fierce arguments. Yet, Deidara and Sasori shared an unexpectedly good relationship. Sasori did not mind Deidara's boisterousness, and Deidara found Sasori's taciturn nature reliable. No one expected Sasori to be the first to fall among them. Others raised their eyebrows in disbelief. Was this some cruel joke? The one who sought eternity died first? Sasori had transformed himself into a puppet, theoretically able to live forever, yet he was the first to perish. No, that wasn't quite right. Orochimaru was still alive and well, even able to live for decades more. He was still conducting experiments in some shadowy laboratory within the shinobi world, living better than anyone. So if Sasori died first, what was the sequence of deaths to follow? Haydn's gaze swept across everyone in the hideout, silently calculating. Was he the last? The immortal body bestowed by the sacred god should not die so easily. Sasori's puppet body remained motionless, its face unreadable, but a voice emanated from within the puppet, patiently answering Deidara's question. I don't know. The Celestial Canopy hasn't revealed it yet. Deidara looked at Sasori. Brother Sasori, rest assured, I will avenge you. Sasori glanced at him. No need. I can avenge myself. Deidara sneered. You're dead. How can you avenge? Sasori no longer wished to engage with Deidara. He was not dead yet. Why couldn't he seek revenge? Speaking of which, although everyone mocked the son of the Hokage in Konoha becoming the son of the Hokage's advisor, the heiress becoming the Hokage's wife, And the scapegoat's son remaining a scapegoat, the reality was the same in other shinobi villages, if not worse. For example, in the Hidden Cloud village, all the Raikage in history came from the Yagura clan. In the Hidden Stone village, the first Tsuchikage was the grandfather of the third Tsuchikage, who was in turn the grandfather of the fourth Tsuchikage. Similarly, in the Hidden Sand village, after the death of the fourth Kazekage, despite Gaara's youth and the villagers' fear of him as the one-tailed Jinchuriki, his lineage and strength eventually led to his selection as the fifth Kazekage. The shinobi world found the celestial canopy somewhat perplexing. What was there to complain about? Was it not common sense that the descendants of the strong were more likely to be strong? They had been discussing the descendants of the Uchiha Senju, and even the Sage of Six Paths. Even the Hyuga clan descended from the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. If their ancestors had not been so mighty and illustrious, how could they have remained powerful for over 1,000 years? A chunin from the Hidden Stone village sat on the training ground, scratching his head with a bewildered expression. What is this celestial canopy talking about? Isn't this normal? Would anyone let a commoner become a Kage? Someone nearby nodded. Exactly. Bloodlines are undeniable. You see, the Uchiha the canopy mentioned, ordinary people could train their whole lives and still not match someone who awakened their Sharingan. 60 years in Konoha Hidden Stone Village. Kuratsuchi immediately placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily, throwing her head back. Ah, I am the future Tsuchikage. She turned to look at Inoki and Kuratsuchi's father. Grandpa, Dad, I'm going to be Tsuchikage. Kuratsuchi's father looked on helplessly at his boisterous daughter, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He sighed and reached out to ruffle Kuratsuchi's hair. All right, keep your voice down. But in his heart, he wondered if his daughter was truly fit to bear the responsibilities of Kage. Always so loud and brash, careless in her actions, and unpredictable in speech, the Tsuchikage bore the weight of the entire village, managing complex politics and diplomacy, leading the Hidden Stone village among the 5 great nations. Was this child truly capable? Inoki floated down from midair, his expression one of great joy. He had always believed that Kuratsuchi was far superior to Katsuchi, and indeed, he had not been mistaken. Excellent. 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 Inoki uttered the word excellent thrice, his eyes narrowing into slits with pride. Truly, she was his granddaughter. Kuratsuchi bounded about, circling Inoki excitedly. Grandfather, I have become the Tsuchikage. From now on, you must address me as Lord Tsuchikage. Inoki shot her a stern glance. You're not Tsuchikage yet. That's a matter for the future. I'll be there soon enough. Kuratsuchi halted, hands on hips, chin raised high. The Akatsuki hideout. Deidara exclaimed once more, Ah? Kuratsuchi's future self is the 4th Tsuchikage. He recalled how, back in the village, Kuratsuchi used to trail behind him, wiping her nose, always seeming like a child. At the time, he found her annoying and often shooed her away. Yet, this very person could become Tsuchikage? Hayden's curiosity was piqued. Who is Kuratsuchi? Deidara replied. She is from Iwagakure, granddaughter of the 3rd Tsuchikage. She used to follow me around. Hayden grinned broadly. What a pity. Had you not defected, wouldn't you have been able to marry the Tsuchikage? Deidara's face darkened. Shut up. Thus, as Chiyo's grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand was destined to be formidable. Had he not defected, the 4th Kazekage might well have been his. However, as is customary among the elite shinobi, parental sacrifice was inevitable. When Sasori was young, his parents were slain during a mission by Shikaku Kazuki, which twisted his introverted and solitary nature. He gradually delved into human puppetry, ultimately transforming himself into a puppet, retaining only a single heart to govern his body. Why say gradually twisted? Because initially, Sasori's puppets were quite normal. He created puppet versions of his father and mother to keep him company. Even after more than a decade, these puppets remained standard for Suna's Jonin, and the puppet used by Kankuro was still one Sasori had crafted long ago. Yet, after growing stronger, Sasori sought revenge for his parents. His approach was direct. After Shikaku Kazuki's death, he assassinated the 3rd Kazekage, who had assigned the mission leading to his parents' deaths, turning the 3rd Kazekage himself into a puppet. He preserved most of the 3rd Kazekage's combat abilities and even his Kekkai Genkai. It is said the 3rd Kazekage was the strongest Kazekage known in the shinobi world, yet he was effortlessly assassinated by Sasori. Later, Gaara was considered the strongest Kazekage in history, shining brightest during the 4th Great Ninja War. The Land of Wind, Sunagakure, Rosa, Chiyo, Ebizo, and others' expressions shifted drastically. The 3rd Kazekage was assassinated by Sasori? Chiyo's face was the most troubled. Her lips trembled, but she could not utter a single word for a long time. Sasori, her grandson, had killed the third Kazekage and transformed him into a puppet? Ebizo pushed up his glasses, voice hoarse. Sister, Sasori. Chio closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and when she reopened them, the shock had vanished, replaced by profound exhaustion and sorrow. That wretched child, her voice hoarse. What was he truly thinking? A senior Sunagakure official slammed his fist on the table. The third Kazekage was killed by Sasori? So the culprit we have been searching for all these years was right under our noses. Rosa asked, when did Sasori defect? Chio was silent for a moment. After the third Kazekage went missing, the office was engulfed in a deathly silence. So, Sasori killed the third Kazekage first, then defected. Orders were issued. Rosa's voice was icy cold. If Sasori's whereabouts are discovered, kill him at all costs. At that moment, Chio's voice, heavy with resolve, rang out. I will go. That wretched child, I will end him with my own hands. She had failed to properly raise Sasori. Naturally, she must bear responsibility. The scene shifted to a certain valley. Two opposing sides stood below. When the shinobi world's people recognized the three confronting each other, their identities became clear. One of them, hidden beneath a crimson flow, clad in the Akatsuki's black cloak embroidered with red clouds, was none other than Sasori of the Red Sand. Opposite him stood Chio and Sakura Haruno. Konoha, 60 years later, the land of waves inside the Dazuna residence. Naruto pointed at the image, somewhat surprised. Sakura, that SU in the future. Sakura was taken aback, scrutinizing her future self on the screen. Her short pink hair remained. She wore a red long robe, and a Konoha forehead protector adorned her brow. She looked considerably more mature than she did now. Yet she did not recognize her companion. Who was that white-haired elderly lady? Sasuke was even more astonished, studying Sakura intently. Although the image depicted her as having changed greatly compared to now, she was far less mature than in later scenes. Yet she was already capable of participating in battles at the Kage level. According to the screen's implication, this battle was even won. To be his future wife, she certainly had quite the skill. Under Sasuke's continued gaze, Sakura's cheeks flushed, and she turned away, unable to meet his eyes. Nearby, Kakashi paid no mind, pondering only, have Sunagakure and Konoha allied in the future? They are jointly confronting Sasori of the Akatsuki. The high-ranking officials of Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure watching the screen shared the same thought, their faces darkening instantly. TCH, spineless Sunagakure. Their village Kage was captured, yet they shamelessly ally with others. The land of lightning, Kumogakure. The fourth Raikage snorted. Has Sunagakure completely sided with Konoha in the future? How disgraceful. Sukadai nodded.
Raikage-sama.
After the fourth Kazekage Rosa was captured and then released by Konoha, Sunagakure may have drawn closer to them. The fourth Raikage waved dismissively. Let them be for now. Focus on the Akatsuki. The land of earth, Iwagakure. Inoki's face was grim. Sunagakure and Konoha joining forces is not good news. Katsuchi queried. Father, should we also? Inoki interrupted. No rush. Let us watch the screen first. The land of water, Kirigakure. Tsunade's eyes flickered with contemplation. Sunagakure and Konoha allied. Akatsuki members being besieged. This means the five great nations have ultimately come together. All nodded. Mizukichi-sama, we must prepare ourselves as well. This was the opening battle of Naruto Shippuden. A confrontation that was often underestimated. You might think it was Schrodinger's mercy, but it was truly the last struggle of humanity. You might think puppetry is not powerful, but that is because people themselves are weak. Here, I single out Kankuro. Whether or not Chio wears a swimsuit aside, she truly possesses Kage-level strength. As the screen's narration continued, Chio advanced briskly towards Sasori, instructing Sakura, with me here, you should fall back. At a certain distance, she flicked out a chakra thread, stringing a cluster of kunai together. Puppet strike. With a movement of her eyes, the kunai floated like arrows towards Sasori. Thanks to the chakra connection, the kunai altered their trajectory flexibly during the attack. These two, grandmother and grandson, were both proud souls. Sasori inwardly called her Grandma Chio, but when facing her, he stubbornly addressed her as that old hag. Chio spoke of striking decisively, yet her attack merely tore Sasori's cloak, as she longed to see her grandson after many years. However, the Sakura-Chio duo had a certain advantage over Sasori. Chio was adept with puppet weapons but could not penetrate Hiriko's hard shell. Sakura inherited Tsunade's monstrous strength but struggled to close the distance. Yet combined, their cooperation made fighting Sasori far simpler. The land of wind, Sunagakure. Ebizo regarded his sister with a complex expression, hesitating to speak. Upon hearing the screen's commentary, he began to doubt the true intention behind Chio's recent words. She still wishes to see her grandson. The Akatsuki hideout. Deidara turned to Sasori, eyes brimming with curiosity. Brother Sasori, is that old lady your grandmother? Can you really strike her? Sasori was silent for a moment. She is the enemy. Deidara snorted, saying no more. Grandmother and grandson at odds. TSK. Kakuzu was somewhat moved. SNT, this the fate of shinobi? No matter who you are, if you stand in the way, you must be slain. However, Chio's intentions on the battlefield were ultimately doomed to fail. After her kunai sliced through Sasori's garment, she did not catch sight of his true visage, but only beheld a puppet resembling a scorpion. Hiriko, if you insist on resisting, then so be it. You'll join those little brats over there as part of my collection. Sasori's voice resonated from within Hiriko. As Sasori spoke, Chio and Sakura swiftly closed the distance toward him. Instantly, Sasori manipulated Hiriko to unleash a barrage of hidden weapons from his mouth. Facing this relentless onslaught, Chio and Sakura, relying on their agile prowess, effortlessly evaded the attacks. Observing their excessive aggression, Hiriko suddenly shot forth a thick steel pipe from its core. As it neared Chio and Sakura, countless razor-sharp arrows scattered like a torrential downpour. Yet, to Sasori's surprise, this assault was once again effortlessly dodged by the two. Chio's an old hag, but even this little girl can manage it? After evading the attack, Sakura gripped her kunai and charged toward Sasori once more. Why? Chio didn't move? And I wasn't underestimated. I charged head-on without any cover. At that very moment, Sakura hurled a kunai at Hiriko, only for it to be deflected by the puppet's tail spike. Just as the tail spike was about to pierce Sakura's head, Sasori realized that the puppet he controlled had become immobile. Can't move. So that's how it is, old lady. Now Sakura, Chio shouted fiercely. Crush him. With a powerful punch from Sakura, Hiriko was instantly shattered into fragments. In the Uzumaki residence after 60 years of Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke's faces twitched uncontrollably, their lips quivering. Is Sakura's monstrous strength really this brutal? Naruto swallowed nervously, instinctively rubbing his belly. He recalled the sensation of Sakura's punch to his stomach earlier. In retrospect, she had clearly held back. The former fourth Hokage, the previous wielding of Zabuza's strength, was no pushover. He seemed to have withstood several punches. Naruto silently gave Zabuza a nod of respect. That browless fellow enduring so many of Sakura's blows was truly remarkable. Sakura, gazing at her own image on the screen shattering the puppet with a single punch, wore a satisfied smile. She clenched her fist tightly, glanced down at her palm, and resolved firmly to hone her monstrous strength even further. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade looked up at the screen and nodded with approval. That's more like my disciple. After Hiriko was pulverized, Sasori's true form emerged from the broken puppet. He still appeared youthful, with short red hair, delicate features, pale skin, clad in a black bodysuit beneath the Akatsuki's signature black cloak adorned with red clouds. The cloak's hem fluttered lightly in the breeze. Undeniably one of the most handsome men in the Naruto universe. Judging by his face alone, who would guess this was a man in his 40s? Yet his eyes were cold and expressionless as he stared at the two before him. Clearly, he had transformed his own body into a puppet. The battle between Chio and Sasori was the pinnacle of puppet mastery in the ninja world. For instance, Chio's secret technique, the 10 puppets of Matsumoto, while limited to 10 puppets, each possessed at least the combat prowess of a jonin. Coupled with unique weaponry, offensive strategies, and coordinated jutsu, their combined strength reached the level of a shadow-class shinobi. Sasori's 100 puppet performance was even more extravagant. Before him, controlling 10 puppets simultaneously was considered the peak. He raised this limit tenfold and had even waged war against an entire nation using this technique. However, relying solely on puppets in battle had inherent limitations in the ninja world. At best, one could reach shadow-class strength, but beyond that was exceedingly difficult. One of the greatest controversies regarding this battle was whether Sasori had held back. In truth, Sasori did not deliberately hold back. Rather, his emotional turmoil caused him to make mistakes, ultimately allowing Chio to seize the opportunity to defeat him. His most notable display was the unreserved use of the third Kazekage puppet, the secret technique 100 puppet performance, and other powerful jutsu. 2 unused scrolls were not intentionally reserved but were sealed on the wall by Chio's sealing technique, Lioness Roar, after disrupting his control. The only contentious point was that when Sasori was killed by the father and mother puppets, he could have avoided the attack but instead welcomed death willingly. This signified his emotional wavering, his inner yearning for familial bonds, rendering him unable to resist the attack, symbolizing his parents' embrace. Conversely, Chiyo's restraint was more evident. She only brought the father and mother scrolls, not to rescue Gaara, but specifically to meet Sasori, and intended to use the forbidden jutsu one's own life rebirth, sacrificing her own life to revive his parents. During the battle, she repeatedly sent Sakura away, deliberately creating opportunities to be alone with Sasori, indicating her true purpose was emotional communication rather than a life-or-death confrontation. Furthermore, Chiyo refrained from using the 10 puppets of Matsumoto's secret technique until the last desperate moment, relying on ordinary puppets for most of the fight. As the commentary continued, Rashi's expression shifted unpredictably. He had suspected all along that advisor Chiyo could not bear to let go of her grandson. The excuse of letting me end it with my own hands is just talk. Yet he merely glanced at Chiyo without revoking his earlier order for her to pursue Sasori. Sigh. When he succeeded the 4th Hokage, it was thanks to Chiyo's favor. Not to mention she even redeemed him from Konoha's custody. That debt is too great. He dares not turn his back on her. Well, if the old lady wants to see her grandson, let her have her wish. Advisor Chiyo knows how to manage the boundaries. Besides, if she can really bring him back, having another shadow-class shinobi in the village would be a great boon. Elsewhere in the ninja world, people were astounded by the forbidden jutsu one's own life rebirth. Sacrificing one's life to revive at least 2 others? It seemed like a bargain. Although the caster dies, if one is already facing death, exchanging 1 life for 2 seemed more than worthwhile. In the 40th year of Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze exhaled deeply. Thank goodness. At last, I know of a forbidden technique that can resurrect life. But I wonder, has Chiyo developed this technique? And if so, would she be willing to use it? On the screen, as the narration continued, Sasori summoned the 3rd Kazekage puppet. A scroll slid from Sasori's sleeve and fell to the ground, exploding in a puff of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, a puppet appeared, a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and hollow eyes, radiating an eerie aura. That was the 3rd Kazekage. Chiyo's face on the screen was one of shock. All right, let us begin. Sasori seemed thoroughly pleased with Chiyo's reaction, a smile playing on his lips. He manipulated the 3rd Kazekage puppet to charge directly at Sakura. The puppet's arms had been modified with an array of blades. However, the 3rd Kazekage's attacks were effortlessly evaded by Sakura under Chiyo's chakra thread manipulation. Soon after, Chiyo summoned the father and mother puppets, controlling them to engage the 3rd Kazekage puppet in close combat. Hidden weapons and shinobi tools clashed repeatedly, producing dull, heavy sounds. It should be noted that the brilliance of this battle was largely due to Sakura, a non-puppet master, repeatedly turning the tide. While the main combatants were Sasori and Grandma Chiyo, both puppet masters, the near-total revelation of their trump cards at the end was largely thanks to Sakura's disruptive involvement. Sakura truly demonstrated her importance as Tsunade's successor in the battle against Sasori, neutralizing his poison, exploiting his carelessness, and defeating the 3rd Kazekage puppet that left Chiyo helpless. In the puppet battle of white secret techniques against red secret techniques, she was the decisive factor that ended the confrontation, ultimately shielding Chiyo and creating the opportunity for Chiyo's final counterattack. It could be said that Sakura's performance in this battle was even more outstanding than after she awakened the 100 Healings technique. Of course, the most impressive feat was that Sasori only had that small piece of flesh left, yet his chakra surpassed even Kakashi's. 60 years into Konoha's history, at the Dazuna residence, Kakashi found himself somewhat speechless. How could they even bring this up about him? His own chakra reserves weren't exactly meager, were they? It was just that his Sharingan could not be closed, constantly draining his chakra at every moment. As the narrator's voice continued, the screen rapidly flashed through these battle sequences. Sakura Haruno shattered a puppet of the 3rd Kazekage with a single punch, shards scattering in all directions. Chiyo controlled 10 puppets, unleashing a barrage against Sasori's 100 puppets. A dense swarm of puppets clashed in the air like 2 swarms of bees locked in a brutal fight. Sakura intercepted a fatal blow aimed at Chiyo, blood dripping from her arm. Seizing the opportunity, Chiyo manipulated her chakra threads to ambush Sasori from both sides with the father and mother puppets. Puffed, puffed. 2 muffled sounds echoed as Sasori's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. When the camera shifted to a frontal view, he was already trapped between the father and mother puppets, 2 long swords thrusting from below, piercing through his abdomen, or rather, his energy core. Sasori's body leaned slightly forward, embraced by the 2 puppets like a child cradled in the arms of his parents. In the end, it was carelessness that led to his downfall, Sasori. The scene froze at this moment. Akatsuki hideout. The image of Sasori being embraced by the father and mother puppets lingered on the screen for quite some time. The atmosphere within the hideout grew somewhat somber. Even Deidara was unusually silent for a few seconds. Deidara scratched his head as he stared at the screen, his expression shifting from confusion to sudden understanding. So that's how it was. I always said, Big Brother Sasori, your strength surpasses mine. How could you have died at the hands of an old lady and a little girl? Now I get it. He continued, Sasori wouldn't he lose a fight and not run away, right? Turns out he chose to die on purpose in the end. However, since this concerned Sasori's personal affairs, Deidara refrained from saying much more. He opened his mouth as if to ask something, but upon seeing Sasori's expressionless puppet face, he swallowed his words. The other Akatsuki members shared similar thoughts, except for Uchiha Itachi, who gazed at Sasori a moment longer. His eyes swept over Sasori's figure and then shifted to the two puppets embracing each other on the screen. Within those perpetually calm, inky black eyes, something flickered faintly. Yet, almost immediately, he resumed his indifferent expression, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Sasori himself remained expressionless, allowing the others to scrutinize him at will. The father and mother puppets, he hadn't seen those in a long time. When was the last time he saw those two puppets? The day he left Sunagakure? Or even earlier? He could not recall. Those memories were so distant, they felt like a lifetime ago. Something stirred within Sasori's heart. Human puppet technique? Could it truly grant puppets life? Grandma Chio, this must be your unwavering resolve. But those two had been dead for far too long. It was better to let this old lady live out her predetermined fate. At that moment, the voice from the screen resumed, and the image shifted to another Akatsuki member. His hair swept back, no forehead protector to be seen. His face twisted into a fanatical grin, eyes reflecting a mad gleam. He wore an open black coat, revealing a muscular chest. Most striking was the enormous scythe he wielded. His entire demeanor and aura clearly marked him as no ordinary man. Haiden, Akatsuki member, codename 3 Platforms, hailing from the hidden hot water village in the land of rivers. After acquiring immortality through forbidden rituals of the cult of the evil god, he slaughtered his entire village before joining Akatsuki and forming the undying duo with Kakuzu. His immortality depended on Kakuzu's earth grudge fear to stitch his limbs together. Even when barely alive and weakened, he remained the sole Akatsuki member not completely eradicated. However, such existence was more agonizing than death itself, and since he did not appear again on screen, he was considered the second Akatsuki member to perish. Haiden was casually hoisting the scythe, one foot resting on a chair, the other tapping restlessly on the floor, exuding a careless air. Upon hearing the screen announce that the second Akatsuki member to die was himself, his smile froze instantly, eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, why am I the second? Am I dead or not? His mind struggled to process the contradiction. The screen said he was the only member not completely destroyed, yet also counted him as the second to die. So, was he dead or alive? Haiden scratched his head, ruffling his hair into disarray. Deidara chuckled and chimed in. The screen already said you're not dead. Haiden, you gotta admit, your immortality is pretty useful, you were still alive in the end. However, he quickly changed tone. But if I ended up like that, I'd rather be dead. The thought of his future existence as an uncertain living dead state irked Haiden deeply. He shouted at Kakuzu. Kakuzu! Kakuzu! Where are you? Why aren't you sewing my limbs back on? Kakuzu had yet to respond, but Deidara rolled his eyes, clearly implying Kakuzu was dead too. Otherwise, why wouldn't he help? Haiden laughed. Right, Kakuzu? Looks like I misjudged you. Seeing Haiden's foolishness, Kakuzu felt no desire to bother with him. TSK. Such a cautious person, who could have killed him? After the screen's revelations, he would certainly keep his distance, even if it meant refusing missions assigned by the leader. Still, leaving Akatsuki was off-limits unless absolutely necessary. Conan was still in the organization, although Haiden ranked near the bottom in Akatsuki's strength. His death-controlling blood technique was utterly abnormal. Without prior intelligence, the chance of being killed by him on first encounter was practically 100%. Asuma Sarutobi was a prime example. Had he known beforehand, he wouldn't have fallen so easily. Of course, it wasn't impossible to defend against. One either had to use genjutsu like Uchiha Itachi or unleash a powerful technique. Just don't let Haiden get close. 60 years into Konoha's timeline, the 10th Team's location. Shikamaru Nara instantly sat upright, his full attention fixed on the screen. After a few seconds of dazed silence, Choji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka also stared unblinkingly upward, fearful of missing any detail. Haiden, death-controlling blood. Asuma Sarutobi's eyes narrowed. Is this the one who will kill me in the future? What exactly is that secret technique? It's so terrifying. They don't even dare to touch him? Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression relaxed immediately. Haiden. Huh? Immortal, right? Can't let him touch you in battle? That's great news. This intelligence alone is enough. I'm known as the ninjutsu professor, extremely skilled in ninjutsu attacks. I'll make sure he never gets close. He spoke softly to Tsunade. Tsunade, I need you to keep an eye on Haiden's movements. As soon as there's any intel, notify me immediately. This is the least I can do as a father for my child. Since learning of Might Gaia's strength, Hiruzen Sarutobi's worries about Nagato had diminished considerably. Under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha was steadily regaining its footing. He now felt he could focus on other matters. Tsunade nodded. She wouldn't make things too difficult for the old man. Death-controlling blood allows Haiden to inflict upon his enemies the same injuries he suffers through his blood. It sounds foolish, but combined with his immortality, it becomes nearly unstoppable. As a religious fanatic, Haiden often indulges in extreme self-mutilation, piercing his heart with a black spear, slashing his own body. The problem is, he chants, "May the evil god forgive you," and survives, but his opponents do not. Speaking of which, the most suitable summon for Haiden might be a mosquito. If a mosquito secretly siphoned enemies' blood to him, he could assassinate the entire shinobi world. Moreover, Haiden's ability is especially effective against female ninjas. As long as he secretly collects their blood, he becomes virtually invincible. What remains uncertain is whether this power would still work if he obtained Kagaya's blood. At the Akatsuki's stronghold, Haiden's face instantly turned green. Although he was not fond of overthinking, he was by no means a fool. As Tenmaku had said, the crux of his ability relied on a surprise kill, striking upon first encounter. Once the ritual commenced and he stabbed himself, the opponent was finished. Now that these critical secrets had been exposed, how could he still ambush anyone? Or rather, those vulnerable to death by Jashin's blood technique were troublesome opponents. Ordinary ninjas were hardly worth his attention. Yet, if these formidable adversaries were now aware of this trick, they would surely guard against it. Without the blood, the ritual could not be initiated, rendering his lethal move difficult to execute. Was he really supposed to go somewhere and summon a mosquito as a familiar? But where on earth would he find a mosquito-summoning beast? Meanwhile, some ninjas from other worlds and timelines noticed Tenmaku once again mentioning Otsutsuki Kagaya. From the previously referenced Otsutsuki Shion and Otsutsuki Urashiki to Otsutsuki Kagaya, especially the last name, which appeared with increasing frequency. According to Tenmaku's implication, she might be the strongest among the Otsutsuki clan. Otherwise, why would Tenmaku even wonder if Haiden's ability would work upon acquiring Kagaya's blood? A 6 paths level being. And not just any ordinary 6 paths level. It was not that they underestimated Haiden, but the gap between an Akatsuki member and a 6 paths level was likely as vast as heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, what use could a forbidden technique possibly have? Of course, Black Zetsu, hiding underground, was utterly displeased by Tenmaku's disrespectful teasing of Kagaya. His head eerily emerged from the earth, his face contorted with fury. At that moment, Tenmaku shifted to a new scene. There sat Haiden beneath some steps, a towering building looming behind him. The corner of the Akatsuki's stronghold instantly recognized this as the currency exchange he frequented. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Hearing them, Haiden did not turn around, assuming it was Kakuzu returning from a bounty exchange, and spoke with a hint of impatience. "Kakuzu? You're too slow." But the expected reply never came. Instead of Kakuzu's voice, Haiden heard the whistling of shurikens slicing through the air. He reacted instantly, grasping his scythe and effortlessly deflecting the incoming kunai to the ground. Then he forcefully swung the scythe, the entire handle elongated like a rope, the blade tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily toward the assailant. Asuma Sarutobi. Well prepared, Asuma swiftly dodged to the side with decisive agility. The scythe grazed his clothing and struck the ground, sending stones scattering. At that moment, 2 more figures dressed in Konoha flak jackets suddenly emerged beside Haiden. They burst from the shadows, each wielding a long blade, attacking Haiden from left and right with seamless coordination. Glancing at the 2 newcomers, Haiden judged their strength to be unimpressive and prepared to evade. Yet, to his surprise, his body was pinned to the ground. He could not lift his feet, and even his fingers felt as if weighted with lead. Lowering his gaze, he saw a long shadow extending from the ground, tightly binding his feet. Too late, Shikamaru Nara's figure appeared on a nearby wall, controlling the lengthy shadow that firmly restrained Haiden in place. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higain simultaneously plunged their long blades from either side into Haiden's body, and the few Konoha shinobi present instantly sensed the battle was decided. Speaking of which, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higain, the enduring gatekeeper duo of Konoha, are quite an interesting pair. Like twin stars, they have long been a fixture in the village, having served as security guards, jailers, patrolmen, and errand runners, accumulating a wealth of experience. Though only Chunin, the gates they guarded were so well defended that even Pain chose not to assault directly but bypassed them. Their rate of advancement, though slower than the protagonists, was still respectable. In their first encounter, they were easily defeated by Kakuzu. Later, when Kakuzu was reanimated, they managed to defeat him, eventually becoming Kakashi's shadow guards, a diligent and commendable outcome. Konoha, 60 years later, at the village gate, the gatekeeper duo was idly passing the time. Both wore Konoha flak jackets and forehead protectors, appearing ordinary and unremarkable. Upon seeing themselves on Tenmaku's display, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higain were overjoyed. Hearing the special praise directed at them filled them with pride. Instantly, they seemed invigorated, standing tall with chests puffed out and chins raised high, welcoming the admiring gazes and compliments from all directions. Passing ninjas glanced their way, some chuckling, but most nodded in goodwill. Meanwhile, Haiden on Tenmaku's screen had his own blood splattered across his face and body, yet remained nonchalant as he spoke. "That hurts. Who are you people?" His tone was less like someone stabbed twice and more like someone nipped by ants. The four Konoha shinobi were stunned into speechlessness. What was going on? The strikes had clearly hit vital points. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higain pressed their blades harder in disbelief, pushing the tips deeper into Haiden's body. "Don't twist the knives. It really hurts," Haiden said with a hint of disdain upon sensing their movements. Only then did the ninjas watching Tenmaku's screen begin to grasp the true meaning of immortality. In Konoha's 10th squad, Asuma Sarutobi inhaled sharply, smoke drifting from the corner of his mouth and swirling before his eyes, though his hand trembled slightly. "Damn, is this information really reliable? Forget that Jashin blood technique. Just this immortality alone is tough enough to deal with." Shikamaru Nara's expression also grew grave. "By the way, who exactly are you guys?" On the screen, Haiden asked with some puzzlement. Ignoring Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higain, he looked up at Asuma Sarutobi. Upon noticing the familiar corner of his fire-inscribed clothing, realization dawned. That mark, it seemed to belong to the Guardian Ninja. Seriously? Are we going back to that stinking currency exchange again? Hearing Haiden's words, perhaps unable to subdue him immediately, Asuma patiently explained the identities and purpose of the four. During their conversation, Kakuzu suddenly appeared behind Shikamaru Nara and swung a heavy fist at him. Fortunately, Shikamaru reacted swiftly, dodging the blow which struck the wall instead. Yet, the shadow binding Haiden vanished instantly. The sealing technique was broken. Haiden's delight was immediate. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higain promptly withdrew from Haiden's side. The four Konoha shinobi gathered quickly, warily watching Haiden and Kakuzu. Upon seeing Asuma Sarutobi, Kakuzu teased Haiden. "Looks like you've finally found your fortune." "Haiden, Kakuzu, don't interfere. Let me use them to perform the ritual. I'll give you all the money." In Kakuzu's eyes, Asuma was neither an elite jonin of Konoha nor the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but a walking bounty worth 35 million ryo. From this point forward, just as Kakashi became a unit of chakra measurement, Asuma Sarutobi became a monetary unit. One Asuma equaled 35 million ryo, deeply ingrained in popular consciousness. Instantly, Kakashi and Asuma, watching Tenmaku's screen, were left utterly speechless. Kakashi's lips twitched uncontrollably. A chakra unit? Since when did he become a unit of measurement? Why did Tenmaku always refer to his chakra amount? By the way, how much chakra did one Kakashi represent? Asuma, smoking his pipe, wore a scowl as black as the bottom of a pot. One Asuma equals 35 million ryo. What kind of nonsense is that? That's the bounty from the underground currency exchange. He was worth far more than that. Beneath the canopy of the sky, Kankuro overheard Haiden's decision to confront Asuma Sarutobi alone, leaving the monetary reward to himself. He promptly expressed his agreement. No need to lift a finger, yet still pocket the money. Where else could such a fortunate opportunity be found? Very well, but don't let your guard down or you'll die, Kankuro reminded him, though this was likely the highest level of concern he was willing to offer. Is that meant for me? Haiden retorted to Kankuro as he traced a sacrificial ritual formation with his foot. Soon, arcs and circles appeared on the ground, combining into a bizarre pattern. It was a ritual array of the cult of the evil god, an essential prerequisite for activating his death-controlling curse through blood. Hayden's movements were practiced and precise, clearly having performed this countless times before. If you can kill me, I'm quite looking forward to it. But it's probably unlikely, Hayden said, lifting his head with a confident smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Hayden drawing a strange pattern, Asuma Sarutobi, puzzled by his intentions, turned to Shikamaru Nara, Izumo Kamizuki and Kankuro and instructed, I'll go first. Shikamaru, use your shadow possession jutsu to restrain him. Just for a moment. I'll cut off his head immediately to immobilize him. Izumo, Kankuro watch the other Akatsuki member and cover Shikamaru. Asuma's orders were clear and well organized. One can only say that Kankuro still doesn't truly understand Hayden. He is far more difficult to kill than Kankuro himself. Even decapitation won't finish him, and his heart is utterly useless. Yet Konoha still suffered from insufficient intelligence. Facing two Akatsuki members appearing in the Land of Fire, they dared to dispatch only one Jonin with 3 Chunin to pursue and eliminate them. Even if they didn't know the true strength of Kankuro and Hayden, did they not know the caliber of Orochimaru and Itachi? Nevertheless, Konoha's tradition remains admirable, always the strongest sacrificing themselves to allow others to survive. SNT that so, Tobarama Senju? Asuma clearly felt there was no escape, choosing to buy time with his own life while awaiting reinforcement squads. Konoha Year 60 Hokage's office. Tsunade sat in the Hokage's chair, her expression tinged with helplessness. She was undoubtedly destined to lead future Konoha affairs, yet she lacked vital intelligence. Moreover, if the confrontation took place within the Land of Fire, reinforcements would arrive swiftly, even if temporarily outmatched. However, Asuma's squad was composed entirely of close combat specialists, making it nearly impossible to stall for time. This is something we must consider more seriously in the future, she resolved. Konoha Year 20 Hokage's office. Tobarama Senju's gaze shifted away from the sky canopy, coolly scanning Danzo Shimura seated in the corner. Danzo immediately felt a tightening in his chest and agitation within. The teacher was still alive, the future had changed, yet the Hokage position seemed to drift further from him. Why? In the lineage of the 7th Hokage. Why did he not even hold a single position? Is the battle meeting over? Hayden, still leisurely addressing the 4 Konoha shinobi face to face, drew the long blade from within his body and politely inquired. However, his brow soon furrowed. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That was a heavy blow. Really painful. You bastards. You insensitive bastards who know nothing of others' suffering. The gods will punish you. Akatsuki hideout. The members regarded Hayden with peculiar expressions. Has he caught the leader's contagion? Why does he speak of pain and gods now? Didara couldn't help but laugh aloud. Hayden, did you secretly learn the leader's lines? Shut up. Hayden shot him a glare. This is the evil god's teaching, nothing to do with the leader. Under the sky canopy, Asuma Sarutobi infused wind chakra into his short blade, forming a visible layer of wind blades, then charged swiftly at Hayden. Simultaneously, Shikamaru Nara activated his shadow binding jutsu, extending his shadow from beneath his feet across the ground, crawling rapidly toward Hayden, aiming to immobilize his feet. Hayden grinned broadly. Not a bad weapon. Leaping nimbly, he effortlessly dodged Asuma's attack and Shikamaru's ambush, casually throwing a kunai to block Asuma's second strike. The two exchanged blows continuously. The clash of chakra blades and scythes rang sharp and piercing, sparks flying. Shikamaru crouched at a distance, fingers weaving hand signs. His shadow shifted direction repeatedly on the ground, attempting to find a flaw in Hayden's defense. Yet inwardly he felt helpless. Hayden was evidently immortal, while their stamina and chakra were limited. They could easily be worn down. For the moment, no solution to break this stalemate came to mind. At that moment, Asuma suddenly formed a hand sign, and a Senju Buddha statue, slightly larger than himself, appeared behind him in radiant light. The statue deflected the incoming scythe with one hand and struck Hayden's abdomen with the other, pushing him back. How's the earth release jutsu? Kankuro, watching the scene, reminded. If it's earth release, it should be even more formidable, he added. Don't let your guard down, Hayden, Kankuro cautioned. Shut up. Just watch quietly, Kankuro. Hayden retorted, ungrateful. On the screen, the battle between Hayden and Asuma continued, both sides exchanging blows. Shadow jutsu and kunai attacks persisted relentlessly. But in a moment of carelessness, Asuma failed to block Hayden's scythe, and a faint cut appeared, drawing blood. It's over. Countless shinobi watching the sky canopy, aware of Hayden's unique death-controlling curse, immediately reached this conclusion. Konoha Year 60. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a dizziness cloud his mind. On the other side, Kurenai Yuhi staggered to her feet, barely steady, but thankfully Shino Aburame was constantly watching over her, supporting her in time. In truth, the fight was already over here. To be blunt, Asuma was already dead in Hayden's eyes. Moreover, even with intelligence, Asuma's survival was unlikely. The disparity in raw power was undeniable. Nonetheless, there is no denying that Asuma was an outstanding shinobi. During the Chunin exams arc, Asuma wielded 2 chakra blades and eliminated 9 enemies in the blink of an eye, demonstrating his remarkable prowess in taijutsu, at least superior to Kakashi. Unfortunately, he faced 2 immortal opponents of unparalleled strength. Hayden, you understand that intelligence can be targeted, but Kankuro is powerless. Even if Kankuro knew that Hayden had 5 hearts, 5 lives, and 5 elemental ninjutsu, it would still come down to endurance. On Asuma's side, with Shikamaru and 2 guards, even full intelligence wouldn't prevent their overwhelming strength. It's like fighting Nagato. The intelligence on Chibaku Tensei indicates it attacks the black hole core from a distance. But without the perfect formation of Naruto with the 9 tails chakra, Killer Bee, or Edo Tensei Itachi, sending a few average Umbu would still be instantly wiped out. Akatsuki Hideout. Itachi Uchiha cast a discreet glance at Pain's Deva Path. Chibaku Tensei, Nagato's trump card. Huh? The sky canopy showed us the almighty push, which leveled Konoha in a single strike. I didn't expect he still had other jutsu. This is the true shadow of the almighty push. But I know the weakness of this technique, Itachi mused. He had a premonition that he would soon have to leave Akatsuki. Pain's Deva Path sat deep within, his Rinnegan eyes flashing an indifferent expression. Just as the sky canopy said, even if those few knew the weakness of his jutsu, so what? Ordinary Umbu? They're just walking sacrifices. The core of Chibaku Tensei is indeed at the center. But can you break the gravitational field? No? Then just wait to die. Fire release. Ash pile burning. On the screen, Asuma Sarutobi fought with every ounce of strength, oblivious to the strange expression as Hayden licked his lips. Amidst the billowing smoke, Hayden paid no mind to the incoming attack, strolling into the ritual formation he had drawn earlier. As Asuma exhaled forcefully, the dense smoke that had enveloped Hayden instantly turned a fiery red. Boom! 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 Violent explosions roared forth. When the smoke cleared, Hayden bore strange patterns across his body but had suffered no injury. Hurts, doesn't it? He crouched upon the ground, softly inquiring of Asuma Sarutobi. The response that reached him was the sound of a chakra blade clattering onto the earth. By the time the gathered shinobi fully comprehended the scene, Asuma Sarutobi's body bore wounds resembling those inflicted by fire release techniques. You have been sanctioned. Perhaps now you can begin to fathom the pain of others. I have cursed you. The ritual commences now. Hayden rose to his feet, casually drawing a long blade, and with a maniacal laugh, plunged it into his own thigh. Instantly sensing something amiss, Asuma lunged toward Hayden but stumbled, collapsing to the ground in agony. Only then did the 4 Konoha shinobi engaged in combat grasp the nature of Hayden's abilities. Yet by that point it was already too late. Prepare to die. Muttering deliriously about how pain is pleasure, Hayden swiftly raised his blade and drove it fiercely into his own chest. Shikamaru Nara, sensing the danger, unleashed his secret technique, the Shadow Neck Hold. Not a chance you succeed. Ultimately, Hayden's blade halted mere millimeters from his heart. A collective breath of relief swept beneath the sky. There was no other choice. These 2 from the Akatsuki organization simply did not appear to be benevolent. Though Asuma Sarutobi and the others knew the eventual outcome, they remained focused on the celestial projection, unwilling to miss any fragment of information. If this is going to take a while, allow me to assist. Kakuzu approached the stalemated group. I can't let the prize slip away. Hearing Kakuzu's words, the shinobi of the ninja world suddenly recalled that he had yet to join the fray, and this fellow seemed even more formidable than Hayden. Didn't I tell you to stay out of this, Kakuzu? Hayden's tone turned anxious upon hearing Kakuzu's remark. I can handle this alone. Undeniably, Shikamaru Nara's intellect was truly sharp. He quickly discerned the intelligence Asuma Sarutobi had passed to him, fully understanding all of Hayden's capabilities. By manipulating shadows to extricate Hayden from the ritual's formation, Asuma then delivered the finishing blow, severing Hayden's head and securing victory in the battle. Truly worthy of being the future 8th Hokage, the man behind Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, he never accepted that title himself, always considering himself the acting Hokage, guarding Konoha in Naruto's absence during those 3 years. 60 years into Konoha's history, the location of Team 10. Shikamaru Nara, still engulfed in sorrow, along with Choji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka, suddenly widened their eyes to their fullest extent. The half-burned cigarette but that Asuma Sarutobi had dropped also fell to the ground. The 8th Hokage. Shikamaru will become Hokage in the future? Even if only as acting Hokage, it was still the Hokage. After a moment, Ino was the first to scream, grabbing Shikamaru's arm and causing him to instinctively recoil. You will be Hokage. The 8th Hokage. Choji joined in. Shikamaru. You're incredible. Asuma picked up the cigarette but, placing it back between his lips, his eyes filled with pride as he looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you truly are a dependable fellow. Shikamaru reigned in his grief, hands thrust into his pockets, his voice casual. The celestial projection speaks of the future. I have no desire to become Hokage. It's far too troublesome. Besides, what about Naruto's future? Laughter abruptly ceased. Indeed, what of Naruto's future? How could a 6th level warrior, the savior of the ninja world and Konoha's 7th Hokage, suddenly vanish? 48 years into Konoha's history, Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze's heart tightened instantly. Kushina Uzumaki was even more unsettled, her hands restless. What happened to Naruto's future? She whispered helplessly, tears welling in her eyes. Through the celestial projection, she already knew Naruto's childhood had been harsh. In the future, he had finally become Hokage, married Hinata, and had 2 beloved children, Boruto and Himawari. Everything seemed so beautiful. Sometimes Kushina thought, even if the worst befell her and Minato, as long as Naruto's future was as shown by the projection, it would be bearable. Yet she had not anticipated that even after becoming Hokage, Naruto would still be unable to find peace. Minato gently embraced his wife's shoulder, his voice steady but with a subtle tremor. Kushina, don't be anxious. The celestial projection isn't finished yet. His mind raced to analyze the situation. This Shikamaru Nara appeared to be Shikaku's son. Now that Shikaku's wife, Yoshino, was also expecting, it meant Shikamaru was roughly Naruto's age. Yet, in the future, Shikamaru had already served as acting Hokage for 3 years? How many years had Naruto been Hokage then? Presumably longer than the version of himself shown in the projection. Minato Namikaze silently prayed. The first year of Konoha, the high platform outside the village. Madara Uchiha, Tobirama Senju, and Hashirama Senju stood side by side, their expressions grave as the wind billowed their robes. The celestial projection said Naruto's future is 6th level. Correct? Hashirama asked with confusion. And Sasuke Uchiha is also 6th level. 2 6th level shinobi leading the ninja world. How could Naruto suddenly vanish? Where has Sasuke gone? Tobirama's eyes flickered with thoughtfulness. Unless they encountered an enemy stronger than themselves or were forced to leave. Madara snorted coldly. Stronger than 6th level? Does such a being exist in the ninja world? Suddenly, the 3 exchanged glances, simultaneously contemplating a possibility. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The celestial projection would not mention the Otsutsuki clan without cause. Otsutsuki Shion, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Kagaya, beings capable of cleaving the moon and destroying planets, were likely the true threat. Undoubtedly, Madara's voice was low and resolute. It must be them. Only the Otsutsuki clan possesses the power to make 6th level shinobi disappear. Hashirama clenched his fists. We must prepare in advance. We cannot simply wait to be slaughtered. Tobirama glanced at his elder brother but said nothing. His thoughts dwelled elsewhere. Previously, the celestial projection mentioned the return of Otsutsuki Boruto after 3 years. Could there be a connection? Why did Boruto Uzumaki become Otsutsuki Boruto after 3 years? Moreover, if even future 6th level shinobi are no match, confronting members of the Otsutsuki clan now would spell grave trouble. Tobirama swiftly assessed the power balance in his mind. Any random Otsutsuki is 6th level. The strongest shinobi in the ninja world now are Madara and Hashirama, whose power does not yet reach 6 paths at most, surpassing the Kage level. What can we do? Though they did not understand why the future Otsutsuki had targeted Naruto, they had no choice but to remain vigilant. 83 years into Konoha's history, Naruto's home. The celestial projection still displayed the image of Kakuzu stepping on Asuma's back, but Naruto's family had lost interest in watching. Hinata sat beside Naruto, hands folded on her lap, frequently glancing at him and then at their 2 children, her fingers nervously entwining. Himawari clutched Naruto's garment tightly, her eyes reddened. Boruto, fighting back tears, pursed his lips, afraid that any mishap might cause Naruto to vanish. Naruto feigned strength, reaching out to ruffle his children's hair, his palm gliding through their soft locks as he grinned broadly. Ahaha, what else with those faces? Maybe next time the celestial projection will reveal the reason, and we can avoid this. His laughter sounded somewhat forced in the quiet living room. Himawari buried her face in his embrace, remaining silent. Naruto noticed Boruto's near-tearful expression and spoke more earnestly. You little brat, trust your dad. I'm the Hokage after all. Boruto sniffled, turning his head away. I'm not worried about you. I'm just afraid that if you're not here, Himawari will miss you. Naruto laughed heartily, pulling Boruto into a tight hug. You little rascal. Though mirth filled Naruto's voice, his eyes glistened with moisture. Himawari lifted her face, tears brimming in her eyes. Daddy, you really want to disappear, will you? Naruto paused, cupping Himawari's small face. Himawari, I promise you, no matter what happens, I will always return to you. Hinata stood nearby, nodding gently toward Naruto. Naruto gazed at Hinata, a wave of warmth surging within his heart. This home was something he was willing to risk everything to protect. No matter the adversary, nothing could be allowed to shatter it all. In a forest somewhere within the ninja world, in the same dimension and time, a young Sasuke leaned against a towering tree, staring up at the celestial canopy with furrowed brows. Kagaya Otsutsuki had already been sealed away. Hamura Otsutsuki had once been called the shame of the Otsutsuki clan, and Shion Otsutsuki had long since been defeated by Naruto, losing his Rinnegan in the process. Moreover, the Rinnegan's power was only on par with the Transcendent Eye, and their strength remained within the realm of the Six Paths. How could they possibly overcome him and Naruto? There was only one remaining possibility. There were other Otsutsuki lurking within the ninja world. A cold gleam flashed in Sasuke's eyes. It seemed both he and Naruto must exercise greater caution. While their enemies hid in the shadows, they stood in the light, making it all too easy to fall into a trap. It appeared that this time, the assistance of the Sage of Six Paths would not be forthcoming. Sasuke pondered how best to confront this unknown threat. It seemed imperative to travel extensively throughout the ninja world, seeking any leads that might reveal the whereabouts of the Otsutsuki. In a far more distant future timeline, a boy with golden, pineapple-shaped hair, clad in a black cloak and bearing a long sword at his waist, walked alone across a desolate plain. What was most unsettling was that he had but one eye, his right eye tightly shut, and a vertical scar ran across it. Though he wore the Konoha forehead protector, a conspicuous scratch marred it, betraying his status as a rogue ninja. Silently, the boy whispered within his heart, Father, Mother, I will surely rescue you. Without looking up at the heavens again, he strode resolutely forward, seemingly heading toward the village of Konoha. The wind billowed his cloak, revealing the hilt of the long sword at his side. His solitary silhouette was both lonely and unwavering, as if bound for an irrevocable appointment with destiny. Though Shikamaru Nara's intellect is indeed remarkable, in this extraordinary world of shinobi, even supreme wisdom must ultimately bow to overwhelming power. Just one encounter is enough to reveal how feeble and powerless cunning is when confronted with absolute strength. If Haiden lacked intelligence, with only his immortal body and his blood ritual, he might barely reach the level of an Umbu operative. Armed with information, however, he is nothing. His most formidable taijutsu skills barely surpass those of an elite jonin. Had it not been for Kakuzu's presence, Haiden would have been finished immediately. On the celestial screen, after Shikamaru Nara ensnared Haiden with his shadow necktie technique, Asuma Sarutobi, gasping for breath, infused wind chakra into another blade and limped toward Haiden. Kakuzu, come quickly and assist, Asuma called out anxiously. Haiden was thrown into panic, his body immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as Asuma closed in step by step. Yet Kakuzu remained motionless until Asuma delivered a decapitating blow to Haiden. When he finally spoke in a leisurely tone, "That's why I told you not to be careless." Still, Kakuzu made no move, allowing Haiden's head to separate from his body. "If you needed help, you should have said so earlier. That was because you were too slow, Kakuzu, bastard. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" To the shock of the four Konoha shinobi, Haiden was not dead. The severed head on the ground actually spoke. Not only them, the shinobi across various timelines in the ninja world watching the celestial screen were equally stunned. How can this be fought? If it were me, I would be utterly despairing. On the celestial screen, Kakuzu, having joined the battle, delivered a crushing kick to Asuma's leg, causing him to collapse. Before Shikamaru Nara, Izumo Kamizuki, and Kankuro could react, Kakuzu leapt high and slammed heavily onto Asuma's back.
Puhelin numero.
A mouthful of blood spewed from Asuma's mouth as those watching, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, looked on in agony. His expression clearly showed a severe injury. What was even more despairing was that under Kakuzu's stitching, Haiden's head and body reattached once more. 60 years later in Konoha, at the location of Team 10, Ino Yamanaka covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Asuma-sensei." Asuma himself remained calm, smoking a cigarette, silently observing the image of his own body pinned beneath Kakuzu on the celestial screen. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "This Kakuzu is indeed stronger." Shikamaru Nara suddenly spoke. "Asuma-sensei, you won T-die." Asuma glanced at him. "The celestial screen is not yet finished." "I know," Shikamaru's voice was composed, "but the future can still be changed." At the Akatsuki stronghold, Haydn looked at the image of his decapitation on the celestial screen and touched his neck. "Tch, that Konoha shinobi is quite ruthless." Kakuzu, expressionless, said, "That's why I told you not to be careless." Haydn glared at him. "You did it on purpose." Kakuzu ignored him. Deidara clicked his tongue twice. "Haydn, you can still talk after losing your head? Impressive." Haydn smugly raised his chin. "Of course. Blessed by the great evil god." Uchiha Itachi sat in a corner, expressionless. "Immortality? That's impossible. Every ability has its weakness. Haydn's, besides his blood, is that cursed technique pattern. As long as he doesn't enter the pattern, he can't activate his power." Underneath his mask, Uchiha Obito's single eye narrowed slightly as he contemplated. Haydn is far too weak after his intelligence was leaked. But he's just a pawn. It doesn't matter if he dies. Soon, with Asuma Sarutobi felled on the ground, Kakuzu, finally free, paid no heed to the other three Konoha shinobi and busied himself stitching Haydn's head back onto his body. The thread in his hands wove expertly through Haydn's neck, as skillful as a seasoned tailor mending garments, never once raising his eyelids. Haydn's head was pressed to the ground by Kakuzu's hand. His eyes bulged wide, mouth opening and closing as he muttered something, but Kakuzu paid no attention. "Setting aside the ceremony, your fighting and chatter are far too lengthy," Kakuzu muttered. "As for the bounty target, that's yours." Hearing Kakuzu's words, Haydn adjusted to his restored body, then turned his gaze toward the fallen Asuma Sarutobi. "I'll settle the score with him properly." Haydn agreed wholeheartedly with Kakuzu's plan. "Can't break the rules? Huh? The same again? Fine, leave the remaining three to me." With that, Kakuzu charged toward Izumo Kamizuki and the others, and the battle erupted instantly. "All right, looks like things are wrapping up over at Kakuzu's side. I should get started here too. Or he'll complain again about the ceremony being too long." As Haydn spoke, he raised his foot and slowly advanced toward the motionless Asuma Sarutobi. Drawing near Asuma's inert body, Haydn raised the long blade in his hand, its sharp tip gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Then, farewell. Just as Haydn bid his farewell and prepared to deliver the killing blow, Asuma, who had been feigning death, suddenly sprang up. The chakra blade he held, imbued with wind chakra without anyone noticing, was aimed at Haydn's throat. Unfortunately for Asuma, a well-prepared Haydn swiftly dodged and, amidst Shikamaru Nara's pained gaze, swung his scythe around Asuma, thrusting it straight into his back. "Asuma!" Nara shouted. "Boo!" The sound of the scythe piercing flesh echoed. Alerted by Nara's warning, Asuma evaded the blow to his back but staggered and collapsed instantly. At this moment, the ninja watching the celestial screen finally realized that Haydn had somehow returned to the eerie cursed pattern. In Asuma's incredulous eyes, blood slowly dripped from his mouth as he gradually knelt down. Thus, Asuma Sarutobi exited the stage, and his 5 final wishes profoundly influenced his disciples. Among them, he hoped Ino Yamanaka would care for her comrades and excel in both ninjutsu and romance, rivaling Sakura Haruno. He wished Choji Akimichi to gain confidence and lose weight, and he believed Shikamaru Nara could become Hokage. Speaking of which, the first 2 seemed simpler but were hardly fulfilled. Ino's ninjutsu still lagged far behind Sakura's, and as for her husband, that is another matter entirely, the difference between the unofficial and official versions. Choji Akimichi was confident, indeed confident, yet his efforts at losing weight had scarcely borne fruit. The sole goal he managed to achieve was the rather ironic one of Shikamaru Nara ascending to the position of Hokage, a fact that could only be described as a wry joke. Naturally, he had also entrusted Shikamaru with the protection of Kurenai Yuhi and their unborn child. In this regard, Shikamaru performed admirably. Sarutobi Mirai even became Naruto Uzumaki's bodyguard as Hokage. The only peculiarity was that his daughter bore an uncanny resemblance to Shisui Uchiha, a truly strange coincidence. Finally, as a longtime smoker, Asuma Sarutobi's failure to finish his last cigarette remained a considerable regret. Konoha, the 60th year location of Team 10. The image on the overhead screen slowly froze on the moment Asuma Sarutobi knelt on the ground, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, staining the earth crimson. The 3 disciples of Team 10 stood motionless, as if nailed to the spot. It was Asuma himself who first broke the silence. He drew the last embers from his nearly finished cigarette, then quickly pulled another from his pocket, lighting it and drawing in a deep breath before exhaling a swirl of smoke rings. Indeed, if that were the case, I would be filled with regret, he said with a smile, speaking to his 3 disciples in a relaxed tone. Ino Yamanaka's eyes reddened once more as she struggled to hold back tears. Choji Akimichi was more forthright, tears streaming freely down his face. Shikamaru Nara remained expressionless, hands shoved deep into his pockets, fiercely restraining his emotions. At that moment, Asuma's gaze swept over each of them and he spoke earnestly, Ino, you must strive. You simply cannot lose to Sakura. It's fine if you fall short in ninjutsu, but never in matters of the heart. Ino's tears finally spilled over. She turned her head, her voice thick with emotion. Asuma-sensei, you still have the heart to joke. This is no joke, Asuma replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette, his tone unusually serious. I mean it. He then looked toward Choji. Choji, you must seriously lose weight, or how else will you get married? Choji sniffled and nodded vigorously. I will lose it. Asuma studied him for a moment, a faint smile curving his lips. Confidence you've got. As for losing weight, do your best. You'll be quite handsome once you slim down. Finally, he turned to Shikamaru, smiling wryly. Shikamaru, you'll be fine. You're far more capable than I ever was, you even became Hokage. Shikamaru opened his mouth to speak but found his throat dry and uncooperative. Don't be like this, Asuma said, reaching out to ruffle Ino's hair, then patting Choji's shoulder. Lastly, he crouched down to meet Shikamaru's gaze. Even given such a fate, SNT my will passed on? He paused, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Sarutobi Mirai, my dear daughter, that is not so bad, is it? Asuma glanced once more at the image of himself kneeling on the screen and smiled, not finishing the last cigarette. Yes, that is a bit of a regret. But as long as I smoked enough while alive, that's what matters. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair, pipe in hand, eyes fixed on the fallen figure on the screen above. Asuma's youngest son, the only child still living, was a constant source of headache for him. That boy had been stubborn since childhood. Whatever he was told not to do, he would do precisely that. Smoking, for instance, told not to, he smoked anyway. He paused, then added, but it seems in the end he did not disgrace us. Tsunade spoke softly, old man, the screen shows the future. It can still be changed. Hiruzen nodded. I know, but hearing the name Sarutobi Mirai still makes me happy. At that moment, a figure flashed across the screen. A young kunoichi with short hair, a spirited countenance, and sharp eyes. In her features, there was a striking resemblance to Shursui Uchiha. Hiruzen paused, then smiled. She looks just like him, truly. Speaking of which, Team 10 soon employed their extraordinary intellect and seamless coordination to overcome enemy shadow-level foes far surpassing their own strength, avenging their mentor Asuma. At first glance, this was a thrilling sequence, but upon reflection, it seemed rather far-fetched. The scene shifted to a dense forest. Shikamaru Nara crouched on a sturdy branch, hands buried in his pockets, his usual languid expression unchanged, yet his eyes fixed intently on a spot below. There, Haiden and Kakuzu strode arrogantly along the path, seemingly unaware that they had walked straight into a trap. From a purely conceptual standpoint, Shikamaru's plan to defeat Haiden was sound. After all, his main attribute points were invested in intelligence, granting him a decisive advantage against the low IQ Haiden. The general strategy was correct. The real issue lay in Shikamaru's execution of the plan, for the blood-dripping deception relied not only on intellect but also heavily on taijutsu prowess. A 13-24 combat power disparity, yet accomplishing the precise blood drip onto Haiden's blade was arguably the most implausible comeback in the history of Naruto. As mentioned, Shikamaru had allocated all his skill points to intelligence, resulting in a relative weakness in taijutsu. According to the data in the official guidebook, the Book of the Shinobi, Shikamaru's stats were Body 4, Strength 4, Speed 5, whereas Haiden's were Body 9, Strength 8, Speed 7. In other words, Haiden's total taijutsu value was 24, more than double Shikamaru's 13. Throughout the ninja world, many gasped in disbelief. A difference of such magnitude was no longer a matter of weakness. It was outright domination. What does this mean in practical terms? For comparison, consider the fellow Jonin Kurenai Yuhi and Uchiha Itachi. Kurenai's stats were Body 8, Strength 4, Speed 8, totaling 20. Itachi's were Body 9, Strength 7, Speed 10, totaling 26, a mere 6-point difference. Yet in combat, Itachi effortlessly kicked Kurenai from a bridge into the water, appearing behind her before she even landed. Kurenai was thoroughly outmatched. Unable to retaliate, Haiden's taijutsu was on par with Uchiha Itachi's, During his fight with Kakashi Hatake, only Kakashi's Sharingan-enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to discern Hayden's movements. Kakashi's taijutsu, capable of opening the third gate in his early career, placed him among the elite. This duel validated Hayden's status as a top-tier taijutsu specialist. Shikamaru, lacking the Sharingan's dynamic vision and with physical stats less than half of Hayden's, was expected to perform the delicate operation of dripping blood onto Hayden's blade without detection, then creating a false blood wound on his own face at the moment of landing, an almost impossible feat given such a vast taijutsu disparity. Shikamaru's movements would have appeared as slow and clumsy as a PowerPoint presentation to Hayden. One could only wonder if Hayden was truly lacking in intelligence. Of course, Shikamaru's plan was flawless. The flaw lay in his personally executing it. It was akin to Zhuge Liang designing a wooden gate to trap Zhang He, then personally stepping into battle to kill him with a single strike. If Shikamaru possessed such taijutsu skill, there would be no need for elaborate schemes. He could simply defeat Hayden with his fists. On screen, Hayden and Kakuzu suddenly noticed the suspicious shadow of a branch and leapt simultaneously. Damn it, a tag bomb. Two kunai equipped with tag bombs flew simultaneously toward Hayden and Kakuzu. A violent explosion erupted, enveloping both in smoke. Kakuzu, Hayden shouted anxiously. I hardened my hand.
I am unharmed.
More importantly, watch your shadow, Kakuzu warned, dodging while issuing the command. He feared Hayden might suffer another setback. As he spoke, Shikamaru's manipulated shadow rapidly crept toward Hayden's feet. I won fall for your tricks again. Konoha, the 60th year location of Team 10. Ino Yamanaka stared at the data displayed on the screen, mouth agape. Such a huge difference in taijutsu. Shikamaru, how did you manage it in the future? Shikamaru Nara stood with both hands buried in his pockets, his expression inscrutable. Didn't the Tenku say it already? Hayden is an imbecile. Choji Akimichi nodded in agreement. I think so too. No sane person would fall for that so easily. Asuma, smoke dangling from his lips, chuckled softly. No matter what, victory is what counts. An imbecile is still the enemy's problem. He is way stronger than me. I lost to that very Hayden. The scene then seemed to skip ahead, returning to that same setting. Kakuzu had vanished without a trace, and Hayden was already ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow binding technique. Shadow imitation technique. Success. Let us enjoy a pleasant little stroll together. Shikamaru manipulated Hayden's movements, forcing him to drop his scythe, then swiftly dashed into the dense forest. Kunai flew relentlessly from his hand, planting countless explosive tags all over the surrounding trees. Think you can run? Hayden eyed the setup warily. At that moment, Shikamaru surprisingly released the shadow binding technique. This shadow jutsu lasts a maximum of 5 minutes, right? And it's just the two of us. Just as I like it. Idiot! Though disarmed, Hayden drew his long blade with a sinister grin and charged at Shikamaru. A single slash sent blood spraying. Caught off guard, a fresh cut appeared across Shikamaru's face. Hayden pressed the blade's tip against his lips, gently licking it. In less than a second, Shikamaru had to execute the following steps to complete his plan. 1. Avoid being slashed on the cheek by Hayden's long blade. 2. Conceal the syringe in his hand without detection. 3. Smear Kakuzu's blood onto the blade's tip. 4. Apply Kakuzu's blood onto his own face, matching the shape of the wound. 5. Feign being struck, meticulously mimicking the trajectory of Hayden's attack. 6. Ensure none of these actions alert Hayden. The question arises, was Shikamaru deliberately holding back earlier to test Asuma's abilities? If forced to rationalize, one might say Hayden's repeated offenses against the evil deity had already cursed him. According to Hayden's own account, once the death-controlling blood ritual is initiated, it must claim a life. Yet the mission to capture the Jinchuriki required a live captive. When he confronted the Two-Tails, Hayden refrained from delivering a fatal blow, thereby breaking the sacred rule once. Subsequently, Hayden prayed for at least 30 minutes. Even he considered the prayers excessively prolonged, but as doctrine dictated, they must be observed. Skipping them would be sacrilegious. After killing Asuma, Hayden was summoned to seal the two-tailed beasts, during which 6 days and nights passed without adhering to the rituals, an unforgivable desecration. Divinity is fickle. Judging by the name and powers, the evil deity is certainly no benevolent force. If one believes it to possess consciousness, it may be a vengeful god, punishing Hayden for his transgressions. If not, one could interpret that irreverence diminishes the potency of the technique and the user's own abilities. After all, within the entire sect, only Hayden possesses immortality, and the doctrine mandating prayers after ritual killings is tailored specifically to him. Under such circumstances, it's unlikely these stipulations were arbitrarily included. Rather, they embody the accumulated wisdom and bitter experience of generations of devotees. During the initial battle, merely pulling Haiden out of the ring exhausted Shikamaru, who was panting heavily. Yet in the second encounter, as if endowed with endless chakra, he repeatedly subdued both Haiden and Kakuzu. This was partly due to Shikamaru's thorough preparation and Kakuzu and Haiden's 6 days without sleep, leaving them utterly fatigued. But a self-consistent explanation is that the evil deity had imposed a conceptual superdebuff on Haiden, diminishing his physical capabilities and intellect, guiding him inevitably toward ruin, making him another sacrificial offering. On screen, as the narration unfolded, Shikamaru feigned terror and collapsed onto the ground. Haiden, delighted by Shikamaru's cowardly display, casually drew a jet-black blade and viciously stabbed his own palm. PTHSH. The blade pierced through Haiden's palm, blood trickling down its length. He swiftly used the blood to draw a pattern, preparing to perform the death-controlling blood ritual. D. Haiden laughed maniacally as he plunged the blade into his own heart. PTHSH. The scene quietly shifted to Kakuzu confronting Kakashi. Kakuzu had knocked Kakashi to the ground, even speaking with a hint of satisfaction. "I'll be taking your heart." At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pang in his heart. The heart on the right side of his body was damaged. The shinobi watching the scene finally understood the meaning behind Shikamaru applying Kakuzu's blood to his face. Shikamaru must have deceived Haiden into believing he too possessed immortality. Given Haiden's mindset, he would have desperately tried to verify this. In that case, Kakuzu might not even have needed Naruto Uzumaki's intervention. Haiden could have killed him outright. It's a pity, though the Nara clan's Kekkei Genkai is decent. Combined with the Yamanaka clan's reconnaissance and control, and the Akimichi clan's tanking and offense, they hold respectable positions within Konoha. Yet, compared to the Uchiha and Hyuga, who wield ocular powers, they fall far short. In this battle, if it weren't for Haiden's foolishness, victory would have been impossible. Consequently, previous assessments of Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength were somewhat unfair. In the ranking of the weakest Hokage throughout history, Shikamaru Nara decisively ends the debate. The first year of Konoha, outside the village on a high platform. Hashirama Senju stood atop the platform, overhearing the teasing remarks about the weakest Hokage and couldn't he help but defend Shikamaru. To become Hokage, it's not just about strength. Governance skills are equally vital. According to earlier statements, as the man behind the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru must be highly capable in administrative affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed acting Hokage. Beside him, a young Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Exactly. Not everyone can be like the first or Madara-sama, possessing the power to pacify the shinobi world. As Hokage, abilities in other areas matter just as much. At that moment, a fist came crashing down on Hiruzen's head. Ouch! The young Hiruzen clutched his head, tears welling up, grimacing in pain. When he saw who had struck him, he immediately straightened up, barely daring to breathe. Humph! Uchiha Madara crossed his arms. Exasperated, as Hokage, strength is paramount. Don't waste time on trivial nonsense. Yes, sensei. The young Hiruzen's expression was resolute, his eyes clear, but the bump swelling on his forehead betrayed his true feelings. Tobirama Senju remained silent. Losing his disciple was one thing, but administering corporal punishment was truly vexing. Madara was such a nuisance. Hashirama, don't let them spread misguided ideas. The future shinobi world will face countless Otsutsuki. Even the 6th paths level Naruto Uzumaki could be assassinated by them. Without sufficient strength, how can we defend against them? Words alone won't suffice. Your mouth ninjutsu isn't that formidable, is it? Hashirama fell silent immediately. Indeed, the shinobi world faces not only current troubles but also the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, an issue of utmost gravity. Those beings will not reason with you. Without adequate power, there's a certain death sentence. In a future timeline, inside the Hokage's office, acting Hokage Shikamaru Nara sat behind his desk, a mountain of scrolls piled before him. He pressed his fingers to his temple, brow furrowed deeply, utterly vexed. After extensive analysis, it was confirmed. Boruto was indeed Naruto's child. No wonder he endured the advisor's pressure to secretly assist Boruto. But what sort of ninjutsu could so profoundly alter the entire shinobi world's perceptions? It was truly terrifying. My Lord Hokage, a member of the Umbu knelt on one knee before the desk. There is still no news of the 7th. Shikamaru sighed. Keep searching. Alive? We want to find him. Dead? We must not. He cannot be dead. The Umbu bowed his head. Understood. Shikamaru waved his hand, and the umbu vanished into the shadows. He leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes as the final words of Asuma flashed through his mind. What a nuisance, he murmured. If only I had never become the Hokage. On the canopy above, the scene once again shifted to the battle between Shikamaru Nara and Haiden. At this moment, Shikamaru, having caught Haiden by surprise, had him firmly restrained. Shadow Possession Jutsu, with his left hand controlling Haiden, Shikamaru clenched his right fist and shouted. The explosive tags that had been hanging on the tree branches instantly wrapped tightly around Haiden. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Haiden asked in confusion. Watch closely. Shikamaru tossed a dagger onto a hidden mark. Crash, 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 crash. Amid Haiden's panicked cries, the ground beneath his feet shattered into fragments, collapsing continuously until it formed an abyss of unfathomable depth. Haiden was suspended in the center of the pit by the strings. Farewell, teacher. Shikamaru threw out Asuma Sarutobi's lighter, igniting the explosive tags on Haiden's body. Boom! 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 Amid the massive blaze, a fierce explosion erupted centered on Haiden's body. When the smoke cleared, Shikamaru slowly approached the edge above the pit. Haiden's body had been torn apart by the blast, scattered into fragments, with only a relatively intact head lying carelessly at the bottom of the pit. Suddenly, the severed head of Haiden snapped open its eyes and cursed Shikamaru vehemently. You will suffer the punishment of the great evil god. The cult of the evil god will deliver the most terrifying retribution upon you. That's nothing to be afraid of. Shikamaru once again drew a kunai from his waist, still adorned with several explosive tags. My faith differs from yours. I believe in the will of fire. Your god now is neither the powerless great evil god nor anyone else. It is me. With those words, Shikamaru casually tossed the kunai into the pit, triggering the explosive tags. The fragmented remains of Haiden were thus buried deep beneath the earth. At the Akatsuki hideout, Deidara appeared somewhat wistful, a trace of envy flickering in his eyes as he murmured, Such a way to die is truly magnificent. Art is an explosion. Haiden, you died within art itself, how fortunate. Standing nearby, Haiden immediately expressed displeasure upon hearing this. What do you mean? I am immortal. Even so, I clearly have not died yet. I was only buried underground, not killed. Deidara sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. It would have been better to die in the explosion. Being buried underground, never to emerge again, that's tragic. Haiden glared at him. No matter how tragic, it's better than death. Kakuzu, you must find me in the future and help me stitch my body back together. Kakuzu was rendered speechless. What are you thinking? Seems he's not in good shape either. Immediately after the scene depicting Haiden's death concluded, a man wearing a mask, his eyes glowing green and cloaked in the Akatsuki uniform, appeared. Due to the previous scenes, the shinobi world already knew this was Kakuzu, and that he was wealthy, counted among the richest ninjas. Kakuzu was originally an elite member of the Takigakure village, codenamed North within Akatsuki. He could seize the hearts of others through chakra and store up to 5 hearts in his body, extending his lifespan by replacing them. As part of the immortal duo, after Haiden's death, Kakuzu was killed when Kakashi, Naruto, and Shikamaru combined to destroy his 5 hearts. At the Akatsuki hideout, Kakuzu remained expressionless. Evidently, through the previous footage, he had foreseen that he would be the next to die. However, the older he grew in the underworld, the more cautious he became. Kakuzu had resolved to only make money with Akatsuki, capturing the tailed beasts if necessary, but never to go to Konoha, Indra, Ashura, or the so-called saviors of the shinobi world. He preferred not to even touch such matters. These were beings at or beyond the level of the Raikage or the 6 paths. Who knew what contingencies they might have? Even if the leader ordered him, Kakuzu would abandon Akatsuki halfway. Speaking of which, Kakuzu was one of the more proactive characters in Naruto. He was also the only one who, when faced with unscrupulous superiors, gave people a breath of relief. Kakuzu was originally a ninja of Takigakure village, sent by the village elders to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. If this task had been given to an ordinary person, they would have found countless excuses to avoid it. Who didn't he know who Hashirama Senju was? Was it even possible to assassinate him? This mission was impossible beyond their abilities. But Kakuzu actually went. Once again, he really went. The official guidebook clearly states that Hashirama defeated Kakuzu using would-release techniques. In other words, Kakuzu was not the butt of jokes for merely throwing a shuriken from 800 meters away. He had infiltrated Konoha and fought Hashirama head-on. Kakuzu was truly tough and fierce, utterly fearless. Of course, he was not victorious. At the Akatsuki hideout, hearing the canopy mention this matter again, The corner of Kakuzu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Enough, I know you're praising me, but please don't praise me like that. After Kakuzu's mission failed and he returned to the village, his injuries had not yet healed when the Takigakure elders threw him into prison. Up to this point, Kakuzu's actions were not particularly captivating. Although the trope of a loyal subject being imprisoned by a foolish ruler should evoke sympathy and sorrow, in the shinobi world, Kakuzu's experience was hardly unusual. After all, in Naruto there are countless people used as cannon fodder, betrayed, abused, who sacrificed everything for their villages only to be left as nothing. For example, Yamato was taken for live experimentation as a baby, later forced to do dirty work under Danzo's root. Sai was isolated and treated as a tool en route. Kabuto Yakushi risked his life for Konoha, only to be placed on the assassination list. The orphanage director devoted her life to the village, only to be threatened into servitude in her old age and eventually silenced. It is worth noting that in Naruto's war-torn world, orphans like Yamato and Sai likely lost their parents as fallen heroes for Konoha. Not only their parents, but probably their entire social circles from the previous generation perished, leaving these orphans neglected, subjected to live experimentation and turned into killing machines. Their parents died on the battlefield, yet the village continued to treat their children as expendable. Not to mention Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, who sacrificed themselves for the village, leaving Naruto ostracized and isolated. Niji Hyuga's father died for the village, yet Niji remained a lower-class member of the Hyuga clan, suffering abuse and ignored even when protesting injustices during the Chunin exams, told merely, "Your father died willingly. If you want to escape fate, keep working hard." Shikamaru Sarutobi fought all his life, ultimately driven to death by rumors and slander, even betrayed by comrades he saved. In Sunagakure, a user of the scorch-release Kekkai Genkai was betrayed and killed by the Kazekage, believing he was fighting for the village, only to be led to his death by the village itself. Gaara was forced to become a Jinchuriki from birth. His father, uncle, brother, and villagers abused him repeatedly, blaming him for everything. In Kumogakure, Killer B as a Jinchuriki faced numerous assassination attempts and had to hide in places devoid of sunlight. Compared to these, Kakuzu's fate was not the most tragic. But surprisingly, Kakuzu rebelled. Not only did he resist, he slaughtered the Takigakure elders who had used him as cannon fodder cleanly. He actually achieved in Naruto what few did. A lord treating subjects like dirt, and subjects regarding their lord as an enemy. Looking at others who were betrayed, almost all chose to endure. Yamato and Sai chose lifelong loyalty to Konoha. As for the elders who harmed them, there was no sign they sought revenge. Upon learning that his father had indeed willingly embraced death, Niji Hyuga also chose to meet his end voluntarily. Yashimaru Kabuto, after undergoing thorough brainwashing, became obedient once more. Kakashi Hatake never contemplated the grievances of his father, the very man whose life was saved by his father, yet who in turn accused him, and Kakashi seemed not to harbor hatred toward him. Naruto Uzumaki, Gaara, Killer B, and others sincerely loved the very village that had ostracized and persecuted them. If you ask them why, they would say this and that, because of this reason and that, and so forth. This mindset of being bullied and oppressed yet willingly giving of themselves, when compared, is far less endearing than Kidamaru's reaction. Only he, when persecuted, retaliated fiercely. When the higher-ups treated him as cannon fodder, he turned against them. When the hidden waterfall village could not accommodate him, he simply left. Moreover, his entire vendetta was remarkably restrained, targeting only the upper echelons without involving innocent family members as Pain did, nor trampling on civilians' lives as Obito did. More importantly, Kidamaru never regretted his actions. He never repented eradicating the hidden waterfall village's leadership, nor his betrayal of the village. Unlike Kabuto Yakushi, who defected halfway only to return. Explosion. This torrent of dense information instantly sent shockwaves rippling through countless timelines of the shinobi world, somewhere deep underground in the shinobi world's subterranean base. Dim lighting cast flickering shadows upon the walls. Orochimaru's expression remained as usual. He had long been aware of Danzo's deeds toward Yakushi Nanoyu and Kabuto. Regarding this, he could only say that Danzo was indeed filled with a crude and base sense of perverse pleasure. Two obedient, promising youths, yet why force them into mutual slaughter? Would it not have been better to cultivate them as pawns? Must they be destroyed to satisfy him? However, Kabuto's return to the Hidden Leaf Village. What is that about? This fellow's resolve is somewhat wavering, truly. Still, he makes a fine assistant for now. Orochimaru cared little about Kabuto's actions. As long as he did not betray him, he could do as he pleased. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Kabuto's return to the hidden leaf. What manner of spectacle will that be? Truly intriguing. Kabuto Yakushi also narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curling in a smile that seemed both amused and mocking. Ha! How fascinating. Under what circumstances would he return to the hidden leaf? Defeated? Redeemed? Or ensnared by Jinjutsu? And mother, why do you fail to recognize me? Kabuto closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. Returning to the hidden leaf village would never be his choice. Power was now the sole pursuit. Only strength could prevent him from being used by anyone again, from being abandoned by anyone evermore. At the location of Team 3, Might Guy stood on the training ground, hands akimbo, his green jumpsuit gleaming under the sunlight. He summoned his 3 disciples to gather and watch the sky screen for entertainment. Though somewhat thick-skinned, he noticed that Niji Hyuga's mindset had become unstable lately, pushing himself relentlessly in training. One misstep could not only fail to increase his strength but also easily lead to chronic injury. Might Guy decided to call Niji over with the intention of balancing work and rest. As for Niji Hyuga, when speaking of himself on the Tendu sky screen, he was indifferent. He had finally discovered a way to surpass the Hyuga clan. Whether his father had volunteered at the time was no longer important. What mattered was that he must honor his father's wish to be a free man. Soon, he could already open the 3rd gate. Even if he was not on par with Teacher Guy, surpassing the shadow would not be an issue. When that time came, if the main family still refused to lift the birdcage, he would not be polite. The sky screen had indeed revealed several methods to lift the birdcage. If his strength was sufficient, there was no reason not to attempt. The 3rd Great Ninja War, Hidden Sand Village. Sandstorms raged, yellow grains stinging the face painfully. Yakura's expression shifted unpredictably upon returning to the village. The Sand Village's scorch-release Kekkei Genkai user had been betrayed and killed by the Kazekage. The identity of this person was hardly difficult to guess. Who else in the Sand Village qualified to be betrayed by the Kazekage besides her? This was practically a direct accusation, but the question was, why would Gaara betray me? I am a hero of the Sand Village, having made tremendous contributions. Killing me is like cutting off one's own arm. Suddenly, Yakura realized. The problem lay precisely in her status as the Sand Village's hero. Gaara must have viewed her as a threat to his position. She fought and bled for the village, only to be stabbed in the back. It seemed the hidden sand was no place to linger. Who knew if there was anywhere else that would not fear the Sand Village and could accept me? No matter. Survival comes first. As long as I live, there is hope. As for others across the various shinobi timelines, it was as if a new world's gates had been flung open. So shinobi were not merely tools. They could resist injustice. Heroes could be betrayed. Loyalty could be forsaken. And when faced with injustice, one must unsheathe the sword. The sky screen suddenly expanded, accompanied by a low rumble, revealing a vast woodland before all in the shinobi world. In the image, countless black threads emanated from Kidamaru's body, firmly binding Kakashi Hatake, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi in place. Hatake Kakashi, I originally intended to use your heart to replace the one I lost. But I have changed my mind. Replacing hearts is something that can be done anytime. As Kidamaru spoke, he suddenly roared, Die! 2 hearts sprouted from his shoulders, left and right, opening blood-red maws and unleashing a lethal strike toward the 3. At that moment, 2 voices suddenly rang out. Wind release, Rasengan, water release, breaking torrent. The hurricane water vortex technique. A gigantic tornado rose before the 3, wind and water intertwining to form a swirling barrier, engulfing Kidamaru's dual-natured attack entirely. Fire was extinguished by water. Wind was cancelled by wind. Kidamaru's assault dissolved into a misty spray, vanishing into the air. Sorry for being late. As the smoke cleared, the new Team 7 instantly appeared before Kakashi and the others. At this moment, Naruto appeared reliably dependable. 60 years into the hidden leaf, in the land of waves, the Dazuna household, Sasuke's expression was deeply displeased. What is this nonsense? It's that new Team 7 again. Not only featuring a counterfeit Kakashi but also a fake version of himself. A twisted feeling welled inside Sasuke. Even Kakashi was present in the scene except for him. He no longer existed. He had no desire to defect, and he was the genuine article. But what was Naruto's strength at that time? It seemed to be the period when their power gap was greatest. Indeed, it still required himself to decisively secure victory. Kidamaru was quite helpless during this battle. After fighting for 7 days and nights, he was first robbed of a heart by Kakashi's stealth. then had another heart disabled by Shikamaru Nara using Haiden's technique. It must be understood that although each of Kadamaru's hearts could only wield a single type of attack, their power was still formidable. Even Kakashi alone could not easily handle them. However, being outnumbered and fatigued, his intelligence rapidly declined. Although Naruto had only just begun to master the wind release Rasengan technique and could not yet throw it from a distance, the damage was undeniable. After Kadamaru was stunned, instead of using his long-range ninjutsu, he foolishly attempted to confront the portion of Naruto's attack disguised by shadow clones, and it was no surprise he was killed. A strange group of people appeared again. Kadamaru on the sky screen seemed puzzled. Moreover, he was already covered in wounds. Only then did Ino Yamanaka and Choji Akimichi notice that Naruto was battered all over. "Are you alright, Naruto?" Naruto did not respond to Choji's inquiry but instead directly asked about Shikamaru's whereabouts. He.s engaged in battle with another adversary elsewhere. Shikamaru's side has also received reinforcements of 2 additional men, Kakashi added. At the Akatsuki stronghold, Deidara burst into laughter. "Haiden, you really are overrated. Why would anyone else need to come? Just a single Chunin or even a Genin from Konoha managed to take you down." Haiden was immediately infuriated. "Nonsense. That's absolutely a lie from Tendo. If you don't believe me, let us fight." "You were killed by a Konoha Genin," Deidara repeated with a grin. "You were killed by a Konoha Genin. Fake. It's all fake. Come fight me, you bastard. You were killed by a Konoha Genin." With a howl, Haiden swung his scythe wildly through the air, severing a stone pillar. Fragments scattered, dust billowed, and the stronghold became a scene of chaos. Tendo sat expressionless in the corner, watching Haiden's frenzy, silently sighing to himself. These idiots, each more annoying than the last. On the battlefield, Sai and Sakura had already followed the ninja dog Pakken to reinforce Shikamaru. Remaining at the scene were Kakashi, Yamato, Naruto, Choji, and Ino, facing off against Kakuzu. Unfortunately, Kakuzu's heart count had dwindled to only 3. Otherwise, 1 for each of them would have been perfect. Kakuzu stood at the edge of a crater, his black Akatsuki cloak tattered and torn, revealing his aged body stitched together in numerous places. 3 large holes marred his chest, scars left by Kakashi's lightning cutter shattering 2 hearts and Naruto's Rasen Shuriken destroying 3 more. Yet his expression remained cold, his murky eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Leave the rest to me." Naruto stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront. His right hand trembled faintly, a remnant injury from the backlash of the Rasen Shuriken, but his gaze was more resolute than ever before. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang! 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 Several Narutos appeared on the battlefield, encircling Kakuzu. Kakuzu's eyes swept over the clones, finally settling on the original Naruto. The faint, icy smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Multiple shadow clone, huh? So you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Before he finished speaking, one of the Naruto clones charged at him. The clone moved swiftly, thrusting a Rasengan directly at Kakuzu's face. Yet Kakuzu did not even budge. A tentacle shot from his sleeve, coiling around the clone's neck and squeezing lightly. The clone dissolved into smoke and vanished. Naruto gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals as more shadow clones materialized. Raising his right hand, the original Naruto was assisted by several clones in spinning chakra in his palm. But this was no ordinary Rasengan. It was the Rasen Shuriken, edged with razor-sharp wind blades. Wind-released chakra spun furiously in Naruto's palm, countless fine wind blades emitting a piercing whistle. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead, veins bulging on his arm. The backlash of the Rasen Shuriken caused fine cracks to appear on the skin of his right hand. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken, Naruto shouted, brandishing the Rasen Shuriken as he charged at Kakuzu. Kakuzu's pupils constricted slightly. This thing looks pretty powerful. Regrettably, as Naruto reached Kakuzu, his lack of mastery over the technique caused him to miss. Kakuzu seized the opportunity, ensnaring him with a tentacle. "Naruto!" Yamato's voice came from the side. With swift hand seals, he struck his palms together, transforming his arm instantly into an infinitely extending wooden spike, thrusting it toward Kakuzu. Simultaneously, Kakashi appeared. His left eye's Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, spun rapidly, while his right hand's lightning cutter gathered to its full power. With a flash of lightning, the tentacle binding Naruto was severed at the root. Naruto collapsed heavily to the ground, coughing several times. The first year of Konoha on a high platform outside the village. Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, and Tobirama Senju stood shoulder to shoulder on the platform, watching the battle on the screen. The young Sarutobi Hiruzen stood nearby, eyes wide, fixed unblinkingly on the screen. When Yamato used would release, Madara's eye twitched sharply. What kind of Konoha ninja is this? Is that also would release? Hashirama was momentarily stunned, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. It looks like would release, but it's quite different from what I use. The power seems much weaker. Madara snorted coldly. That essay question for your brother. Using your cells for experiments to create such an abomination, it's truly a waste. Madara's gaze returned to Yamato, disdain flickering in his eyes. That kind of would release doesn't even compare to the surface of my would release. The screen shifted to Kakuzu, analyzing Naruto's jutsu and abilities. That Ninetales brat's technique appears very powerful. As long as he doesn't get close, I'm fine. Avoid close combat. If I'm cautious against the technique's originator, there's nothing to fear. His thoughts were clear. The Rasen Shuriken was immensely destructive but required close range to hit. Naruto's insufficient mastery made it easy to evade. As long as Kakuzu maintained distance and attacked with his tentacles from afar, he would remain invincible. Opposite him, the 5 Konoha shinobi gathered closely, rapidly discussing strategy. Kakashi's suggestion was straightforward. The 5 should simply overwhelm Kakuzu without taking risks. Naruto did not agree. He lifted his head, eyes filled with unwavering determination. His right hand still trembled slightly, but a figure flashed through his mind. White-clad Sasuke, standing on the valley edge, looking down at him from above. Naruto raised his head, his azure eyes burning with unprecedented brilliance. Team spirit is indeed important. I understand how risky this is, but now, I want to face this danger alone. If I can't overcome it, then I'm just a child who will never grow up. His voice was quiet, yet every word struck with weight. Kakashi paused, staring into Naruto's eyes for several seconds. So, please don't stop me. Having said this, Naruto turned and faced Kakuzu alone, stepping forward with resolute strides. 60 years after Konoha's founding, at the Uzumaki residence, Sasuke leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, expressionless as he watched the screen, a faint smile inexplicably tugging at his lips. That idiot Naruto, when did he become so eloquent? Sakura noticed the change in Sasuke's expression and whispered, Sasuke-kun, what are you smiling at? Sasuke immediately suppressed his smile and turned his head away. I'm not smiling. Sakura pouted. You clearly are. Naruto scratched his head carelessly. Did I say something that cool? Kakashi flipped through Intimate Paradise without looking up. You did. The future you is much more mature than the present. Naruto grinned broadly. Of course, I'm the man who will become Hokage. Sasuke glanced at him but remained silent, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly again. On the screen, the shinobi world witnessed a scene that left them dumbfounded. Only now did they truly feel the overwhelming aura of destiny surrounding the world as savior. The damage from the Rasen Shuriken was indeed outrageous. But even more astonishing was that Kakuzu, a nearly century-old monster, would deliberately charge into the weapon's barrel. Although Kakuzu had not been struck by the Rasen Shuriken just now, he knew he could not endure a direct hit. Thus, he shifted to a ranged form. The slight cracks in his arm instantly sealed, black threads writhing beneath his skin, closing the wounds like a zipper. Centered on his head and 2 hearts, several black tentacles coalesced, sprouting from his mouth, shoulders, and back, resembling octopus limbs swaying gently in the air. Kakuzu leaned slightly forward as the tentacles spread like a web, covering an area several meters wide. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang! 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 Naruto summoned 3 more shadow clones. White smoke billowed as 3 orange figures burst forth from the mist. Including the original, there were 4. 2 of which assisted in gathering chakra for the Rasen Shuriken. The true Naruto quietly blended into the ranks of his shadow clones, his presence concealed by the chakra fluctuations of the clones, rendering it impossible to discern which one was the original. Just as the 4 Narutos surged toward Kaku, the latter ceased to remain passive and instead chose to take the initiative, leaping toward the original who was molding a kunai ball in his hand. His battle-hardened instincts told him that the target must be the original Naruto concentrating the Rasen Shuriken in his palm. None of the other 3 clones were forming kunai balls, only that one. This is bad. He has seen through us. Ino Yamanaka gasped in alarm. Kaku's body suddenly lunged forward, soaring through the air as several black tentacles rapidly elongated, piercing Naruto in the blink of an eye and smashing him into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Naruto! Choji Akimichi cried out anxiously. Yoshi! Kaku smirked inwardly. But at that moment, a high-speed whirling sound of wind-natured chakra echoed from behind him. The piercing, shrill noise caused Kaku's pupils to contract sharply. This is not good, He never expected the real Naruto to be hidden among the clones. Prepare to die. Yet Kaku was already too slow to react. His body was still propelled forward by momentum. His tentacles had yet to retract, and he couldn't even turn around. The Rasen Shuriken struck his back instantly, delivering a powerful shove that sent Kaku hurtling dozens of meters away. Boom! The violent explosion roared once more. This time, Kaku was utterly defenseless. The countless wind blades of the Rasen Shuriken pierced his body without obstruction, cutting him thoroughly inside and out, top to bottom, instantly rupturing both of his hearts. Kaku's body crashed heavily onto the earth, bounced twice more, and finally lay motionless among a pile of rubble. His eyes remained open, but the vibrant green had faded, leaving only a hollow gaze fixed upon the sky. It was not until Kakashi approached that Kaku's life was finally extinguished by the Chidori. 60 years into Konoha's history, the Akatsuki's stronghold. Haiden scratched his head, staring at Kaku's corpse displayed on the screen, then turned to look at the living Kaku sitting in the corner, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Kaku, does merely approaching the savior of the ninja world lower your intelligence? Everyone knows that technique requires close combat, yet you still recklessly stepped forward. This performance really diminishes the prestige of the god of shinobi. Kaku took a deep breath, about to reply, but was interrupted by Deidara's voice. That's the third one. As expected, none of you died wearing the organization's uniform anymore, Deidara lamented. Looks like we must always keep extra uniforms ready. Kaku, go make more uniforms. Prepare several spares so you can change before the fight and avoid dying because of losing your clothes. Upon hearing this, Kaku's expression darkened considerably. Deidara, what do you know? Do you think clothes can remain intact after being struck down? It's not about dying because of losing clothes. It's more like failing to protect them before death. No matter how many uniforms you buy, you can't just hide during battle to change your clothes. No, absolutely not. I refuse to waste money like that, Kaku declared resolutely, leaving no room for negotiation. Deidara crossed his arms and sneered. Humph, stingy. What's the use of saving money? It's not even enough for Sister Conan to have a little fun. Kaku's mouth twitched violently. The corner of his eye ticked uncontrollably. Haiden, watching Kaku's predicament, could not help but laugh aloud. Kaku, just accept it. Money is something you bring into life but not into death. Look at me, I live by the will of the evil god. Money is irrelevant. Kaku glared at him. Shut up. The first year of Konoha. Madara Uchiha stood atop a high platform, his long hair billowing in the wind, his robes fluttering wildly. With arms crossed, he gazed wordlessly at the image on the screen showing Kaku's death by the Rasen Shuriken, utterly speechless. This kind of fellow who was spared by Hashirama by chance. Always bragging that he had fought Hashirama, truly a boaster. Madara turned to look at Senju Hashirama, his eyes filled with a mixture of disappointment and earnestness. Hashirama, when facing an enemy, you must never show mercy. Isn't this just causing trouble for the next generation? Next time you meet him, just cut him down immediately. Then none of this would have happened on the screen. Senju Tobirama suddenly recalled the future scene of his elder brother piercing Madara's chest. Exactly. And you must check if the enemy is truly dead. Otherwise, it will indeed cause trouble for those who come after. Tobirama silently made a mental note of this, then glanced at Madara without a word. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the hidden waterfall village. Inside the upper echelon meeting room, a massacre was unfolding. Several corpses lay scattered haphazardly on the floor, blood staining the tatami mats crimson. A young Kaku stood in the center of the room, clutching a scroll inscribed with the 3 characters Earth Grudge Fear. A senior member of the hidden waterfall village clutched his slit throat, blood flowing profusely between his fingers, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Kaku. Kaku, you bastard. We haven't even assigned you the task to assassinate Senju Hashirama. What are you doing? Another senior collapsed nearby, voice trembling. Exactly. You despicable lunatic. Have you lost your mind? Kaku folded the scroll and tucked it into his chest, lowering his gaze as he looked at the once lofty elders who had used him as a tool, his eyes devoid of any mercy. The screen is truly a wonderful thing. It eliminates many middlemen. I don't have to wait for you to assign me missions, nor bear the blame if I fail. I can act directly, so much simpler. Besides, if I don't do this, would you willingly teach me the secret Earth Grudge Fear technique? Learning this ninjutsu means I could live nearly 100 years. Even if the future is the same, what more could I want? The hidden waterfall village elders prematurely experienced total annihilation. After a series of agonized screams, the meeting room fell silent once more. The screen shifted scenes again, revealing a young man with golden hair wearing an Akatsuki uniform, only half of his eye visible. His face bore an arrogant smile, as if the entire ninja world was beneath his notice. The image froze, and a voice from the screen sounded, Deidara, the blue dragon of Akatsuki, disciple of the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki of the Hidden Rock Village, senior apprentice to the 4th Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi, and 9 years old, forced to leave his village due to frequent incidents of terror. At 12, defeated by Uchiha Itachi and later joined Akatsuki. Hidden Rock Village, Tsuchikage's office. The moment Kuratsuchi saw Deidara appear again on the screen, she leapt up joyfully. Yeah, I get to see Big Brother Deidara again. Inoki floated beside Kuratsuchi, pressing his hand on her head with a complicated expression. What's there to be happy about? This is about how he died. Realizing this, Kuratsuchi instantly stiffened, her shoulders slumping as she lowered her head dejectedly. Pouting, she remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly raising her head, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. Grandpa, why don't we tie Big Brother Deidara up and bring him back? I don't want him to die. Inoki snorted gruffly, humph, that rogue. If he wanted to come back, he would have by now. Do you think I haven't tried? Kuratsuchi was stunned. Grandpa, you really tried? Inoki said nothing. That brat. Back then, he said he wanted to pursue art and left without looking back. Where am I supposed to put this old face? Speaking of Deidara, he is not like an ordinary rogue ninja. Despite being a defector, he is not despised by the people of Hidden Rock Village. In the ninja world, rogue ninjas are usually hated and hunted by their original villages, like Orochimaru or Uchiha Itachi. But Deidara is an exception. Hidden Rock Village has never shown overt contempt for him, and Inoki has never sent anyone to capture him. Moreover, the 4th Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi calls him Big Brother without any resentment. Akatsuki's stronghold. Deidara sat upon the chair, hearing the narration from the overhead screen, a wry smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. What a nuisance, these guys. If they want to let me pursue my art, then what's the point of staying in the Hidden Stone Village? Uchiha Itachi regarded him silently, shaking his head ever so slightly. This fellow truly failed to appreciate the blessings he possessed. Not to mention himself, even the future Sasuke would likely not have returned to Konoha without Naruto Uzumaki's tremendous efforts. Being a rogue ninja was hardly endearing, let alone being accepted back into the village. Firstly, his status was unique. Before defecting from the Hidden Stone Village and joining the Akatsuki, Deidara had been the direct disciple of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, trained alongside Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. Consider their performances in actual combat. Deidara's innate talent and formidable skill in ninjutsu outclassed Kuratsuchi, who later became the 4th Tsuchikage, by miles. According to the merit-based workload system, by the age of just 12, Deidara had already completed 3 S-rank missions, 13 A-rank missions, and 66 B-rank or lower missions. Undoubtedly a model worker, such a formidable individual, who had contributed to the village and shed blood for it, and who was the Tsuchikage's direct disciple, left the Hidden Stone villagers with little reason to harbor genuine dislike. After all, even if they despised him, they ought to first consider whether they were worthy of doing so, right? Secondly, the circumstances of his defection differed from others. Most rogue ninjas who joined Akatsuki had previously caused significant trouble for their home villages. Take Kisame Hashigaki, for instance, who outright killed Suigetsu Hozuki, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, before being recruited by Uchiha Obito masquerading as Madara. Or Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered his entire clan before accepting the High Command's secret orders to infiltrate Akatsuki as a double agent. But Deidara? He merely conducted explosive experiments within the village, damaging some property, and was exiled to live outside the village boundaries. That was the extent of his transgressions. His defection to Akatsuki was initiated by the organization itself. They actively recruited him. When he became a rogue ninja, he had not slain a single person, merely announced his resignation and joined Akatsuki. Since he neither killed anyone nor caused substantial damage, and even later deployed bombs only in external villages like the Hidden Sand, what grounds did the Hidden Stone villagers have to hate him so deeply? In the Land of Wind, Hidden Sand Village, the villagers erupted into furious curses. That damned Deidara! How dare he bomb our village? Exactly. Throwing bombs in our sand village. What kind of skill is that? If you're so capable, go to Konoha. Lady Chiyo sat in the 4th Kazakage's office, watching the broadcast with a cold snort but said nothing. Raza's expression darkened. Deidara will have to settle this score sooner or later. In the Hidden Stone Village, Tsuchikage's office, upon hearing the broadcast, Inoki swelled with pride. Not bad, he thought, my efforts in educating disciples have been quite successful. Compared to Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was not at all inferior. No, not at all, he was far superior. His disciples had never contemplated killing him. At worst, they might curse him as a fool in their hearts, but if others spoke ill, they would stand by him. Moreover, the Hidden Stone Village maintained close ties with Akatsuki, once serving as its largest employer. The Fourth Raikage had repeatedly accused the Hidden Stone Village of hiring Akatsuki. Inoki was straightforward and openly admitted this, even praising Akatsuki as affordable and efficient, delivering satisfying results at low cost, with unanimous approval from those who employed them. This cooperative relationship blurred the lines between friend and foe, to the extent that the Hidden Stone Village likely barely bothered to seriously post wanted notices. Leaders from other ninja villages gritted their teeth, harboring deep resentment toward Inoki for maintaining such close ties with Akatsuki. Now they thought they were reaping the consequences of raising a tiger to menace themselves. It was only fitting that two-tailed beasts had become targets. The final reason lay in Deidara's inherently likable personality. Straightforward and passionate about his art, with a touch of playful eccentricity, he was difficult to truly despise. Upon learning of his death, Kisame Hashigaki admitted that he had respected Deidara's strength and even somewhat liked him. Even Nagato felt that Deidara's demise was a pity, quietly mourning him. It was undeniable. Deidara possessed undeniable personal charisma. At the Akatsuki hideout, Deidara listened to the broadcast and burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. Ha ha ha, Kisame, you rascal. Who would have thought you'd hold me in such regard? Turning to Kisame Hashigaki, he grinned broadly, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Kisame did not deny it, flashing a toothy smile. You're pretty good, just my taste. Then Deidara turned to Nagato Pain, his tone tinged with gratitude. Leader, thank you so much for mourning me. Pain's expression remained impassive. Whenever anyone dies, I mourn them. Deidara chuckled foolishly, unable to contain his mirth. Suddenly, he pivoted to glare at Uchiha Obito, seated in the corner, his tone shifting to one of reproach and dissatisfaction. Toby, you really disappoint me. I treated you so well, yet you don't even grieve my death? Obito twitched beneath his mask, inhaled deeply, and responded in an exaggerated tone. Deidara-senpai, how could I not be saddened?
I am heartbroken.
Lies. You probably didn't shed a single tear. I wear a mask. You simply can't see it. Then take off the mask and show me. No. Deidara ground his teeth in frustration, muttering, I knew it. You're heartless. Haiden, standing nearby, laughed maliciously and leaned in. Deidara, now that you're dead, I'll pray to the evil god on your behalf. Deidara shot him a glare. Even if you die, I won tea. The broadcast shifted to a desolate desert glowing with a golden-red hue beneath the setting sun. A blonde youth rode atop a massive white clay bird, surveying the earth below from high above. A triumphant smile adorned his lips, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, while the black cloak adorned with red clouds of Akatsuki fluttered in the wind. It was said that Deidara's finest hour came when he fought Gaara. One-on-one, he captured him alive. Although Deidara himself claimed that Sasori was stronger, in reality, Sasori might not have been able to defeat Deidara. The mere advantage of aerial combat effectively nullified most of Sasori's offensive tactics. For the fragile puppet body, high-damage explosive bombs were a complete countermeasure, especially since Deidara's bombs essentially constituted a map-wide, large-scale clearing attack, leaving the cumbersome puppeteer helpless. Deidara was a typical example of a ninja whose stats on paper were unimpressive, yet whose battlefield prowess was extraordinary. His aerial combat range alone could corner a large group of elite ninjas, and his destructive power was explosively formidable. Theoretically, as long as Deidara could infiltrate his bombs into an opponent's body, he could defeat those who appeared invincible. Without Sharingan or Rinnegan, and if not a sensory ninja, there was simply no defense against such a weapon. Back at the Akatsuki hideout, Deidara watched the broadcast of himself riding the white bird, laughing heartily and crossing his legs in pride. Did you hear that? My stats may not be great, but my battlefield strength is exceptional. This is the true power of an artist. Haiden scoffed. Bah. So what if you can fly? Big deal. I can still cut people down on the ground. Deidara shot him a glare. Why don't you try flying once? Haiden was left speechless, choking on his words. Uchiha Itachi sat quietly in the corner, his eyes devoid of emotion. After all, possessing the Sharingan, he had already defeated Deidara at the age of 13. However, there was something peculiar about that battle. Gaara had not been killed by the explosion but merely knocked unconscious. Normally, whenever Gaara fell asleep, Shikaku would seize the opportunity to go berserk. But this time, although Gaara was unconscious, Shikaku showed no reaction whatsoever. However, following this battle, Deidara's performance began to falter. growing increasingly disappointing with each encounter. Other villages mused that this fifth Kazekage truly lived up to being the son of the fourth Gaara, considering he was even kidnapped. It was utterly disgraceful, comparable to the hidden mist village, with both Kage being Jinchuriki, one controlled by Jinjutsu, the other captured brazenly in broad daylight. In a past era, within the hidden sand village, the first and second Kazekage nearly felt suffocated by frustration. These successors were utterly inept. The third was assassinated by his own people. The fourth seemed to have conspired with rogue shinobi against the hidden leaf, only to be slain by those very traitors. The fifth was defeated while the rest of the village appeared to watch as mere spectators. Gaara also wore a grim expression as he gazed at Chiyo. Although he had seen fragments before, now witnessing the detailed sequence, he wished to ask, "Where is Chiyo? Where is Ebizo? Where did you all go? You did nothing then, yet you show vigor when pursuing grandchildren later." As the screen's narration unfolded, Deidara was already astride a white giant bird, arriving at the hidden sand village. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the swirling sands, with desolate scenery stretching endlessly. The buildings, all constructed from sand and earth, stood solemnly. Gazing at the screen, Gaara and the others' faces shifted dramatically. There were glaring flaws in the village's routine defenses. Gaara sprang to his feet with urgency. The village's everyday defense is gravely insufficient. How could there be no aerial surveillance? Ebizo, adjusting his glasses with a grave expression, responded, "From dusk to nightfall, Deidara flew unobserved. Our anti-air defenses are utterly non-existent." Previously, they had assumed Deidara and Sasori had forced their way in, speculating the village's barrier might be weak, but the reality was far more alarming. Deidara, high above, silently released 3 small white clay spiders, which landed stealthily on monitoring shinobi stationed throughout the hidden sand village. Then, with one hand raised and forming a hand seal, he declared, "Art is an explosion." Instantly, 3 hidden sand shinobi were blasted to the ground. Deidara, visibly proud, swiftly flew his giant bird toward the residence of Kazekage Gaara, then leapt from the air, landing in a half-squat, one hand steadying himself on the ground. His posture exuded nonchalance. The Akatsuki robe fluttered slightly as he touched down, and he slowly lifted his head, a smug smile curling his lips. Yet that smile froze abruptly. Before him stood Gaara, bearing a massive gourd on his back, staring coldly without a trace of emotion. "This ends here." Gaara smiled faintly as sand began to pour continuously from the gourd. At the Akatsuki stronghold, Haiden burst into laughter at Deidara. "You're so secretive. Flying around for ages, yet you got spotted so easily. How could your bombs go unnoticed? And you call that a successful infiltration? Hilarious." Deidara, unperturbed, grinned and retorted, "Well, didn't I beat him? Kazekage or not, it's all just the same." On the screen, Gaara manipulated the sand, launching it fiercely toward Deidara. With a wave of his right hand, countless grains surged from the earth, forming a vast torrent that blotted out the sky. The sand moved at a staggering speed, tracing ochre streaks through the air. Deidara leapt upward, reaching midair, where his white giant bird swooped down to catch him securely. Mounted on the bird, he nimbly weaved through the sand barrage, flipping and darting to evade the sand attacks that resembled homing missiles. "Not bad at all," Deidara mused with a hint of admiration. Suddenly, Gaara raised both hands, chakra raging wildly within him. The sand pouring from the gourd behind him intensified, increasing in speed and volume. Beneath his feet, the sand coalesced into a board, lifting him slowly into the air. Standing atop the sandboard, he faced Deidara in the high sky. Moonlight bathed them both, casting their shadows upon the desert below. With Gaara's hands raised high, chakra exploded with full force, summoning an overwhelming tide of sand that blotted out the moon, shaking the soul. The entire sky above the hidden sand village was engulfed, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The villagers looked up in terror at this apocalyptic sight. The shinobi from across the ninja world watching the screen fell silent, their smiles fading into solemnity. Undoubtedly, Gaara's prowess as Kazekage was formidable, especially with the terrain advantage. Deidara was no ordinary foe. Even Gaara's eyes flickered with surprise as he watched the sand-controlling youth on the screen. His lips moved subtly. "It seems Gaara's rise to 5th Kazekage was not merely due to being my son. Such a display is already on par with my own." On the screen, enormous amounts of sand rose from the earth, forming a colossal sand beast. It spread its massive arms and lunged toward Deidara. Deidara, astride the white clay bird, spun deftly in the air, skillfully evading the pursuit. Occasionally, he hurled small clay bombs at the sand beast, probing the rhythm of Gaara's jutsu. Got it all figured out, alright, Deidara muttered, producing 2 lumps of clay and swiftly molding them into 2 small birds. This time I'll be quick. As he spoke, the 2 clay birds flapped their wings rapidly, transforming into white streaks that shot toward Gaara with startling speed, catching Gaara slightly off guard. In a rush, Gaara condensed the sand around him into a spherical shield, enveloping himself completely. When the birds struck the barrier, a fierce explosion erupted instantly. It was akin to an eggshell shielding a yolk, impressive that it could withstand such an assault. As Deidara marveled, suddenly the sky above him darkened. He looked up sharply to see a deluge of sand pouring down, forming a massive sand curtain that obscured the moonlight. Sand coffin, Gaara's voice echoed. Deidara was encapsulated within a sphere of sand, suspended midair. On the ground, reinforcements from the hidden sand shinobi arrived and erupted in cheers upon witnessing this. Yet before their celebration could fully take hold, a violent explosion erupted from within the sand sphere. Boom! The sphere shattered into fragments and Deidara emerged, still astride his white bird, barely dusted by the blast. At that moment, the scene shifted to the ground where Maki and other elite hidden sand shinobi had also arrived at the battlefield. They landed atop rooftops, observing the aerial combat. Maki's voice resounded. Kankuro, Gaara has resorted to fighting with absolute sand defense. The enemy must be formidable indeed. He paused, then uttered words that left the ninja world spectators across time and space utterly astonished. It's best to prepare in advance for the possibility of Gaara losing control. Precautions for Shikaku's emergence are necessary, as it would be too dangerous for the village. Across the ninja world, murmurs broke out instantly. Wait, who is this broad-shouldered guy? The Kazekage is fending off the enemy, and the hidden Sand's leadership is worrying about defending the Kazekage? Some shook their heads in disbelief. It's a bit ridiculous. Even as Kazekage, can a Jinchuriki never be trusted? Voices rose in indignation. Of course, there were also supporters. This guy may be cold-hearted, but his thinking isn't wrong. That Kazekage was eventually defeated, and only the One-Tail didn't go berserk. If it had, it would prove his approach was correct. True enough, but such remarks still dealt a blow to morale. Within the hidden sand village, the Kazekage's office, Gaara gazed at Maki on the screen, fully agreeing with his approach. That's right. Gaara's willpower is weak, prone to losing control. If only he could stabilize the One-Tail like Fu did, there'd be no need to constantly have people provoke him. Even now, Gaara found it difficult to imagine that his own cold and ruthless, bloodthirsty son would become the next Kazekage. It is indeed a sorrowful thought. The once vast Sunagakure now finds itself bereft of successors. One must recall that during the tenure of the third Kazekage, himself, Yagura, Chiyo, Ebizo, Sasori, along with Sasori's parents, Sunagakure's strength was indisputably among the foremost, second only to Konoha. How unlike the present, where not even a single heir can be found. In the office of the Reikage within Kumogakure, Killer Bee shifted uneasily. Without a hint of jest, he earnestly analyzed, oh no, it's a pity that Gaara is not a perfect Jinchuriki. Otherwise, this predicament would not exist. The fourth Reikage, rarely given to agreement, nodded in concurrence. Indeed, if the fifth Kazekage were a flawless Jinchuriki, Sunagakure would not have to fret over the peril of a tailed beast rampage and might even be capable of providing greater support. Yet, on the screen, Kankuro resolutely countered Maki's words, recalling a previous conversation with Gaara. As the sun dipped westward, the two stood at the edge of a cliff. Gaara, though I hesitate to say this, to the village you are but a terrifying weapon. At this juncture, it would be too harsh for you to leave us and join the formal forces. Your superiors bear little favor toward you, and more than half the village regards you with fear. Kankuro hesitated yet spoke candidly. I understand. Though he understood, waiting passively would only invite greater agony. One must strive to carve a path independently and not evade the solitude of walking alone. In time, one may become like that man. No choice. Naruto's exaggerations are so intense that even a cold-blooded creature like Gaara, after hearing a few words from him, wishes to be a better person, to become the Kazekage. Naruto and Gaara alike harbor tailed beasts within, both shunned as monsters from childhood. The difference? Gaara became a cold-hearted lone wolf, while Naruto grew into a passionate chatterbox. Why? Aside from the chakra of Ashura granting him innate psychological resilience, he had Iruka, Ichiraku, and others willing to lend a hand, and the third Hokage occasionally offered warmth. Look at Gaara. His own father wished him dead, no one looked upon him kindly, and even the seemingly caring uncle orchestrated his assassination. Because Naruto himself experienced warmth, seeing Gaara still submerged in darkness, he fought desperately to pull him from the abyss. Having been there himself, he knows how cold the depths are. Without Naruto, Gaara would likely still be falling into endless darkness, unable to become Kazekage, and, like other Jinchuriki, silently perish at the hands of the Akatsuki. Thus, Gaara views Naruto as the only one who truly understands him, even comforting and encouraging him to pursue the path of Hokage when Naruto sank into despair over Sasuke's departure. The cycle of cause and effect completes itself. In the Land of Wind, within Sunagakure, the young Gaara stood, accompanied, or rather monitored, by Kankuro and Temari, gazing coldly at the screen. Naruto Uzumaki, the savior of the shinobi world and seventh Hokage of Konoha, was of the same ilk, and thus sought to understand him. Initially merely an observer of the story, Gaara found himself growing deeply curious about Naruto. Kankuro stood nearby, watching the future self on the screen, swallowing nervously. He whispered to Temari, "Temari, does my future self really dare speak to Gaara like that? And trust him so much?" Temari glanced at him. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Kankuro swallowed and glanced at Gaara in the corner, who seemed oblivious to their presence, and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not fear, just amazement at how bold my future self is." Temari said nothing, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of concern as she gazed at the screen's desert battlefield. In the Land of Waves, within the residence of the Dasna family, Naruto, hearing the words from the screen, immediately placed his hands on his hips, brimming with pride. "Ha ha ha, just as I thought, I'm that awesome." Sasuke leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, watching Gaara on the screen with a growing sense of displeasure. Back in Sunagakure's Kazekage office, Rosuma sat in silence for a long while. He had never imagined that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha's future could influence Gaara. What had he done as a father? Maki's voice rang out once again on the screen. Standing atop a rooftop, his gaze shifted from the aerial battlefield to the panicked villagers and alert shinobi below. "Provide full support to Gaara." He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully, then corrected himself. "No, full protection for Lord Gaara." In a secluded corner of Sunagakure, upon hearing Maki's declaration of support for Lord Gaara, the young Gaara's body trembled violently, disbelief shining in his eyes. Could Maki truly say such words? In his memories, Maki's gaze was always wary, distant, as if observing a weapon poised to explode at any moment. Yet, the future Maki on the screen addressed him as Lord Gaara and vowed full protection. The battle on the screen raged on. Deidara soared high above on his white clay bird, his patience wearing thin. Gaara's ever-impassive face irritated him. With a flick of his right hand, a small human-shaped clay bomb floated into the air. Bang! A cloud of white smoke dispersed, and the tiny bomb rapidly expanded, transforming in an instant into a colossal puppet. The puppet spread its arms and descended swiftly toward Sunagakure, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. Crafted from clay mixed with chakra-triggered explosives, the puppet's ultimate weapon was the infusion of Deidara's highest level C3 chakra, a masterpiece of unparalleled explosive artistry. On the ground, Maki looked up at the growing giant puppet, his pupils contracting sharply. His voice trembled with suppressed terror as he shouted, "Danger! Evacuate immediately!" Too late. Deidara raised two fingers and formed a seal with one hand. The bomb emitted a blinding light midair, resembling a small sun rising above Sunagakure. For a moment, all who witnessed it felt only one thing. Dawn had broken. In an instant, a massive fireball ignited in midair, its blast wave sweeping outwards in all directions. The fireball's diameter nearly encompassed the entire central region of Sunagakure, its orange-red flames bursting forth against the night sky. The people of Sunagakure were overwhelmed with despair. Some covered their heads and crouched, others closed their eyes awaiting death, while some frantically fled, but it was all in vain. The explosion was too swift, too powerful, leaving nowhere to escape. A blinding white light obscured all vision, and all sound was swallowed whole. The world seemed to freeze in that instant. Deidara gazed at the enormous fireball on the screen, his lips stretching into a grin of pride and satisfaction. "See that? This is art. The art of explosion." Haydn rolled his eyes. "It's just blowing up a village. I can mow down a whole area with my scythe." Deidara glared at him. "Can you make a sun?" Haydn opened his mouth but found he could not. Kakuzu, expressionless, counted on his fingers. "How much do you think that bomb costs?" Deidara snorted. "Art is priceless." Kakuzu replied. "Then it's worthless." Deidara was so enraged he nearly leapt from his seat. When the light returned, everyone discovered that everything remained intact, as if the explosion had been but a dream. Houses still stood, streets remained, people were unharmed. No ruins or casualties as imagined. Quick-witted Sunigakure shinobi looked up to see a colossal desert waterfall suspended midair. A thick wall of sand formed from countless grains rising from the ground, completely shielding the C3 bomb S-blast. Thank goodness it's the Kazekage, someone cheered. Lord Kazekage is truly formidable. He managed to defend against that. Another individual wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling. What a pity. Although Gaara possessed the advantage of terrain, such an advantage does not necessarily translate into overall superiority in battle. While Gaara had to expend a tremendous amount of chakra to protect the hidden sand village, the reality was that whether or not he could block that massive bomb was irrelevant. After all, in Deidara's design, the giant bomb was merely a feint, intended to distract Gaara so that clay explosives could be mixed into the sand and then detonated right at his face. Gaara's crushing defeat was entirely due to a lack of intelligence. The C4 bomb was at the nanoscale. Even during the day without the Sharingan, the Byakugan could not discern it clearly, let alone at night, unless Gaara completely refrained from using sand, which would be tantamount to abandoning his martial prowess. In summary, at this stage, Gaara was still maturing and far from the level he would reach during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Above the battlefield, Deidara once again raised his signature gesture, 2 fingers pressed together, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Deidara. Art is an explosion. Enveloped within an impenetrable sphere of sand, Gaara was instantly rendered unconscious by the clay bomb concealed inside the sand. The clay explosives had been silently integrated into his sand without his knowledge, leaving him nowhere to escape. Boom! A muffled explosion emanated from within the sand sphere. Soon, as the sand gradually dispersed, Gaara's body lost its support and plummeted from the sky. His eyes remained closed. His face was pale. Seeing this, Deidara smiled faintly, his tone casual, time to retrieve. Riding atop his white clay bird, he flew toward the direction where Gaara was falling. Yet, as he approached, Gaara's eyes suddenly snapped open. Deidara's pupils constricted slightly as his body instinctively recoiled, mistakenly anticipating a counterattack. However, Gaara did not strike back. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he painfully raised both hands, manipulating the vast, sky-darkening sand above to slowly shift it away from the hidden sand village's airspace. This was not an act of combat, but a desperate effort to prevent the sand from falling and crushing the villagers below. Deidara immediately understood Gaara's intentions. Indeed, no wonder he was the Kazekage. If Gaara had simply allowed the sand to fall upon the village, he himself would have been safe. The sand drifted gradually toward the desert beyond the village, flowing like a colossal river across the night sky. Only after the last grain of sand was carried away did Gaara lose consciousness completely, his body once more descending through the air. Greatness needs no words. Perhaps if Gaara had been conscious enough to transfer the sand while descending, he might have avoided capture. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Deidara had also exhausted his clay reserves. The scene froze once again on the screen. Gaara falling from the sky, seized by Deidara's clay bird and abducted. The white clay bird bore 2 figures, flying off into the distance, gradually vanishing into the night. The land of wind, hidden sand village. The villagers gazed upward at the screen, remaining silent for a long while. So that's how he was defeated, someone murmured, their voice tinged with complex emotions. There was simply no way the enemy could have infiltrated the village, another said, shaking their head with a sigh. He was still protecting the village until the end. Among the crowd, those who had once feared Gaara, rejected him, or called him a monster behind his back now lowered their heads in respect. Inside Gaara's office, an oppressive silence prevailed. Gaara sat watching the screen showing his son's capture, his hands clenched tightly beneath the desk until his knuckles whitened. His lips parted slightly. Chiyo closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Gaara, my son. He realized he did not know how to evaluate this son of his. Chiyo opened her eyes, looking at Gaara with a calm tone. He is stronger than you. Gaara offered no retort. Land of Earth, hidden stone village, Tsuchikage's office. Kuratsuchi watched the screen showing Deidara carrying away Gaara, cheering exuberantly. Yeah. Brother Deidara won. He captured the Kazekage alive. Anoki stroked his beard, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Humph, as expected of my disciple. Speaking of Deidara's second battle after his debut, it was the fight against Kakashi and others. Frankly, there is little to say about this battle. The odds were heavily against Deidara. Knowing he could not win, he calmly analyzed the situation, swallowed some clay, self-detonated, and immediately used a clay clone to escape safely. The sole highlight was Kakashi finally employing Kamui, severing one of Deidara's arms. 60 years into the history of Konoha, inside the Dazuna residence. Kakashi watched the screen with rapt attention, his eyes unblinking, eager to grasp the application of Kamui. His left hand unconsciously touched the Sharingan concealed beneath his forehead protector. Yet the screen only briefly flashed the transformation of his left IS Sharingan into the scythe-shaped Mangekyo form. As his pupil twitched, Deidara, seated atop his white clay bird in the sky, was instantly shown with a severed arm. Uchiha Obito at the Akatsuki base muttered anxiously. So by that latest moment, Kakashi had already mastered Kamui? Kamui's space was his greatest asset. If Kakashi could freely enter and exit it, then Obito would lose his only absolutely secure refuge. That would be a serious problem. Currently, he was nowhere near the point where, having obtained the Rinnegan as shown before, he could confidently entrust Kakashi with removing the heart curse. The Moon SI plan still had a long way to go. Rubbing his temples, Obito felt a headache coming on. Deidara, seated in a chair, observing the screen of his severed arm, was surprisingly unbothered. He glanced down at his intact arm and muttered, "Tate, just lost one arm? As long as I'm not dead, it's fine." Haiden clicked his tongue twice. "Deidara, your arm got twisted off? That Kakashi really is something." Deidara sneered. "What's so great about it? It was a numbers game, people versus one. You'd run too." The Sharingan-S lightning-style long-distance spatial ability, Mangekyo Kamui, utterly dominates a high-mobility explosive fighter like Deidara. As Kakashi's prized disciple, Sasuke, though lacking Kamui, still counters Deidara effectively. Thus, Deidara's final battle was naturally marked by Sasuke's standout performance. Honestly, Sasuke was quite bewildered by this fight. Upon encountering Deidara and Uchiha Obito disguised as Tobi, he had no intention of fighting, merely inquiring about Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts. However, Deidara, still bitter over his prior defeat at Itachi's hands, and displeased that Sasuke had killed Orochimaru before him, impulsively ignited the conflict. Sasuke had no interest in Deidara's artful provocations, incessantly repeating his question about Itachi's location. If Deidara's death by self-detonation was unjust, it was certainly understandable. Anyone in his position would prioritize survival over art. But to claim his defeat was unfair is laughable. Sasuke had been analyzing Deidara from the start, while Deidara failed entirely to keep pace with Sasuke's tactics and intentions. Without self-detonation, he could not have won. This battle chiefly highlighted Sasuke's formidable combat analytical skills during his Orochimaru period as a normal shinobi. If lightning-style techniques truly countered earth-style techniques mindlessly, Deidara would have avoided lightning users altogether. He is not so foolish as to overlook lightning shields. During the fight, Sasuke initially showed no killing intent. Had his shuriken targeted vital points, Deidara would have perished immediately. Moreover, during this battle, Uchiha Obito even played referee. For instance, when Sasuke first flanked Deidara, without Obito's warning, Deidara might have been caught by Sasuke. Additionally, without Obito's help planting landmines to restrict Sasuke's movement, Deidara might not have succeeded in severing Sasuke's wings. Another crucial point is that Obito Uchiha never intended to rescue Sasuke, as he believed that Deidara was insufficient to place Sasuke in a life-threatening predicament. The counterexample is during the 5 Kage Summit. When Sasuke faced Inoki's dust release, a truly desperate crisis, Obito instantly appeared and saved him. At that time, Sasuke was already capable of single-handedly defeating Orochimaru. With his mastery of swordsmanship combined with Kirin, a trump card ninjutsu, and the elemental advantage, overcoming Deidara was by no means a difficult feat hidden Akatsuki base. Deidara's amusement vanished instantly. He had actually been defeated by that brat, Sasuke Uchiha? Infuriating. His true opponent should have been Itachi Uchiha. He had joined Akatsuki precisely to find an opportunity to defeat Itachi and prove that his art surpassed Genjutsu. It was inconceivable that Sasuke had already reached a level capable of killing Itachi, hence seeking intelligence about him. No, absolutely impossible. Itachi's strength was such that even typical Kage-level shinobi were no match for him. Then what did that make himself? Inferior even to Itachi's younger brother? At this thought, Deidara's expression flickered unpredictably. Temmiku was right. Forget about Raitun. He himself had killed lightning-style ninjas before, but the Sharingan was truly troublesome. That Sasuke Uchiha was as detestable as his brother. He never expected that even under Amaterasu's bias support, he still failed to defeat Sasuke Uchiha. TCH. Deidara molded the clay in his hand into a lump, then loosened his grip and tightened it repeatedly. Haiden sneered with schadenfreude. Deidara, you lost to Itachi Uchiha's little brother? I suggest you avoid lightning-style ninjas from now on. Deidara shot him a glare. Shut up. In Itachi Uchiha's eyes flickered a hint of satisfaction. Sasuke was barely 15 then, right? Yet he could already defeat Deidara. Deidara's strength was well known, Kage-level, explosive art, clay clones, C4 Karura. These techniques were formidable. Even a typical Kage-level like the future Kazekage Gaara would find them difficult to counter, even with prior intelligence. Sasuke's victory indicated that his growth rate exceeded expectations. Land of Waves, Dazuna Residence. Naruto scratched his head in disbelief. Just moments ago, Deidara had single-handedly infiltrated Tsunagakure and defeated the future Kazekage. And now Sasuke had beaten Deidara? How did you manage to defeat him? Tenmaku said you have strong combat analysis skills. Is that really your talent? Naruto turned to Sasuke, curiosity shining in his eyes. Sasuke glanced at him. You think I'm you? Idiot, Naruto. Naruto instantly flared up, springing to his feet and pointing at Sasuke. Who are you calling an idiot? You're the idiot. Quiet, you're being noisy. Sasuke turned his head away, avoiding his gaze, but the smirk at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Sakura clapped beside them, admiration written all over her face. As expected of Sasuke-kun. Amazing. Kakashi looked at Sasuke thoughtfully. Sasuke's combat analysis skills seemed quite formidable. However, here he obviously couldn't provide as much battle experience as Orochimaru did. How, then, could Sasuke's abilities be improved in this regard? Land of Wind, Tsunagakure, a secluded corner. The young Gaara listened to the descriptions of the battle between Deidara and Sasuke on Tenmaku, his heart stirring slightly. Sasuke Uchiha in the future actually defeated Deidara, the one who killed him? Was the Raitun Sharingan really that effective? Suddenly, the Tenmaku scene shifted sharply to the edge of a dense forest. Two white clay giant birds dived from the sky, heading straight toward a boy in gray clothing. The boy kept his head lowered, most of his face obscured, expression unreadable. His shadow under the bird's silhouettes made him appear especially small. Boom! Boom! Crimson flames erupted instantly. Deafening explosions shattered the air, shockwaves rustling the surrounding leaves violently. Smoke and mist enveloped the area, debris scattering, and a deep crater blasted into the ground. Moments later, the white smoke gradually dissipated. A massive white serpent, smoking all over, lay in the crater, its body scorched and blackened. With a muffled bang, the serpent dissolved into smoke, the summoning technique dispelled. The boy in the gray hoodie stood unharmed in the center of the crater. When the shinobi of the ninja world saw the boy's face clearly, they instantly recognized him as Sasuke, whom they had encountered multiple times. He made no move. His eyes, bearing the distinctive three-tomo Sharingan, fixed intently on Deidara and Haiden, who had just descended from the giant birds, exuding a chilling aura of oppression. Konoha, 60th year, Dazuna Residence. Kakashi felt somewhat speechless. Sasuke still only had three-tomo Sharingan at this time, and his strength had not yet reached Kage level, right? According to previous intelligence, the Mangekyo Sharingan was the true equivalent to Kage level. Tenmaku had mentioned that Sasuke only awakened the Mangekyo after fighting Itachi, so at this moment, with only three-tomo, he had already managed to defeat the Kage level Deidara. Previously, in the Tenmaku scene, I was Obito with Mangekyo Sharingan, yet Deidara still escaped. On Tenmaku, we have caught the attention of a pair of sharp eyes, Haiden. Deidara saw Sasuke unharmed, and even had the leisure to joke with Obito Uchiha. Where is Itachi Uchiha? Sasuke asked expressionlessly. Tell us and we'll spare your lives. Sasuke's arrogant demeanor, combined with those Sharingan eyes, instantly stirred unpleasant memories in Deidara. He squinted. Sharingan, huh? This guy really is Itachi's little brother. Defeating Orochimaru was thanks to the Uchiha bloodline, but he's just a conceited brat who inherited fine genes. Hidden Akatsuki base. Deidara twitched the corner of his mouth as he looked at Sasuke's impassive face on Tenmaku. That brat is as annoying as his brother. Demanding information with such an arrogant attitude? Asking for a beating. Sasuke on Tenmaku clearly had no patience for further nonsense. The moment Deidara finished speaking, Sasuke's right hand reached for the Kusanagi sword at his waist. The blade's cold gleam flashed through the air. His figure vanished from where he stood. So fast! Shouts echoed throughout the ninja world. Sasuke's phantom-like silhouette appeared before Deidara and Haiden, the Kusanagi sword slashing horizontally. Deidara reacted swiftly, leaning back, pushing off with his foot, and catapulting himself onto a branch behind. Haiden remained rooted to the spot, seemingly stunned. The sword's light flashed, cleaving Haiden's body in half, yet no blood splattered. One down first. Sasuke's voice was calm. I want to ask you about Itachi, the chatterbox. Deidara was too lazy to argue with Sasuke. Seeing Haiden get up, he warned, Haiden, fall back quickly. he casually tossed a handful of C1 bombs. Sasuke simply waved his hand. A volley of lightning shot out, effortlessly pinning the C1 bombs to the trees. Electric currents enveloped the bombs. Before they could detonate, the Raiton chakra disrupted their internal structure. Yet Haiden's exaggerated gestures and words afterward gave Deidara a headache. Senpai, pause, no shouting, okay? As the saying goes, whenever Haiden speaks, Deidara explodes. Obito Uchiha disguised as Haiden and Deidara together appeared more like that hot-blooded, naive boy who had not experienced collapse. Frankly, only in such moments did he not have to force himself to play Madara Uchiha, nor maintain that gloomy facade. Usually, pretending to be deep was so exhausting that occasionally acting foolish was like giving himself a break. In fact, Deidara was nearly 10 years younger than Obito, yet Obito constantly acted young, calling him senpai affectionately. But when trouble arose, he always stabbed him in the back. For example, before capturing the Three Tails, Obito loved teasing Deidara, even uttering the famous line, "I'm a high school girl who admires senpai." For instance, during a meeting of the Akatsuki, the two incessantly exchanged barbs. It began with Obito Uchiha exposing Deidara's past, claiming that he had been thoroughly beaten by Kakashi and Naruto. In response, Deidara told Haiden to shut up, confessing that his patience was about to snap. Haiden retorted, suggesting that Deidara should just rename himself Explosion Bag given how easily he lost his temper, prompting Nagato to intervene and stop their quarrel. Viewed in this light, Nagato's position was quite difficult. After all, he had believed Obito to be Madara Uchiha, only to discover that Madara was so unreliable as to feign idiocy for amusement. 60 years into Konoha's history, at the Uzumaki residence. Beneath his mask, Kakashi's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, the Haiden depicted on the screen resembled the old Obito far more closely. At the Akatsuki's stronghold, Deidara watched the screen displaying Haiden's sly expression, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He turned to Obito Uchiha sitting in the corner, his voice brimming with fury. "Deidara, Haiden, you really are disgusting." Obito Uchiha's face beneath his mask remained expressionless, yet his tone was as exaggerated as ever. "Senior Deidara, what are you saying? I am your most respectful junior." "Shut up," Haiden snapped. "Haiden, you've been quite active on the screen, haven't you?" Kakuzu, playing the fool. Such acting talent wasted not pursuing drama. Obito Uchiha's mouth twitched slightly but he said nothing. "Senior, behind you. Haiden, noticing Deidara's attention was fixed on him, couldn't he help but warn. Deidara didn't he bother to turn around, already aware that Sasuke was rapidly approaching from behind. Instantly, he hurled a C1 bomb backward. Boom! A fierce explosion erupted from the branch where Deidara and Sasuke stood. "Senior!" Obito Uchiha fell to his knees, feigning wiping tears from his eyes, commencing his performance. Though a strict senior, he is also a kind one. "I shall never forget Senior Deidara." At that moment, Deidara slipped through the smoke and retreated to stand before Obito Uchiha. "You never stop talking. It's infuriating." "Oh, you're still alive." Sasuke lightly landed, the two adversaries facing each other. Deidara thought to himself, fortunately the chakra input was only C1, and Sasuke had discerned that Deidara's primary skill was clay bombs. "I'll play with you a little longer." Deidara spat out a large amount of clay, shaping it into two puppets, which he manipulated to charge at Sasuke. Childish tricks? How tedious. Sasuke swung his sword horizontally across the puppets' waists, and the clay puppets engaged in combat. In the Wind Country, the hidden sand village, the young Gaara's face twisted with a grimace. This Deidara, what ninjutsu will he use against him in the future? How can fighting Uchiha Sasuke be so effortless? On the screen, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword flashed repeatedly, but the gleam failed to damage the clay puppets. A frown creased Sasuke's brow, but his reaction was swift. Lightning crackled in his right hand as he struck a puppet's body. The electric current instantly tore through the puppet's structure, cleaving it in two. Deidara remained unfazed, swiftly manipulating his chakra threads. The shattered puppet pieces reassembled themselves and leapt from all directions, encircling Sasuke. Sasuke slashed left and right, yet the puppets multiplied, gradually closing in on him like a dense net. Then, a cold smirk tugged at Deidara's lips as he raised a single hand to form a seal. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resounded around Sasuke, flames soared skyward, and shockwaves sent leaves swirling through the air. Sasuke leapt high at the moment of detonation, narrowly evading the blast waves. Upon landing, Sasuke turned and dashed into the dense forest, with Deidara's clay puppets relentlessly pursuing him, leaping nimbly between branches at a speed matching his own. Sasuke weaved through the trunks, his eyes rapidly scanning the surroundings for advantageous terrain. The branches beneath his feet grew denser, and the puppets multiplied behind him. Suddenly, Sasuke's foot slipped, and the clay puppets pounced, one after another binding his legs, arms, and torso, wrapping him in a white cocoon. Boom! The thunderous explosion startled the forest birds into flight. A scorched, rotting branch tumbled from the smoke, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. Moments later, Sasuke's figure silently landed, unscathed, in the land of waves at the Uzumaki residence. Sakura clapped her hands. Sasuke-kun is amazing, to release the substitution technique so swiftly under such urgent circumstances. Kakashi nodded in approval. Though the substitution technique is simple, its timing is critical, requiring the formation of a seal at the very moment of the enemy's attack to transfer the body. Sasuke's ability to perform it then demonstrates his exceptional reflexes and combat experience. On the screen, just as I thought, Hayden crossed his arms, confident in his judgment. Deidara gritted his teeth, his expression contorted with anger. Hayden, whose ally are you really? Then he once again faced off against Sasuke.
Substitution technique?
Seems you're quite capable. Deidara took clay from 2 pockets at his waist, merging them together. Now using C2 is most appropriate. With a puff of smoke, a colossal C2 clay dragon bomb appeared at the forest's edge. Let him witness the power of Senior S avant-garde art. Hayden chimed in, boosting morale and assisting Deidara by burying the mines spewed by the C2 dragon beneath the ground. As the C2 dragon flapped its wings and soared skyward, Sasuke's predicament suddenly worsened. He continuously dodged bombs falling from above, but in a moment of carelessness, his foot stepped into a minefield. Gotcha! Deidara was ecstatic. Boom! An explosion erupted beneath Sasuke's feet, engulfing him in flames and shockwaves. Is it over? As the smoke cleared, Sasuke emerged from the flames, his body transformed. A pair of white fleshy wings sprouted from his back. His fingers sharpened into claw-like points. His hair shifted from black to grayish-blue, and black cursed seal markings spread across his skin. Although the cursed seal was an inferior version of Sage Mode, it greatly enhanced Sasuke's physical form. With the cursed seal's augmentation, he withstood the bomb's aftermath directly. In fact, after later removing the seal and acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan, while his power increased, his physical resilience actually diminished somewhat. Moreover, in the cursed seal state, Sasuke's chakra surged dramatically, amplifying his ninjutsu's potency and power. Hence, Sasuke's Chidori appeared blackened and its power was greatly enhanced. Additionally, the cursed seal bestowed a critical advantage of increased speed. Especially for Sasuke, whose taijutsu had yet to reach its peak, this ability compensated for his physical shortcomings. Most importantly, Cursed Seal Level 2 granted the ability of flight, a rare trait among ninja and a significant advantage, particularly in Sasuke's battle against Deidara. Thus, the Cursed Seal's primary function was an augmentative buff, upgrading the ninja's capabilities across the board. At the Akatsuki stronghold, Hayden clicked his tongue twice, observing Sasuke's Cursed Seal form on the screen. This guy's turned into a monster. Kakuzu's expression was unreadable. The Cursed Seal is Orochimaru's creation. Deidara furrowed his brow, staring intently at the screen. Cursed Seal form? That brat still has that ace up his sleeve. However, the Sasuke on the screen did not reverse the tide despite his transformation. The C2 dragon continuously dropped bombs from above, and the mines on the ground remained. Deidara's assault was relentless, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. At one point, Sasuke was forced to endure a bomb's blast with his own body, losing an entire wing to the explosion. Just as Deidara believed the situation was settled, Sasuke plunged the Kusanagi sword into the ground, using the hilt for support, and vaulted high into the air. The Chidori in his hand transformed into a lengthy blue blade of light, extending several meters from his palm. Sasuke swung his arm in a sweeping arc. The blue light sword carved a precise curve through the air, cleaving the C2 dragon cleanly in two. The C2 dragon's body lost balance midair and began to plummet. Still clutching an unexpelled bomb in its mouth, the falling explosives collided with one another, triggering a chain reaction of detonations. Flames burst forth in the sky, sending waves of scorching heat rippling outward. Boom! Boom boom boom! The shattered remains of the C2 dragon crashed onto the ground, detonating the landmines that Aburame had laid. The explosions erupted one after another, gouging deep craters in the earth, hurling debris in all directions, and billowing thick smoke. It was a tragicomic spectacle of self-destruction. Senpai! Aburame's voice rang out. In the end, you still got blown up to death. Deidara senpai, you big fool. Enough with the chatter. Aburame, Deidara grumbled. His Akatsuki uniform was blasted away, leaving him clad only in his inner garments as he rode his clay bird out of the smoke. Got it. The shinobi watching the sky screen finally realized what had transpired. Without his clothes, he might as well be waiting to die. At the Akatsuki hideout, Haiden pointed at the sky screen and laughed loudly. Deidara, you've lost your clothes. No clothes means death. You're done for. Deidara glanced down at his intact Akatsuki robe, then back up at the tattered figure of himself on the screen, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. No way. The future on that screen isn't my future. I want T stripped down. Absolutely not. He clenched his teeth, resolving to prepare several spare uniforms no matter what. On the sky screen, the footage replayed. The shinobi finally noticed the previously overlooked detail. At the critical moment when the C2 dragon was severed and falling toward the minefield, Deidara's survival instinct surged. He kicked away 2 shurikens stuck in his hands and, aided by his bird, escaped. Deidara hovered on his white clay bird, looking down at Sasuke below. The ease he once carried was gone, replaced by a grim, ferocious glare and an increasingly savage expression. He intended to kill this brat. No, he planned to annihilate him utterly, erasing the boy and his Sharingan from the world. From his waist pouch, he withdrew a large mass of clay and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing voraciously. The clay mixed with chakra inside his mouth. As he spat out a mouthful, he signaled Aburame to keep his distance. Recognizing the technique, Aburame fled in terror. The explosive clay Deidara spat out gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a colossal figure identical to himself. C4 Karura is a special assassination jutsu Deidara developed exclusively for Uchiha Itachi. After the clone explodes, it disperses microscopic clay bombs invisible to the naked eye. When inhaled by the enemy, these bombs proliferate at the cellular level, triggering countless miniature explosions within the body, utterly destroying the organism from the inside. Compared to C1 and C2, C4 Karura is exceptionally insidious. Even more troublesome than the likes of Patrick Star. This nearly unavoidable explosive jutsu targets the body internally rather than an area externally. Within Akatsuki, only Nagato's Shinra Tensei and Uchiha Obito's intangibility can withstand or evade it. Others face grim prospects. If Deidara unleashed this technique on Konoha, the damage would surpass even that caused by Nagato. Konoha, 60 years later, Hokage's office. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's fury erupted. She slammed her hand on the desk, cracking its surface and spilling tea everywhere. No, why use Konoha as an example? One Nagato is enough. Why must this Deidara get involved? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned deeply, smoke curling from his pipe. It is indeed a problem. If this jutsu takes effect just by breathing, few can withstand it. Some shinobi might survive, but ordinary people would be doomed. Tsunade frowned. That's true. But can Konoha's barriers repel such nanoscale bombs? Those barrier jutsus work against large-scale techniques. But against something invisible to the naked eye, their effectiveness is questionable. If they fail, what will happen to Konoha's civilians? Deidara's strength is average, but the threat this widespread damage poses to the great ninja villages is enormous. She took a deep breath, picked up her pen, and scribbled rapidly on the document. Reinforce barriers, develop defenses against nano-level attacks, gather all intelligence on Deidara. After finishing, she tossed the pen aside, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes. Old man, do you think Deidara will really come to Konoha? Hiruzen was silent for a moment. The sky screen speaks of possibilities. Our task is to reduce those possibilities to the lowest. Tsunade nodded without a word. At the Akatsuki hideout, Deidara stared grimly at the replay of himself chewing clay on the sky screen. His face was ashen. C4 Karura, the jutsu he had specially developed for Uchiha Itachi, the Sharingan brat, had been rendered utterly ineffective? Haiden sighed. Deidara, your C4 Karura is pretty ruthless. I feel like even my immortal body would be blown to bits. In the end, I probably wouldn't die, but it would be a painful ordeal. Once this technique is unleashed, even Uchiha Itachi would likely perish. Although Susanoo can block frontal attacks, this jutsu travels through the air into the body. Itachi isn't particularly skilled in lightning release. Of course, facing Itachi, Deidara probably wouldn't use this technique. But fate had Deidara facing Sasuke instead. A Uchiha prodigy born with innate malevolence who comprehensively counters him. Konoha, the first year of the village. A high platform outside the village. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened immediately.
Innately malevolent Uchiha brat.
What does that even mean? His eyes narrowed at Senju Tobarama. Tobarama appeared calm, eyes fixed and composed, but inwardly seethed. That sky screen had struck a nerve. Konoha, 52 years later, Uchiha clan territory. The gathered Uchiha were outraged, voices filled with righteous indignation as they berated the sky screen. Innately malevolent Uchiha? Who is he talking about? Who is born evil? Exactly. We Uchiha are not evil. Deidara is the one who creates explosive art and bombs villages. That's evil, right? We Uchiha have bled and toiled for Konoha. Why should we be slandered like this? Uchiha Fugaku sat at the head of the assembly, his face calm. Those words reminded him of a certain departed friend. Konoha, 60 years later, inside the Dazuna residence. Hearing the sky screen tease him, Sasuke rolled his eyes. Naruto protested beside him. Innately evil? Sasuke is not evil. At worst, he is a bit arrogant, a bit narcissistic. A bit. Sasuke shot him a glance. Keep going and see what happens. Naruto immediately shut up and gave a sheepish smile. C4 Karura's first insurmountable aspect is its nanoscale invisibility. But Sasuke's Sharingan can see through chakra flow and form. To him, the densely packed nano-level explosive clay bombs are crystal clear. Another point of its defeat lies in the elemental nature of lightning release. Deidara's explosive clay is essentially an earth release chakra transformation. By spreading Chidori throughout his body, Sasuke can use high-intensity lightning release chakra to neutralize the nano-clay bombs entering his body. He even has time to trap Deidara in an illusion, making him believe C4 Karura succeeded. At the Akatsuki hideout, Deidara's expression grew darker. Not to mention this future Uchiha Sasuke, but he really counters me well. C4 Karura was my trump card besides C0 self-destruction. And it was completely nullified? He felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if punched. Deidara took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Yet, the fact that he managed to hold his own against Itachi Uchiha was a pleasant surprise. After all, he had specifically developed this ninjutsu to counter him. At least this technique proved effective against Itachi. It was merely a matter of it not being fully utilized. Now, what kind of ninjutsu should he devise to confront Sasuke Uchiha? Deidara's mind began to race rapidly. Lightning release counters earth release. That was an immutable natural law, impossible to alter. But he could refine the clay's composition to make it more resistant to lightning release, or perhaps develop a new method of explosion that lightning release couldn't neutralize. His fingers lightly tapped on the bag of clay as several plans took shape in his mind. Also, as expected of the Uchiha brothers, that brat was just as detestable as Itachi. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage wore a contemptuous expression. Anoichi, his disciple, kept repeating the same ninjutsu. Naturally, they were countered by their own techniques. Earth release? The hidden cloud had plenty of lightning release shinobi. Whether Sasuke Uchiha truly countered Deidara was uncertain. In truth, he was the one who countered Sasuke. Once the lightning chakra mode was activated, no one could even think of touching him. Ah! Victory, victory, my art! Upon the canvas of the sky, Deidara stood atop a flying bird, arms outstretched, shouting jubilantly, his golden hair fluttering in the wind. In his eyes, Sasuke had already been disintegrated down to the cellular level by the C4 Karura. Nothing remained. His art had finally triumphed over those detestable Sharingan eyes. At that moment, the genjutsu cast by the Sharingan was dispelled, and Deidara immediately sensed something was amiss. But it was too late. Sizzle. Sasuke, in his cursed seal state, brandished Chidori and had already appeared behind him. Deidara tried to evade, but having just unleashed C4 Karura, his chakra was nearly depleted. Unable to dodge in time, Sasuke's hand pierced directly through his chest. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Warm blood gushed from the wound, drenching the white clay bird, creating a shocking sight. Looks like your chakra is completely exhausted. Your movements are too sluggish, Sasuke remarked. In disbelief, Deidara watched as Sasuke explained how he had evaded the ninjutsu. I've already dodged your vital strike. Tell me, where is Itachi? Sasuke inquired patiently. So I must properly thank Itachi. Deidara's tone was unreadable, neither angry nor pleased. Suddenly, a hand emerged from within the clay bird, grabbing Sasuke's left ankle. Sasuke looked down, only to find Deidara. Yet the Deidara he had just pierced had transformed into a white clay puppet. A clay clone? Sasuke realized. I've already experienced your genjutsu, just like Itachi's. I won't be fooled again. Since that battle with Itachi, I've been training this left eye to counter the Sharingan, and of course never neglected my genjutsu dispelling practice. Deidara laughed maniacally. This time it's truly over. Let us see the full power of C4. From his mouth emerged another colossal Deidara figure, enveloping Sasuke inside. Bound by the clay clone, Sasuke was momentarily immobilized. Your chakra must be spent. Not even the strength to break free. Having spoken, Deidara leapt from the flying bird. But just as he spoke, the familiar crackling of electricity sounded. Sasuke wielded Chidori to shatter the C4 Karura, and with the winged flesh of his cursed seal form, swiftly flew towards Deidara. The two fell together into the forest, startling a flock of birds. Deidara landed first. In his eyes, with the final detonation of C4, Sasuke had been disintegrated at the cellular level. Victory! I have triumphed. My art has prevailed. Deidara rose from the ground, ecstatic. But then, the Sharingan Genjutsu was dispelled once more. Bang! Before he could turn around, Sasuke, restored to normal form, struck Deidara's face with a single punch, sending him flying over 30 feet. It's worth noting that it's unclear who claimed Sasuke had no chakra left here. The reason he couldn't T-stand was due to the Chidori used on himself, not because of chakra depletion. Deidara only mentioned that Sasuke's chakra was rapidly being consumed, not that it was completely gone. Deidara's resentment stemmed from believing Sasuke had chosen to deactivate his Sharingan, rather than having it fail due to chakra exhaustion. Indeed, if Sasuke's chakra had truly vanished, how could he summon the myriad snakes? What suppressed Orochimaru within him? Why hadn't Orochimaru emerged? Interestingly, Sasuke used his Sharingan to observe Deidara, which displeased Deidara. When Sasuke turned off his Sharingan, Deidara grew angry. He certainly couldn't expect Sasuke to watch him with closed eyes. Sasuke himself was puzzled by Deidara's inexplicable anger, having reluctantly engaged with him, showing mercy several times while interrogating him, yet gaining no useful information, a truly frustrating experience. 60 years in Konoha, the Dazuna household. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. What did it mean that Orochimaru was being suppressed by Sasuke? Hadn't it been said that Sasuke had already killed Orochimaru? Could it be that, because Orochimaru coveted Sasuke's body, he left a contingency within him, so Sasuke remained wary of Orochimaru? That made sense. The canvas had mentioned Orochimaru's long survival. Obviously, Sasuke's so-called killing of Orochimaru was not truly fatal. That man was indeed remarkably resilient. Fortunately, Sasuke currently had no intention of seeking out Orochimaru, or else it would be quite troublesome. Akatsuki hideout. Haiden watched Deidara flying through the air, struck by a punch, and clicked his tongue twice. TSK, TSK, TSK. Deidara, it seems you're quite outmatched by Itachi's brother. Others hold back, yet you end up like this. Deidara, fuming, sprang from his chair, his face flushed crimson. What do you know? That brat is as cunning as Itachi. Neither dares face me head-on. My art was just a hair's breadth away from victory. In the sky, Sasuke leisurely responded to Deidara's doubts about his ninjutsu being unraveled. After speaking, he lifted his foot and slowly advanced toward Deidara. Where is Itachi? Hearing Sasuke's words, Deidara summoned all his strength, flinging 2 white serpents from his hands to bite Sasuke's ankles. But electricity surged through Sasuke's body, and the 2 white serpents were instantly electrocuted and fell to the ground. The intense pain caused Sasuke to kneel halfway, gasping heavily. Seeing this, Deidara began to chatter incessantly, but Sasuke remained unmoved, expressionless. Yet this very demeanor utterly broke Deidara's composure. That's what irritates me the most. He roared. You and your brother are just like this. What are you pretending to be cool for? It's that gaze, that utterly disdainful look that infuriates me. Those eyes that seem to deny my art. Those eyes are unforgivable. After witnessing my art, not a hint of surprise in those eyes. Completely ignoring the existence of my art. I will never forgive that. But Sasuke still showed no expression and even deactivated his Sharingan. I never paid that thing any mind. Now, tell me, where is Itachi? At these words and Sasuke's reaction, Deidara's eyes turned bloodshot. He tore open his own clothes, not even using the Sharingan anymore. To look down on me so, Deidara pulled out the black cord embedded in his chest, and a large mouth appeared on his left chest. He fed the detonating clay into the mouth, and countless thin black cords spread across his body. Faye, forgive me. As Deidara compressed into a black sphere, a streak of light tore open a corner of the orb, followed by countless rays bursting forth from within, shredding the sphere into fragments. The surrounding space was also torn asunder, everything consumed by brilliant white radiance. Art is an explosion. 8 Dakuda, a colossal Patrick star appeared in the sky, ultimately enveloping the entire scene. The shockwave of the explosion radiated outward, obliterating everything within a radius of 6 miles. In the 60th year of Konoha, within the Dazuna household, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura swallowed hard in unison. How on earth did Sasuke survive a self-detonation within a 10-kilometer radius? Kakashi's mind raced swiftly. Flying Thunder God technique? Intangibility? Apart from these two, He could not conceive of any other ninjutsu capable of evading such an explosion. Even Sasuke himself couldn't help but scratch his head, his scalp tingling. How on earth did he survive this? At this juncture, one could not help but lament the misfortune of the Great Serpent. Originally summoned as Orochimaru's formidable summon, its strength was truly awe-inspiring. Even Orochimaru dared not confront this creature head-on. To deploy it in battle required a sacrifice. Yet Sasuke showed it no such courtesy. To evade Deidara's self-detonation, Sasuke chose to hide within the Great Serpent's body. The poor serpent, who had basked in glory throughout its life, never anticipated that it would ultimately become Sasuke's scapegoat. Such immense power wasted, reduced to a mere human shield. Orochimaru watched the image on the sky screen of the Great Serpent being blown to the brink of death, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. That creature, though irascible, had been a dependable partner for many years and undeniably powerful. To think its future would end in such a manner? Orochimaru took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Well, at least he learned a new technique. Using the Great Serpent as a meat shield was not a bad tactic. In the Dragon Cave, the Great Serpent glared at the sky screen, displaying its own grisly demise, and erupted into curses. Uchiha Sasuke. Huh? I'll remember you. Don't ever expect to sign a summoning contract with me again. Orochimaru was the reliable one, fighting alongside him and providing sacrifices. Not like that Uchiha Sasuke fellow. I'm just a snake. Why should I endure such treatment? Speaking of which, after consecutively defeating Orochimaru and Deidara, Sasuke's confidence swelled rapidly. In his understanding, Orochimaru's sneak attack on Konoha, which resulted in the demise of the third Hokage, implied that Orochimaru's strength surpassed that of the third Hokage. Therefore, having effortlessly slain Orochimaru, Sasuke deeply believed he had already surpassed the third Hokage and ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world. In reality, Orochimaru's power had dwindled to a fraction. His hands sealed, wounded by Naruto's tailed beast form, severely limiting his potential. Following the defeat of Deidara, Sasuke's confidence grew even more. However, it was typical that shortly after such arrogance, he would receive a harsh beating. Back in the 60th year of Konoha, inside the Dazuna household, Sasuke's expression darkened instantly. What did it mean that he would soon be beaten up? At that time, his strength had already reached the Umbu level. He had even consecutively defeated Orochimaru and Deidara. Why shouldn't he be confident? Uchiha Itachi was only Umbu level as well. His future self would surely find that guy soon and kill him. Kakashi was similarly pondering. If Sasuke's confidence swelled and then he was beaten up, who could possibly deliver such a beating? Nagato, Obito, or Uchiha Itachi? Soon, the sky screen shifted again. When Uchiha Itachi's image appeared, Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. His guess was correct. The next to die by his hand would be Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, Akatsuki codename Suzaku, partnered with Kisame Hashigaki, was indeed an extraordinarily complex individual. It was he who told Sasuke that, in his presence, Sasuke would always remain the younger brother. At the Akatsuki stronghold, Deidara burst into laughter, nearly falling from his chair. Pointing at Uchiha Itachi, his voice brimming with schadenfreude, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, after me. It's your turn, Itachi. As expected, you were ultimately killed by your own little brother." Uchiha Itachi sat silently in a corner, expressionless, as though the words on the sky screen were not about him. Yet his fingers subtly clenched within his sleeves. Has Sasuke truly grown to this extent? Having slain Orochimaru and Deidara, he is now eager to kill me. Very well, this is the outcome I desired. However, judging by the sky screen, his strength still lags behind mine. Clearly, I held back. Or perhaps the battle was arduous, and Sasuke's victory came only after great effort. A faint smile flickered at the corner of his mouth but vanished almost instantly, unnoticed by those present. Obito Uchiha's single eye beneath his mask narrowed slightly. Fratricide is truly a grotesque spectacle. Yet it serves my plan well. If Uchiha Itachi dies, I will stir the pot. Uchiha Sasuke will surely come to hate Konoha, and at worst, the entire world. In the 52nd year of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan territory, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Uchiha Fugaku sat in the head seat, clutching a cup of tea, now cold, though he remained oblivious. His gaze fixed upon the image of Uchiha Itachi on the sky screen, an eternally impassive face, eyes devoid of warmth. That was his own son, the so-called child who had early embraced the mindset of the Hokage. Blood spilled among kin, he murmured hoarsely. For a parent, nothing could be more heartbreaking. Uchiha Makoto sat beside him, hands folded on her lap, her eyes rimmed with red. Her gaze lingered on the sky screen for a long time before turning toward her two sons sitting at a distance. Young Sasuke looked bewildered, staring at the sky screen as if unable to comprehend the solemn expressions of the adults. The adolescent Uchiha Itachi also stared at the screen, his face utterly expressionless. Uchiha Makoto's heart felt as if it had been wrenchingly gripped. Itachi, what are you thinking? Uchiha Shirsue stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the cold-faced youth on the sky screen, a swirl of complex emotions rising within him. Although prior intelligence suggested that Itachi spared Sasuke to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Shirsue believed Itachi was not that sort of person. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku's voice broke through. Shirsue. Shirsue snapped to attention. Present. Do you think Itachi will kill Sasuke? Shirsue hesitated briefly. No. Itachi loves Sasuke more than anyone else. Fugaku glanced at him. Is that why Itachi ultimately chose to die at Sasuke's hand? Or to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan? Yet Fugaku's heart wavered. Even now, Itachi's true thoughts remained inscrutable. The young Uchiha Itachi himself sat silently in a corner, sensing the gazes of his parents and Shirsue, expressionless and mute. Little Sasuke sat beside his mother, looking up at the image on the sky screen and poking Itachi's arm. Brother, is that you? The adolescent Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, studied him in silence for a moment, then reached out and gently ruffled his younger brother's hair. No, that's a bad person. Little Sasuke blinked. Oh, then brother is a good person. Itachi's hand hesitated briefly before withdrawing. Yes, brother is a good person. His voice was as soft as a sigh. Back in the 60th year of Konoha, inside the Dazuna household, Sasuke stared at the image of Uchiha Itachi on the sky screen, the hatred in his eyes nearly spilling over. That man, those cold, emotionless eyes. He would never forget them. Never. Uchiha Itachi. He whispered the name, each syllable squeezed out through clenched teeth. Naruto looked at him, hesitant to speak. Sakura gently clasped Sasuke's hand. Sasuke-kun, you will win. Sasuke neither shook her off nor responded. Kakashi closed the book in his hands and gazed at Sasuke, silently sighing. Sasuke, you are still far from facing Itachi. Even your future self, according to the sky screen, did not win easily. In fact, he suffered a severe lesson. Uchiha Itachi, eldest son of Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, was born near the end of the Third Great Ninja War and was taken to the battlefield by Fugaku at the tender age of 4. Not only young children, but many adult shinobi on the battlefield would crumble under the weight of fear, some even succumbing to war-induced trauma. This very circumstance profoundly altered the psyche of Itachi Uchiha. While other children were still engrossed in play, he was already contemplating the intricate bonds among the shinobi, his clan, and the village, even going so far as to inquire from Orochimaru the meaning of life itself. From this, one can discern the extent of his detached indifference toward life. Generally speaking, those who mature early tend to develop later emotionally, and those who are proud are often impatient. Under the accelerated guidance of Fugaku Uchiha, Itachi's character was shaped in a manner befitting his upbringing. In the first year of Konoha, atop the hill outside the village, Madara Uchiha listened to the descriptions unfolding on the celestial screen. He was instantly taken aback, a twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. He earnestly wondered what Fugaku Uchiha, the future head of the Uchiha clan, was truly thinking. He and Hashirama had strived so earnestly simply to bring peace to the shinobi world, to ensure children could grow up safely, without having to be thrust into battlefields at the tender age of 4 or 5, or forced to kill by 7 or 8. The harrowing memories of the Warring States era were something he never wished any child to endure again. From previously gathered intelligence. Although Hashirama's peace ultimately failed and wars still raged across the shinobi world, children in later generations generally matured to become genin. Konoha had a ninja academy, chunin examinations, and various systems designed to protect its youth. Moreover, Itachi was the son of the Uchiha clan head. At such a young age, no one would dare compel him to fight on the front lines. Given the Uchiha clan's stature and Fugaku's authority, he could have easily kept Itachi at home until he was older and ready for training. Yet Fugaku, stubbornly clinging to the legacy of the Warring States era despite its end, took it upon himself to bring the 4-year-old Itachi to the battlefield. The battlefield was far from a mere phrase. It meant mountains of corpses, pools of blood, agonized screams. A place where death was ever imminent. For a child of 4, let alone fighting, simply witnessing such scenes would wreak havoc on the mind. Was this not sheer madness? In the 52nd year of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Fugaku Uchiha sat before a tea table, resting his hands on his knees, a bitter smile etched upon his face. Was it true that all the responsibility rested upon him? Before the celestial screen's revelation, he had been prideful, convinced that Itachi's rapid growth under his tutelage made him a paragon among the village's younger generation. Even after the screen exposed Itachi's massacre of his own clan, Fugaku had pondered. Even if Itachi stood for the village, how could he bear to slaughter so many clan members, including the elderly and children? Perhaps if the Konoha leadership had personally intervened, some bloodline might have survived. Unexpectedly, the root cause was that he had taken the young Itachi to war, leading to what was termed war syndrome, and thus Itachi's profound indifference toward life. Fugaku suddenly felt dizzy, almost unable to keep his balance. It was only when Mikoto Uchiha, sensing his distress, steadied him that he gradually regained composure. Although Mikoto's hands were warm, Fugaku felt a chill. He gasped heavily, cold sweat beading his brow. He turned to gaze at Sasuke cradled in Mikoto's arms, overwhelmed by a sense of failure. Truly, he was unsuited to raising children. Sasuke's talent was remarkable, but teaching him was an arduous task. It would be better to send him to Kakashi as soon as possible. During the celestial screen's narration, the scene abruptly shifted to a dimly lit chamber. The room was spacious but poorly illuminated, with only a handful of oil lamps flickering weakly in the corners, casting wavering shadows upon the walls. On the wall directly opposite, a large emblem bearing the kanji for fox alongside a whirlpool motif hung vertically, starkly prominent in the gloom. Beneath the emblem, upon a stone chair engraved with the Uchiha crest, sat Itachi Uchiha, his eyes tightly closed. He wore the Akatsuki's black cloak adorned with red clouds, his hands folded across his knees, adopting a relaxed posture as if awaiting someone. The flickering lamp light played across his face, creating sharp contrasts that accentuated his pallor. Suddenly, as if sensing a disturbance, his eyes snapped open, revealing the distinctive triple Tomo Sharingan. He spoke calmly to the newcomer. "Those Sharingan, how far can you see?" "Ask me how far I see." The visitor responded while steadily advancing toward Itachi, their footsteps resounding clearly in the silent room. When the figure came fully into view, it was Sasuke, cloaked entirely in black robes, his head wrapped in bandages. His eyes, too, bore the triple Tomo Sharingan. "My death, huh?" Itachi closed his eyes again, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Then show me once more." With those words, he vanished beside Sasuke, the two now standing back to back. Sasuke chuckled, half turning his body. His right hand suddenly intercepted Itachi's kunai-wielding arm from behind, while his left hand half drew the Kusanagi sword, using its blade to block Itachi's downward strike. In a flurry of movements, they exchanged numerous blows. Suddenly, Itachi launched a kick at Sasuke's chest, only for Sasuke to instantly block it with the Kusanagi. Yet Itachi's other legs swiftly followed, delivering a graceful kick to Sasuke's head. Bang! Sasuke stumbled backward, quickly drawing the Kusanagi once more and sweeping forward fiercely, but Itachi effortlessly dodged and landed behind him, grabbing his cloak and violently tossing him aside. Chidori style. Sasuke used the momentum from his landing to launch another attack at Itachi. Itachi leapt high to evade the ninjutsu, but as he glanced upward at the ceiling, another Sasuke, sword in hand, waited in ambush. On the screen, the unprepared Itachi was instantly pierced through. "You've grown stronger." Itachi, fallen to the ground, remarked once more with a sigh. The shinobi watching the celestial screen sensed something amiss. Itachi's performance was far too strange compared to his previous battle against Kakashi in Konoha. How could Itachi Uchiha be so weak? This could not be the end. In the 60th year of Konoha, at the Dazuna residence, Sasuke watched the battle on the screen, his excitement unmistakable, his face alight with exhilaration and satisfaction. Excellent. Just like that. That's how Itachi should die. He even felt that Itachi's death was too merciful. Yet Kakashi sensed something was wrong. Itachi was far too passive, hardly reflecting the caliber of an umba-level shinobi. Moreover, with Itachi's personality, how could he be so easily slain? "Sasuke, quiet. Keep watching. It's not over yet." Indeed. On the screen, Sasuke spoke to himself. "Itachi, there's one last thing I want to ask you." Press down. Itachi raised his right hand, joining his index and middle fingers, gently pointing to the left. When Sasuke followed the gesture, he saw the real Itachi sitting calmly on the stone chair, utterly unscathed, scrutinizing him with an oppressive aura. As he lowered his gaze again, the fallen Itachi transformed into a flock of crows, instantly dispersing and vanishing. The shinobi gathered around the screen were collectively speechless. Is this the Uchiha fighting style? Always starting with genjutsu. It was the same when Itachi fought Kurenai, the same with Obito against Kakashi. Only Sasuke charges straight in, disliking genjutsu. What do you want to know? Though it's not the final question, I'll let you ask. Itachi lounged on the stone chair, his demeanor casual, a faint, elusive smile tracing his lips. I'll say it again. Sasuke's tone grew impatient.
Bang!
Before he finished, the screen showed Itachi pierced once more by a sword. As the viewers saw clearly, Sasuke standing opposite Itachi had transformed into a cluster of white snakes falling to the ground. His true body had somehow arrived behind Itachi, stabbing through the stone chair to pierce him. Genjutsu? Itachi Uchiha spoke with a detached tone, as if the sword embedded in his chest did not exist. Blood seeped from the wound, staining the black cloak adorned with red clouds, yet he did not so much as furrow his brow. There is one last thing I must ask you. I say this, you bastard, answer my question. Until you do, the pain in your chest will not cease. Sasuke twisted the sword in his hand, and blood trickled slowly down the Kusanagi blade from Itachi's chest. 20 years into the era of Konoha, the Hokage's office. Tobirama Senju sat behind his desk, his hands clasped together on the surface, expressionless as he gazed at the screen above. His eyes narrowed slightly, the pupils reflecting the two brothers cautiously testing each other. Smoke curled gently from the incense burner on the desk, filling the room with a subtle haze. As expected from the Uchiha, always fond of playing with Genjutsu in such a manner. As the one most intimately acquainted with the Uchiha clan in the ninja world, Tobirama had long discerned that Itachi and Sasuke were still toying with Genjutsu against each other even at this moment. It seemed Itachi had never intended to fight seriously from the outset, while Sasuke was being led by the nose, caught completely within Itachi's rhythm. The Uchiha clan excelled at such flashy tricks. Tobirama mused silently. Entertaining as it was ultimately futile. For 1,000 years, the Senju had kept the upper hand. The battles always boiled down to Genjutsu, fire release, Sharingan, repeatedly cycling through the same few techniques. The Senju were different. The left fist dealt heavy damage, the right fist even more so, relying on sheer chakra volume. Moreover, Sasuke Uchiha seemed to lack a certain sharpness. Clearly ill-suited for Genjutsu, yet his elder brother Itachi excelled at it and exploited Sasuke's weakness by attacking other strengths. Yet Tobirama kept these thoughts to himself. The duel on the screen continued, and he was curious to see what tricks these two Uchiha brothers could conjure up. Above the screen, the Kusanagi sword pierced further inward. Itachi's expression remained calm and unfazed, as if the pain were utterly insignificant. His eyes did not even blink, and a cryptic smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Had he deliberately avoided vital points? Itachi seemed to be confirming something inconsequential. You said so at that time. Sasuke pressed on. The scene abruptly shifted to the night of the clan's annihilation. In Sasuke's memory, Itachi had confidently told him, if you awaken your eyes as well, including myself, there will be 3 people capable of wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan. That way, your survival will hold meaning. 3 people. Who was the third wielder of the Sharingan within the Uchiha clan? Sasuke had carried that question for 10 years, endlessly pondering the identity of the third person. He desperately wanted to know who this other Uchiha Itachi spoke of was. That individual, like Itachi, had hands stained with Uchiha blood and must be eliminated. Yet to the people of various ninja timelines, it was already known that this person was Uchiha Obito, the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails Rampage, the shadowy hand behind the Akatsuki, and the executor of the Moon SI plan. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had even caused the deaths of their own teacher and his wife. However, evidently the Sasuke on the screen was still unaware of these facts, so he needed to clarify whether the only perpetrator of the clan's massacre was Itachi alone. If there was a second accomplice, that person would also become his target for vengeance. Why do you care about such things? Itachi sighed. To kill that guy after I have killed you. Hearing this, Itachi cast a sidelong glance, seeming somewhat incredulous. Kill him? When you wiped out the entire clan, you said there was another person, an Uchiha you did not kill. That means that guy is your accomplice. Even you could not have eliminated the entire Umbu by yourself. Sasuke analyzed calmly. To this day, we still do not understand the true confidence behind the Uchiha rebellion. After Uchiha Shirsue's death, Itachi Uchiha and Uchiha Obito could annihilate them completely. Perhaps Konoha might as well have allowed the Uchiha rebellion to be crushed, breaking their backbone. 52 years into the era of Konoha Uchiha clan territory, the Uchiha clan members were instantly incensed. What nonsense is that on the screen? We Uchiha never intended to rebel. That is a matter of some future timeline. What does it have to do with us now? The Uchiha are staunch supporters of the will of fire. Haven T, you noticed how the villagers' impressions of us have greatly improved. The complaints against the Umbu have decreased. Villagers no longer avoid us, and even the Hokage has publicly praised the Uchiha. Rebellion? Who has the leisure for that? 60 years into the era of Konoha, the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, smoking a pipe, also thought the screen was joking. Uchiha Fugaku has the Mangekyo Sharingan too, you know, though I never realized it before. Each Mangekyo Sharingan's power is abnormal. If Fugaku had tried to control the Nine Tails, Konoha wouldn't he have survived another Nine Tails rampage? His son killed him, and Fugaku chose to die passively. But what if it were you and Danzo? Fugaku would have incinerated them both with the Mangekyo long ago. Don't think Uchiha Fugaku refrained from killing. At the Dasna residence, Kakashi mused, Sasuke, the future you is truly extraordinary. You actually deduced Obito's role that night. If not for the screen, we might never have learned this information. Sasuke snorted coldly. That Uchiha Obito is also my enemy. Kakashi, I want to be handing him over to you. Kakashi was stunned, then sighed deeply. Uchiha Madara. When Itachi on the screen solemnly revealed this answer, many in the ninja world felt stifled. Akatsuki hideout. Deidara imitated Itachi's tone, lowering his voice. Uchiha Madara. Afei, you really fooled Itachi badly. If not for the screen, the future him would still believe you were Madara. By the way, do you actually know the real Uchiha Madara? Which is why you act so convincingly that no one can tell. Under his mask, Uchiha Obito broke out in a cold sweat. He had not expected Deidara, usually not the sharpest, would be so perceptive at such a moment. Itachi squinted, lingering on Obito for a long while. Simultaneously, another pair of purple eyes also fixed on him. Nagato, through the Deva path of pain, scrutinized Obito. His Rinnegan revealed no emotion, but the oppressive pressure emanating from his gaze surpassed all others. Before the screen exposed his identity, Nagato had also failed to realize Obito's true identity, even once believing him to be the genuine Uchiha Madara. However, Deidara's words served as a reminder. Perhaps Obito truly was Madara's heir. Then what role did Uchiha Madara play in the Moon SI plan? He recalled the old saying revealed by the screen. Old Den deceives middle Den. Middle Den deceives young Den can hardly hide tears. Is the Moon SI plan real? On the screen, the confrontation between Sasuke and Itachi persisted. Sharingan locked against Sharingan. Genjutsu entwined with Genjutsu, blurring the lines between truth and illusion. Stop spouting nonsense. Sasuke did not believe it for a moment, his voice laden with suppressed fury. Itachi spoke calmly and deliberately. People rely on their knowledge and perceptions, and are bound by these very things, calling them reality. But knowledge and perceptions are ambiguous, and the reality based on them could be an illusion. People live within their own cognition. Don't you think so? Faced with Itachi's convoluted reasoning, Sasuke grew impatient. What exactly are you trying to say? Madara is already dead. That is merely your wishful thinking, just like how you once thought I was a gentle older brother. What transpired that night, to my youthful self, could only be dismissed as an illusion. Though I wished to convince myself it was merely a cruel genjutsu, there was no doubt, it was all reality. Sasuke roared. My eyes are no longer what they once were. My Sharingan can now perceive through genjutsu. Before his words had fully faded, he spun around fiercely, unleashing another Chidori stream toward Uchiha Itachi, who had somehow appeared further behind. Yet, the Chidori stream merely grazed Itachi's body and struck the wall behind him, cracking it in several places. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi responded coldly. Your tone remains as arrogant as ever. I shall remember that for now. At that moment, everyone finally realized that the stone chair Sasuke had just pierced through, along with Uchiha Itachi, had vanished without a trace. The spot was utterly vacant. The real Uchiha Itachi was seated further back, and the stone chair's position seemed never to have changed. One genjutsu followed another, an endless nesting of illusions, utterly impervious to defense. Fortunately, Sasuke possessed the Sharingan, enabling him to see through it all in time. Let the performance end here, Sasuke said with a hint of mockery as he withdrew the Chidori stream from his palm. Though vanity is not inherently a vice, Sasuke, it seems you have yet to possess eyes like mine. Have you not slain those dear to you? Do you still approach me harboring such naive notions? His words reminded the shinobi world of how Uchiha Itachi first awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, by witnessing the death of his beloved Uchiha Shursui before his very eyes. The demise of one's closest kin awakens the Mangekyo. It is a curse and a destiny of the Uchiha clan. Yet Itachi's understanding was limited. He was unaware that in later generations, some could awaken their eyes through the power of love. The young Uchiha Sarada, out of concern for her beloved, did so without death, without hatred, only love. Such a concept was likely inconceivable to Itachi. Then, quickly use your Mangekyo Sharingan to kill me. Sasuke's voice carried a provocative edge. Or do you still find my worth beyond your measure? At these words, Uchiha Itachi sighed and rose to his feet. Such remarkable confidence. Meanwhile, on the adjacent wall, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu gazed down at the two, unable to suppress their thoughts. They haven't moved an inch since earlier. They've merely been exchanging genjutsu. His remark pierced the core of the matter. Every clash between them had been non-existent, mere illusions conjured within genjutsu. Within the scene, the two continued discussing the Mangekyo Sharingan, including tales of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, though the content differed from what the informed knew. Previously, the celestial screen had detailed all information about the Sharingan, including the relationship between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. They scorned Itachi's evasive manner, knowing full well that the eternal Mangekyo was the fusion of two Mangekyo Sharingan, yet he spoke as if shrouded in mystery. However, in the first year of Konoha, atop a high platform outside the village, Uchiha Madara's face was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. This young Uchiha Itachi is sullying my reputation. What nonsense is this about him seizing Izuna's eyes? If there were even a 1 in 10,000 chance, I would never want Izuna's Mangekyo. Does he truly believe I, like him, would go mad for power? At that thought, Uchiha Madara cast a fierce glare at Senju Tobarama. Moreover, although he had yet to fully comprehend the meaning of Indra's inheritance, according to the celestial screen's intel, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was evidently not something two Mangekyo Sharingan could simply combine to create. In all the shinobi world's history, only he and the future Uchiha Sasuke had succeeded. It was no trivial feat for any common shinobi. No, that was incorrect. The matter concerning Izuna and myself is certainly recorded. As the clan leader's son, Uchiha Itachi could not be unaware. The only possibility was that he was deliberately deceiving Sasuke. Uchiha Madara's expression remained grim. Though he had discerned the key point, having a junior fabricate such a scheme still left him feeling suffocated. Senju Tobarama sensed Uchiha Madara's gaze, maintaining a poker face, yet inwardly pleased. Serves you right for having a tarnished reputation, Madara. Now you bear the blame. On the celestial screen, as their conversation continued, Uchiha Itachi's expression grew increasingly unhinged. Sasuke, you are my new light, my accessory. The Uchiha clan has always been a sordid lineage, willing to slay friends to acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan, to sever father and son for eternal ocular power, to pit brother against brother, and to take pride in such strength. Uchiha Itachi on the celestial screen erupted into maniacal laughter. When you were born into this clan, you were already ensnared in this blood-stained fate. Very well, come brother. I shall kill you, liberate myself from the clan's destiny, and attain true transformation, cast aside constraints, and free myself from my own limitations. In the 52nd year of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan's territory, the clan members were instantly enraged upon hearing Itachi's words on the celestial screen. Itachi, what nonsense are you spouting? When did our clan become a filthy lineage willing to kill friends, sever father and son, and pit siblings against each other to seize eyes? This madman is insane, yet drags the entire clan's name through the mud. After slaughtering the clan, Itachi still sullied the Uchiha name. The gathered Uchiha members wished to tear him limb from limb. However, given Uchiha Fugaku's strength and prestige here, they could only cast hateful glances at Itachi. Itachi sat in a corner, eyes closed, as if hearing nothing. Do not misunderstand. The Itachi on the celestial screen is merely deceiving Sasuke. If he truly wished to seize Sasuke's eyes, he would act directly. There is no need for such verbose nonsense. Uchiha Shirsue's voice was somewhat urgent, hastily explaining, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He also harbored some resentment. Itachi truly, why say such things? Even if to make Sasuke hate him, the entire Uchiha clan should not be dragged into it. And the maniacal laughter of Itachi was unbearable to witness, as if an entirely different person. Is Uchiha Madara the only remaining member of the four great shinobi to laugh so? On the celestial screen, the verbal duel between Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi continued. Upon hearing Itachi's deranged words, Sasuke slowly pulled down the bandages from his forehead, expressionless, raising his hand deliberately to remove them. Then he threw off the gray cloak, revealing a dark short-sleeved shirt beneath. His entire aura shifted abruptly, resembling a sword unsheathed. A rare seriousness appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. It seems you have indeed glimpsed the true me, he said, implying that his previous frenzied display was a complete revelation of his inner self to Sasuke. All for this. Then, we have finally arrived at this point. The moment to achieve the objective. Undoubtedly, to a normal Sasuke, hearing that Itachi had chosen to annihilate the clan for a superior pair of eyes was somewhat unbelievable. You seem to have seen me at death's door, but against me who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan you stand no chance. Regrettably, your goal will forever remain an illusion. Why? Because you lack the Mangekyo, Itachi said with apparent patience. Sasuke paid no heed to Itachi's words, instead closing his eyes and methodically removing the bandages from his hands, preparing to commence the true battle. Amidst the dawn mist returning home, the image of Itachi Uchiha lifting him effortlessly with one hand vividly surfaced in his mind. Only after all the bandages were removed did Sasuke finally address Itachi. No matter how you wield those eyes, my hatred will transform illusions into reality. Your reality is death. Within the world of Naruto, the difference between the 3-tomo Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan represents the most significant gap among the various stages. Even the single-tomo and 3-tomo Sharingan, or the Mangekyo and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, cannot compare. It is also at the Mangekyo Sharingan stage that the Sharingan truly manifests the power of this precious bloodline limit. Therefore, for Sasuke, possessing only the 3-tomo Sharingan and lacking the support of sage techniques, to dare directly challenge Itachi Uchiha is indeed courageous. Here, one must also thank Orochimaru and Deidara for the courage they instilled in him. Nevertheless, regardless of circumstances up to this point, Sasuke's character is undeniably commendable. It is likely that he knew beforehand the secret of the Mangekyo's evolution and would never open his eyes at the expense of sacrificing friends. This is in stark contrast to his ancestor Indra. This also demonstrates that although Indra's chakra influences their personalities, it is merely an influence. Ultimately, it depends on the character each generation of Indra forges. Upon hearing this, a profound tremor instantly rippled through countless timelines within the shinobi world. The first year of Konoha, atop a high platform outside the village, Madara Uchiha's pupils contracted into pinpoint dots. Standing on the platform with his hands clasped behind his back, his body slightly leaning forward, he appeared as though struck in a vital spot. A breeze swept from afar, lifting his long hair, yet he remained oblivious. Only now did he begin to comprehend the true meaning of each generation of Indra, the physical vessel of Indra's chakra, or, in other words, the reincarnation of Indra. He slowly turned to face Hashirama Senju beside him. If his suspicion were correct, he was Indra's reincarnation, and Hashirama was Ashura's. Consequently, Hashirama's body also harbored Ashura's chakra. Moreover, both his and Hashirama's personalities were influenced by their respective ancestors. However, according to the Celestial Dome's account, Indra initially opened his eyes by apparently killing someone close to him, much like the false depiction of Itachi Uchiha in the scene. After careful contemplation, Madara shuddered slightly, feeling as though he had uncovered a secret of his ancestor. Itachi Uchiha deceived Sasuke, claiming he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan by killing his parents. But what if that was once true at the very beginning? Did their ancestor Indra truly murder his own parents to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? After all, the Celestial Dome mentioned that the Sharingan requires intense emotional stimuli to awaken, and witnessing the death of a loved one firsthand is the most direct way. Madara Uchiha's scalp tingled. Who was their ancestor Indra? The eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths. That was the Sage of Six Paths himself. Hence, Ashura, as his brother, was entangled with Indra for over a millennium. Even after death, their chakras continuously seek hosts to battle? Hashirama Senju, noticing Madara's grim expression, assumed he was pondering the influence of Indra's chakra on personality. He stepped forward, gently patting Madara's shoulder, speaking with a warm tone. Madara, the Celestial Dome said the ancestor's chakra only influences us. Ultimately, it's up to ourselves. Madara shook his head, offering no reply. He also refrained from explaining his suspicions to Hashirama. After all, it was too frightening and lacked evidence, merely conjecture. Yet if this guess were true, it meant that their fates had been pulled by some force since birth, destined to fight and oppose each other, just like Indra and Ashura 1,000 years prior. Hashirama, Madara suddenly spoke. If I truly do something outrageous in the future, will you stop me? Hashirama paused briefly, then smiled. I will. But first I'll knock some sense into you before talking. Madara looked at him silently, an indescribable sense of relief in his eyes. Tobirama Senju stood nearby, listening to their exchange, quietly noting the information about Indra's reincarnation. His elder brother was Ashura's reincarnation, Madara was Indra's, and so were the future 7th Hokage and that Uchiha orphan. No wonder the Celestial Dome said Naruto and Sasuke inherited the fate of a millennium ago. His fingers lightly tapped inside his sleeve, his mind racing. If reincarnation were true, their personalities would indeed be influenced by chakra, but the final choice remained theirs. His elder brother chose peace. Madara had yet to make his final choice. His task was to prevent Madara from straying down the wrong path. Young Sarutobi Hiruzen stood aside, observing the solemn expressions of the elders, not daring to breathe loudly. 60 years into Konoha's history, the Akatsuki base, Deidara sat on a chair, scowling, arms crossed. Why was it that, because he would die at Sasuke Uchiha's hands in the future, he would forever be mocked? Was his art truly so worthless? Itachi Uchiha sat in a corner, his heart trembling incessantly. If Indra's chakra influenced personality, then was Sasuke truly Sasuke, or was he Indra? His gaze settled on Sasuke, who was still confronting him on the celestial dome, silently repeating in his heart, "Sasuke, whether or not you are a reincarnation, you are still my brother." Obito Uchiha's one-eyed gaze narrowed slightly, his thoughts unreadable. Somewhere in the shinobi world's underground base, Orochimaru stared at the passage about Indra's reincarnation on the celestial dome, a meaningful smile curling on his lips. Chakra reincarnation, this seems to be another method of immortality. Fascinating. Even if the body perished, as long as the chakra retained consciousness, memories, and personality, could it be reborn in a new body? Orochimaru's eyes flickered greedily as he looked at Sasuke's figure on the celestial dome. The long-forgotten idea resurfaced in his mind. If I could obtain that body, would I then possess Indra's power? Perhaps even the power of the Sage of Six Paths? On the celestial dome, the two brothers finished their verbal sparring and immediately began a frenzied exchange of shuriken. Their shuriken collided midair, igniting astonishing sparks that scattered like fireflies. The metallic clangs rang densely, echoing continuously. One shuriken was deflected, embedding into the wall. Another bounced off and stuck into the ground. Yet another flipped somersaults in the air. The two stood their ground, arms swinging rapidly. Unlike Tenten's overwhelming barrage that saturates the battlefield, the two brothers relied on the Sharingan's aid, their accuracy impeccable. Their Sharingan spun swiftly within their sockets, tracking each shuriken's trajectory, predicting landing points and rebound angles. Each strike was a visual delight. If anyone in the shinobi world could rival them, it would probably be Sarutobi Hiruzen's shuriken shadow clone technique. But that was a ninjutsu, not pure skill. The Uchiha brothers played with purely manual skill, relying solely on eyesight. Amid the continuous clatter of shuriken in the air, the two simultaneously moved. They charged at each other, colliding in the center of the room. Sasuke's left hand suddenly shot out, firmly grasping Itachi Uchiha's right wrist, preventing his kunai from stabbing. Itachi's left hand likewise clutched Sasuke's right wrist, his thumb pressing on the wrist joint, stopping Sasuke's Kusanagi sword from slicing through. For a moment, the two locked in a relentless struggle. The scene seemed frozen. Neither could advance an inch nor concede a step. Suddenly, another Itachi leapt up behind Itachi Uchiha, wielding 3 kunai. That figure emerged silently and swiftly. The shinobi world's spectators watching the celestial dome were all stunned. When had Itachi Uchiha formed a shadow clone? They widened their eyes, desperately recalling every detail, but no one saw Itachi make any hand seals. Wasn't he using both hands to throw shuriken? When exactly were the shadow clones separated? This fellow's hand speed is truly astonishing. It was the same during his previous battle with Kakashi. In places unnoticed by others, he had already formed the hand seals for his ninjutsu. Consider that when Kakashi fought Haku, he effortlessly mimicked the 44 hand seals for the water dragon bullet. Each seal clearly visible and precisely replicated. Yet, he could not detect the speed at which Itachi Uchiha formed his seals. The disparity was simply unimaginable. If Haku was of ordinary caliber and Kakashi elite, then Itachi Uchiha was at a level far beyond, almost abnormal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Itachi Uchiha's shadow clone fiercely swung in midair, sending 3 kunai hurtling towards Sasuke. The piercing sound of the kunai slicing through the air was sharp and grating. The 3 kunai formed a pinwheel pattern, blocking every possible angle of evasion for Sasuke. However, Sasuke, restrained by Itachi's main body holding both his hands, was locked in place, unable to respond. His arms were firmly gripped by Itachi, his body immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as the kunai drew ever closer. Yet, just as everyone thought Sasuke was about to be struck, a white serpent suddenly emerged from the location of the cursed seal on his neck, flicking its tongue out with lightning speed, like a streak of white lightning. The white serpent appeared and swiftly coiled around Sasuke, completely obscuring him and blocking the kunai's attack. At the same time, the white serpent shattered the deadlock. Itachi Uchiha's main body frowned upon seeing the serpent's appearance and ceased his hold on Sasuke. Instantly releasing his grip, he retreated with several backflips to maintain distance, preventing the serpent from entangling him. Seizing the opportunity during Itachi's withdrawal, Sasuke quickly drew a massive windmill shuriken. In the blink of an eye, He identified Itachi's main body and forcefully hurled the shuriken at him. The windmill shuriken spun in the air, emitting a deep hum accompanied by the whistling wind as it headed straight for Itachi's face. Itachi Uchiha was forced to raise his kunai, blocking the attack with one hand. The collision between the kunai and the windmill shuriken sparked a shower of flames, and Itachi's arm tingled from the impact. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the midst of Itachi's astonished gaze, blue lightning flickered along the blade of the windmill shuriken. Unbeknownst to Itachi, Sasuke had silently infused the blade with the lightning chakra of Chidori, the lightning-style chakra crackling and hissing across the metal. Itachi had no choice but to immediately deploy his crow clone technique, his body dissolving into a flock of black crows scattering in all directions, evading the ensuing lightning strike. Nonetheless, Itachi's reaction was equally swift and astonishing. His true form instantly appeared before Sasuke, twisting midair to deliver a fierce kick to Sasuke's chest. Sasuke's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Itachi gave him no respite, advancing forward to stomp on Sasuke's wrist, bending down to grab his collar, hoisting him off the ground and slamming him forcefully onto the floor. Once in control of Sasuke, Itachi extended his hand straight towards Sasuke's eye socket, intent on gouging out Sasuke's Sharingan alive from his pupil. Sasuke's eyes widened in terror, his pupils reflecting the approaching hand as he struggled desperately, but Itachi's strength was overwhelming. He could not break free. "Forgive me, Sasuke. This is my reality. I will accept the light." Itachi's fingers curled, touching Sasuke's eyelid. Accompanied by Sasuke's agonizing scream, his Sharingan was ruthlessly gouged out. Blood gushed from the eye socket, streaming down his cheek and dripping onto the floor, a ghastly sight under the dim light. The screams echoed hauntingly within the confined room. The ninja world, the 52nd year of Konoha. Witnessing this tragic fratricidal scene, Fugaku Uchiha closed his eyes in helpless despair. Mikoto Uchiha clutched the young Sasuke tightly, as if fearing he would vanish the next moment. At the same time, she covered Sasuke's eyes with her right hand, unwilling for the young boy to witness this horror. Little Sasuke, blindfolded, was unaware of what had transpired, only feeling his mother's hand pressing firmly, causing him some pain. On the canopy, Sasuke covered his eyes, blood continuously leaking from between his fingers, dripping onto the floor to form a dark crimson puddle. "So I told you, without the Mangekyo Sharingan, there is no way you could ever defeat me." "Who possesses the Mangekyo?" Itachi said calmly, his gaze devoid of any mercy. Upon hearing this, Sasuke removed his hand from his eye socket, looking at the bloodstains on his palm with his other eye. His left eye was now completely black, with only the blood flowing endlessly. "The other one I shall take as well," Itachi said coldly. At this critical moment, the power of the cursed seal within Sasuke suddenly erupted. Chakra surged wildly inside him, instantly pushing him into state 2. A powerful chakra wave burst forth, and a massive flesh wing abruptly sprouted from the right side of Sasuke's body. With its wings spread, it forced Itachi Uchiha to retreat. "Is this the power of the cursed seal?" Itachi murmured thoughtfully, frowning slightly. His left hand moved, and a vial filled with liquid slid down his sleeve into his palm, as if prepared long ago. Then Itachi gently placed Sasuke's left eye into the vial, still having time to admonish him. "This is the difference in strength, the disparity in ocular power between you and me." Before his words had even faded, another Itachi Uchiha appeared behind Sasuke. One hand gripped Sasuke's neck from behind, his arm encircling his throat like an iron chain, while the other hand locked Sasuke's arms behind his back, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the previous Itachi had already secured the eye in the vial and slowly approached Sasuke, his footsteps unhurried. He extended a bloodied finger, inching it closer to Sasuke's right eye socket. At that very moment, the power of the cursed seal surged explosively within Sasuke, shattering the void. No! The entire genjutsu space cracked like a mirror, fracturing into countless shards that scattered. In truth, from beginning to end, the so-called eye-stealing scene was merely an illusion woven by Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke's eyes remained intact, his black pupils reflecting the shattered illusion, the three-tomo Sharingan quietly revolving within his eye sockets. The 60th year of Konoha, within the Dasna household. Kakashi stared at the moment the illusion shattered on the canopy, his eyes filled with astonishment. This seemed to be Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi, the forbidden technique that had tormented him in the mental realm for 3 days and nights. Sasuke had actually succeeded in breaking free. I heard Tsukuyomi once dealt a severe blow to him the first time he faced it. It's just that for some unknown reason, Itachi spared him, or else he would have been finished then, Kakashi thought, shaking his head to dispel the notion. The future Sasuke faced the same technique and managed to break it? Truly remarkable. However, that Itachi fellow is really troublesome. Kakashi silently marveled within. Genjutsu within genjutsu, nested like Russian dolls. Whenever he thought Sasuke had counterattacked, it turned out to be another illusion. You never know which layer you're on, nor which self is the real one. Still, possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan himself, Kakashi wondered if his resistance to genjutsu was stronger than that of the future Sasuke. He was uncertain. Could Obito SIC through Itachi's genjutsu? On the canopy, Sasuke, having broken free from the genjutsu, had both eyes intact, the three Tomo Sharingan still slowly turning. However, his mental state appeared unstable. His body swayed, and he collapsed to his knees, gasping heavily. Breaking free from Tsukuyomi had consumed a tremendous amount of his mental energy and chakra. Unexpectedly swift, Itachi had won. On the wall, Kuro watched the brothers battle with a contemplative expression. At this moment, many in various ninja worlds and timelines fixed their gaze on him. This member of the Akatsuki, who had embedded himself within the crack of the wall, his body half black and half white, with a sinister smile, sent chills down one's spine. He had been watching the fight between Itachi and Sasuke like a mere observer, never leaving that wall from the very beginning. Somewhere in the ninja world's subterranean spacetime, the aged Madara Uchiha reclined against the stone chair, his body emaciated and frail as withered wood, yet those eyes gleamed with an astonishing brilliance. He gazed upon the monochrome figure embedded in the wall of the celestial dome, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. His will, Kurizetsu, was set to execute the plan in the future according to his own intentions. Everything was unfolding precisely as orchestrated. It could not be more perfect. However, to Kurizetsu's utter astonishment, after casting Tsukuyomi, Itachi Uchiha himself revealed signs of reaching his limit, collapsing onto one knee. He panted heavily, breaths ragged and labored, veins bulging on his forehead as if enduring immense agony, his voice faltering. You actually turned my Tsukuyomi into such a state. Clearly, he never anticipated Sasuke would mount such a counterattack. Yet upon hearing this, Sasuke rose calmly, brushing the dust from his attire, showing no sign of having been ensnared by Tsukuyomi. His Sharingan fixed upon the kneeling Itachi as though gazing down on a fallen adversary. Beside them, Kurizetsu spoke the truth plainly. Sasuke had not been caught at all. Rather, he had directly countered Tsukuyomi. With merely his three Tomo Sharingan, he managed to neutralize the assault from the Mangekyo Sharingan. This scene left all who witnessed it across the ninja worlds utterly incredulous. The Celestial Dome had spoken. The gap between the three Tomo and Mangekyo Sharingan was the greatest divide among the Sharingan S tiers. Yet Sasuke had accomplished the impossible. Using an eye that had not yet evolved into the Mangekyo, he blocked Itachi's most formidable genjutsu. In the scene, Sasuke gazed down at the fallen Itachi, his tone icy. I have long said it, no matter how you wield those eyes, I will use my hatred to turn illusions into reality. Itachi Uchiha finally gathered himself, struggling to his feet. Turn illusions into reality? Very well, I shall return those words to you verbatim, he said, his voice regaining composure. Itachi was now truly serious. Everything before, the shuriken, taijutsu, shadow clones, even Tsukuyomi, had been mere warm-up. The real battle was only just beginning. In that Tsukuyomi, you must have seen the illusion of your eyes being gouged out, right? Since that is so, I shall make it reality. His eyes emitted a strange radiance from the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nearby, Kurizetsu's anticipation surged instantly, sensing the imminent unveiling of Amaterasu, another signature ocular jutsu. His eyes brightened. The half-black, half-white mask of his face bore the expression of a grand performance about to commence. Amaterasu, it is hailed as a formidable technique, reputed to be the strongest offensive jutsu, capable of incinerating any target completely, and an inextinguishable black flame. Yet in practice, it is woefully underwhelming. Its first appearance was when Itachi summoned it to swiftly break through the toad wall summoned by Jiraiya. Against an immobile colossus, its effect was naturally remarkable. Within moments, the toad wall Jiraiya summoned was pierced, allowing Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki to escape unscathed. The continuing flames were sealed by Jiraiya's fire-sealing hand signs upon his arrival. Its next emergence was during the fierce battle between the Uchiha brothers, where Itachi used Amaterasu, but Sasuke dodged it by employing Orochimaru's substitution technique. The only confirmed successful combat instance was presumably against the fourth Mizukage. Sasuke, inheriting Amaterasu, employed it multiple times, but his results remained rather unimpressive. In most cases, he used Kagutsuchi in its transformed state as an absolute defense to achieve effectiveness. When Amaterasu was used proactively, Hardly any enemy could be struck because its long focusing prelude gave opponents ample time to anticipate. For example, during the 5 Kage Summit, a samurai struck by Sasuke's Amaterasu avoided further damage only because Kankuro used chakra strings to tear off the samurai's armor. In the battle between Madara, Uchiha, and Sasuke, simply removing clothing was enough to escape Amaterasu's burn. There were even cases requiring no removal of garments, such as Naruto discarding his tailed beast cloak to disregard Amaterasu altogether. However, some were more reckless and took the flames physically. The classic example was the 4th Raikage, who in fighting Sasuke struck the Susanoo skeleton engulfed by Amaterasu's black flames with a hand chop, only to have his right hand instantly engulfed in the black fire. In such a scenario, Amaterasu truly lived up to its title as the strongest attack. Ultimately, the 4th Raikage was forced to sever his own right arm to prevent the flames from spreading throughout his body. This remains one of Amaterasu's few notable combat achievements. Konoha in the 60th year Hidden Cloud Village. The 4th Raikage sat in his office chair, legs propped upon the desk, hands clasped behind his head, exuding a leisurely air as if watching a play. But upon hearing the Celestial Dome's prediction that in the future Sasuke would force him to sever his own arm, his expression darkened instantly. He sat upright abruptly, slamming his fist onto the desk, cracking the newly replaced surface. Right now, Uchiha Sasuke is but a mere brat, barely possessing 1 tomo. I could crush him with a single finger. Yet the Celestial Dome claims that in the future, that kid will beat me to the point I cut off my own arm. He fumed. Standing nearby, Killer Bee wore sunglasses, making hand gestures as if rapping, swaying his hips slightly, and quipped, "Yo, big bro. The Celestial Dome says you're reckless, yo." His tone carried a mixture of schadenfreude, teasing, and a hint of mischief. His eyes behind the shades furtively gauged the 4th Raikage's expression, ready to flee at a moment's notice.
Dodai gently interjected, Raikage-sama.
The Celestial Dome's meaning is that we should be more mindful of strategy in future battles, not just rely on brute force. After all, once Amaterasu touches you, it's difficult to deal with. Also, please try not to be overly hasty during fights. He hesitates even to mention how a mere ordinary samurai evaded Amaterasu, yet you are expected to sever your own arm. The 4th Raikage's brow furrowed deeply, the corner of his mouth twitching. He did enjoy head-on confrontations, but he wasn't without sense. Fine. I'll take a deep breath, he sighed resignedly, waving his hand. Next time I fight Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, I'll wear clothes, alright? Since taking them off lets you dodge Amaterasu. Konoha 20 years earlier, Hidden Cloud Village. The 3rd Raikage sat in his office chair, arms crossed, his face clouded with displeasure. When the Celestial Dome paused the battle scene between the Uchiha brothers, it flashed the future vision of the 4th Raikage's hand chopping the Susanoo skeleton engulfed in black flames to illustrate Amaterasu. Seeing the 4th Raikage's features so strikingly similar to his own, the 3rd Raikage immediately recognized the grown form of his son, Buaraze. After all, the facial structure and physique were carved from the same mold as his youth. Buaraze, you scamp, you must think more during fights from now on. The 3rd Raikage delivered a light punch to the head of his still toddler-aged son. The blow was gentle but resonated with a dull thud. The young child's eyes welled with tears, clutching the swelling bump atop his head, grimacing in pain. Yet he dared not resist his father and, subdued by continual intimidation, meekly acknowledged, "Understood, father." The 3rd Raikage sighed inwardly as he gazed at his son's aggrieved expression. The boy was gifted and strong but stubbornly single-minded. You never defend, always just charge forward. He reached out to rub the child's head, softening his tone slightly. Remember, when fighting, use your brain before your fists. If you really can't win, run. Living is more important than anything. This was only possible because Buaraze was his son. Otherwise, he surely would not have taught him thus. Konoha, 60th year, Dasna household. Sasuke watched intently, afraid to miss any detail about Itachi Uchiha. He was now exceedingly pleased. He already knew the specific details of Itachi's double Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, and thus found it much easier to devise counters. Tsukuyomi's casting range was 5 meters, requiring eye contact and could be nullified by the Cursed Seal mode. Although he would certainly no longer seek Orochimaru's tutelage to master the Cursed Seal mode, Jiraiya's Sage mode was an advanced iteration of the Cursed Seal, so it made no sense that it could not withstand Tsukuyomi. Once he had learned Sage mode in the future and improved his evasion, Itachi's Tsukuyomi would be rendered merely ornamental. As for Amaterasu, it was even simpler. Wearing more layers of clothing or employing substitution techniques would suffice. Provided his reflexes were swift enough, he could evade or dispel it. In truth, Amaterasu's speed was not particularly fast. It had a wind-up and focusing period. Unless one, like the fourth Raikage, rashly attempted to catch it barehanded, there was generally no cause for concern. Although it was possible that his future Mangekyo Sharingan ability would also be Amaterasu, and the method to counter it had been revealed by Tenmaku, that was a troublesome prospect. But at least he did not possess it yet. Having prior knowledge of such intelligence was, on the whole, advantageous. Konoha, year 83, somewhere within the forests of the ninja world. Young Sasuke had grown accustomed to finding a solitary tree beneath which to recline and gaze upon the Tenmaku. He leaned against a sturdy branch of a large tree, one foot dangling, the other resting on a branch, one hand tucked behind his head in a languid posture. Upon hearing that intelligence regarding his Amaterasu had been leaked, his expression remained utterly impassive. To him now, Amaterasu was merely a feint, no different from ordinary fire-style jutsu save for its improved accuracy. What he truly relied upon were the powers of the Rinnegan, his Tenshikuryoku, Susanoo, and even the Uchiha sword techniques, all of which he found more practical than Amaterasu. Yet swiftly, the subsequent content on the Tenmaku altered his complexion instantly, and he sat up abruptly. His eyes fixed unwaveringly on the screen, his pupils narrowing slightly. Of course, aside from that, Amaterasu also has other methods of countering. For instance, Boruto, possessed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki, when facing Sasuke, directly used a shadow clone to block Amaterasu. However, deploying this technique certainly requires extremely rapid reflexes. You think a Rakuto-level Sasuke is joking with you? On the Tenmaku flickered an image of future Sasuke's right eye instantly transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan, firing Amaterasu at his opponent. Yet, remarkably, Boruto opposite him first executed a flip to create distance, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Upon landing, he swiftly formed hand seals, and with a loud bang, a shadow clone appeared before him. The clone spread its arms wide, acting like a shield to block the black flames. The black flames scorched the clone, which then dissipated into white smoke. Boruto had even, at some point, hurled a Rasengan, which materialized out of thin air and struck young Sasuke. Bang! Young Sasuke was hit by the Rasengan, propelled backward, falling to the ground and rolling over twice in a disheveled state. Countless dimensions of the ninja world, countless observers were utterly stunned. That young Sasuke on the Tenmaku, was his strength truly Rakuto level? The very type that could cleave the moon in two and lay waste to the heavens and earth. If you had not said so, one might have thought him an ordinary chunin. How could he so easily fall victim to an enemy's ninjutsu? Someone murmured softly, "This is too unbelievable. A Rakuto-level ninja beaten by a genin?" A bystander responded, "He is not a genin. That is Boruto, the 7th Hokage's son." But the 7th Hokage's son would have been a genin at that age, right? A genin defeating a Rakuto-level ninja, and winning? Who wrote the script? Konoha, year 83, at Naruto's home. Naruto Uzumaki, who had been lamenting Uchiha Itachi's tragic life, suddenly found himself utterly unsettled. So this was why Boruto was mocked in the future as Otsutsuki Boruto. It was not that Boruto himself was exceptionally powerful, but that he was possessed by an Otsutsuki. That damned Otsutsuki Momoshiki was inhabiting Boruto's body, even using Boruto's form to fight Sasuke. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. He would never allow Momoshiki Otsutsuki to possess Boruto, nor would he ever permit such a thing to happen. Absolutely not. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect Boruto at all costs. No wonder future Boruto became a rogue ninja. Was he being manipulated? Yet Naruto harbored some doubts. The Tenmaku had previously mentioned his own Sage Fox mode and had also referenced the seemingly most powerful Otsutsuki, Momoshiki Otsutsuki. But this entity appeared only to be a match for his Sage Fox mode. Therefore, he should be able to prevail or at least not lose. How then did Momoshiki gain the opportunity to possess Boruto? Did he win after possessing him? Or did he seize the chance to parasitize after losing? Naruto rubbed his temples, his mind a tangled mess. He resolved that once the Tenmaku broadcast ended, he would analyze the intelligence thoroughly with Shikamaru. Did the Otsutsuki clan truly possess the ability to possess others? Neither the previous Rabbit Lady nor the Sage of the Six Paths had demonstrated such an ability. It was likely a unique power exclusive to Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Naruto took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He lifted his gaze to the Tenmaku, his eyes resolute. No matter how formidable that Momoshiki Otsutsuki might be, he would strike him down with a single punch. Himawari sat beside him, tilting her face upward, her large eyes brimming with concern. "Daddy, will big brother be okay?" Naruto reached out to stroke his daughter's hair, forcing a smile. "Don't worry, Boruto is my son. Naruto's son 1T be bullied so easily. Himawari nodded vigorously and buried her face in Naruto's embrace.